Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 958 to Chapter 1012. To Ling Yun, he didn't really care about those famous sects that came with great fanfare and great fanfare. Those so-called righteous sects always considered themselves to be the righteous path of Jianhu, but to put it bluntly, they were just people who flaunted themselves and fished for fame. They might be more righteous than anyone else, but when it came to a real fight, once they realized that they were no match for their opponent, they would definitely flee at top speed. Of course, one good thing about these people was that because of their identity, they often disdained to play dirty, at least on the surface. Therefore, there was basically no need to worry about them using underhanded means such as bombing the clinic, kidnapping the weak, and so on. As the saying went, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. As long as these people came openly, Ling Yun was confident that he could deal with all of them alone and make them scram. At most, he could add Bai Xian'er to the mix. Of course, the premise was that there weren't any masters above Xiantian level 9 who could use the divine powers. After the battle last night, Ling Yun first crushed the combined forces of the Shangguan, Shimen, and Namgong families. Then, he fought Qin Jianhao, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Then, with the help of the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yi Xingqian, he killed Marquis Scott, split Qin Jianhao, and dismembered the Japanese ninja, Tokugawa Muto. Up to now, Ling Yun had a good understanding of the masters below Xiantian realm level 9. That was, Ling Yun could defeat and kill masters at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, such as Qin Jianhao, if he didn't use more of his trump cards and used the dragon saliva to replenish his spiritual energy. However, against masters at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9, even though Ling Yun could barely defeat them, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, if the opponent didn't want to fight and wanted to escape, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to do anything, such as Tokugawa Muto. In other words, if an expert above Xiantian realm level 9 with supernatural powers appeared, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to defeat him at all. Unless he used all his hidden trump cards, he might stand a chance. However, the final outcome would still be decided between two possibilities. As for killing a Xiantian realm level 9 expert on the spot, that was simply a fantasy to Ling Yun right now. It was impossible. This was Ling Yun's current strength, and it was also the conclusion he came to after repeated comparisons. Therefore, Ling Yun wasn't worried about the power of the righteous sections. What he was worried about was the Chen family's ancestor, Qin Jingxian from the heavenly team, the old bat hidden in the Chen family, Grand Duke Dracula, and the devil sect's holy son, Xikong Wuji. After killing Chen Haishan and Qin Jianhao, the only experts that the Chen family could bring out on the surface were the two generations of masters of the Chen family, Chen Jingtian and Chen Haipeng, and Qin Jingxian from the heavenly team. Ling Yun wasn't afraid of the first two, but he didn't believe that Qin Jingxian would be able to keep his composure after almost all the members of the Chen family were killed by him. Similarly, Ling Yun had killed so many marquises, viscounts, and barons from the Blood clan through the two bloody battles at Yunming Mountain and Immortal Ridge. He believed that Grand Duke Dracula was definitely furious and couldn't wait to suck his blood dry. As for the Japanese ninjas, Ling Yun wasn't worried at all. He knew that Tokugawa Muto was the leader that the Tokugawa family had sent to Huaxia to cooperate with the Qin family. Tokugawa Muto had already been dismembered by Ling Yun last night. Strength. I have to break through to the Qi cultivation stage as soon as possible. Ling Yun stood there quietly and thought about it seriously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he squeezed these two sentences out of his mouth. After replying to Zhang Ling and Shuang Meina, who were overly worried about him, Ling Yun threw his phone into the spatial ring. He used his divine sense to scan the room and realized that the two beauties were still sleeping soundly. Therefore, he decided not to wait for them and decided to have breakfast first. After tidying up a little, Ling Yun placed the sumptuous breakfast he had prepared on the dining table and began eating in silence. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to clear the dining table after breakfast. Instead, he went straight to the sofa in the living room and took out his laptop. He began surfing the internet to deepen his understanding of this world. Since this was an era of information explosion and there were high-tech things like computers and the internet, Ling Yun naturally wouldn't waste time. The amount of information on the internet was as vast as the sea. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it didn't matter whether it was useful or not. Because of his divine sense and his extraordinary memory, Ling Yan browsed the web very quickly. However, he wasn't blindly browsing. Instead, he was extremely focused. Ling Yan mostly searched for ancient Huaxia myths, the Blood Clan in the West, and information about the Great Wall of China, Kunlun Mountain, Pulai Immortal Island, Mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, and the Pyramids of Egypt. He only needed to open the page and scan it with his divine sense to imprint all the information on the page into his mind effortlessly. The amount of information on the internet is simply too huge. It's practically endless. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh as he swallowed all the information. This deepened Ling Yan's curiosity towards this planet. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that he would seriously explore these places once he advanced to a higher realm and resolved all the troubles around him. Ling Yan was engrossed in browsing. This browsing took more than 3 hours. Ling Yan finally stopped at around 11 in the morning. This was because Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were already awake. They walked out of their bedroom one after another. I've slept for more than 7 hours. It's about time. Ling Yan looked at the time and smiled at the two beauties who had just walked out of their bedroom. To an ordinary person, after not eating or drinking for 2 days and 2 nights, coupled with the shock and despair, they would need at least 10 hours of sleep to recover. However, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were not ordinary people. They were both experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. Moreover, they only fell asleep after Ling Yan struck their acupoints. That was deep sleep. After resting for 7 hours, their bodies had completely recovered to their usual state. "Hubby, I'm sorry. We've caused you trouble." Lin Menghan rubbed her eyes as she walked over. She sat directly on the sofa opposite Ling Yan. Her beautiful face was full of apology. Perhaps it was because she recalled how bold and crazy she was last night. A tinge of shyness appeared on her cheeks. "It's all right. Who would be so polite to their own hubby? I'm already very happy to see that both of you are safe," Ling Yan said with a smile. At the same time, he turned off his laptop and kept it in his spatial ring. Yao Rou also came over and sat close to Lin Menghan. Then, she asked worriedly, "Hubby, you definitely didn't sleep at all last night, right? Are you tired?" Ling Yan's care for the two girls last night could be said to be meticulous. Now that they were back to normal, everything was naturally reversed. "After you fell asleep last night, I cultivated for 3 hours, so I'm feeling very energetic now." Ling Yan's perverted eyes stared at the two women's half-covered breasts without the slightest scruple. As he spoke, Ling Yan stretched his arms lazily and smiled. "How is it? You must be hungry now, right? Do you want hubby to go to the kitchen again and make you a sumptuous breakfast, lunch?" Unexpectedly, the two girls shook their heads at the same time. "We're not very hungry." Ling Yan thought about it. They had eaten so much last night. It had only been 7 hours since then. How could they be hungry? "All right then. Hurry up and wash up. I've called Tang Meng. He should be rushing over to pick us up now. I think he'll be here soon. Let's go home and have lunch with everyone. It'll also help you get over the shock." Hearing that they were going home, the two girls immediately cheered and rushed to the bathroom, ignoring Ling Yan who was in front of them. Looking at their happy faces, Ling Yan could not bear to teach them a lesson. He simply swallowed the words he wanted to say. However, it was absolutely necessary to teach them a lesson. As Ling Yan's women, how could they use such a stupid method to fight the enemy? That method of fighting was simply too weak. The two girls did not know that Xianxia had already left last night. To them, they were still in the enemy's house. Of course, they were not in the mood to dress up. They simply washed up, tidied up their messy hair, and walked out quickly. Noticing that they had taken out their original clothes, Ling Yan smiled. "You don't have to wear these anymore. I've already called Tang Meng and asked him to bring clothes for the two of you." The two girls looked at each other. They could see the happiness and gratitude in each other's eyes. Even though Ling Yan was domineering, he could always think of small details for them in advance. With a man like this protecting them, how could they not be happy? Even if she had to suffer and suffer for him, she was willing to do so. At around 11:30 in the morning, under the shocked gazes of the nearby villagers, 3 black luxury cars sped up the mountain and finally stopped outside the villa. Tang Meng had finally arrived. Naturally, Tai Xiaohu and the current boss of Green Dragon, Abing, came along with him. Ling Yan flew out and did not waste any time. He asked the three of them directly, "Where are the clothes?" Tang Meng pouted. He was speechless at Ling Yan's straightforwardness. However, he still obediently went back to the car and carried out a large pile of brand new clothes. "I bought them according to Ning Er's measurements. They are all about the same height, so they should fit well," he mumbled. Ling Yan was eager to go home. He casually said, "All right, we'll be home soon anyway. Just make do with it." With that, he took the pile of clothes and flew into the villa. 7 to 8 minutes later, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou had changed and accompanied Ling Yan out of the villa. "Sister-in-law, Sister Rou, we're here to pick you up. Let's go home." Tang Meng was a troublemaker. Once he saw the two beauties coming out with Ling Yan, he immediately made a fuss. Ling Yan was helpless. The two girls giggled under the sun. Yao Rou smiled. "Thank you." Tang Meng still wanted to show off, but Ling Yan waved his hand. "Get in the car, let's go home. Recommending my good brother, Feng Xiaoyu's brand new work, Super Extraction. Book number 337-4349. The book is already fat, please slaughter it. Feng Xiaoyu's famous words, I'm Feng Xiaoyu of Qidian. If you're not satisfied, come and hit me." To be continued. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou got in first and sat in the last row of the first car. Ling Yan followed closely behind and sat in the row in front of him. Tang Meng shamelessly complained that he missed Big Brother Yun and insisted on sitting with Ling Yan. Ling Yan had no choice but to let him be. Tai Xiaohu and Abing were the last to get into the car and sit in the front row. It was a slightly longer black Mercedes-Benz MPV, a modified version of the Volkswagen. It cost about 700,000 yuan. Including the driver's seat, there were 4 rows of 8 seats. The driver was none other than Viscount Chester, who had led the way. After closing the car door, Ling Yan noticed that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were still hugging his qipao and evening gown. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "Are you still taking these close back?" Lin Menghan rolled her eyes and pouted. "Of course we have to take our own clothes back. Don't we have to spend money?" Ling Yan shut his mouth immediately. Lin Menghan snorted coldly and said hatefully, "Humph, even if I don't have to spend money, I won't leave my things here." Ling Yan sighed inwardly. He knew that Lin Menghan hated this place to the core. Of course, she hated the one who started it all, Yi Xingchen. "That's not right, sister-in-law, where's the car you drove that night?" Tang Meng suddenly exclaimed. Tang Meng was indeed the type to sacrifice his life over his wealth. Only he could think of such a weird question at a time like this. Ling Yan hadn't considered this question ever since he saw Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. He immediately scanned the villa with his divine sense and confirmed that Lin Menghan's car wasn't in the villa. He turned his head again and looked at the two girls inquiringly. Lin Menghan's eyes were spitting fire as she gritted her teeth in silence. Yao Rou could only say, "That Demona sank the car into Qingshui River right in front of us." This time, it was everyone's turn to be silent. After a long while, Tang Meng suddenly let out a dry howl. "F***ckme, I'm such a wastrel," he exclaimed. Ling Yan was secretly impressed by the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect for being wilder than him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel pained. Even if she didn't want to be discovered, she could have found a place in the wilderness with no one around. How could she sink a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan into the river just like that? However, he knew that Lin Menghan wouldn't feel good now that her scar had been exposed, so he consoled her. All right, it's just a car. Moreover, it's missing a car door. Forget it, let's just buy another one." Then, he changed the topic and ordered Chester, "Start the car. Turn around and go down the mountain." "Yes, boss." Chester responded and muttered, "I hate this sunlight." Then, he stepped on the accelerator and turned around. The 3 cars roared down the mountain. Tang Meng knew that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were definitely not in a good mood at this moment. Hence, he was silent for a while, thinking to himself that he had to ask Yao Rou where the car had fallen into the river. He had to quickly fish it out and find a repair shop to fix it. He could even sell it for quite a bit of money. After the 3 cars went down the mountain and onto the west outer ring, Tang Meng finally started to speak. The first thing he said was about the magic show that Ling Yun had performed on the television station. Big Brother Yun, the show that you performed on Jiangnan TV station has been banned. Moreover, it has been deleted from all the video websites overnight. It can't be found anymore. Oh? There's such a thing? Ling Yun, who was deep in thought, was shocked and confused. He then asked, why? Who did it? Speaking of this matter, Tang Meng seemed to be helpless as well. He smiled bitterly. It wasn't an outsider. My father personally called me and told me that it was Uncle Li's idea. He also said that it wasn't Uncle Li's idea either. It seemed to be an order from the higher-ups. No matter how I asked, he wouldn't tell me the specifics. The Uncle Li that Tang Meng was referring to was naturally the head of Xianxia City, Li Yifeng. Abing smiled and continued, he said that the impact would be too great. Moreover, the relevant departments, including the best magic performer, couldn't explain the things that you performed on the television. The more it spread, the more ridiculous it became. In the long run, the impact wouldn't be good. Actually, the main purpose of Ling Yun's show was to announce the battlefield that he had chosen. He wanted to tell all the masters that if they wanted to find trouble with him, they shouldn't bother Xianxia City. They could go to Celestial Ridge to find him. Now that his goal had been achieved, this program was dispensable to him. It didn't matter to him. Therefore, when Ling Yun heard that it was Li Yifeng's order, he couldn't be bothered to ask more. Instead, he smiled and said, Uncle Li? Didn't he go to Beijing? Could he be back? Ling Yun remembered very clearly that the night he uprooted Li Jiujiang's forces, Kong Ruiyong had secretly told Tang Meng that Li Yifeng had gone to Beijing. Moreover, he had gone to the Red Wall. Tang Meng shook his head and said, Uncle Li didn't come back. He only gave my father a call and asked me to inform you about this. As he said that, Tang Meng raised his eyebrows and gave Ling Yun a look. With the tacit understanding between the two of them, Ling Yun immediately understood that Tang Meng had something else to say. It was just that it wasn't convenient for him to say it now. Therefore, he smiled and nodded. So be it. This is a good thing. It's not good to cause too much of a commotion. Ling Yun had long understood the power of the internet. Since his goal had been achieved, and he had the help of the higher-ups to clean up his mess, he was more than happy to do so. Tang Meng and the others naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. Therefore, everyone tacitly stopped talking about this topic. After a while, Tang Meng suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, his expression was one of extreme excitement. Big Brother Yun, I've already told my dad about buying 1,000 acres of land yesterday. Uncle Li already knows about this, and he has already verbally agreed to this matter. We'll make the specific arrangements when we return from Beijing, Hu Jinyao said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Yun was naturally overjoyed. He said happily, this is really good news. Then, from now on, start preparing. If you feel that you can't handle it, you can look for Uncle Song and the others. They are all old foxes in the business world. They know how to handle such a big project the best. Right now, in Xianxia City, Li Yifeng no longer had any rivals in the government. Since he had verbally agreed to it, it basically meant that Ling Yun had already obtained the 1,000 mu of land. However, since they were going to buy the land, there was naturally a price to pay. Tang Meng estimated that the cost of buying the land would be more than 2 billion yuan. However, what Ling Yun lacked the least was cash flow. If possible, he could even directly transfer the money to his account. Speaking of the business world, Tang Meng was the most excited. He said proudly, investing 2 billion yuan, and at least 100 times the return in the future. How much money is that? 200 billion. However, Big Brother Yun, there's something I have to tell you officially. I don't intend to trouble Uncle Song and the others anymore. After all, they are all in the antique business. With such a large amount of assets, it's really not enough to just trouble them if we want to start operating perfectly. I'm preparing to officially hire a few amazing professional managers. Firstly, they can help me manage the assets under your name. Secondly, we can use them to consolidate and reorganize the 3.5 billion net worth of Lianqing real estate. Thirdly, Ling Yan waved his hands impatiently and said, "Don't talk to me about this now. Didn't I already teach you to find a professional manager as soon as possible?" Tang Meng was speechless. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Unknowingly, the assets under Ling Yan's name had reached a shocking number. Even though the ordinary people's clinic and the clothing store had been destroyed, that bit of damage was nothing to Ling Yan. Not to mention the things in the spatial ring, just the assets under Ling Yan's name alone included the 6 medical companies that Miracle Dr. Shui had given him, the 100 acres of land in Linjiang New City that Li Yifeng had given him, the 5% shares of Zhuang Tianda's medical group, and all the assets of Go Lianqing that he had just taken over. There were also the 2 super villas that Ling Yan had, the dozens of luxury cars that Yi Xingchen had given him, and the Triumph Hotel that he had bought for Li Jiujiang a few days ago. In addition to those assets, Ling Yan had close to 20 billion yuan in cash in his bank account. Tang Meng wouldn't be able to handle such a huge amount of assets even if he were to die of exhaustion. After realizing that he was really at his wit's end, Tang Meng finally made up his mind. Hiring professional managers, quickly completing the reorganization and integration of assets, and establishing the Heaven and Earth Group as soon as possible. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan didn't like to listen to his long-winded business talk, so he didn't beat around the bush. "Big brother Yun, when I'm almost done, can I trouble you to help me establish the Heaven and Earth Group?" Tang Meng said with a straight face. "At the end of the day, aren't you just trying to establish your Heaven and Earth Group? Alright, when everything is ready, I'll cut the ribbon." This time, Ling Yan finally agreed to Tang Meng's request. He knew that after the war from Beijing to Qingshui City was over, he would really have to leave Qingshui City. When he left, many people would naturally leave with him, including Tang Meng. Therefore, before he left, he had to consolidate all the assets under his name into a large group as his foundation. Therefore, Tang Meng's idea of establishing the Heaven and Earth Group was a good one. Seeing that Ling Yan had finally agreed, Tang Meng wanted to hug and kiss Ling Yan on the spot. However, Ling Yan pushed him away mercilessly. After laughing for a long time, Tang Meng suddenly sighed and said angrily, "But big brother Yun, our family is trapped in mansion number 1 now. No one dares to go out casually. This is too suffocating. Don't worry, this storm will be over soon. Qingshui City will return to peace and quiet very soon," Ling Yan said calmly. Ling Yan's face was filled with murderous intent. The car drove into Qingshui City and traveled along Gufeng Road from north to south. The speed of the car slowed down. When they were 3 kilometers away from the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, Ling Yan suddenly said to Chester, "Chester, turn around and take Don Road." "No need, just go straight. I want to see." Yao Rou's voice came from behind. Her tone was firm. Tang Meng didn't dare to interrupt. "It's all ruins, what's there to see?" Ling Yan frowned. "Hubby, I still want to see." Yao Rou lowered her head and was silent for a while. Ling Yan's heart softened as he instructed Chester. "Then let's go straight." To be continued. Relatives may mourn, but others will mourn. This means that when a person dies, his relatives, because they are related to him by blood, may feel a little sad at the thought of the deceased, while those who are not closely related to him will sing the elegy and forget him. These 2 lines were used to describe Ling Yan's destroyed ordinary people's clinic and clothing store. Of course, it wasn't very appropriate, but it wasn't far off. At noon, at the crossroads of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, there was still an endless stream of cars and people coming and going. But there were occasionally some busybodies who would stop to take a look at the northeast and southwest corners of the crossroads. There were 2 ruins that were tightly covered by grayish-black curtains. Most of the cars and pedestrians passed by hurriedly, not even having the interest to glance at them. After all, the explosion 3 days ago happened in the second half of the night. After the explosion, the Public Security Bureau and the Fire Department arrived in time. Under the personal command of the Director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, everything was handled appropriately and the impact of the case was minimized. Another thing that had to be mentioned was that this case didn't appear on any media, including television, internet, or newspapers. It was forcefully suppressed by the government. One of the reasons was that this case was too serious. It was already suspected of being a terrorist attack. Once it appeared in the media, it would definitely cause chaos in Qingshui City. Another more important reason was that Ling Yun had told Tang Tianhao that the mastermind behind this case was very powerful. It wasn't something that the Public Security Bureau could handle. He would handle it personally. Therefore, after Ling Yun left, Tang Tianhao discussed with a few of his subordinates and ordered them to clean up the intersection. Then, he got people to cover these two places with layers of curtains. Originally, Ling Yun was worried that Yao Rou wouldn't be able to take it, so he suggested to take a detour. However, since Yao Rou insisted, he had no choice but to agree. Ling Yun knew better than anyone what the Ordinary People's Clinic meant to Yao Rou. If they were to take a detour, it might leave a huge shadow in Yao Rou's heart. It would definitely become a knot in her heart and affect her cultivation in the future. The three cars finally came to a stop at the intersection. Before getting out of the car, Yao Rou looked in the direction of the Ordinary People's Clinic through the window. When she saw the layers of grayish-black curtains, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and her beautiful eyes turned red. Although Lin Menghan wasn't as emotional as Yao Rou, she wasn't in a good mood when she thought about how her husband's business had been destroyed. Ling Yan's expression was cold as he looked at the two ruins in front of him. Once again, he made up his mind to make Sikong Wuji pay for these two ruins with his life. Yao Rou suddenly opened the door and was about to get out. Lin Menghan hurriedly pulled her back. "Sister, I'll go with you." Yao Rou's lips trembled as she rejected Lin Menghan's goodwill. She said firmly, "Sister, I want to go and take a look myself." Ling Yan shook his head and gestured for Lin Menghan to stay in the car. He then opened the door and said to everyone, "All of you stay in the car and wait. We'll be back soon." Ling Yan got out of the car and held Yao Rou's hand without any explanation. He said gently, "I'll go with you." Looking at the back view of Ling Yan and Yao Rou holding hands as they crossed the road, Tang Meng couldn't help but sniffle. Sister Rou poured so much effort into the Ordinary People's Clinic, and it was destroyed by those two grandsons just like that. F***ck. Speaking of this, Tang Meng couldn't help but want to run to the detention center where Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan were locked up. He wanted to beat those two grandsons to death. Ling Yan and Yao Rou crossed the road and came to the southeast corner of the intersection. The two of them found a gap and went in. After entering the curtain, Yao Rou immediately saw the ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, and wooden frames that had been burnt to ashes. It was a shocking sight, and she couldn't help but tremble. Ling Yan hurriedly pulled her into his arms. Even though Yao Rou had already expected this, she still didn't expect the Ordinary People's Clinic to be blown up to this extent. She felt her vision turning black as she sobbed. "It's all destroyed." Ling Yan quietly transferred a few streams of true qi into Yao Rou's body to help her stabilize her mind. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect our clinic well, and I definitely didn't protect all of you." Yao Rou shook her head with tears streaming down her face. "Hubby, it's not your fault. Actually, you've already done very well. It's just that their methods were too despicable." Ling Yan nodded silently, but he tightened his grip on Yao Rou's waist. Yao Rou tilted her head slightly and rested her head on Ling Yan's shoulder. She suddenly asked, "Those three nurses, are they all right?" "All three of them were at home at the time and are very safe. It's just that two salespeople at the clothing store were blown to death," Ling Yan said in a low voice. "What? People were blown to death?" Yao Rou's body tensed up. "Roer, let's talk about this when we get home. Don't worry, I'll make them pay with their blood." Ling Yan gritted his teeth. A debt of blood, of course, had to be repaid with blood. Yao Rou nodded with tears streaming down her face. Her eyes searched the ruins of the Ordinary People's Clinic, not letting go of a single corner. It was as if she wanted to find something worth taking away. Even though Ling Yan could not bear to hurt her feelings, he still hardened his heart and said, "I don't know how many explosives were used, but they were all destroyed. The ones that were not destroyed were also destroyed by the fire." These 2 days, Tang Meng asked Wang Hongyuan to specially clean up the place. Yao Rou finally suppressed her impulse and gave up searching. She looked up at Ling Yan and said with determination, "Hubby, I can't bear to leave our clinic. I want to rebuild it." "All right." Ling Yan agreed without hesitation. Rebuilding the Ordinary People's Clinic had nothing to do with money. "When this storm blows over and Qingshui City returns to peace, we'll rebuild the Ordinary People's Clinic if you want to." Yao Rou nodded firmly even though her tears didn't turn into a smile. Let's go, they must be getting impatient. Yao Rou looked deeply at the ruins one last time before following Ling Yan out of the curtains. They crossed the road and returned to the car. The car started up again and turned west, heading straight for the Qingxi Villa district. At the entrance of the Qingxi Villa district, the two cars behind automatically left under Abing's command. Only Ling Yan's first car entered the villa district and quickly arrived at the entrance of mansion number 1. Ling Yan could see from afar that the entrance of the mansion was already filled with people, led by Qin Dongxue. Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, and even Qi Xiaohong were there. Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Shui Mining didn't even wait for the car to arrive. They flew and ran directly towards the car. Big brother Ling Yan had no choice but to ask Chester to stop the car in advance. He was the first to get out of the car and greeted them with a smile. Bai Xianer was naturally the fastest. She didn't care and plunged into Ling Yan's arms. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xianer, didn't I tell you not to use your skills in broad daylight? Bai Xianer refused to get up from Ling Yan's arms. Big brother Ling Yan, I'm worried about you. Moreover, the surrounding villas are all ours. No one will see us, Ling Yan thought about it. Ever since he got Tang Meng to buy the surrounding villas, almost everything within a kilometer radius belonged to him. Moreover, it was noon, so there was no need to worry about ordinary people seeing them. When Ling Yan got out of the car, everyone naturally followed suit. Soon, everyone gathered at one spot. Ling Yan waved at Chester, who was in the car, and asked him to drive directly into the villa. He then gestured for everyone to go inside the house before talking. Qin Dongxue also came over, but she didn't speak to Ling Yan when she saw that he was unscathed. Instead, she went forward and held their hands affectionately. Menghan, Rou-er, the two of you have suffered these few days. Aunt Qin, we didn't take care of ourselves and caused trouble for everyone. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were overwhelmed by the favor. Qin Dongxue smiled and didn't say anything else. She only said that the food was ready and that everyone should go in for lunch. Everything else would be discussed in the afternoon. Then, she led the two of them into the villa. More than a dozen people quickly returned to mansion number 1 with Qin Dongxue and Ling Yan in the center. Once inside, Qin Dongxue immediately called for everyone to prepare for lunch as the hostess. She emphasized that this meal was for Lin Menghan and Yao Rou to calm down. The ladies cheered and busied themselves with their respective chores. The villa was bustling with noise and excitement. On the other hand, Ling Yan, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing stood together. They watched the scene with a smile on their faces. They could finally let go of a huge burden on their minds. While everyone was busy, Ling Yan suddenly patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, guess what present I brought back for you this time?" Tai Xiaohu was taken aback. Present? What present? Tai Xiaohu was, of course, surprised. Didn't Big Brother Yun go to the Celestial Ridge to fight last night? How could he bring back a present for him? Tang Meng and Abing looked at Tai Xiaohu with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially Tang Meng, the jealousy in his eyes could kill someone. Let's go, I'll show you. Ling Yan chuckled and dashed out of the house. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed. He chuckled sheepishly and followed Ling Yan into the courtyard. After the two of them went out, Tang Meng put on a long face and waved his hands at Abing. See, I told you that Big Brother Yun favors Tai Xiaohu the most, but you didn't believe me. Abing tried his best to hold back his laughter. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Tang Meng's words and headed straight for the door. Of course, Tang Meng followed him. Outside the courtyard, Ling Yan stood under a big tree and took out the spoils of war from killing Chen Jianhao from his spatial ring. It was a purple gold copper rod with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters folded in the middle. To be continued. Tai Xiaohu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the purple gold copper rod that Ling Yan had casually tossed onto the ground. His breathing became heavier. The purple gold copper rod wasn't purple at all. Instead, it was a dark gold color. Its surface was glossy, perfectly displaying the texture of metal. F***ck. Jinggu Bang. Tang Meng, who had followed the two of them into the courtyard, naturally saw the copper rod at first glance. As if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes immediately lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. Tai Xiaohu acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu as if he was looking at an idiot and smiled. Xiaohu, you're about to break through to Hotian Realm Level 7. Have you thought about what weapon you want to use the most? Tai Xiaohu was already squatting on the ground. His fan-like hands trembled as he caressed the surface of the purple-gold copper rod. Big brother Yun, anything, any weapon will do, Ling Yan laughed. He knew that Tai Xiaohu was too excited to see such a powerful weapon, so he replied seriously, that won't do. A weapon is actually an extension of the arm. After using it for a long time, it will be stained with blood and murderous intent. In the future, it might even be connected to the owner's mind. This isn't a random choice. Choosing a weapon might seem like a small matter, but no one could force a martial artist to choose his or her favorite weapon. Even Ling Yan couldn't force Tai Xiaohu to choose it. Tai Xiaohu was a martial arts fanatic. He knew that he had said the wrong thing after hearing Ling Yan's words. He raised his head reluctantly and looked at Ling Yan for a long time before finally saying, Big brother Yun, I used a dagger, a pair of knives, and a pair of rods when I was in Green Dragon. I even used nunchakus and chain whips for a period of time. Ling Yan knew that the weapons that Tai Xiaohu mentioned were the weapons that the underlings of the real underworld used in fights. However, he was already an expert who was close to Hotian Realm Level 7. If he still used those weapons, he would be a laughingstock. Ling Yan was not in a hurry. He smiled at Tai Xiaohu, who was deep in thought, and reminded him, yes, you don't have to rush. Think about it carefully. Have you ever had a strong desire for a weapon before? Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, yes. A spear. The kind that can charge on a horse. Silver helmet, white horse chainmail, long spear sweeping through a large area, taking the head of a general in the midst of an army of tens of thousands. How many youths who loved martial arts had dreamed of this? Ling Yan was speechless. He looked at Tai Xiaohu as if there was nothing he could do to help. Tang Meng, who was bending over with his face flushed red, used all his strength to lift the purple-gold copper rod. However, he only managed to lift the rod a little before he let go abruptly and threw the rod back onto the ground. He turned around and glared at Tai Xiaohu. F***ck, have you been reading too many wuxia novels? Where the hell am I going to find a horse for you? He, Tai Xiaohu laughed awkwardly at Tang Meng's scolding. Naturally, he understood that it was not practical to get a big iron spear. Not to mention a horse, it was not convenient to carry a big iron spear around in this society. Unless it was for filming or performing, otherwise, one would be considered a lunatic. After pondering for a while, Tai Xiaohu said hesitantly, actually, 2 big axes are quite cool too. Chopping people up would be like chopping vegetables, oh my god, black whirlwind li kuei. Qi Xiaohong joined in the fun. She could not help but giggle when she saw that Tai Xiaohu wanted a pair of big axes. Little sister Xiaohong, well said. 2 big axes? Why don't you get 2 big hammers? That's more suitable for smashing people's heads. Learn from Li Yuanba of the Tang dynasty. Tang Meng was already jealous of Tai Xiaohu, so he kept adding fuel to the fire and stirring up trouble. Ling Yan glared at Tang Meng and lowered his head to say to Tai Xiaohu, it's okay, you can think about it slowly if you can't think of anything. Anyway, you don't need to fight now. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu's eyes widened and his body shook. Ah, big brother Yun, I've thought about it. Ling Yan smiled and asked calmly, have you really thought it through? What weapon? Hee. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I've thought about it, but it's not easy to make it, don't worry, as long as you can describe it, even if you want me to carve a dragon with this stick, I can do it for you. Ling Yan immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry, as long as you can describe it. The Ling family in Beijing had a ready-made weapon workshop. As long as they had the blueprints and materials, what weapon couldn't they make? Tai Xiaohu was excited when he heard this. His lips trembled as he said, Big brother Yun, I want judgment. I want too. Judgment? What's that? Ling Yan was stunned. He once wanted to build his own force. At that time, he thought of the name Judgment. His original intention was to rule the world. How did it become a weapon when it came to Tai Xiaohu? While Ling Yun was at a loss, he realized that Tang Meng and Abing were already laughing so hard that the corners of their mouths were almost touching their ears. Tang Meng laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He pointed at Tai Xiaohu's nose and said, "Judgment. How did you even think of that? Haven't you played enough Legend of Mir 2? Legend of Mir 2 and Legend of Mir 2 were both classic online games that were popular in Huaxia. There was a very cool weapon that all great warriors yearned for. It was called Judgment Staff, commonly known as the Rod. The weapon looked like a wooden staff in the game, but it was actually made of high-quality iron. In the game, it was said that the ruling staff was once used by a king who ruled a large territory. The original Ling Yun had actually played this game in the internet cafe before. However, the current big brother Yun knew nothing about it, so he was at a loss when he heard it. Tai Xiaohu finally lost his patience with Tang Meng and Abing's laughter. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, "Judgment is judgment. What's wrong with that? Can't I? Do you believe that I'll throw you into Qingshui Lake if you laugh again?" Tang Meng and Abing were frightened by his domineering aura. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was extremely serious. He decided on the spot. "Alright, then it's decided. Just give me the blueprint when the time comes." Tai Xiaohu naturally didn't dare to mess around with Ling Yun. He said, "Big brother Yun, there's no need for the blueprint. There are plenty of pictures of Judgment Staff on the internet." Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder and smiled. "I'm talking about the length and the weight. You'll have to decide on those." He then pointed to the purple gold rod on the ground. "2 Judgment Staffs, right? Then, do you think this rod on the ground will be enough as the main material?" Tai Xiaohu nodded his head vigorously. "It's enough, it's more than enough." Just like that, Tai Xiaohu chose his future weapons, 2 Judgment Staffs. In the near future, he would carry these 2 dazzling weapons and dual rods. With his mad demon rod techniques, he would follow Ling Yun to travel the world and conquer Huaxia's ancient martial arts world. After helping Tai Xiaohu choose his weapons, Ling Yun immediately put away the purple gold rod. Ignoring Qi Xiaohong's shock, he looked at the resentful Tang Meng and said, "Are you jealous?" "Big brother Yun, you're biased," Tang Meng said with a sobbing tone. "Look at you." Ling Yun laughed. Ling Yun laughed heartily. With a thought, he took out 2 desert eagles that he had collected the night before and threw one each to Tang Meng and Abing. He said casually, "Be careful, don't kill yourselves." F***CK. Desert eagles. F***CK. Tang Meng and Abing felt their vision blur. They subconsciously caught the desert eagles in their hands and felt the weight in their hands. They looked down and were overjoyed. They were so excited that they couldn't help but curse. A gun. This is AF** King Railgun. Tang Meng's father was the director of the Public Security Bureau. Naturally, he had a gun. Abing was even more ferocious. Abing's father was the regiment commander. He grew up in the army. What kind of gun had he not seen? These 2 guys dreamed of owning their own gun. Now that their dream had come true, how could they not be excited? This was a man's favorite. Without hesitation, the bullets were loaded. Tang Meng and Abing's actions were identical. They aimed at a tree in the distance. Needless to say, these 2 fellas had used real guns before. Aiming at the same place at the same time, they did look quite imposing. Don't be reckless. Don't attract your father's attention before your hands warm up. Not only will he confiscate your gun, but he'll also lock you up. Ling Yun said in a low voice when he saw that the 2 fellas were about to shoot. Hee, how could I? I'm not that stupid. Tang Meng was just acting. Naturally, he wouldn't fire the gun. He deftly removed the bullets and put on the safety. Then, he casually inserted the gun into the back of his waist. Abing's speed was faster than Tang Meng's. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng and asked, "Are you still saying that I'm biased?" Tang Meng laughed. Hee, big brother Yun, who dares to say that you're biased? See if I don't shoot him. Ling Yun laughed and scolded, "Alright, then you'll have to shoot yourself first." Tang Meng didn't dare to reply. However, he didn't give up and whispered, "Big brother Yun, do you still have more guns?" Ling Yun didn't hide it. "I still have about 30 here. Tang Mei was dumbfounded. His heart was racing. Ling Yan suddenly turned around and asked Tai Xiaohu and Abing, "How are Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 3 snipers these 2 days? Are there any problems?" Tai Xiaohu and Abing answered at the same time without hesitation. They'd been very low profile and obedient. There shouldn't be any problems. This was more or less what Ling Yan had expected. He nodded and said, "Then I'm not worried. After lunch, bring these things back. I don't care who you give them to, but remember, whoever uses these things to deal with ordinary people, remember, no matter if the other party is good or bad, if I find out, I will kill them without mercy." The other 3 nodded to show that they understood. After Ling Yan gave them the strict order not to use guns against ordinary people, he added, "If you're ambushed by unknown people, you can open fire to protect yourselves." After saying this, the 4 of them looked at each other and laughed sinisterly at the same time. Qi Xiaohong, who was standing at the side and watching everything from start to finish, was already dumbfounded. To be continued. How long did it take to turn a person's life upside down? It might be hard to say for others, but it only took 3 days for Qi Xiaohong's life to be turned upside down. Qi Xiaohong wasn't even 16 years old this year, but she was already slender and elegant. Her figure was slender and beautiful, and her face was elegant and moving. She had a pair of big, dark eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She was mischievous yet lovely. She had already changed into a new set of clothes. Of course, she didn't bring them from home, but Qin Dongxue had specially bought them for the 2 sisters. She wore a white round-neck short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of hot denim shorts. Her long, white legs were exposed to the air, perfectly displaying the vitality of youth. Although she hadn't been well nourished for the past 16 years, Qi Xiaohong, other than being tall and thin, was not small at all. Especially the pair of peaks in front of her chest, there were already signs of them surging with great momentum. Even Ling Yan couldn't understand this point. He could only sigh inwardly at the creator's favoritism towards this little demon girl. Qi Xiaohong's IQ was extremely high, but it was precisely this kind of IQ that she would never have imagined that a calamity that could destroy the heavens would actually become the turning point in the lives of the 3 of them. After waking up from her coma, she stayed in a 5-star luxury hotel that she didn't even dare to dream of staying in. She saw her mother, who had completely recovered from her illness. Then, the family moved into the most luxurious villa district in Xingshui City the next day. They lived in a luxurious villa, and the people around them were all peerless beauties with refined temperament and beauty. When it was hot, they could blow on the air conditioner as they pleased. There were more than 100 terrifyingly large televisions to watch, and they could use 100 megabit fiber to surf the internet. There was a high-end kitchen that no one in the family knew how to use. There was food and drink in the refrigerator, and there was no need to worry about electricity bills at all. When they went out, there was a luxury car to pick them up. When they entered the house, there was a soft carpet. When they were full and wanted to exercise, there was a separate gym in the villa. If they wanted to swim, there was a swimming pool in the courtyard. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky. It wasn't that a 15 or 16-year-old girl had never dreamed, but even in her dreams, Qi Xiaohong had never lived a day like this. These few days, when Qi Xiaohong was alone, the thing she did the most was to pinch her own thigh, afraid that she was still in a coma. But the piercing pain told her more than once that this was not a dream, this was reality. Most importantly, after staying in Chao Shanshan's villa for half a day, her mother, Qi Yuzhen, had repeatedly suggested that she wanted to move back to her own home. However, the only reply she got was, "Don't worry, stay here." Standing beside the 4 boys who were all 1.8 meters tall, Qi Xiaohong, who was about 1.65 meters tall, was nearly a head shorter than them, but she was not afraid at all. Her big eyes were fixed on Ling Yun. She knew that the reason why she and her family could be where they were today was all because of this handsome boy in front of her. If this was a dream, then Ling Yun in front of her was the man who created it. Seeing that Ling Yun finally looked at her, Qi Xiaohong immediately pouted and called out obediently, "Big brother Ling Yun." Looking at this little demon girl who dared to run out alone, Ling Yun chuckled and asked, "What is it?" However, the little demon girl's next sentence almost made Ling Yun and the others' eyes pop out at the same time. "Can you give me a gun to play with too?" Pfft, even the most valiant Long Wu and the most unruly Shui Mining would not dare to say such words. This Ling Yan quickly exchanged glances with Tang Meng and smiled. I'm afraid I can't. Ling Yan had long experienced Qi Xiaohong's mischievousness. Afraid that she would continue to harp on this question, he changed the topic. Little sister Xiaohong, how are your mother and sister now? Are they getting used to living in big sister Xianxia's house? Because Ling Yan's questions were questions that Qi Xiaohong had to answer, she could only temporarily give up on the idea of asking for a gun. She answered obediently, Big brother Ling Yan, my mother's health is getting better and better. She can do all kinds of housework, all she does is tidying up the house every day. My sister, other than accompanying my mother to work every day, she would be cooped up in the house writing. She doesn't let me read. Qi Xiaohong was really very smart. She explained the living conditions of her mother and sister in detail, but she directly ignored the last sentence. Ling Yan nodded and smiled. Yes, your mother's illness is completely healed. However, her body still needs to be nurtured slowly. Go back and tell her not to do any chores and to pay more attention to rest. Qi Xiaohong smiled sweetly and nodded. Big brother Ling Yan, my mother said that you are a deity who descended from the heavens and was specially sent by the heavens to save us. She also said that if you are free, you must visit her. She wants to personally cook a meal for you to express her gratitude. As a family of 3, everything they used and ate belonged to Qi Yuzhen. The only thing Qi Yuzhen could do for Ling Yan was to cook a meal for him. Of course, Ling Yan would not reject such an invitation. He smiled and said, I don't dare to call myself a deity who descended from the heavens. However, I will definitely go for a meal when I am free. Qi Xiaohong counted seriously with her fingers. You also have to bring Aunt Qin, Sister Lingyu, Sister Shanshan, Sister Ning Er, Sister Xian Er. Is there a share for us? Tang Meng interrupted and asked. Big brother Tang Meng saved my sister twice. How can one meal be enough? You have to eat a few more. Qi Xiaohong giggled. This sentence made Tang Meng so happy that his mouth was crooked from smiling. Ling Yan suddenly winked at Qi Xiaohong. Little sister Xiaohong, the bad guy who bullied you is locked up in our villa. Do you dare to go and take a look? Qi Xiaohong straightened her body. What's there to be afraid of? I still want to give him a few kicks. Ling Yan laughed. All right, let's go now. Ling Yan led the 4 men and 1 woman to the backyard. At this moment, Shui Mining ran to the door with one hand on her waist. Pointing at Ling Yan and the rest, she said, Hey, the 4 of you, are you still eating? Don't hold up little sister Xiaohong's meal if you aren't eating. The 4 fellows stopped in their tracks and looked at each other in dismay. Ling Yan turned to Shui Mining and shouted, 5 minutes, we'll be eating soon. Without waiting for Shui Mining's consent, Ling Yan led the 4 of them to the small warehouse in the backyard. Paul and Chester raised their hands to shield their heads from the scorching sun as they carefully walked out of the warehouse. After being embraced by Ling Yan, the 2 of them were still part of the blood clan even though they had mutated. They were still unable to fully adapt to the scorching midday sun. Boss. Paul and Chester greeted respectfully. You don't have to come out. Go in. Ling Yan gestured for the 2 of them to enter first before turning to Qi Xiaohong. There are members of the blood clan in the house, the legendary vampires. Are you afraid? Qi Xiaohong shrank back instinctively, but she straightened her back immediately. My sisters told me long ago, I'm not afraid. Seems like you're not afraid of anything other than thunder. Ling Yan laughed. Everyone entered the warehouse together. It was actually very clean. There were 5 people either sitting or lying on the floor. The 2 brothers, Qin Jianwei and Qin Sen, were asleep, and Wang Feihu and the other 2 were lying on the floor. All 3 of them were severely injured by Ling Yan. Even though their acupoints were sealed, they were still groaning in pain. Ling Yan entered the house and pointed at Wang Feihu and the other 2. He said to Qi Xiaohong, who bullied you? Do you remember? There was a bucket of animal blood in the corner, and the smell of blood filled the warehouse. Qi Xiaohong had no choice but to cover her nose. She looked at the 3 of them carefully before raising her hand and pointing at the person beside Wang Feihu. It's him. Ling Yan laughed coldly. A Xiantian realm master bullying a teenage girl. What a piece of trash. Xiaohong, go and take revenge. Qi Xiaohong didn't disappoint Ling Yan. She immediately ran over and kicked that person a few times. That Xiantian realm master groaned in pain, but the three of them didn't dare to get angry or say anything. They had long been beaten into submission by Ling Yun. Ling Yun dashed over and pulled Qi Xiaohong back. That's enough. When you get home, tell your mother and sister that you've taken revenge for them. With that, Ling Yun gave Tang Ming a look, wanting him to take the little girl away. However, Qi Xiaohong wasn't willing to leave. Big brother Ling Yun, I'm not afraid, she said. Ling Yun gave Qi Xiaohong a look of approval. He could probably understand that she wanted to integrate into this new life, so he let her stay. Ling Yun turned to Wang Feihu and said coldly, the three of you, do you want to live or die? Wang Feihu's lips twitched. He sat on the floor and looked up at Ling Yun. Please tell us, young Master Ling, if you want to die, then continue working for the Sun family. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the crater to feed the fishes. If you want to live, leave the Sun family and work for me. Then, I can heal you now. There will be many battles of life and death in Xianxia City. As for whether you can survive, it will depend on your own strength and luck. Ling Yun lacked experts that he could deploy at will. After thinking for 3 days, he decided to use them. Wang Feihu and the other two instantly made their choice when they suddenly had a chance to live. Wang Feihu ignored his injuries and cowed out on the floor. Wang Feihu is willing to die for young Master Ling. The other two who were more seriously injured struggled to kneel down and kowtow to Ling Yun. However, with a wave of Ling Yun's palm, they fell back to the ground. Ling Yun took out a bunch of healing talismans and gave them to Tai Xiaohu to heal their injuries on the spot. Then, he released a few gusts of wind from his finger to unseal their acupoints. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had completely recovered from their injuries. The shock they felt was indescribable. Naturally, Qi Xiaohong was also shocked silly. She thought that she would never be shocked by anything in her life, but reality proved that she was wrong. I'll ask you later. Ling Yun didn't explain. He only patted Qi Xiaohong's shoulder lightly. Then, he said to Wang Feihu and the other two kneeling in front of him, I'm not afraid of you escaping. However, I'm afraid that after you're free, you'll turn around and attack the people around me. Therefore, I have no choice but to put some restrictions on you. Wang Feihu kowtowed repeatedly. Please, young Master Ling, put some restrictions on us. We are willing. To be continued. During lunch, Mansion No. 1, which had been in a state of extreme tension and depression for the past few days, was naturally more cheerful than 2 days ago because of Ling Yun's safe return and the rescue of the two girls. The atmosphere seemed to be much more relaxed. However, this was only on the surface. Everyone in the mansion knew that the gloomy clouds hanging over Mansion No. 1 hadn't dissipated. Instead, it was getting heavier and heavier. It was like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's heart. Because Ling Yun took the risk alone and placed the main battlefield at the Celestial Ridge, Mansion No. 1, or perhaps the entire Xianxia City, looked calm and peaceful. There weren't any battles, but this was more like the calm before the storm. Everyone wasn't as relaxed as they looked on the surface. This could be seen from Qing Dongshua's forced smile and Ling Yun's solemn face as he ate. Ling Yun fought a life-and-death battle at the Celestial Ridge for 2 consecutive nights while Qing Dongxue presided over the situation in Xianxia City to ensure everyone's safety. These two people were very important to the villa and to everyone in the villa. Their bad mood naturally determined everyone's mood. However, Ling Yun's solemn face wasn't because he was afraid. It was because he had something to say after thinking about it repeatedly. Qing Dongxue, who had always been domineering and confident, suddenly looked uneasy today. She was even visibly anxious because she received a message. After a quick lunch, Ling Yun didn't leave the dining table. He waited quietly for everyone to clear the table before gathering them together. Many things have happened these few days. Some of them are very important to us, and I think I should tell you clearly so that everyone knows what is going on. At the same time, I have a few things to announce. Ling Yun chose to get straight to the point. This time, Ling Yun didn't deliberately pretend to be indifferent, nor did he show his usual lazy indifference. That was because everything he was about to say would affect everyone's life and death. Here, in front of him, everyone was his family, his women, and his brothers. Any one of these people was far more important than all of his businesses in Xianxia City. They could not afford to lose any one of them, therefore, Ling Yun was very serious. He glanced at the crowd and said word by word, "Next, I'll speak and you guys listen. Before I finish, no one is allowed to interrupt. Everyone knows that 3 days ago at this time, an uninvited guest came to Villa Number 1. This guest's name is Bai Yuanjia. He used to work for the Sun family. Bai Yuanjia brought me some very important news, but to put it bluntly, there is only one piece of news." Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. Smiling slowly, he eased the tense atmosphere in the room and explained. At that time, Menghan and Rou were missing, and we didn't know if they were dead or alive. At that time, everyone was already very nervous, and I also didn't have any real confidence in the direction of the entire situation. So, I suppressed this news and didn't tell anyone. However, if the bowstring is too tight, it will break. Now that the two of them have returned safely, I think it's time to tell everyone. At this point, everyone in the room, except for Qin Dongxue, who already knew the truth, became unprecedentedly nervous. Everyone held their breath and stared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't let everyone wait for too long. He smiled and continued, "Actually, that news isn't that big of a deal." Everyone vaguely understood it. "It's just that some ancient sects and hidden families in Huaxia, as well as some of my enemies, came to Xianxia City to find trouble with me." As soon as Ling Yun said this, everyone in the room heaved a sigh of relief. The beauties rolled their eyes at him. The meaning in their eyes was very clear. "What kind of lousy news is this? We already knew it. But what you don't know is which sects and families are the enemies who have come to find trouble with me, and who exactly are the enemies who have sworn a grudge against me. Now, I'll tell you one by one. This time, the ancient sects are Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun Sword Sect, Maoshan Sect, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Deity Sword Villa, Divine Fist Sect, Hades Sect. There are also many hidden families, including the Shiman family, Nangong family, Shangguan family, Northwest Iron Spear Lei family." When the names of the ancient sects and hidden families came out of Ling Yun's mouth one by one, everyone in the room, including Qin Dongxue, was shocked. There were simply too many of them. However, these weren't all. Ling Yun ignored everyone's shock and continued, "In addition, there are two big families in Beijing, the Chen family and the Sun family. There's also the Blood clan from the west, the Japanese ninjas, finally, the most dangerous enemy, the Devil sect." Ling Yun listed out all the enemies in one breath. Then, he looked around at the pale faces of the people in the room. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "How is it? Do you know how many people have come to Xianxia City to find trouble with me?" No one replied. Everyone's faces were pale and shocked. Ling Yun had 3,000 enemies. Even Qin Dongxue, who had reached Xiantian realm level 5 and was the undisputed number 1 in the Qin family, couldn't help but tremble when she heard all his enemies. Big brother Yun. There are so many enemies, should we find some helpers?" Tang Meng couldn't help but stutter. Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng and teased, "Look at how scared you are. If I didn't have the confidence to deal with them, I would have gotten help long ago. Why would I wait for you to remind me?" Then, he turned his head to look at the crowd and said with a calm expression, "Not a single enemy is missing. I've told everyone about it. Now, I have something to announce. As for those righteous sects and hidden families, since they haven't truly surfaced yet, let's not bother with them for now." Ling Yun threw aside the fact that he didn't care about them most and said directly, "Let me first tell everyone about my battle in the Celestial Ridge for the past 2 consecutive nights. Since I'm standing here safe and sound, everyone naturally knows the results. There's no need to go into detail. I'm mainly going to tell everyone which forces I've eliminated after the 2 nights of battle. Actually, there are only 2 forces. One of them is sent by the Chen family in Beijing, and the other is the 3 hidden families, the Shangguan family, the Shiman family, and the Nangong family. I've already defeated them, and they voluntarily announced that they won't provoke me again. The Chen family sent the strongest force because the Blood clan from the west and the ninjas from East Ocean all belong to the Chen family. But this most powerful force has been completely wiped out by me, not a single one of them is left." Ling Yun didn't go into detail about how thrilling the 2 nights of battle had been. He only talked about the results and his true purpose. The purpose of saying all this is to remind everyone that I'm now mortal enemies with the Qin family in Beijing, be it public or private. There's no possibility of reconciliation. Both sides will fight to the death until one side is completely defeated. Ling Yan added the word public and private, which naturally included his own Ling family. Therefore, in the future, as long as we go against the Qin family, don't have any illusions. Just fight them to the death. This is the first thing I'm going to announce. Now, let's talk about the second thing. For the second thing, I'm going to talk about the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect is very powerful. The Assassins organization was founded by them. Ling Yan's gaze fell on Lin Menghan and Yao Rou again. He didn't have the heart to say it, but he still didn't hesitate to tell the truth. However, the Devil Sect is just a general name. They are not a monolithic entity. According to what I know, they are divided into two factions. There's a faction led by the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin, Xianxia. Other than that, there's another faction led by one or more Devil Sect's holy sons. One of them is called Xikong Wuji, and he's currently in Qingshui City. There's one fact that I have to clarify here. That is, the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, Xianxia, is helping me now. Last night, I officially formed an alliance with her. What? Ling Yun, you. Lin Menghan couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood up in a flash, her body trembling. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that she couldn't accept this cruel reality. Ling Yan looked at Lin Menghan calmly and said, "Menghan, don't be agitated. You'll understand after listening to me. Last night, Qin Jianhao from the Qin family, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, teamed up with Tokugawa Muto and a powerful marquis of the Blood Clan to set up a trap for me. If not for Xianxia's timely help, I might have lost my life in the hands of the enemy." In order to make it easier for everyone to accept this truth, Ling Yan had to exaggerate and make the enemy seem more terrifying. Moreover, Menghan, Rou the two of you were kidnapped by Xianxia. Even though you suffered a lot, she actually saved you. If she hadn't acted first, you guys would have fallen into the hands of the Devil Sect's holy son, Xikong Wuji. That person is a demon. If you guys had fallen into his hands, I don't even dare to imagine the consequences. Even though she kidnapped you and trapped you for 2 days and 2 nights, she didn't really make things difficult for you. Think about it carefully. Am I right? Moreover, Xianxia told me your whereabouts and why she kidnapped you the moment she saw me. Otherwise, how could I have saved you so easily? Ling Yan didn't give Lin Menghan a chance to question him at all. He explained everything clearly in one breath and let them judge for themselves. As for the personal feud between you, Rou and Xianxia, I won't care. If the two of you still want to settle the score with her, then work hard and use your own abilities to get back at her. Seeing that Lin Menghan was still indignant, Ling Yan added another sentence, secretly provoking the two of them. Both of them were at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Yan felt that they weren't far from breaking through. At the same time, Big Brother Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, he finally pushed the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin, Xianxia, in front of all the beauties. Not only is the Devil Sect's holy son Tian a potential opponent for Xianxia, but they are also our strongest enemy in Qingshui City. They control countless assassins from the Assassins organization. They are unscrupulous and unscrupulous. They will use all sorts of despicable means to deal with us. Xikong Wuji is here for my Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. There will definitely be a battle between him and me. What you need to do is to not give him any opportunities to take advantage of before this battle takes place. Don't let him use you to threaten me. Therefore, the last thing I want to announce is the problem of your safety. Ling Yan finished the 2 announcements and said, "The last thing I want to announce is the problem of your safety. Menghan, Rou even though the 2 of you were kidnapped this time, you're safe and sound. However, I really can't guarantee who will be kidnapped and used to threaten me next time." Ling Yan suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and everyone else. You, and you, no matter who it is, once you are captured, no matter how much suffering and humiliation you suffer, you must think of a way to deal with the enemy. Survival is the most important. You can't use stupid methods like hunger strikes, self-mutilation, or even suicide. You must believe that I will think of a way to save you. Ling Yan glared at the two of them as he spoke, causing them to lower their heads in shame. Xianxia didn't have any power to protect herself when she was captured by Qin Jianwei. However, she didn't go on a hunger strike or commit suicide under such circumstances. She fought with that dead bat alone in the Qin family's dungeon and the cave on Yunming Mountain for 3 months. That's because she firmly believed that I would save her if I knew she was in trouble. That's why she chose to use her intelligence to deal with Qin Jianwei. If you also believe in this, then please don't die. You have to live. Don't let me see a cold corpse when I find you. Ling Yan didn't speak for a long time after he finished speaking. The huge villa was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. You don't have to worry too much. This storm in Qingshui City will pass very soon. Those orthodox sects are nothing to worry about. Auntie and I will think of a way to deal with them. Ling Yan regained his usual composure after everyone had more or less digested what Ling Yan said. Since the deity Sword Villa dares to be the first to show themselves, then we'll start with them. With that, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Ling Yan's mouth as he looked at Fairy Qin, who was getting more and more anxious. To be continued. Alright, I've said so much to all of you. Actually, it's just a small matter. As long as everyone knows it, it's fine. Don't take it to heart. Just like what Ling Yan had said, the bowstring would break if it was pulled too tight. Therefore, he decided to just say it out loud today. As for how such a shocking news would affect everyone's hearts, he couldn't be bothered to worry about it. Humanity's fear stemmed from the unknown. When people heard, saw, and knew the truth, they didn't need to worry too much. They only needed to face the difficulties one by one. Ling Yan had revealed everything. Not only did he allow them to understand the whole truth, but he also relieved the pressure in their hearts. The situation seemed serious, and there were many powerful enemies. However, if there was someone who couldn't even withstand the pressure and difficulties in front of him, Ling Yan couldn't count on that person to persevere for long on his future path. Menghan and Roer, the two of you will stay in my room. Don't think about anything for the next few days. Adjust your bodies to the best state and prepare to break through to the Xiantian realm. As for the rest, do what you need to do. We don't lack anything in the villa, so don't put too much pressure on yourselves. After saying this, Ling Yan suddenly waved at everyone. Disperse, disperse. Go do what you need to do. I still have something to discuss with Auntie. Ling Yan was domineering enough today. He didn't give anyone a chance to speak because he had more important things to deal with. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be of much help and would only add to the chaos. Hence, they dispersed and went their own ways. Tang Meng was hesitant and unwilling to leave. He scratched his head and said, Big brother Yun, then you can't leave mansion number 1 as you please, but can't you let others come over? You have a phone and a computer, what can't you handle? I know, Big brother Yun, but about that. Tang Meng chuckled. Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng couldn't forget about his 30-odd guns. They're in my hands, so why are you in such a hurry? I'll give them to you when I'm done with Auntie. All right. Tang Mei replied as he pulled Abing along with him. They dashed towards Ling Yan's study room, which he used as his temporary office. After the two of them left, Tai Xiaohu, who had been standing there silently, said in a low voice, Big brother Yun, I'm going to cultivate in the yard. Ling Yan nodded and reminded him, Tai Xiaohu, even though you're about to break through, don't be impatient. Take it slow and steady. That way, you'll realize that once you break through, the effects of your cultivation will be the best and you'll reap the most benefits. Ling Yan reminded Tai Xiaohu in this way, but didn't he do the same? If it wasn't for the sake of building a solid foundation for physical training, Ling Yan would have chosen to forcefully break through to the qi cultivation stage a long time ago. However, breaking through like that would lead to endless troubles in the future, and Ling Yan didn't want to be careless. Finally, Qin Dongxue was the only one left beside Ling Yan. With only the two of them left, Qin Dongxue could no longer avoid Ling Yan's piercing gaze. She put away her anxiety and frustration and smiled at Ling Yan. Stinking brat, you put everything in front of everyone all at once. You sure are happy, but can they really handle it like this? Ling Yan said with absolute confidence. I believe that they won't let me down. Auntie, shall we take a walk by Xianxia Lake? Ling Yun didn't want to discuss the following matters in mansion number 1, so he took the initiative to invite Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue nodded, and the two of them stood up at the same time. They walked out of the mansion side by side, ignoring the scorching sun above their heads. Very quickly, the two of them walked out of the vicinity of mansion number 1 and came to the crowded Xianxia Lake. The green trees by the lake blocked the scorching sun above their heads. A gentle breeze brought the cool air from Xianxia Lake. Xianxia Lake rippled and sparkled, creating a beautiful scenery. Qin Dongshua's mood improved significantly as she admired the scenery. She spoke first. Brat, did you notice? Ling Yu was holding on to my hand tightly when you were listing the enemies one by one. Her body was trembling nonstop. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Of course I noticed. It's not just Ling Yu, it's the same for the others. However, the truth is the truth. We have to face what we have to face. Only when there's pressure will there be motivation. I've already started a direct confrontation with the Huaxia ancient martial arts world. If I don't reveal the truth now, I won't be protecting them, but harming them. Qin Dongxue smiled. That's why Auntie didn't stop you today. It's just that the impact on them is too great. Ling Yan smiled. Auntie, it's actually not as serious as you make it out to be. Among them, Chao Shanshan personally witnessed my battle with more than 200 members of the Blood Clan. As for Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng, they saw me kill people with their own eyes. Miao Xiaomiao and Ning Er were also there when I killed the first 4 masters from the Sun family who came to Qingshui City. After I say all this today, they will definitely communicate with each other. I'm just afraid that they won't say it out loud. Once they say it out loud, the pressure will be gone. I believe that within 2 days, they will be able to digest all of this. Ling Yan concluded the matter. Qin Dongxue nodded. That should be the case based on their expressions. That's good too. Since they want to follow you no matter what, let's talk about it out loud. It'll save us the trouble of hiding this and that. Rascal, did that holy virgin of the devil sect, Yi Xingchen, really form an alliance with you? Qin Dongxue suddenly turned her head to look at Ling Yan's side profile. Yes, Auntie. I heard a lot of the news today, especially about the devil sect, from Yi Xingchen. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. Auntie, you know that I've returned to my roots. Since I've confirmed that my father is Ling Xiao, then my mother is naturally the previous holy virgin of the devil sect. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. Although Yi Xingchen and I tested each other last night and neither of us revealed our true identities in the end, I have a very strong feeling that Yi Xingchen is my biological mother's disciple. Qin Dongxue felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart when she heard Ling Yun refer to her as his biological mother. She tested you? She forced a smile. That's right. After killing the 3 powerful enemies, we talked for at least 2 hours. During this time, we kept probing each other. She even asked me why my surname is Ling. Then did you tell her? Of course not. Why would I tell anyone else if even Ling Yu doesn't know? That's why I pretended not to know. You won't be able to hide it for long. Qin Dongxue laughed. It's one day at a time. If it weren't for the fact that my father is missing, my grandfather would have announced my identity to the world. Ling Yan said helplessly. Yes, you can't forget my sister now that you have a biological father and mother, Qin Dongxue said casually. Auntie, both of you are my closest family. Ling Yan said sincerely. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly and pinched Ling Yan's cheeks. You're such a sweet talker. Auntie dotes on me so much. Of course, she's the closest person to me. Qin Dongxue changed the topic. Alright, let's get down to business. The Qin family's forces that came to Qingshui have been wiped out by you. The Sun family probably won't dare to send anyone else to their deaths. Now, are there only the righteous sects, hidden families, and the unscrupulous devil doctrine left? Ling Yun nodded. That seems to be the case. However, to be honest, I don't think much of those sects unless they have masters at Xiantian realm level 9 and above. To me, there are only 3 parties that pose a real threat. Ling Yan continued without waiting for Qin Dongshue's reply. The devil sect Saint Sun, Sikong Wuji, is in the dark while I'm in the light. Furthermore, he's extremely powerful. I'm in a passive position. The other two forces actually belong to the same side. Grand Duke Dracula of the Blood Clan and the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Jingxian. As for the Japanese ninjas, they should all be wiped out after I killed Tokugawa Muto. There's nothing to worry about in the short term. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he added, apart from Sikong Wuji, I didn't mention the other three in front of everyone. If I were to mention them, I'm afraid that some people might not be able to handle it. That would be counterproductive. Qin Dongxue pursed her lips tightly. Aren't you afraid that Auntie will worry about you if you tell her about it now? This morning, I heard from Jester about your battle last night. I know those marquises can use magic. That's exactly what I wanted to remind Auntie. I didn't expect the Blood Clan to be able to use so many spells after reaching the Marquis level. They can transform blood into spells, such as Blood Arrow, Acid Arrow, Dark Healing Spell, Blood Shield, Blood Wall, and so on. They're unpredictable. You have to be careful if you encounter enemies of the Marquis level or above. As for me, you don't have to worry at all. I have many ways to deal with the Blood Clan. Moreover, even if Grand Duke Dracula comes personally, I can still escape if I can't beat him. Qin Dongxue nodded with a smile. Okay, just be careful. The two of them talked as they walked. Ling Yan found a shady spot and looked at Qin Dongxue. Auntie, when Tang Meng called me this morning, he said that the Deity Sword Mountain Villa sent you a message. What did they say? Qin Dongshua's beautiful face became unnatural at the mention of the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. She didn't dare to meet Ling Yan's eyes. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the sparkling water in the lake silently. Ling Yan naturally understood why Qin Dongxue was acting so strangely. The Deity Sword Mountain Villa was Qin Dongshue's sect. Now that they were involved in the crusade against Ling Yan, she would definitely be in a dilemma. Ling Yan didn't rush Qin Dongxue. Instead, he stood by her side silently. He wanted to wait for Qin Dongxue to make a decision. Qin Dongxue was an elder. She was the one who loved Ling Yan the most after Qin Qiuyue passed away. Ling Yan would respect her decision no matter what. Qin Dongshue's breathing quickened as she looked at the lake. She only calmed down after a long while. Rascal, you know that the Deity Sword Mountain Villa isn't just my sect. They are also the benefactor of my sister and the Qin family. Auntie, you told me about this a long time ago. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Qin Dongxue said, actually, when you went to Beijing, I sent a message to my sect, hoping that they wouldn't get involved in your matter. But I'm very disappointed. Ling Yan didn't say anything, but he was extremely excited. Qin Dongshue's words were obvious. She was completely on his side. Even though they used her devil's blade as an excuse to attack the devil sect, they are actually here for an ancient legend of Huaxia. Qin Dongxue continued. Hehe, I know about this too. The human emperor and earth emperor come out of Qingxue. The world depends on one person. Ling Yan smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to know about this. Who told you about this? Qin Dongshue's body trembled slightly. The first time I heard about this was from Bai Yuanjia. Ling Yan replied honestly. Qin Dongxue nodded. She looked past Qingxue Lake to the crater between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. She was speechless for a long time. The Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book have indeed appeared in Qingxue City. This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. So Auntie already knew about the appearance of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book in Qingxue City. Auntie, where did you hear this news? Ling Yan still wanted to cover up and pretended to be calm as he asked. Qin Dongxue sighed and laughed in her heart. Of course, it was my master, the Villa Lord of Deity Sword Mountain Villa, who told me. Although most of the rumors in the Jianghu and ancient legends are groundless, there are some legends that cannot be verified for thousands of years, but once they are verified, it will cause a storm. The entire Jianghu, or even the entire world, will welcome the most intense turmoil. Auntie, I won't hide it from you today. Actually, the main reason why the sect sent me to Qingxue City was to enter the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell in the crater to find the Earth Emperor's book. It just so happened that my sister left. I've been protecting you and Ling Yu up until now. I've just been abusing my authority. Ling Yan was shocked and dumbfounded. After a long time, he came back to his senses and asked foolishly, Auntie, but you haven't gone down to the sinkhole since you came here, right? Qin Dongshui giggled and rolled her eyes. Silly boy, Auntie knows that you've already gone in after seeing you. Why would I go in? Qin Dongshui's meaningful gaze made Ling Yan feel a little guilty. Qin Dongshui turned her head and smiled. She stared at Ling Yan and asked, since things have come to this, Auntie will ask you one thing today. Are you that person? Ling Yan's body shook violently, and he fell into a dilemma. Should he tell Auntie the truth or continue hiding it? However, Ling Yan didn't dwell on this question for too long. He pondered for a while and immediately chuckled. He used telepathy and said, hee hee, so Auntie has already guessed it. That's right, that person is me. Both the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book are with me now. Qin Dongshui's original guess was finally confirmed by Ling Yan. Who knew that she wasn't shocked or excited? She only looked at Ling Yan charmingly and said, rascal, at least you still have a conscience. At least I didn't dote on you for nothing. Both of them knew how important this matter was, and they started to communicate telepathy with tacit understanding. If Auntie didn't ask, I wouldn't have told you. But since Auntie asked, I'll definitely tell you the truth. Ling Yan said with a serious expression. Qin Dongshui nodded happily and asked seriously, who else knows about this? You're not allowed to hide it, you have to tell Auntie everything. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh at Qin Dongshui's nervous expression. He thought for a moment before replying, there are quite a few people who know about the Emperor Brush recognizing me as its owner. There's Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi, both of whom you haven't met before. As for the others, there's Xian Er, Chao Shanshan, Ning Er, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and my mom who might know a little. However, only I know that the Earth Emperor's book is with me. Dugu Imo from the Dugu family might be able to guess a little. Qin Dongshui's expression changed gradually, and she almost exploded on the spot. Rascal, you actually let so many people know about such an important secret? Ling Yan nodded and played dumb. Auntie, don't you know about it now? Auntie, these people have been through certain death situations with me. I trust each and every one of them from the bottom of my heart, Ling Yan explained immediately. For example, Chao Shanshan didn't reveal a single bit of my secret even after Qin Jianwei used the evil eye on her. I believe the others will do the same. Qin Dongshui had heard of Ling Yan's heaven-defying past. She could only nod helplessly and sigh. That's the only thing we can do now. Actually, I wanted to tell Ling Yu about this secret, but I was most worried about her. I was afraid that this secret would bring her disaster, so I kept it from her. Ling Yan smiled. You did the right thing. Qin Dongshui smiled approvingly. So, the person destined to deal with the calamity is really you, rascal? Ling Yan laughed out loud and said arrogantly, yes, that unlucky guy should be the one. Ling Yan was very happy to be able to share one of his biggest secrets with Qin Dongshui. He felt a lot more relaxed. Qin Dongshui couldn't help but laugh at Ling Yan's relaxed expression. She glanced at Ling Yan charmingly and smiled. It seems like you already know why the heroes of the world are looking for trouble with you. Ling Yan smiled. Of course I know. Ling Yan chuckled. Then how do you plan to deal with it? The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up as he sneered, what else can we do? We'll just have to deny it. If they're not convinced, we'll beat them into submission. What about the Deity Sword Mountain Villa? Qin Dongshui asked. Auntie, I'll listen to your wishes regarding the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. If you want me to talk to them, I'll sit down and talk to them. If you want me to fight, I won't hold back. Ling Yan saw Qin Dongshui heave a sigh of relief. Auntie, can you tell me now? What did the people from the Deity Sword Mountain Villa say? Qin Dongshui frowned. Big Senior said to meet me at the top of the Dragon Gate Mountain tonight. As for the rest, I'll only know when we meet. Ling Yan slapped his forehead. Oh, so it's a meeting. Let's meet then. The Dragon Gate Mountain isn't far from Dragon Mountain. It's not a scenic area, so it's a good place to talk. Rascal, you make it sound so easy. Do you think it's that easy? Qin Dongshui asked worriedly. Don't forget that the whole world knows that you have the devil's blade in your hands. You've been automatically recognized as the new devil lord of the devil sect. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been at odds. Just based on this alone, your aunt won't be able to explain herself. She won't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Ling Yan laughed and said disdainfully, whether I'm a god or a devil, good or evil, isn't something that can be determined by those people. Also, the secret of my mother being the previous holy virgin of the devil sect will be revealed at any time. Even if I don't have the devil's blade, can I say that I'm not from the devil sect? Auntie, if you really decided to stand on my side, you would have fallen into the devil's path a long time ago in their eyes. What's there to think about? Ling Yan asked Qin Dongxue with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Rascal, Auntie never thought of not standing with you. I'm just worried that I'll break ties with my sect because of this matter. Qin Dongshue's heart was beating like a drum under his gaze. She blushed slightly and said coquettishly, Brat, Auntie never thought of not standing with you. I'm just worried that I'll break ties with my sect because of this. Rascal, even if I really betray my sect, I'm willing to be despised by millions of people from the pugilistic world and fall into the devil path with you. Of course, Qin Dongxue couldn't say it out loud. What else did Ling Yan have to worry about since Qin Dongxue had already expressed her feelings and was completely on his side? He smirked and said proudly, Auntie, you should go to the appointment tonight. I'll go with you. If the people from the Deity Sword Mountain Villa know what's good for them, I'll be polite to them. But if they dare to make things difficult for you, I guarantee that they'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Dongxue shook her head. Ling Yan, that's my sect after all. You can't really mess around. Moreover, my big senior said that we're going to talk about internal affairs of the sect. I can't bring you along. Ling Yan had no choice but to give in to Qin Dongshue's determination. Alright, you can go by yourself. I'll stay at home. But in his heart, he thought, can't I go by myself if you don't let me? Qin Dongxue heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Ling Yan had finally agreed. She turned her head suddenly and gave Ling Yan a meaningful look. Rascal, I'm really happy that you didn't hide the matter from me today. Auntie will definitely keep this secret for you. Ling Yan smiled. You're my auntie, who else would I tell if not you? As for this secret, I'll hide it if I can. If I can't, I'll just tell you. It's actually not a big deal. Qin Dongxue giggled, as beautiful as a fairy. At this time, Ling Yan's mind had already flown to Dragon Gate Mountain. Auntie, what's the name of your big senior from the Deity Sword Mountain Villa? Guoxiao Tian. To be continued. Qin Dongxue didn't seem to be willing to talk too much about her sect. She didn't have the mood to linger on the beautiful scenery of Qingshui Lake and had already turned around to return. However, Ling Yun did not let up. As he walked, he asked, Auntie, what realm is your big senior brother at now? This was a crucial question, so Ling Yun naturally had to clarify it. I don't know, Qin Dongxue said impatiently as she quickened her pace. Ling Yun was stunned and asked, You don't know? How is that possible? Rascal, don't you know? It's a big taboo to ask about other people's realms? Qin Dongxue frowned slightly and slowed down her pace. She turned her head to glare at Ling Yun and lectured him. Ling Yan's handsome face turned red and he was speechless. What Qin Dongxue said was indeed the truth. If someone casually asked about someone else's realm in the pugilistic world, that person would think that someone wanted to challenge him. Especially if the person had a lot of enemies, he might even think that an enemy was preparing to seek revenge. Besides, there were many people in the Jianghu who wanted to step on the shoulders of others to become famous. Once his own realm and strength were known by someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't he become a stepping stone for others to become famous? If the opponent came to challenge him, even if he won, blades and spears had no eyes. If he injured the opponent, then a grudge would be formed. Since the opponent dared to take the initiative to challenge him, he must be a brave and ruthless person. Who could guarantee that such a person wouldn't hold a grudge and come to seek revenge in the future? Also, forget about being someone else's stepping stone. Even if the challenger really wanted to exchange pointers and didn't hold a grudge after losing, he would still become someone else's whetstone. Regardless of whether it was a stepping stone or a whetstone, no one was willing to become one. Therefore, unless it was a close friend, no one would casually tell others about their realm and strength. Therefore, asking about someone else's realm was indeed a taboo in the pugilistic world. It was also because of this reason that the true masters of the Jianghu would try their best to keep a low profile when they roamed the Jianghu. Unless they were forced to fight to the death, they would not make a move if they could avoid it. That was how they gave others the impression that they were hiding their strength. Ling Yun naturally understood the rules of the pugilistic world. However, he changed his mind and asked, "But auntie, isn't Guo Xiaotian your big brother?" "Brat, who told you that I have to know his realm just because he's my big senior brother?" Qin Dongxue didn't know what to do. She stopped in her tracks and asked, "Brat, who told you that I have to know his realm just because he's my big senior brother?" "Ling Yun, don't think that learning at the Deity Sword Mountain Villa is like being at home. Everyone will treat me like a pearl in the palm of their hands." Qin Dongxue could only explain. She sounded bitter as she said, "Ling Yun, don't think that learning at the Deity Sword Mountain Villa is like being at home. On the contrary, every ancient martial arts sect has its own harsh rules. You have to endure hardships to learn from a master." Even though auntie is the pearl in the Qin family, she was just an ordinary disciple in the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Qin Dongxue smiled bitterly. Auntie learned swordsmanship in the Deity Sword Mountain Villa for 20 years. Before I broke through to the Xiantian realm, all my martial arts were taught by big senior brother. It was only after I broke through to the Xiantian realm that I was officially accepted as a disciple by master. "I see." Ling Yin understood without Qin Dongxue continuing. Since most of Qin Dongshue's martial arts were taught by Guo Xiaotian could be considered half a master to Qin Dongxue. How could Qin Dongxue have the right to ask about Guo Xiaotian's realm? Moreover, Ling Yan could tell from Qin Dongshue's increasingly dejected expression that she must have had a very hard time over the past 20 years at the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Ling Yan felt a trace of tenderness in his heart, but the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. Qin Dongxue continued, "Although I'm not sure about senior brother Guo's exact realm, during the intersect competition 5 years ago, he only used a wooden sword. Within 10 moves, he broke the sword formation set up by the other 4 senior brothers. Come to think of it, he must have broken through to Xiantian realm level 8 at that time." Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. What kind of sword formation was broken by a wooden sword? He said disdainfully. However, Ling Yan was calculating in his heart. 5 years ago, he broke through to Xiantian realm level 8. No matter how slow his cultivation was, he should have reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 by now, right? Just the Deity Sword Mountain Villa alone had an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. What about the other sects? After a casual estimation, Ling Yan's mood became heavy. It seemed like the power of the orthodox sects in this aspect was not to be underestimated. Ling Yan muttered, "What about your big senior brother's personality? Is he easy to talk to?" Ling Yan could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find out about Guo Xiaotian's personality. He hoped that auntie wouldn't be put in too much trouble by him. Who knew that Qin Dongshue's expression would become even heavier after Ling Yan's question? She smiled bitterly again. If he's easy to talk to, auntie wouldn't have to be so conflicted. When master isn't around or in seclusion, big senior brother is in charge of everything in the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. He values rules the most. In his eyes, it's either black or white. He's the kind of person who believes that good and evil cannot coexist. That's why he took the initiative to rush over when he heard about the Devil's Blade. Ling Yan's heart turned cold. Trouble. No wonder little Aunt showed such a worried expression after receiving the message. It turned out that this was not an easy task to overcome. However, Ling Yan thought about it again. He already had the intention to defeat all the enemies. Why would he care about who the other party was? Even though little Aunt's words were vague and she didn't make it clear, Ling Yan could tell that little Aunt wasn't happy in the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Since she wasn't happy, what was the point of wasting time in that rundown villa? Ling Yan smiled and patted Qin Dongshue's shoulder. "Alright, auntie, since your big senior brother is half a master to you, I'm relieved. You can go at night with peace of mind." Qin Dongxue smiled and patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Qin Dongxue sighed in her heart, but she smiled and nodded. "Yes, big senior brother treats me very well. I believe he won't make things difficult for me." Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue was forcing herself to smile, but he didn't expose her. He only said, "Let's go home. Since we're going out at night, we should rest well during the day." The two of them ended the topic tacitly. This time, Ling Yin took the lead. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Auntie, that senior brother Lu from last time, did he come this time?" "He's here," Qin Dongxue replied casually with a heavy heart. On the way back, the two of them didn't speak much. Ling Yin had made a plan in his heart. He would definitely follow Auntie to Dragon Gate Mountain at night, but before that, he had to make careful preparations. After returning to Mansion Number 1, Ling Yin realized that Tang Meng had already called Li Yi and Jiao Fei over. He knew what they were here for, so he called the three of them to the gym. The gym in Mansion Number 1 was huge, but most of the space was filled with rucksack filled with medicinal ingredients for making talismans. Ling Yin didn't waste any time and asked Li Yi to find an empty rucksack. He stuffed his left hand into the rucksack, and with a single thought, more than 30 Desert Eagle pistols were stuffed into the rucksack. Ignoring Li Yi and Jiao Fei's shocked expressions, Ling Yin turned to Tang Meng and said in a low voice, "Tang Meng, I don't care which brothers you want to use these Desert Eagle pistols, but I've already said that no one is allowed to use these pistols against ordinary people, regardless of whether they're good or bad. Got it?" Tang Meng laughed excitedly and nodded, indicating that there wouldn't be any problems. Ling Yin then looked at Li Yi and said, "Li Yi, if I remember correctly, when you were an assassin in the Assassin's organization, you were best at using guns, right?" Li Yi wasn't good with words, so he only nodded lightly. Ling Yin smiled and said, "All right then, after these guns are distributed, I'll leave the task of teaching the brothers how to use guns to you." Li Yi finally had an excited smile on his face as he nodded respectfully. "Yes. Go." Ling Yin waved his hands and let the two of them carry the rucksack away. Tang Meng didn't expect Ling Yin to let the two of them go just like that. He hurriedly chased after the two of them and carefully reminded them outside before running back. Ling Yin frowned slightly. "Didn't I tell you not to care about Green Dragon's matters? How could you forget?" Tang Meng laughed awkwardly. "Hee, this is the last time. Ah Bing isn't here, so I can only do it for him." "Where's Ah Bing?" "Green Dragon has a lot of things to do, so he went to settle them." Ling Yin thought that Ah Bing was only the boss of Green Dragon and didn't know any martial arts. The enemy probably wouldn't be able to find him for the time being, so he nodded. "Since Ah Bing is gone, then just in time, carry this and that, follow me to the kitchen." Ling Yin stretched out his hand and pointed at the 2 sacks filled with medicinal herbs. Tang Meng's face instantly turned bitter. "Big brother Yun, what now?" Ling Yin chuckled. "What else can I do? Make talismans, of course." In the afternoon, Ling Yin made 100 healing talismans, fire talismans, defense talismans, gold talismans, and God Strider talismans. At 10 o'clock at night, Qin Dongxue changed into the golden black devilish silkworm suit and packed everything that Ling Yin had prepared for her. Then, she carried her sword and prepared to rush to Dragon Gate Mountain. Ling Yin and Ning Lingyu walked Qin Dongxue all the way to the gate. In the night, Ling Yin smiled. "Auntie, you're too eye-catching in the suit. Why don't I drive you to the foot of Dragon Gate Mountain?" Qin Dongxue glared at Ling Yin and said, "Why, you don't believe in Auntie's Qinggong anymore? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If you reach Dragon Gate Mountain, it'll be a wonder if you don't go up." Ling Yin also knew that his excuse was too lame, so he let it go with a laugh. "Don't worry, Auntie will definitely explain it to you. I'm leaving." Qin Dongxue tiptoed, and her slender body disappeared in a flash, disappearing into the vast night. After Qin Dongxue left, Ling Yin stood on the spot and looked at the dark night. "Don't worry? How can I be at ease with that eldest senior brother of yours? Big brother, will Auntie be in any danger on her trip to Dragon Gate Mountain?" Ning Lingyu stood beside Ling Yin and looked in the direction where Qin Dongxue disappeared. Her dreamy face was full of worry as she asked Ling Yin. Qin Qiuyue had left without saying goodbye. There had been no news of her ever since she left for Sky Mountain. Qin Dongxue had been by Ning Lingyu's side for the past few months. The two of them were almost inseparable. Qin Dongshua's care and love for Ning Lingyu had reached the level of meticulous care. She even guided Ning Lingyu's martial arts and made up for the gap after Qin Qiuyue's departure. In Ning Lingyu's heart, Qin Dongxue had become the most important person in her life, just like her mother and brother. How could she not be worried? Ling Yan raised his hand and gently hugged Ning Lingyu's shoulder. Lingyu, what are you thinking about? Auntie is going to meet her master, not to barge into a tiger's den. What danger will there be? Ling Yan had long seen that his precious sister with the immortal physique was good in every aspect, except for the fact that she was too thoughtful. She didn't like to share her worries with others. He didn't want Ning Lingyu to worry too much. Ning Lingyu nodded lightly after receiving Ling Yan's consolation. She lowered her head slightly and bit her lower lip. But, I still feel that something is wrong, Ling Yan smiled. Alright, Lingyu, too many things must have happened in the past few days. You must be worrying too much. Don't worry, as long as Big Brother is here, nothing will go wrong. Then, Ling Yan looked around and said to everyone, alright, let's go in. Ling Yan smiled and led everyone back to the villa. In fact, he was burning with anxiety. He was afraid that Qin Dongxue wouldn't be able to handle it alone after arriving at Dragon Gate Mountain. What made Ling Yan gratified was that after everyone returned to the villa, they each took a futon with a diameter of nearly 1 meter and went to the courtyard. They each found a place to sit down and began to cultivate. Originally, Tang Meng bought this type of futon for Tai Xiaohu because he saw him sitting cross-legged on the grass or on a rock all day cultivating. However, Qin Dongxue saw it and asked Tang Meng to buy one for everyone. Tang Meng didn't hesitate and got his men to buy more than 20 of them in one go, ensuring that everyone would have enough to use. Whoever used it would take it. Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining went to the west side of the villa, next to the spiritual herb garden. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou went to the east side of the villa and sat under a big tree. Ning Lingyu, on the other hand, went to the lawn at the back of the villa, which was not far from where the 3 elixirs were planted. Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, was still sitting at the spot closest to the door. He did this every day and every night. He had already worn out 2 of the cattail hassocks. Obviously, what Ling Yan had said in the afternoon had shocked everyone and ignited their passion to increase their strength as soon as possible. As for Qi Xiaohong, she had already returned to Chao Shanshan's villa in the evening. Only Chao Shanshan and Tang Meng, who didn't know how to cultivate, and Bai Xianer, the 9-tailed celestial fox, were left in the huge living room. Ling Yan sat on the sofa and scanned the villa with his divine sense. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the bustling scene of cultivation in the courtyard. If we weren't in the city, our mansion number 1 would be like an ancient martial arts sect now. Chao Shanshan wanted to say something but stopped herself. Ling Yan looked at her and smiled. Don't worry, I guarantee that you'll only be faster than them when it comes to cultivation. Big Brother Yun, aren't you worried at all that Auntie Qin went to Dragon Gate Mountain herself? Tang Meng whispered anxiously. Idiot, of course I'm worried, but Dragon Gate Mountain is at least 20 kilometers away from here. Auntie will need at least 20 minutes to get there. There's no need to worry now. Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a look immediately. Xianxia, I still have to hand over the task of protecting mansion number 1 to you tonight. Ling Yan stood up and said gently to Bai Xianer. Don't worry, Big Brother Yun. If anyone dares to come to mansion number 1, I'll kill them all. Bai Xianer's narrow eyes blinked lightly. As long as they dare to cause trouble in mansion number 1, don't hold back, just kill them. After giving a few more instructions to the 3 of them, Ling Yan floated out of the house and appeared beside the 3 stalks of spiritual medicine in a flash. Ning Lingyu, who was cultivating nearby, opened her beautiful eyes slowly and looked at Ling Yun. Lingyu, don't worry about me, just focus on your cultivation. Ling Yun smiled. As he spoke, Ling Yun threw out more than 10 jadeite stones of the same size from his spatial ring and set up a small spirit-gathering formation around the 3 stalks of spiritual medicine. Now, Ling Yan no longer used ordinary stones to set up the spirit-gathering formation. Instead, he used the jade that was cut from the Imperial Green Stone King. Fine jade had the effect of gathering spiritual energy. Using the Imperial Green Stone to set up the spirit-gathering formation was naturally the best. He sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering formation and used the spiritual energy released by the Heaven-Yang grass and Earth-Yin grass to circulate the Yin-Yang harmony balance. He only needed one big circulation to adjust his body's condition to its peak. Ling Yan opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He estimated the time and realized that he had been meditating for less than 5 minutes. Ling Yan was very satisfied. After 2 nights of battle, the true qi in my body is circulating faster and faster. Ling Yan couldn't help but be happy. This was the result of him going to the Immortal Ridge and risking his life single-handedly for 2 consecutive nights of training. Even though the continuous battles were extremely dangerous and the countless enemies had increased the pressure on Ling Yan also understood that this kind of situation and pressure was also a rare opportunity for a cultivator. As the saying goes, a man strives for a breath of air. To an ordinary person, that breath of air might be ambition, courage, or mental energy. However, to a cultivator, it was really just a breath of air. For experts of the same realm, disregarding other aspects for the time being, just based on this breath of true qi, whoever's true qi circulation speed was faster would be more skillful and at ease in battle. The 2 realms of refining essence into qi and refining qi into spirit were all about one breath of air. When a cultivator reached a certain realm, they always liked to use the word rush. This was not just nonsense. It was really about using the breath of true qi in one's body to rush. To rush, one naturally had to rely on the speed of the true qi in one's body. If a cultivator could make the true qi in his body flow 400 miles in the blink of an eye, what kind of barrier couldn't he break with such a terrifying speed? In less than 5 minutes, he was able to circulate the true qi in his body. Although it was not worth mentioning compared to what was mentioned above, he had already reached the standard of breaking through to the qi cultivation stage. Breaking through to the qi cultivation stage only required the right time, place, and people. Ling Yan stood up and picked up the jade stones scattered around him. He turned to Ning Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, focus on your cultivation. I'm going out for a while." "Okay," Ning Lingyu smiled obediently. She could finally focus on her cultivation. She was extremely intelligent and could naturally guess what her brother was going to do. In a flash, Ling Yan landed in front of the small warehouse where Qin Jianwei and his brother were locked up. "Boss." Chester came out to greet him immediately. Ling Yan nodded slightly and entered the warehouse in a flash. Looking at Wang Feihu and the other 2 who were obediently staying in the warehouse, he said, "The 3 of you will guard these 2 brothers tonight. Just feed them blood on time." Wang Feihu and the other 2 cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. "We will follow young Master Ling's instructions." Ling Yan smiled. "I might have placed a restriction on the 3 of you, but it won't affect your combat or cultivation. You don't have to sit around when you have nothing to do. You can cultivate on your own. I guarantee that you will benefit greatly if you cultivate here," Ling Yan said. With that, Ling Yan turned around and left. Chester had already transformed into a huge bird in human form. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. In the hazy night, Chester flapped his wings violently and carried Ling Yan up until he became a small black dot in the night sky. "Chester, is there any news from Paul?" In the air, Ling Yan sat cross-legged on Chester's broad back and asked him with a smile. "Don't worry, boss. Everything is normal now." Chester chuckled. No matter how arrogant Ling Yan was, he couldn't let Qin Dongshui go to Dragon Gate Mountain alone. Before sending Qin Dongshui out, he had already arranged for Paul to transform into a bat and fly into the night sky to protect Qin Dongshui in secret. "Okay, fly faster and catch up to Auntie." Ling Yan smiled faintly. Chester naturally obeyed. In order to avoid the pedestrians in Qingshui City, Qin Dongshui purposely chose a few dark and secluded alleys after leaving Mansion No. 1. She moved like a wisp of smoke for 100 meters. Even if she brushed past the pedestrians at night, they would only feel a slight breeze. Qin Dongshui had already broken through to Xiantian Realm Level 5. Her dragonfish phantom ability was at its maximum, so she wouldn't lose to Ling Yan by much. Qin Dongshui rested for a while after leaving Qingshui City. Then, she used her movement technique again and sped towards Dragon Gate Mountain. The communication device on her had been flashing several times. That was a message from her sect, or rather, a rush. It seemed like they were afraid that she wouldn't go. 15 minutes later, Qin Dongshui finally arrived at the foot of Dragon Gate Mountain. She tiptoed and dove into the dense forest. In the dense forest, Qin Dongshui adjusted her breathing and looked up slowly. The people from her sect were at the peak of the mountain. Qin Dongshui's expression was complicated, and her pretty face kept changing. Finally, she gritted her teeth and dashed towards the peak. A few minutes later, Qin Dongshui arrived at the highest peak of Dragon Gate Mountain and dashed out of the dense forest. After passing through the dense forest, Qin Dongshua's heart sank when she looked up. However, she still forced herself to remain calm. Her expression did not change as she flew toward the 5 people in front of her. At this moment, 800 meters above the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain, a black human-shaped bird was floating in the night sky. Its purple eyes were staring coldly at the ground below. To be continued. Qin Dongxue flew up to an elder in his 50s and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. Qin Dongxue greets eldest senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother, fifth senior sister, and sixth senior sister. The 5 people on the peak were big senior brother Gua Xiaotian, third senior brother Wu Qifeng, fourth senior brother Lu Suifeng, fifth senior sister Ji Xiaoqing, and sixth senior sister Zhong Chenyan. Other than second senior brother, 5 of the top 6 disciples were here, and each of them could suppress Qin Dongxue. This time, the deity sword mountain villa was a little too frightening. The elder in the lead was naturally big senior brother Gua Xiaotian. He had a majestic figure, and his long hair was tied up casually. His face was red, and he didn't have a beard. Just by standing there quietly, he exuded the aura of an expert. Gua Xiaotian had a broad sword stuck diagonally on his back. Only the blade and hilt of the sword were exposed. His eyes were narrow and narrowed. He didn't even open his eyes when Qin Dongxue came to greet him. But after a moment, Gua Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes slightly. 2 rays of sword light swept across Qin Dongxue, and he was slightly surprised. Gua Xiaotian immediately saw through Qin Dongshue's realm. Qin Dongxue had already broken through to Xiantian realm level 5 in less than 3 months. This kind of cultivation speed naturally shocked Gua Xiaotian. How was this possible? However, Qin Dongshue's current realm wasn't enough to catch Gua Xiaotian's attention. He quickly regained his composure and spoke with a voice that was as calm as an ancient well. Rise, let's talk. Qin Dongshue's heart skipped a beat because Gua Xiaotian didn't call her little junior sister like he usually did. Yes, big senior brother. Qin Dongshue's heart was heavy, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled gently and stood up slowly. At this time, Qin Dongxue finally had time to observe the expressions of her seniors. Third senior brother Wu Qifeng was indifferent and didn't lift his eyelids. There was no expression on his face. Fourth senior brother Lu Suifeng, who was infatuated with her, stared at her passionately. However, Qin Dongxue could see that other than the usual passion in his eyes, there was also a hint of schadenfreude hidden within. Big senior brother, third senior brother, and fourth senior brother were behaving normally. What puzzled Qin Dongxue was why fifth senior sister and sixth senior sister, who had never been to the city, were going down the mountain. Especially fifth senior sister Ji Xiaoqing. Although her looks were average, her realm and swordsmanship were extremely terrifying. Her true strength was far above Lu Suifeng's. Other than cultivating in deity sword mountain villa, she never interfered with worldly affairs. Why did she come to Qingshui city this time? As for the sixth senior sister, Zhong Chenyan, whose looks were above average, Qin Dongxue understood her after some thought. This senior sister was charming and had an exquisite figure. She loved to join in on the fun and had a crush on fourth senior brother, Lu Suifeng. Now that she had the chance, how could she not come down the mountain? Thinking of this, Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly and greeted the 2 senior sisters. Senior sister Ji, senior sister Zhong, the 2 of you came down the mountain too? Who knew that Zhong Chenyan would look at Qin Dongxue coldly and smile coldly? Yo, junior sister Qin, what are you saying? If we don't come down the mountain, the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book will no longer belong to Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Qin Dongshue's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to explain, she heard fifth senior sister snort coldly and say, Qin Dongxue, do you know your crime? Qin Dongxue had always respected the seniors of Deity Sword Mountain Villa. This time, she was here to defend Ling Yun, but that didn't mean that she was easy to bully. Upon hearing this, Qin Dongshue's anger was instantly ignited. Her pretty face turned cold, and she said angrily, Fifth senior sister, I only greeted you because I respect you as a senior sister. It's fine if you didn't respond, but what right do you have to accuse me of this? Ahem, all of you, shut up. Gua Xiaotian couldn't help but speak up when he saw that the situation was about to get out of hand. The eldest senior brother was the eldest senior brother after all. Once he spoke, Ji Shaoqing and Zhong Chenyan immediately stopped talking. They only looked at Qin Dongxue. One of them was as cold as an enemy, while the other was smiling with endless killing intent. Even though Guo Xiaotian was very angry about Qin Dongshue's matter, he was still considered half a master to Qin Dongxue. Naturally, he understood Qin Dongshue's temper very well. However, he needed Qin Dongshue's explanation. He had already seen Qin Dongshue's attitude. Dongxue, let me ask you. Why did Master send you down the mountain this time? Qin Dongxue had to answer the eldest senior brother's question truthfully. She cupped her fists again and said, reporting to eldest senior brother, Master sent me down the mountain to find out news about the Emperor Bresh and the Earth Emperor's book. Guo Xiaotian opened his eyes slightly. His gaze was like a sword that swept across Qin Dongshue's face coldly. He continued to ask, what about the news that you found? Qin Dongxue felt as though her face was being cut by a sword under Guo Xiaotian's gaze. Her delicate body trembled slightly, but she gritted her teeth and said, reporting to eldest senior brother, I didn't find any news about the Emperor Bresh and the Earth Emperor's book in the past 3 months. Is that so? Guo Xiaotian's eyes widened, and a divine light flashed. Zhong Chenyan finally seized the opportunity to mock him, but Guo Xiaotian seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. The news of the Emperor Bresh and the Earth Emperor's book appearing in Qingshui City has already spread all over the pugilistic world. What's going on? Guo Xiaotian's aura surged, and his tone was sharp. He didn't give Qin Dongxue a chance to refute him. Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth and tried her best to resist the terrifying aura exuding from the eldest senior brother. She didn't take a single step back and said with difficulty, I can't confirm that the Emperor Bresh and the Earth Emperor's book have appeared, so I didn't dare to send false news back to the sect. The 5 people in front of her snorted at the same time. Guo Xiaotian sighed in his heart and retracted his aura. Alright, since that's the case, let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you again. The little devil in Qingshui City wields the devil's underworld essence blade. He's cold-blooded and cold-blooded. He treats human lives like grass. Do you know about this? Qin Dongshue's breathing stopped. Guo Xiaotian had been interrogating her since they met. He didn't give Qin Dongxue a chance to speak calmly. She couldn't use any of the words she had prepared in her heart. However, Qin Dongxue couldn't remain silent under Guo Xiaotian's threatening gaze. She had no choice but to explain herself. I know about it. But Lingyan only killed people because they wanted to kill him. He did it to protect himself. Shut up. Guo Xiaotian couldn't hold back his anger when he saw that Qin Dongxue was trying to defend Lingyan. Qin Dongxue, do you know that Lingyan is automatically recognized as the Devil Master because he has the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade? It's fine if you don't draw a line with such a devil. How dare you try to defend him in front of me? Qin Dongxue couldn't defend herself. Eldest senior brother, the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade is just a weapon. I can personally testify that Ling Yun has killed many people, but he has never killed anyone. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Guo Xiaotian was infuriated by Qin Dongxue. He laughed loudly and lowered his head to look at Qin Dongxue. Dongxue, I didn't expect you to say such things to me after so many years of teaching. Guo Xiaotian's gray hair moved without any wind. True qi surged in his body, and his robe fluttered. Qin Dongxue, do you know that our deity Sword Mountain Villa has become the laughingstock of all the sects in the world because of you? According to reliable sources, Ling Yin killed Master Compassionless of Shaolin, Priestess Heartless of the Tranquil Sect, and Lu Deming of the Maoshan Sect. Also, Shaolin Temple's Master Xingqi and Mao Mountain's Taoist Master Wuchen, who went down the mountain to investigate this matter, disappeared without a trace after arriving in Qingshui City. Until now, we haven't even found their corpses. Can you deny that their disappearance has nothing to do with that little devil? Qin Dongshue's body trembled slightly. She was speechless after hearing Guo Xiaotian's words. She was there when Ling Yin killed Master Xingqi and Taoist Wuchen. However, Qin Dongxue still had a glimmer of hope. Senior brother, what you said is the truth, but the other party wanted to kill Ling Yun. Is he just going to sit and wait for death? Guo Xiaotian was furious. With a wave of his hand, he said angrily, as long as it's a member of the devil sect, anyone can kill him or her. Qin Dongxue, since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. Have you forgotten all about it? Senior brother doesn't blame you for saying that you can't confirm the news of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book appearing. You've never sent any news back to the sect about the abnormal movements in Qingshui City. Senior brother can ignore it, but you knew that Ling Yun had the devil's blade, but you didn't draw a clear line with him. Instead, you defended him and spoke up for him. Tell me, how can I forgive you? Qin Dongxue was silent and suddenly calmed down. She waited for Guo Xiaotian to finish before she opened her mouth and said only one sentence. Big senior brother, Ling Yun is my sister's son. Even though he's only an adopted son, she told me to take good care of him before she left. Please forgive me, Qin Dongxue, for not being able to draw a clear line with Ling Yun and kill him. Guo Xiaotian's red face turned purple. He raised his hand and pointed. You, good. It seems like this is your final decision? The anger in Guo Xiaotian's body finally turned into murderous intent. Murderous intent filled the air. Qin Dongshue's face was sad. She didn't expect that big senior brother wouldn't give her any chance to explain. Since you've willingly fallen into the devil sect, I'll destroy your martial arts on behalf of Master and expel you from the sect. Guo Xiaotian finally raised his palm and channeled his true qi. He was about to slap Qin Dongxue, who knew that at this moment. Clang! A sharp arrow pierced through the air and landed between Guo Xiaotian and Qin Dongxue. Guo, you're so angry. You want to destroy my aunt's martial arts? Do you think you're worthy? 100 meters up in the sky, Ling Yun jumped off Chester's back and landed heavily on the mountain rock without any fancy moves. The moment he landed, he squatted down to cushion the impact. With one hand on the ground, he straightened his body instantly and stood in front of Qin Dongxue, unmoving like a mountain. The gravel under Ling Yun's feet flew forward, forcing the 5 disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa to dodge and use their palms to deflect the incoming stones. Ling Yun kept his golden bow and held the devil's underworld essence blade in his left hand. It was filled with murderous intent even though it wasn't unsheathed. Qin Dongshue's delicate body trembled as she looked at that heaven-defying entrance. She sighed in her heart. You're here after all. Ling Yun had arrived a long time ago. He looked down from above and saw the 5 disciples of the deity Sword Villa on the peak of the Dragon Gate before Qin Dongxue did. Hence, he asked Chester to speed up and meet up with Viscount Paul in the sky. They descended 600 meters silently. Ever since Qin Dongxue arrived at the top of the mountain and met the 5 people from the deity Sword Mountain, Ling Yun had heard every single word of their conversation. At first, Ling Yun thought that Qin Dongxue had been studying in the deity Sword Mountain Villa for 20 years. Even if they couldn't come to an agreement, they would part on bad terms. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn for the worse? Guo Xiaotian actually wanted to cripple Qin Dongshue's martial arts without any mercy? Moreover, Qin Dongxue stood there like a fool, not resisting or evading. How could Ling Yun continue to stand by and watch? Guo Xiaotian was enraged, but Ling Yun was even more enraged than him. He was already being polite by not shooting the arrow at Guo Xiaotian's head. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a cold smile. Looking at the 5 people in front of him who were dodging the debris, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he said calmly, "Auntie, leave the rest to me." His voice was calm but domineering. He didn't give Qin Dongxue any room to refute. Qin Dongxue moved her lips subconsciously, wanting to say something. But in the end, she didn't say a word and remained silent. Although the 5 disciples of the Divine Sword Villa all flew back, they only retreated a distance of 3 meters. They quickly stabilized themselves. Eldest senior brother Guo Xiaotian, in particular, only took 2 steps back casually. The rocks that shot towards him were all shattered by the invisible sword qi that came from his body. The 5 of them ignored Qin Dongxue and locked their gazes on Ling Yun at the same time with different expressions. Guo Xiaotian was probably angered by Ling Yun's call of Guo. He looked at Ling Yun with a hint of surprise and shock. He realized that he couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm. Lu Suifeng's eyes had long turned from gloating to sinister and venomous. He stared at Ling Yun. If looks could kill, Ling Yun would have died countless times already. Zhong Chenyan was almost hit in the face by the rubble. Her beautiful face turned pale and she naturally let out a cry of alarm. However, when she blocked the rubble and stood still, her delicate body actually trembled when she saw Ling Yan's appearance. What a handsome person, Zhong Chuanyan's eyes lit up as she looked at the slightly embarrassed Lu Suifeng. She suddenly felt that the pampered fourth senior brother that she was infatuated with seemed sloppy and ordinary compared to Ling Yan. Sure enough, comparisons are odious, and comparisons are odious. It's a pity that he's from the devil sect. He's going to die here tonight. With just one look at Ling Yan, Zhong Chuanyan's heart went from shock to trembling, and then from disappointment to pity. Her heart was in turmoil. As for third senior brother Wu Qifeng and fifth senior sister Ji Xiaoqing, they were still indifferent, but their eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Little devil, I can't believe you actually dared to appear. Guo Xiaotian raised his hand and brushed away the non-existent dust on his chest. He looked down at Ling Yan as he spoke slowly. Ling Yan didn't speak. He held the devil's blade in his left hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. His eyes were as cold as frost, and the true qi in his body circulated rapidly as he took a sudden step forward. The murderous intent that Ling Yan had been suppressing suddenly surged like a tide and swept forward violently. The other four disciples of the deity sword villa were instantly on guard. Clang 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 clang. For sharp swords were unsheathed at the same time, and they assumed a defensive stance. Humph. Child's play. Guo Xiaotian's expression was cold as he snorted coldly. At the same time, his majestic figure straightened as he took a step forward, instantly reducing the surging aura that erupted from Ling Yan by more than half. Even though Guo Xiaotian had blocked Ling Yan's murderous intent, he was still extremely shocked. He had never imagined that the aura that Ling Yan exuded was not inferior to his at all. An expert would know when he stretched out his hand. The way Guo Xiaotian looked at Ling Yan instantly changed. Ling Yan didn't press forward anymore. In the confrontation of auras, Ling Yan suddenly smiled and stared at Guo Xiaotian. Old thing, didn't you want to force me to appear? Now that I'm here, do you want to fight or negotiate? It was just a person with the surname Guo, but now it was an old thing. Guo Xiaotian was so angry that he almost went crazy. Ling Yan. Qin Dongxue saw that Ling Yan had no intention of talking nicely. She looked anxious and couldn't help but shout from behind. Ling Yan still didn't turn back. Auntie, since he wants to cripple your martial arts, he's my mortal enemy. Calling him an old thing is already polite. The other four disciples of Deity Sword Villa were stunned at the same time. They were stunned by Ling Yan's attitude. Even though Guo Xiaotian was about to go crazy because of Ling Yan, he was still more than 50 years old and cultivated the Trinity Sword technique. He looked at Qin Dongxue, who was standing beside Ling Yan, and said with a complicated expression, Dongxue, I'll give you one last chance on account of his youth and ignorance. As long as you let him hand over the devil's blade and cripple his own martial arts on the spot, I'll guarantee on the name of the deity sword villa that he won't die. Ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Qin Dongxue to speak, Ling Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Then, he retracted his laughter and looked at Guo Xiaotian as though he was looking at a monster. Old thing, have you been in the deity sword villa for too long? Have you gone crazy from taking advantage of your seniority? Ling Yan almost spat on Guo Xiaotian's face. Then, his expression became serious and he said, Old thing, I might as well tell you now that you can forget about the relationship between you and my aunt. I hereby announce that from now on, my aunt Qin Dongxue has severed all ties with your deity sword villa and is no longer a disciple of deity sword villa. He raised the devil's blade in his left hand and pointed at the 5 people in front of him, starting from Guo Xiaotian. He said coldly, listen up, all of you. From now on, my auntie Qin Dongxue and the Qin family have nothing to do with your deity sword mountain villa. Ling Yan was burning with anger. He announced on behalf of Qin Dongxue that she was betraying the sect. Qin Dongshue's face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled. What? Guo Xiaotian was so angry that his hair stood on end. His lips trembled as he raised his finger to point at Ling Yan, but he quickly shifted it to Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue, this little devil is completely obsessed. Let me ask you one question. Do you believe what he said or not? The other 4 disciples of the deity sword villa looked at each other in shock. They couldn't imagine that things would turn out this way after Ling Yun appeared. They had naturally heard of Ling Yun's ruthlessness. However, they had never imagined that the guy in front of them would be so unreasonable, domineering, and unreasonable. Everyone looked at Qin Dongxue, waiting for her decision. Ling Yun didn't even look at Qin Dongxue. He had already made up his mind to be in control of everything here. It shouldn't be like this. How did it turn out like this? Qin Dongshua's expression changed. Her original plan was to use her status as an elder to stabilize Ling Yun. Then, she would rush to the Dragon Gate in hopes of convincing the seniors to accept Ling Yun. At the very least, they wouldn't provoke Ling Yun. However, when she arrived, she did not expect that eldest senior brother would not give her any chance to refute at all. He used crippling her martial arts as bait to force Ling Yun to appear. Ling Yun appeared, and he was even more overbearing than the old-fashioned eldest senior brother. Not only did he completely infuriate Guo Tian, but he also announced that she would lead the deity sword villa. Therefore, Qin Dongxue still had to face the most difficult choice after so much effort. However, Qin Dongxue still wanted to fight for it one more time. She was silent for a moment as she looked at the 5 people in front of her. She said quietly, "Senior brothers and sisters, I just hope that everyone won't make things so awkward. Please give Ling Yun a chance to explain." Guo Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that he still had to ask Ling Yun about the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. "Kid, did you see that? You're insensible, but your aunt is sensible. I'll make an exception and allow you to explain since she's pleading for you." Guo Tian looked at Ling Yun and pretended to be old and wise. The world's righteous sects would naturally work together to suppress the devil sect. If they failed this time, there was still the devil-subduing assembly on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, according to the rumors, the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book seemed to be related to Ling Yun. With Qin Dongxue here, the deity sword villa was blessed by the heavens. Guo Tian naturally wanted to be the first to benefit. Guo Tian had no choice but to take a step back from Ling Yun's domineering and resolute attitude. Ling Yun looked at Guo Tian, who was pretending to be magnanimous, and chuckled. Clang! The devil's blade was unsheathed. Hee, old thing, aren't you saying it the other way around? It's not that I need a chance to explain. I gave it to you long ago, but you didn't want it. Explain? Why should I explain? Who do you think you are? To tell you the truth, my aunt has betrayed your deity sword villa today. So what? To be continued. The other 4 disciples of the deity sword mountain villa couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. From their point of view, their eldest senior brother, who had always been particular about black and white, had resisted making a move after Ling Yun had appeared. He had even given Ling Yun a chance to explain for the first time. This was already a great show of mercy. Who would have thought that not only did Ling Yun not appreciate it, but he also cursed even more harshly? Ling Yun wasn't arrogant at all. He was arrogant to the point of bursting through the roof and defying the natural order. Zhong Chenyan looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. She had never seen such an unreasonable and overbearing person. Since you're here tonight, you're destined not to leave this place alive. It's fine if you don't feel the danger, but you're acting like you're the number 1 in the world. What gives you the right to do that? Zhong Chenyan thought to herself, anyway, there's going to be a good show. I want to see how you're going to die and how you're going to kneel down and beg for mercy. After making up her mind, she was no longer anxious. She looked at Ling Yun with a trace of undetectable love in her eyes. Ling Yun looked at the 5 disciples of the deity sword mountain villa and found it a little funny. Righteous sects? Pfft, just now, all of you bullied my aunt like that, and wanted to abolish her martial arts and expel her from the sect. Now that I have come out, I have taken the initiative to ask my aunt to lead the deity sword villa, and I have even scolded you like grandsons. I have even pulled out my saber, but all of you are still standing there like wooden blocks, posing. Ling Yun looked at Guo Xiao in front of him. One moment, he was righteous, the next, he was furious. One moment, he was pretending to be magnanimous, and the next, he was acting like an elder. He put on the demeanor of an expert and the aura of a big senior brother, but he didn't make a move. Good and evil can't coexist, right? Fine, I'll come down with the devil's blade and point it at your noses to scold you. You want to take the moral high ground, right? Fine, I'll give the moral high ground to you. I won't explain anything, and I won't say a word of nonsense. You can say whatever you want, come and fight." Since they were going to fight, Ling Yan didn't like to waste his saliva before the fight. He would talk about it after the fight was over. One was standing while the other was lying down. There was no need to waste so much time talking to each other. In fact, since Ling Yan already knew the real reason why those sects came to Xianxia City to find trouble with him, he knew exactly what Xiaotian was planning. The deity Sword Mountain Villa had predicted that Qin Dongxue and Ling Yan would come to protect her. Hence, they didn't give Qin Dongxue a chance to explain herself and forced Ling Yan to show himself. Then, Xiaotian would use his status as the big senior brother to suppress Qin Dongxue. Through Qin Dongxue, he would suppress Ling Yan. Finally, he would give Ling Yan a chance to explain himself and find a chance to obtain the secrets of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. That would be the end of the story. Based on Xiaotian's understanding of Qin Dongxue, she would definitely remember that the deity Sword Mountain Villa had once saved the Qin family, accepted her into the sect, and taught her martial arts for 20 years. However, Xiaotian didn't expect Ling Yan to appear and take everything into his own hands. Even Qin Dongxue couldn't do anything about it. In his interactions with the sects, Xiaotian only knew that Ling Yan had killed countless people with the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. He didn't know that Ling Yan was so tyrannical. The situation fell into a stalemate. Xiaotian was infuriated that Ling Yan pointed the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade at his nose and scolded him. However, he suppressed his anger and looked at Qin Dongxue with a gloomy face. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better. She took a light step forward and pressed Ling Yan's arm down. "Rascal, the Qin family is indebted to the deity Sword Mountain Villa. They saved my sister's life, and Big Senior taught me his martial arts. You're not allowed to be rude." Qin Dongxue still hoped that the people from the deity Sword Mountain Villa would give up after listening to her explanation. She would return to the villa and never get involved in this mess again. As long as both parties didn't fall out tonight and there were no casualties, she would ask for a big gift from Ling Yan after the storm in Xianxia City subsided. She would then personally bring him back to the deity Sword Mountain Villa to apologize to her sect. In fact, Qin Dongxue knew that she wasn't giving a chance to herself or Ling Yan. She was giving a chance to her sect. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were with Ling Yan. Ling Yan was definitely the person destined to face the calamity. Furthermore, Ling Yan was a cultivator. As long as Ling Yan didn't die, his rise was inevitable. Her sect and the deity Sword Mountain Villa definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Qin Dongxue hoped that the deity Sword Mountain Villa would let Ling Yan off this time. Then, when Ling Yan really rose and became famous, the deity Sword Mountain Villa would naturally reap countless benefits. Therefore, Qin Dongxue didn't want to see Ling Yan and her sect go against each other. However, Qin Dongxue was wrong. Ling Yan sheathed his sword and ignored the people from the deity Sword Mountain Villa. He turned around and smiled at Qin Dongxue. "Auntie, I know that the Qin family is indebted to the deity Sword Mountain Villa, but, no matter how great the favor is, it can be repaid." Ling Yan turned around and faced the 5 disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa with his hands behind his back. He smiled proudly and said, "I know that the deity Sword Mountain Villa saved the Qin family 18 years ago. Therefore, this is the life-saving talisman of the deity Sword Mountain Villa. As long as you know what's good for you, I promise I won't destroy the deity Sword Mountain Villa in the future. Count it as repayment." As soon as Ling Yan said this, the expressions on the faces of the 5 people from deity Sword Mountain Villa were extremely interesting. They were all dumbfounded. Ling Yan smiled and continued, "Secondly, since the deity Sword Mountain Villa saved my mother's life, I'll spare the 5 of you tonight. 5 lives for 1 life. You've earned it no matter what." Ling Yan smiled and continued. The 5 disciples from the deity Sword Mountain Villa were enraged. "Third, my aunt is indebted to you for teaching her skills. This is also an unchangeable fact. In return, I can teach you 3 unique skills of deity Sword Villa. As for sword techniques, blade techniques, or fist techniques, you can choose whatever you want. I guarantee that any one of them is 1,000 times stronger than the inferior martial arts of deity Sword Villa." Ling Yan looked at the 5 disciples whose faces were green with anger. He sneered in his heart and continued, "Of course, if you know what's good for you and leave Dragon Gate Mountain now, The benefits that the deity sword Mountain Villa will reap in the future will definitely be 100 times more than what I just said. Now that I'm done, do you have any objections? If not, then it's settled. Any objections? What objections? The 5 disciples of the deity sword Mountain Villa were so angry that their noses were crooked. How was this repaying a debt of gratitude? He was simply humiliating the deity sword Mountain Villa and provoking them. Wouldn't he destroy the deity sword Mountain Villa? Spare the 5 of us? He even taught our deity sword Villa 3 unique skills? If he could tolerate this, then the deity sword Mountain Villa might as well change its name to Xingue Mountain Villa. Xiaotian couldn't stand it no matter how well-mannered he was. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his face turned the color of a pig's liver. Qin Dongxue, Ling Yan is so arrogant and insulted our sect. Are you still planning to protect him? Qin Dongxue was dumbfounded. Humph. Little bastard, you don't even know that you're about to die. How dare you boast so shamelessly here? Give me your life. Lu Suifeng couldn't hold it in any longer. With a loud roar, his sword turned into a rainbow and flew out from behind Guo Xiaotian. With a swift and fierce sword, he stabbed towards Ling Yan's face. Haha, if you want to fight, why didn't you do it earlier? It's a waste of time talking so much nonsense. Ling Yan was waiting for someone to make a move. He laughed loudly and waved his hand gently. He pushed the stunned Qin Dongxue behind him and took the opportunity to draw his sword. Lu Suifeng, how dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Have you forgotten how your hand hurts? Ling Yan was calm and unfazed. He aimed the devil's blade in his hand at the tip of Lu Suifeng's sword and slashed it straight at it. Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Suifeng's sword, starting from the tip of the sword, was split in half by Ling Yan's saber. Ling Yan didn't stop there. Like a chopper splitting bamboo, Lu Suifeng's sword was split in half from the tip to the hilt. Ah! Even in his dreams, Lu Suifeng didn't expect Ling Yan to have such a move. When the blade reached his body, he felt a chill all over his body. He was so scared that his liver trembled. He quickly let go of his sword and used his family's qin gong to flip his body, dodging Ling Yan's terrifying blade. Apart from Guo Xiaotian, Wu Qifeng, Ji Xiaoqing, and Zhong Chenyan exclaimed in shock when they saw the power of Ling Yan's blade. Lu Suifeng was a Xiantian realm level 5 expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ling Yan. Moreover, Lu Suifeng attacked suddenly. He was so close to Ling Yan and had the upper hand, but Ling Yan didn't move. He just casually swung his blade forward and knocked Lu Suifeng back. What kind of strength was this? Ling Yan brandished his blade and chopped Lu Suifeng's family heirloom sword into 2 iron chopsticks. He raised his head and grinned at Lu Suifeng. You think you can take my life? Who's the one boasting shamelessly? Lu Suifeng flew back 30 feet before stabilizing his body. His face was pale, and he looked at Ling Yan as if he was a monster. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Ling Yan pointed the tip of his blade at Lu Suifeng and chuckled. He threatened Lu Suifeng. You're already considered lucky that I didn't kill you. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make you the same as your sword with my next strike. With that, Ling Yan didn't look at Lu Suifeng anymore. He swept his gaze across the remaining 4 people and raised his hand to pick his ear. He said impatiently, Tell me, do you want to come at me one by one or all at once? However, don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm not in a good mood tonight. I won't let anyone below Xiantian realm level 8 survive my attack. Ling Yan looked at Wu Qifeng and the other 2 girls with disdain. Finally, his gaze landed on Wu Xiaotian's face. Gua, didn't you say that you want to get rid of demons and defend the Tao? The devil's blade is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and get rid of your demons and defend your Tao. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of the 5 disciples of the deity sword Mountain Villa. He laughed and scolded them, not putting them in his eyes at all. After 2 consecutive nights of fighting and the power of the blade just now, Ling Yan's physical condition and the battle intent in his heart had risen to the peak at the same time. He was now in a mysterious and subtle state. As one with the blade, he would kill anything that stood in his way. After being repeatedly humiliated by Ling Yan, there was finally someone from the deity sword Mountain Villa who couldn't hold it in anymore. The 3rd senior brother, Wu Qifeng, who had been silent all this while, walked out silently and said to Guo Xiaotian, Big senior brother, I'll fight with him. Wu Qifeng's voice wasn't loud, and his words weren't impassioned either. It was very plain, but his tone was very determined. Guo Xiaotian's expression was very solemn. Among the 5 disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, Guo Xiaotian was undoubtedly the strongest and had the highest realm. Naturally, this corresponded to his foresight. Others couldn't see it clearly, but when Lu Suifeng attacked and Ling Yun waved his blade, Guo Xiaotian was worried that Lu Suifeng would be injured by Ling Yun. His eyes were firmly locked on Ling Yun, and he saw that scene clearly. Guo Xiaotian was clear that Lu Suifeng's sword was full of anger and murderous intent. The sword's momentum was fierce and domineering. The sword technique was incomparably sharp, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Moreover, the trajectory of the stab was extremely mysterious, and it was difficult to capture. However, it was such a sword that Ling Yun casually waved his blade at the tip of Lu Suifeng's sword. Starting from the tip of the sword, along the spine of the sword, all the way to the hilt, it split the sword vertically in half. Guo Xiaotian was shocked by Ling Yun's stunning slash. To be able to accurately hit the tip of Lu Suifeng's sword, how sharp was his eyesight? How steady were his hands? How strong was his mind? Lu Suifeng was shocked to realize that the tip of his sword had been hit. In that instant, it wasn't that he didn't react. Instead, he twisted his wrist and quickly changed 3 sword techniques in an attempt to shake off Ling Yun's blade. However, Ling Yun's blade was still unwavering. It easily followed along the back of Lu Suifeng's sword. This could only mean one thing. Ling Yun knew every move and reaction of Lu Suifeng in a moment of desperation. That was why he was able to follow the momentum and slash down. Moreover, Ling Yun's strike just now was a casual one. He didn't even move his feet half an inch. It wasn't that he couldn't kill Lu Suifeng, it was just that he didn't want to. Otherwise, if Ling Yun's strike was just a little faster, even Guo Xiaotian wouldn't be able to save Lu Suifeng. Ling Yun's saber skills had truly reached the realm of being one with the saber. This brat in front of him was indeed arrogant, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. It's a pity that such a rare martial arts genius would willingly fall into the path of evil. Guo Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh in his heart after the shock. He looked up at Wu Qifeng and shook his head slowly. "Third Junior, you aren't his match either." "What? How is that possible?" Guo Xiaotian didn't use telepathy. Ji Xiaoqing and Zhong Chunyan naturally heard it clearly. Both of them were shocked at the same time. They couldn't believe what they heard. In Xinjian Villa, 3rd Senior, Wu Qifeng, was recognized by everyone as a genius in swordsmanship. He had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 at the age of 36. Master once said that when Wu Qifeng reached Guo Xiaotian's age, his swordsmanship would definitely far surpass the current Guo Xiaotian, but now, eldest senior actually said that Wu Qifeng wasn't Ling Yun's match. How could they accept this fact? If this was said by someone else, Zhong Chunyan would have rushed up and scolded them. However, this was said by eldest senior, Guo Xiaotian. She had no choice but to believe it. After being stunned for a while, Zhong Chunyan turned her head again and looked at Ling Yun. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. However, Wu Qifeng still stood in front of Guo Xiaotian and said firmly, "Eldest senior, I know I might not be his match, but I still want to fight him." As long as one was a genius, they would always have their own pride. When this pride reached a certain level, it would become stubbornness. Guo Xiaotian had good eyesight, but Wu Qifeng's eyesight wasn't bad either. Wu Qifeng could also understand Ling Yun's move. He admitted that he hadn't reached that level yet, but he still wanted to fight. After spending so much time together, Guo Xiaotian naturally knew Wu Qifeng's temper. He only needed to look at Wu Qifeng's eyes to know that he wouldn't be able to stop this battle. He then used telepathy to instruct, "Third Junior, Ling Yun uses the Devil's Blade. That blade is extremely sharp and can cut through gold and jade. Your sword is an ordinary iron sword, so don't fight him head-on. Use the entanglement, softness, and stickiness techniques as much as possible. Remember, retreat from the battle immediately if your sword breaks." "Thank you, eldest senior, for your advice. I'll remember it." Wu Qifeng bowed and turned around immediately. He faced Ling Yun and took 3 steps forward. He looked at Ling Yun quietly. His heart was as calm as still water, and his face was expressionless. "Third disciple of Xinjian Villa, Wu Qifeng. Please guide me." Ling Yan looked at Wu Qifeng with interest and couldn't help but smile. You're really no match for me, and I don't want to fight you. Frankly speaking, Ling Yan's impression of Wu Qifeng couldn't be considered good or bad. He repeatedly provoked Guo Xiaotian to come out and fight with him as soon as possible. Once he defeated Guo Xiaotian, it would be over. That way, his aunt wouldn't have to be stuck in the middle. However, seeing that Guo Xiaotian was about to fight personally, Wu Qifeng just had to stand out and interfere. Big Brother Yun couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. Please guide me. Wu Qifeng held his sword across his chest and said the same thing. Ling Yan looked at Wu Qifeng from the corner of his eyes and said playfully, seems like you really want to fight. Alright then, I see that you're holding an ordinary iron sword. I can't be bothered to take advantage of you in terms of weapons, so I'll fight you empty-handed. How about that? As he spoke, Ling Yan sheathed his blade and casually threw the devil's blade on the ground behind him. Pick up your blade. Wu Qifeng's body trembled slightly, and his calm gaze became fierce. He thought that Ling Yan was deliberately humiliating him. Ling Yan smiled indifferently and ignored Wu Qifeng. Instead, he turned to look at Guo Xiaotian and said in a sarcastic tone, I'm not using a blade because I want to tell your inflexible and one-track-minded big brother that a weapon is just a weapon. I can use it if I want to and don't use it if I don't want to. That's my own business, and I don't need others to point fingers at me. Holding the devil's blade and killing a few ignorant people in the pugilistic world makes me a devil in your eyes? According to your stupid logic, tens of millions of people died under the bombardment of planes and cannons during World War II. Aren't those soldiers who flew bombers and tanks all demons in your eyes? With a light press of a button, a nuclear missile can easily destroy a city with millions of people. Then, what are those who control nuclear weapons in the eyes of a moralist like you? Whether it's my devil's blade or that flashy broadsword on your back, they won't jump up and kill people by themselves. Guo Xiaotian, remember, it's not the weapons that kill, it's the people that kill. Guo Xiaotian didn't know how to feel after hearing Ling Yan's words. He just stood there in silence. Ling Yan was only expressing his own opinion. He didn't expect Guo Xiaotian to change his mind just because of a few words. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Wu Qifeng and said, don't think that I'm humiliating you. To tell you the truth, my body is my weapon. Watch my fist. Since Wu Qifeng wanted to fight but didn't want to make a move, Ling Yan could only make the first move. His figure flashed, and only an afterimage was left in his original position, Dragon Fish Phantom ability, Tiangang Demon Fist. Whoosh! Everyone only saw a blur. When Ling Yan's figure appeared again, he was only an arm's length away from Wu Qifeng. Boom! With such a fast movement technique, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to use any techniques at all. He directly punched Wu Qifeng's face. God! What kind of movement technique is that? How can he be so fast? Zhong Chenyan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Her mouth was so wide that an egg could fit inside. Be careful, junior brother. At the same time, Guo Xiaotian also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly warned Wu Qifeng. If Ling Yan's saber technique had reached the realm of being one with the saber, it wasn't enough for Guo Xiaotian to make a fuss. Now that he saw Ling Yan's movement technique, Guo Xiaotian was truly stunned. It was unheard of for an 18-year-old youth to practice both saber and movement techniques to such a realm. Humph. Wu Qifeng didn't panic. He leaned back and dodged Ling Yan's thunderous punch. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at Ling Yan's face. Hee hee. You've been tricked. Who knew that Ling Yan would laugh and continue to rush forward? It was only when the long sword was about to cut the tip of his nose that Ling Yan gently turned his head and dodged the long sword. At this time, Ling Yan was already at Wu Qifeng's side. He smiled and looked down at Wu Qifeng, who had missed. Wu Qifeng's face was full of disbelief. Ling Yan suddenly turned his fist into a claw and grabbed Wu Qifeng's wrist. Ling Yan's movement technique was fast. His fist was fast. His dodge was fast. His downward grab was even faster. Whoosh! Wu Qifeng's feet were nailed to the ground. He leaned back and slashed forward with his long sword. After being dodged by Ling Yan, it was already impossible for him to dodge Ling Yan's palm. Of course, everything happened too quickly. From the moment Ling Yan moved to the moment he grabbed Wu Qifeng's wrist, it was at most 3 seconds. "Let me borrow your longsword." Ling Yan giggled as she grabbed Wu Qifeng's wrist with all her might. Hiss. How could a swordsman's sword be taken away so easily? Wu Qifeng instinctively used all his strength to protect his sword. However, he didn't expect Ling Yan's strength to be so great. Let go. Wu Qifeng had no choice but to let go. The longsword fell to the ground. Ling Yan grabbed it with his other hand and flew back with the sword in hand. He snatched the sword with his bare hands. To be continued. Ling Yan snatched the blade with his bare hands. Ling Yan didn't go back on his words, nor did he brag. He wouldn't let anyone below Xiantian Realm Level 8 take a single blow from him. Wu Qifeng, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 7, only had time to swing his sword once before his weapon was snatched away by Ling Yan. Dong. Wu Qifeng fell to the ground with a loud bang. The bone-piercing pain from his right wrist made his entire body go numb. He couldn't exert any strength at all. However, Ling Yan had controlled his strength well. It wasn't to the extent that Wu Qifeng couldn't get up from the ground. The real reason was that Wu Qifeng's confidence had been completely shattered by Ling Yan. Wu Qifeng lay on the ground with his back facing the sky, and he gasped for breath with large mouthfuls of air. His face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. The scene from before that was sufficient to make him remember it for the rest of his life appeared again and again before his eyes. How could a person's speed be so fast? How could a person's strength be so great? Could it be that Ling Yan had already broken through to Xiantian Realm Level 9? This battle ended too quickly, and Wu Qifeng lost too miserably. It had already affected his enlightened sword heart. Wu Qifeng had been cultivating the sword Dao day and night for 30 years. He was the absolute pride of the deity Sword Mountain Villa. He wanted to make a name for himself when he left the mountain, but his weapon was snatched away with one move. No one would be able to take such a blow. Third Junior, stand up. Guo Xiaotian's expression was as unsightly as it could be. His figure flashed and he appeared next to Wu Qifeng. He lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. Guo Xiaotian knew that Wu Qifeng would lose, but he didn't expect Wu Qifeng to lose so miserably. He had originally thought that Ling Yan's Devil's Blade wouldn't be able to break Wu Qifeng's weapon in a short period of time, even though Wu Qifeng was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 7 and had the Xiantian True Qi to protect his body. Ling Yan's Devil's Blade wouldn't be able to break Wu Qifeng's weapon in a short period of time. On the other hand, Little Junior could rely on the sword techniques of the deity Sword Mountain Villa to fight with Ling Yan for dozens of rounds and use Ling Yan as a whetstone to hone his sword Dao. But who knew that the whetstone was so fast that it broke the sword in an instant? Guo Xiaotian's expression was solemn, and his face was gloomy like water. He quietly looked at Wu Qifeng on the ground, but didn't bend down to help him up. Instead, he raised his hand to stop the 2 junior sisters who wanted to help Wu Qifeng up. He knew very well that if Wu Qifeng couldn't stand up on his own, then his cultivation in the sword Dao would end here. The most important thing in cultivating the sword Dao was a sword heart. Without a sword heart, the sword Dao would naturally be finished. Eldest senior brother. I lost. I'm useless. Wu Qifeng's breathing gradually calmed down, but he now looked more like a dead man. His eyes were filled with gloomy despair as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Guo Xiaotian felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He struggled to help Wu Qifeng up, but he resisted the urge and refused to bend over. This was the future of Deity Sword Villa. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. Guo Xiaotian sighed and tried his best to speak in a gentle voice. Third junior brother, stand up. Wu Qifeng covered his face with both hands and seemed to use all his strength to turn his body sideways. Then, he bent his legs and curled his body up. In the next moment, everyone in the surroundings noticed with disbelief that Wu Qifeng's figure actually started trembling violently, and then everyone heard the sound of sobbing and sobbing. 3 sighs sounded one after another. It was Ling Yan, Qin Dongxue, and Guo Xiaotian. All 3 of them knew that Wu Qifeng was finished. Unless he had a great opportunity or a heaven-defying encounter, it would be difficult for him to improve in this lifetime. After Ling Yan snatched the sword, he didn't say another word. He played with the ordinary iron sword as he quietly watched Wu Qifeng. In his heart, he also hoped that Wu Qifeng could stand up. However, Wu Qifeng's performance made Ling Yun disappointed and even more disdainful. There were countless geniuses in the world, but those who could reach the peak were few and far between. It wasn't because they lacked intelligence or ability, but because they couldn't take setbacks and failures. Flowers, praises, and applause could naturally encourage a genius to grow quickly. However, these were nothing in a favorable situation. Adversity, setbacks, and failures were the true touchstones of life. Only those who could face failure and setbacks calmly and walk out of the predicament of failure and setbacks time and time again were truly strong. Only then would they have the chance to reach the peak of glory in life. Wu Qifeng's mentality wasn't good. Lu Suifeng, help your third senior brother up and bring him to the side. Guo Xiaotian waited for a long time. Seeing that Wu Qifeng didn't regain his confidence and instead started wailing, Guo Xiaotian's faith in him was dead. After being defeated by Ling Yun, Lu Suifeng, who had been cowering and hiding at the back, carefully walked forward and forcibly lifted Wu Qifeng up from the ground. Then, he dragged him back. Guo Xiaotian turned around and faced Ling Yun. He slowly raised his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword behind his back. Unsheathing the sword was 1.5 meters long and more than 10 centimeters wide. It was black and heavy, looking like it weighed at least 100 kilograms. Guo Xiaotian's imposing figure rose instantly as he unsheathed the black broadsword. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the sword qi overflowed from his body, sword pointed at Ling Yun. Little devil Ling Yun, you humiliated my sect and destroyed my junior brother. Tonight, I, Guo Xiaotian, will definitely slay you with my sword. Being locked in place by Guo Xiaotian's sword qi, Ling Yun knew that any explanation would be useless. He only smiled at him. However, Ling Yun didn't let his guard down. That was because he could roughly judge that Guo Xiaotian's strength wasn't below Tokugawa Muto's. He was at least half a step into Xianxia 9th stage. Big senior brother. Qin Dongxue saw that Guo Xiaotian had finally unsheathed his sword. She naturally knew that Guo Xiaotian's realm was extraordinary, and she couldn't help but step forward to stop him. Qin Dongxue, shut up. This little devil is so arrogant, and yet you still dare to protect him. You're incorrigible. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and extended his arm to block Qin Dongshue's body. Auntie, what's there to say to someone like him? Just watch from the side. Ling Yan looked indifferent, but he was actually furious. He stopped Qin Dongxue and walked into the arena with the ordinary long sword that he snatched from Wu Qifeng. Guo Xiaotian was stunned when he saw Ling Yan walk out just like that. Then, his aura rose again as he pointed at Ling Yun. Little devil, aren't you going to use your demonic blade? Ling Yan smiled coldly. Stubborn old man, I've said it before, people kill, not weapons. Today, I'll use the sword of your deity Sword Mountain Villa to reason with you. Guo Xiaotian was so angry that he laughed. He was so angry that he nodded repeatedly and said good 3 times. Then, he suddenly shouted, take this. Guo Xiaotian attacked furiously. He immediately used his most powerful sword technique, the 3 talents sword technique, the 3 talents sword of heaven, earth, and man. The man sword eliminated the devil, the earth sword subdued the demon, and the heaven sword split open the sky. Guo Xiaotian didn't move an inch as he channeled his qi into his sword. He raised the sword with his right arm and pointed it diagonally at the sky above him. He then slashed it down to the left in Ling Yan's direction. The man character was slashed, sharp sword qi gushed out from the tip of the sword and turned into a sword energy that was more than 3 meters long. It carried a boundless aura and engulfed Ling Yun. Good move. Ling Yan's eyes flashed as he activated the stellar condensation technique and the yin-yang harmony balance. He swung the sword with his right hand. Boom. With a loud bang, the 2 ferocious sword qis collided with each other. A storm of sword qi swept out from the point where the 2 sword qi collided. Qin Dongxue and the 4 people from the deity Sword Mountain Villa retreated without hesitation. Guo Xiaotian's majestic body didn't move an inch. Ling Yun grunted and took a step back. Humph. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Guo Xiaotian took the initiative and raised his arm again. This time, the tip of the sword slashed down from the top left to the bottom right. The man character was slashed. Once again, he raised his sword and slashed out. After a loud bang, he once again blocked Guo Xiaotian's frightening sword. This time, Ling Yan took 3 steps back. Every time he took a step back, his footprints would sink into the rock and shatter 3 pieces of rock. Not only did Guo Xiaotian not retreat, but he also took a step forward. With only 2 moves, Guo Xiaotian forced Ling Yun to take 4 steps back. However, Guo Xiaotian's face did not show the slightest hint of joy. He was shocked instead of happy. That was because he used 90% of his strength in these 2 moves. Ling Yun only used an ordinary sword to block it. What shocked Guo Xiaotian even more was that Ling Yun could actually use that ordinary iron sword to unleash the sword essence, sword energy. Guo Xiaotian was a late bloomer. He could only use a trace of sword energy when he was 28 years old. Ling Yun was only 18 years old, but he could already block his sword energy with an ordinary sword. What if Ling Yun used the Devil's Blade? Wouldn't he not have to take a step back? Guo Xiaotian was shocked. How could the 4 disciples behind him not be shocked? The 4 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Ling Yun used an ordinary sword to block eldest senior's sword energy and only took 4 steps back? Zhong Chenyan suddenly exclaimed and pointed at the battlefield. Oh my god, eldest senior is going to use the earth sword. Guo Xiaotian held the hilt of his sword with both hands and slowly raised it above his head. He was about to slash at Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood with his sword and watched Guo Xiaotian's movements calmly. He was obviously at a disadvantage, but there was no sense of defeat in his eyes. He didn't have any intention to attack. Without using the Devil's Blade or any talismans, Ling Yun was going to use the purest form of martial arts to fight Guo Xiaotian with his sword. Guo Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he raised his sword and slashed down. The strange thing was that this slash looked ordinary. There was neither sword energy nor sword energy. It wasn't aimed at Ling Yun, but at the ground. Boom! The broadsword struck the ground, and the entire blade instantly sank into the rocks. Chi 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 chi. In the next instant, countless streaks of sword chi shot out from the rocks around Ling Yun, completely enveloping him. Ling Yun's eyes shone with a strange light. His expression flickered, and his figure shot into the sky. To be continued. Ling Yun shot up into the sky, his body spinning rapidly. His handsome eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared unblinkingly at the surging sword chi gushing out from the ground below. Ling Yun was elated. All along, he had only defended and not attacked. He had been waiting for this moment. Divine power, that's right, divine power. Deity Sword Villa's eldest senior brother Guo Xiaotian. The Earth Sword technique of the 3 talents sword technique was actually a legendary divine ability. The giant sword slashed into the rocks on the ground, and the ferocious sword chi flowed through the ground. In the process of traveling underground, it rapidly increased in strength through a strange frequency, and at the same time, it surged out from the ground. Ling Yun was standing 2 feet away from Guo Xiaotian. If this wasn't a divine power, then what was it? The sword chi was originally invisible, but now it was visible to the naked eye. After rushing out from the ground, it quickly turned into dozens of broadswords, each of which was exactly the same as the broadsword in Guo Xiaotian's hand. Dozens of broadswords, like bamboo shoots after the rain, drilled out of the mountain rocks at the same time, cutting horizontally and vertically. Within a radius of 30 feet, all the protruding rocks, all the plants, all the protruding rocks, were all simultaneously cut into powder by the sword chi. Ling Yun wasn't the only one who saw that terrifying scene. The other disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa, as well as Qin Dongxue, saw it too. Oh my god! Big senior brother actually used the Earth Sword divine power. It turned out that it was the first time that Guo Xiaotian used the Earth Sword in such a way. Even the direct disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa were witnessing it. There were only 2 ways to deal with such a divine power. One was to resist it, and the other was to dodge it. There was no other way. That was why Ling Yun chose to soar into the sky at the first instance. His body rose to a height of 5 feet, and he dodged the dozens of horrifying broadswords. But if the Earth Sword thaumaturgy could be broken so easily, then it wouldn't be called a thaumaturgy at all, it would just be for show. Just as Ling Yun leapt into the sky and dodged the solid sword chi, the dozens of broadswords, under Guo Xiaotian's control, all shot up into the sky as if they had eyes of their own, turning into dozens of black streaks of light that shot straight towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun was in the sky, and his momentum was obviously slower. There was no way he could dodge it. Ling Yun, be careful. Qin Dongxue didn't care about anything else. She screamed and tried to warn Ling Yun. She couldn't help but pull out her sword. On the other hand, when the four great disciples of deity Sword Vilas saw Guo display the earth sword thaumaturgy, after the initial shock and excitement, each of their faces showed varying degrees of happiness. Even Wu Qifeng, whose sword heart had been destroyed by Ling Yun, had a glimmer of life in his eyes. Lu Suifeng's eyes were sinister as he stared at Ling Yun, who was being chased by the sword qi. He couldn't wait for Ling Yun to be killed by his eldest senior brother's magical sword technique. Ling Yun will definitely die. Zhong Chenyan looked at Ling Yun, who had nowhere to hide. She couldn't help but let out a cruel smile as she muttered to herself gloatingly. "Auntie, don't worry. Watch me break his divine sword technique." Ling Yun had discussed divine powers with Xianxia last night. He already knew that the so-called divine powers were nothing more than techniques. Even if the sword qi was materialized, it would still be sword qi no matter how much it changed. Just as the first broadsword was about to hit Ling Yun, he took a deep breath in midair and leaped another 30 feet into the air. Suddenly, he somersaulted with his head down and feet up. The tip of the sword in his hand was pointed straight down. At the same time, he swung his arm at the broadsword that was coming at him. Like a divine dragon from the 9 heavens, he plunged into the boundless sea of swords. Boom, 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 boom. Every time the long sword in Ling Yun's hand hit a long sword made of true qi, there would be a loud explosion that shook the heavens. In just a breath's time, Ling Yun had broken more than 10 broadswords. Unfortunately, the sword qi wasn't extinguished. Every time he broke one, a new broadsword would quickly emerge from the ground and stab at Ling Yun. Moreover, those broadswords were merely materialized sword qi. The closer Ling Yun's body got to the ground, the sharper the sword qi became, cutting and wreaking havoc. This was Guo true earth sword divine ability. If it weren't for the protection of the stellar condensation technique and the golden black devilish silkworm armor, Ling Yun would have been covered in cuts from the crisscrossing sword qi no matter how fast his sword was. This battle made Ling Yun feel like his blood was boiling. All he could do was crazily hack and slash all the way down. After breaking 21 broadswords, the ordinary long sword in Ling Yun's hand finally couldn't take the burden anymore and turned into dust inch by inch. At this time, Ling Yun was less than 2 meters away from the ground. The sword qi was still wreaking havoc, and the wind from the sword whistled. Ling Yun's face was full of pain, and he could barely open his eyes. Humph. Ling Yun's hands were empty. With a sudden roar, he quickly circulated the yin-yang harmony balance in his body. Within his energy center, the yin-yang true qi whirlpool spun in reverse. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed a broadsword that was slashing at him. Since true qi was materialized and could be seen with the naked eye, naturally, it could also be grabbed by hands. In other words, at this moment, the sword qi that was originally released by Guo and completely under his control was now in Ling Yun's hands. That broadsword that entered Ling Yun's hands was completely controlled by Guo will. However, Ling Yun immediately circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and used the yin-yang true qi to assimilate that broadsword. In just an instant, that broadsword was no longer under Guo control. Boom! Ling Yun landed on both feet. Ignoring the surrounding sword qi, he held the broadsword with both hands and slashed it wildly. After a dozen explosions, all the sword qi that gushed out from the ground was dispersed by Ling Yun. Boom, boom. After Ling Yun landed, he continuously stomped his feet on the ground. This was the first time he used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. This technique was imparted to Yao Rou by Ling Yun. Of course, he knew how to use it. The Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique specialized in using the heavy power of the earth. After stomping his feet, the yin qi in his body gushed out from the soles of his feet and spread to the surrounding 20 feet. In an instant, the ground within a 20 feet radius froze, and the temperature plummeted. The entire ground seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. This technique directly isolated most of the sword qi that Guo transmitted from the ground. Absorption technique. In the next moment, Ling Yun stood in the midst of the surging sword qi. With a single thought, he directly used the absorption technique. The sword qi that Ling Yun dispersed from Guo body was like a hurricane drilling a hole, whistling through the air and drilling into Ling Yun's palms. Why did Ling Yun choose to cultivate such a difficult yin-yang harmony balance? Not only could the yin-yang harmony balance continuously generate energy in the body, but it could also absorb and assimilate any true qi. Naturally, Guo sword qi was included. Absorbing the enemy sword chi for his own use, using battle to nurture battle, Ling Yan spread out his arms and looked at the surging sword chi around him. With his hands as the source, it turned into two spiraling vortexes that surged violently into his body. In a few breaths, Ling Yan had recovered most of the true chi that he had used in the intense battle just now. Not good. Guo Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. His eyes shone with disbelief and horror. With all his might, he pulled out the broadsword that was stuck in the ground and took the initiative to stop the earth sword technique. This is the unparalleled demonic technique, the absorption technique. Little devil, I won't let you live tonight. If it was said that Guo Xiaotian was still concerned about Qin Dongshua's relationship with Ling Yun, or perhaps he was still concerned about the secrets of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book, then everything had changed. Guo Xiaotian took a deep breath and retracted all the sword chi that was leaking out of his body. The sword chi in his body circulated and poured into the broadsword. Sky sword. Kill. With a roar, Guo Xiaotian's eyes widened in anger. He used 120% of his strength, and the broadsword was like a living thing. It flew out of his hand on its own and pierced towards Ling Yun. This sword wasn't thrown out by Guo Xiaotian. It flew out on its own as if it had a mind of its own. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. This was the legendary sword kinesis technique. Even though it was only the most basic one, its power was still very heaven-defying. After the broadsword flew out, Guo Xiaotian's face turned from red to purple. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit of backlash from forcefully using the heaven sword. The earth sword and sky sword of the three talent sword techniques were actually divine powers. No wonder the deity sword Villa dared to use godly sword as a name. Oh my god. It's actually the sky sword technique. Zhong Chenyan, Lu Suifeng, and Ji Xiaoqing exclaimed as they looked at the shocking scene in front of them. They were all stunned. Ling Yun, quick, take your blade. Qin Dongxue was really anxious this time. She pounced towards the devil's blade on the ground, wanting to throw it over to Ling Yun at the risk of being injured by the demonic energy of the blade. I said I won't use the blade. Ling Yun rejected. The moment the broadsword shot towards him, he abruptly raised the yin-yang harmony balance and the stellar condensation technique to the maximum. Tiangang Demon Fist. Ling Yun got up and sped up to meet the incoming blade. At the same time, he punched out with both fists at the same time. The current Ling Yun could exert a few thousand kilograms of force with every punch. He wanted to break through everything with brute force. Thus, everyone watched in horror as the two men and their swords clashed fiercely on the battlefield. On the other side, Guo Xiaotian stood motionless as he used all his willpower to control his broadsword to attack Ling Yun. On the battlefield, Ling Yun used the Tiangang Demon Fist without dodging or evading. His fists opened and closed, and he used both fists to attack a flying broadsword. Boom! 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 Every time Ling Yan's fists hit the blade, there would be an earth-shattering sound. Guo Xiaotian, who used his willpower to control the broadsword to attack, felt as though someone was ringing a huge bell in his ears. Every hit caused his body to tremble violently. This was the most direct confrontation between brute force and technique. Ling Yan fought this battle cleanly. He didn't use any magical treasures or schemes. He even abandoned the devil's blade. He wanted to break through everything with brute force and use his fists to break Guo Xiaotian's heavenly sword technique. To be continued. The fist broke through the air, and the sword chi filled the air. On the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yan fought against Guo Xiaotian's heavenly sword with his bare fists. 500 meters above them, the two members of the Blood Clan, Paul and Chester, spread their huge wings and hovered in the air, observing the intense battle below. After the transformation, the two of them had a look of extreme shock on their sinister faces. Oh, Satan, what did I just see? It's the flying sword technique of Huaxia's legends. Chester's purple eyes widened as he looked at the black broadsword circling Ling Yan's body. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself. Paul's expression was similar to Chester's. He frowned and said, "The secret manual of the Blood Clan that has been passed down for thousands of years says that the descendants of the Blood Clan shouldn't come to Huaxia to cause trouble. I was skeptical in the past. But now, it seems like Huaxia is too mysterious and powerful. Could the person below be the legendary sword immortal of Huaxia?" Chester muttered. Paul shook his head immediately and said decisively, "Definitely not. The secret manual of the Blood Clan says that a true sword immortal can use the sword kinesis flight. Moreover, the speed of the sword kinesis flight is many times faster than when we transform into bats." The person below obviously doesn't know how to use the sword kinesis flight. After a pause, Paul continued, "I think that person isn't using the real flying sword technique. Instead, he forcefully activated some kind of secret technique to make the sword attack our boss. It's really strange." "Paul, did you know that boss met many powerful masters in the past 2 nights? He always used that magic sword. But tonight, he actually chose to use his bare fists to fight against the enemy's flying sword." Chester said worriedly. "I think boss might have considered his beautiful aunt as a factor," Paul said faintly. Chester rubbed his fists and said eagerly, "Should we go down and help them? We have to listen to boss's orders." Paul shook his head slowly. Paul, look." Chester suddenly pointed down at a hidden forest in the Dragon Gate mountain. He widened his eyes and said, "There seems to be a shadow moving over there." Paul looked in the direction of Chester's finger, but he couldn't see anything because it was too dark. "Boss said that he has a premonition that something big is going to happen tonight. He told us not to act rashly and just wait patiently." Paul comforted the anxious Chester, but his heart was filled with worry. Bang! Ling Yan tilted his body and threw a punch, deflecting the broadsword that was about to pierce his chest. However, after the broadsword trembled slightly, the tip of the sword turned rapidly in the air and once again pierced towards Ling Yan's body. Heavenly Sword Divine Power. One of the greatest advantages of divine arts was that weapons no longer needed to be controlled by hands. Without the restraint of wrists and arms, a weapon could fly up and down around the enemy's body, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, ever-changing, and extremely fast, making it impossible for people to guard against it. Only a few minutes had passed since Xianxia forcefully used the heavenly sword mystic art. However, in that short period of time, he had already thrown out hundreds of punches in order to defend against that broadsword. Life and death could be decided in an instant. One could imagine how dangerous the battlefield was. If it were any other Xianxia realm level 8 expert, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a few blows from that black broadsword. They would have been killed on the spot. Since Ling Yan had decided to use his bare fists to break the technique, it was naturally because he had enough confidence. This confidence stemmed from 3 factors. Firstly, it was because of his strong defense. With the protection of the stellar condensation technique and the golden black devilish silkworm garment, it would be difficult for Ling Yan to sustain serious injuries even if he was accidentally stabbed. Secondly, it was because of Ling Yan's heaven-defying movement technique. The dragonfish phantom ability was close to teleportation, which was enough to avoid the attacks of the broadsword. Thirdly, and most importantly, it was because of Ling Yan's strong and condensed divine sense. This was the biggest reason why Ling Yan dared to face Xianxia's flying sword with his bare hands. Under the envelopment of his divine sense, Ling Yan could capture the trajectory of the broadsword and the direction of its attack without missing a single detail. Furthermore, he could respond instantly. This completely obliterated the greatest advantage of Xianxia's sky sword's supernatural power. Since the enemy's advantage was meaningless, Ling Yan's advantage would naturally show itself as time passed. Ling Yan could naturally see that Xianxia's sky sword's supernatural power hadn't been cultivated to the point where he could control it as he pleased. He was only forcefully activating the sky sword technique. Naturally, it was stunning at the start, and the effects were shocking and terrifying. However, Xianxia couldn't sustain it for long. However, Ling Yan's physical condition was at its peak tonight. He was well prepared, and his stamina was vigorous. It seemed to be endless. Moreover, after saving Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, Ling Yan had no more worries. He was planning to go all out and finish off all the enemies in Xianxia City. Xianxia deserved his misfortune for going up against Ling Yan in this state. Whoosh! Ling Yan used the dragonfish phantom ability and left an afterimage in a flash. He barely dodged the broadsword that was stabbing at him from behind. Then, he leaped back and threw a punch at the broadsword. Bang! This punch solidly smashed into the ridge of the black broadsword, and the broadsword was sent flying again. This time, it flew more than 20 feet away. At the same time, Xianxia's body shook violently. His face turned sallow, and fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Guo Xiaotian's eyes were bloodshot. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think that even after using his trump cards, the Earth Sword and Heaven Sword, he still couldn't win against a barehanded 18-year-old junior. Ling Yan's body was strong, his movement technique was strange, his true qi was abundant, and his terrifying strength made Guo Xiaotian feel a deep sense of fear and even despair. I won't let anyone below Xiantian realm level 8 last one round. Ling Yan's arrogant words were still ringing in his ears. At that time, he thought that Ling Yan was arrogant and conceited, but the truth was right in front of him. Third junior brother Wu Qifeng and fifth junior brother Lu Suifeng didn't lose at all. In the eyes of the disciples of Deity Sword Villa, Big Senior had completely gained the upper hand once he used the Heavenly Sword technique. Ling Yan was just tired of dealing with it, and Ling Yan's defeat was only a matter of time. However, Guo Xiaotian was very clear in his heart that the person who had been bitterly holding on after displaying the Heavenly Sword divine ability was actually himself. The broadsword wouldn't fly up to kill the enemy for no reason. Of course, it was under Guo Xiaotian's control. It could also be said that he was controlling his mental strength to the best of his ability. That was why he could attack Ling Yan so mysteriously. Apart from dodging, every punch that Ling Yan threw wasn't for nothing either. Ling Yan's fists seemed to be hitting the broadsword, but they were actually attacking the strand of mental strength that Guo Xiaotian had wrapped around his broadsword. In other words, if Guo Xiaotian's technique couldn't deal fatal damage to Ling Yan in a short period of time, then Ling Yan's physical strength would gain the upper hand. Moreover, he would soon be able to completely break through Guo Xiaotian's Heavenly Sword technique. Right now, Guo Xiaotian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After sending the broadsword flying with a punch, Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan Guo Xiaotian's current situation. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Is this the end? Back in the cultivation world, Ling Yan had reached the tribulation stage. Not to mention this Heavenly Sword art, which was just a prototype of the sword kinesis controlling technique, he had even fought against real sword immortals before. Furthermore, he had never lost. Heavenly Sword technique? In Ling Yan's eyes, it was no different from child's play. There was no need to use the Devil's Blade at all. Ling Yan didn't use the Devil's Blade. Instead, he only defended and didn't attack. It seemed like the dumbest method, but it was the most effective one. That was because it was the only way to prevent Guo Xiaotian's mental strength from collapsing. He would definitely be completely exhausted and would only be left to take a beating. Right at this moment, Guo Xiaotian suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. He abruptly stretched out two fingers and forcefully waved them at the wavering broadsword in front of him. He abruptly roared, "Go!" The broadsword was parallel to the ground. With a sudden burst of strength, it stabbed towards Ling Yan at lightning speed. This time, the speed of the broadsword was more than twice as fast as before. It was almost in front of Ling Yan in an instant. Humph! Ling Yan had long expected Guo Xiaotian's final attack. He was already prepared for it. He snorted coldly and used the dragon-fish phantom ability to split into 9. The broadsword pierced through the neck of the real afterimage where Ling Yan was originally standing. It was so fast that Qin Dongxue couldn't see clearly whether the broadsword had pierced Ling Yan or not. She couldn't help but close her beautiful eyes and let out a sorrowful cry. "Stubborn old man, do you really want to kill me that badly?" In the next moment, a clear, piercingly cold voice sounded. Qin Dongxue heard the voice and opened her beautiful eyes in surprise. She immediately saw an unbelievable scene. Ling Yan was standing beside the motionless Guo Xiaotian. He stretched out a palm and pressed on Guo Xiaotian's head. With a smirk, he said, "Do you believe that I won't twist your head off and kick it like a ball?" Guo Xiaotian, on the other hand, was bleeding from all his orifices. He sat motionlessly on the ground as if he didn't know that Ling Yan's big hand was pressing on his head. It wasn't that Guo Xiaotian didn't want to move, but he simply couldn't. After unleashing the Earth Sword and forcefully unleashing the Heaven Sword technique, Guo Xiaotian's life and death were no longer under his control even after expending all of his strength to unleash the final strike. Guo Xiaotian was completely defeated. Big Senior Brother. The other 4 disciples of the Deity Sword Mountain Villa couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. Ji Shaoqing flew out with her sword and shouted, "Ling Yan, don't you dare." Ling Yan's big hand didn't move an inch from Guo Xiaotian's head. He seemed to have deliberately pressed it down. He turned to look at Ji Shaoqing and smiled faintly. It's not up to you to decide whether I dare or not. Now, can we sit down and have a good talk? The earth-shattering battle between Ling Yan and Guo Xiaotian ended with Ling Yan's complete victory and Guo Xiaotian's crushing defeat. Guo Xiaotian lost miserably. He sat motionlessly on the ground like a piece of dead wood. Blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It was a terrifying sight. Not only was Guo Xiaotian's true qi completely exhausted, but his consciousness had also been completely destroyed by Ling Yan's hundreds of punches. If he couldn't gather his consciousness quickly, he wouldn't even be able to take care of his daily life, let alone his sword Dao cultivation. He was no different from a cripple in a vegetative state. Based on Guo Xiaotian's realm, he would have been able to defeat Ling Yan easily if he had only used the earth sword technique. Even if he couldn't defeat Ling Yan, he wouldn't have lost so badly. However, Guo Xiaotian's personality was stubborn to a certain extent. Especially after discovering that Ling Yan had the absorption technique, he forcefully used the secret technique of Deity Sword Mountain Villa and used the Sky Sword superpower in an attempt to kill Ling Yan in one blow. However, he had overestimated his own strength, or rather, underestimated Ling Yan's strength. In a battle between experts, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge loss. Guo Xiaotian had underestimated Ling Yan. However, even though Ling Yan was arrogant and despotic with his words and even said that he would not use his saber, in Ling Yan's heart, he would never underestimate any opponent. The Earth Sword Thaumaturgy and Heaven Sword Thaumaturgy were naturally stunning and powerful, but in Ling Yan's eyes, they were nothing. Ling Yan had once crushed a mountain with one punch and split a river with one palm. The Earth Sword superpower and the Sky Sword superpower were no different from ordinary swords and knives to Ling Yan. Ling Yan was once an expert in the tribulation stage in the cultivation world. How could an ordinary Huaxia ancient martial arts expert compare to him in terms of battle experience and insight? Guo Xiaotian was like a blind man riding a horse in the middle of the night, but Ling Yan was confident. It would be strange if Guo Xiaotian didn't suffer a tragedy when the two of them fought. Therefore, even though Guo Xiaotian's realm was above Tokugawa Mudo's, Ling Yan had an easier time defeating him than Tokugawa Mudo. After this battle, Ling Yan had a rough idea of Guo Xiaotian's realm. The pseudo-realm of Xiantian realm level 9 couldn't exceed the first minor realm of Xiantian realm level 9. After Guo Xiaotian lost, the other four disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa all had different reactions. When third senior brother Wu Qifeng saw Guo Xiaotian's earth sword technique and heavenly sword divine powers, his dazed eyes had a glimmer of light, as if he had seen hope again. But now, his eyes had completely dimmed. His heart was like ashes as he watched Ling Yan's large hand press down on Guo Xiaotian's head, but he stood there in a daze, unmoved. Fourth senior brother, Lu Suifeng, after recovering from the shock, did not hesitate at all. He quietly retreated, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. Sixth senior sister, Zhong Chenyan, had the strangest reaction. She was the weakest in terms of strength and eyesight. At first, she thought that big senior brother had the upper hand and would definitely cut off Ling Yan's head. At that time, she even let out a cry of excitement or pity. But when everything settled, Zhong Chenyan realized that not only was Ling Yan not dead, but big senior brother's head was pressed down by Ling Yan. She couldn't help but exclaim under the huge contrast. At this moment, Zhong Chenyan looked at Ling Yan differently. It was full of shock and awe, and she forgot to react for a moment. Only fifth senior sister, Ji Xiaoqing, knew that she wasn't Ling Yan's match, but she flew out to protect her big senior brother, Guo Xiaotian. As if seeing that Ling Yan had no intention of killing Guo Xiaotian, Ji Xiaoqing immediately stopped in her tracks. Her calm face revealed a vigilant expression as she said in a deep voice, "Ling Yan, what exactly do you want?" Ling Yan was right. Now, Guo Xiaotian's head was under Ling Yan's palm. As long as Ling Yan exerted his strength, Guo Xiaotian would die. Whether Ling Yan dared to make a move or not wasn't up to Ji Xiaoqing. Since Guo Xiaotian was in such a state, there was no doubt about Ling Yan's strength. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill the four people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa in an instant. She was like a fish on a chopping block. What else could Ji Xiaoqing do other than endure? The fist was the truth. Only with strength could one have the right to speak. Of course, this was applicable everywhere. The people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa were completely listless. Ling Yan smiled faintly. He didn't even look at Ji Xiaoqing, who was putting on a brave front. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Lu Suifeng, who was planning to sneak away quietly. He said playfully, "Lu, if you dare to take another step, I'll cut off your legs and cripple your martial arts." Lu Suifeng's retreating figure suddenly trembled. His 2 feet were immediately nailed to the ground. Indeed, he didn't dare to take another step. Lu Suifeng only felt a buzz in his head. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. He felt his chest and back turn cold, and his face was extremely pale. Knowing that he couldn't escape quietly, Lu Suifeng shrunk his body and laughed dryly. He said to Ling Yun, "Brother. Brother Ling Yun, we are all family. Why are you shouting about fighting and killing the moment you open your mouth? This isn't good, Lu Suifeng, you." As soon as Lu Suifeng said that, Ji Xiaoqing was already trembling with anger. Her delicate body trembled as she glared at Lu Suifeng, who was like a pug. Zhong Chuanyan's mouth was wide open as she looked at Lu Suifeng, who was hiding behind her. Her face was full of disbelief, and her eyes were filled with disdain and shock. She couldn't believe that the usually suave Lu Suifeng would actually say such a thing. Zhong Chuanyan looked at Lu Suifeng as if she was looking at a stranger. She was extremely disappointed. She thought to herself, "Is this the person I've been secretly in love with?" Ling Yun, who was pressing on Guo Xiaotian's head, suddenly felt a violent tremor under his palm. He found it funny. He thought to himself, Lu Suifeng is really amazing. He actually made Guo Xiaotian come back to life. Ling Yun was in a good mood. Looking at Lu Suifeng, who was like a lapdog, he said disdainfully, "The one with the surname Lu, don't flatter yourself. Who is your brother? Who is your family? You called me a little brat and said that I'm about to die. Who was the first person to attack me? I don't seem to remember." In order to save his life, Lu Suifeng didn't care about the angry and disdainful looks from his fellow disciples around him. He continued to smile and said, "Ling Yun, that. I'm still junior sister Qin's senior brother. Even if you don't care about me, consider me. A great person shouldn't hold a grudge against me. Don't lower yourself to my level, Pa." Ling Yun flew up and flew back. He slapped Lu Suifeng so hard that he spun 3 times on the spot. He sneered disdainfully. "Scram. A scumbag like you is not fit to call my auntie junior sister." Lu Suifeng was slapped until he spun 2 more times before he stopped. He was seeing stars, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. He subconsciously covered his swollen cheek and looked at Ling Yun in horror. He didn't dare to say another word. Humph. Despicable. Ji Xiaoqing and Zhong Chuanyan were extremely disdainful of Lu Suifeng's despicable behavior. They snorted at the same time and didn't look at Lu Suifeng again. Ji Xiaoqing knew that it was useless to talk to Ling Yun. She simply turned her gaze to Qin Dongxue, who had been silent all this while. "Junior sister Qin, Deity Sword Villa is inferior today. We admit defeat. If you still care about the friendship that Deity Sword Villa has for you, please ask Ling Yun to be merciful and let big senior brother go. What do you think?" Ling Yun had won, but Qin Dongxue wasn't happy at all. Qin Dongxue knew that her master wouldn't let the matter rest now that her master and Ling Yun had fallen out with each other. Both sides would eventually become like fire and water, and it would end in a fight to the death. Qin Dongxue was caught in the middle. She could imagine what her future would be like. But no matter what, she couldn't bear to let Ling Yun kill big senior brother in front of her. Qin Dongxue was just about to speak when she heard an angry snort. That angry snort came from Guo Xiaotian's throat. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant like a broken bellow. Guo Xiaotian's Adam's apple trembled. He desperately mustered all the strength in his body and roared hoarsely, "All disciples of Deity Sword Villa, listen up. As the eldest disciple of Deity Sword Villa, I officially announce that Qin Dongxue is ungrateful and has fallen into the path of evil. She is now expelled from the sect. From now on, all ties between Deity Sword Villa and Qin Dongxue are severed. Any disciple of Deity Sword Villa who sees Qin Dongxue can kill her." Qin Dongshue's delicate body trembled violently. Her pretty face was pale, and her lips were trembling. Ling Yun was instantly enraged. However, the next moment, Ling Yun suddenly smiled. He patted Guo Xiaotian's head as if he was patting a basketball. Stubborn old man, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn, he said wickedly. Ling Yan glanced at the people of Deity Sword Villa and said disdainfully, to tell you the truth, if it wasn't for my aunt, based on my temper, none of you would be able to leave the Peak of Dragon Gate alive tonight. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful after I spared your life. You still have the cheek to expel my aunt from the sect? Ling Yan's slap didn't seem heavy, but Guo Xiaotian felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He could only endure it with all his might. He forced his eyes open and grinned. Little devil Ling Yun, Guo Xiaotian, lost to you because I'm not as skilled as you. You can kill me if you want. But since ancient times, good and evil have never coexisted. Heaven's net has long arms, but it never escapes. Even if I can't subdue you today, there will be others who can. Guo Xiaotian closed his eyes slowly and said lightly, Ji Xiaoqing, I order you to send a signal immediately to summon all the masters of the righteous path to the mountain to exterminate the evil. Qin Dongxue was stunned on the spot. Ling Yan's smile disappeared. His handsome face was as cold as a knife, and the corners of his lips were tightly pursed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as Ling Yan expected, there was indeed an ambush on Dragon Gate Mountain. It was a trap to kill Ling Yan. Ling Yan snorted angrily as he smashed Guo Xiaotian's head into mush with his palm. No. Big senior brother. Qin Dongxue couldn't stop him in time and could only let out a sorrowful cry. At the same time, Ji Xiaoqing flew back and shot a signal flare at the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain. It exploded in the air, and it was incomparably beautiful. To be continued. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't a homicidal maniac. Before the fight, Ling Yan had said that he would spare the lives of the 5 disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa. He would use their lives to pay for saving Qin Chuyue's life. However, there was a condition. Ling Yan's bottom line was that there wouldn't be any ambush from other sects, other than the people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa. No matter how hard the Deity Sword Mountain Villa tried to force Qin Dongxue, Ling Yan could let bygones be bygones as long as there wasn't any ambush. However, if there was an ambush, Ling Yan would definitely kill Guo Xiaotian. The only advantage the Deity Sword Mountain Villa had over the other sects was Qin Dongxue. That was because Qin Dongxue was the direct disciple of the Deity Sword Mountain Villa and Ling Yan's aunt. In short, everyone was still considered a family. If there was a conflict, they could talk it out. If they couldn't, they could fight. Whether it hurt or not, no matter who won or lost, it was still an internal conflict in the family. Therefore, even though Ling Yan seemed arrogant, he was actually tolerant. He had always left some leeway for the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Ling Yan could have killed Lu Suifeng with one blow, but he didn't. Ling Yan could have killed Wu Qifeng with one blow, but he didn't. In the end, Ling Yan could have crushed Guo Xiaotian's head with one blow, but he didn't. This wasn't Ling Yan's style at all. The reason why he had been tolerating was because of Qin Dongxue. He understood Qin Dongxue's thoughts and knew that she was in a difficult position. Ling Yan didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Ling Yan came here tonight to protect Qin Dongxue and support her. He was only in charge of fighting. As for how Qin Dongxue would deal with the Deity Sword Mountain Villa after he won, he wouldn't interfere. Everything was up to Qin Dongxue's arrangements. Qin Dongxue was smart. Since she came to Dragon Gate Mountain tonight, she must have thought of a way to explain and deal with the matter. Qin Dongxue just needed a chance to explain. Guo Xiaotian didn't give it, but Ling Yan fought for it. He pressed down on Guo Xiaotian's head, not because he wanted to kill Guo Xiaotian, but because he wanted the people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa to listen to Qin Dongxue's explanation. If the people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa were smart enough to listen to Qin Dongxue's explanation, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Not only would Ling Yan spare Guo Xiaotian's life, but he would also use his heaven-defying medical skills to treat Guo Xiaotian's injuries. If the people of Deity Sword Mountain Villa still could not accept the explanation, Ling Yan would let them go down the mountain safely and leave on their own. People of different principles couldn't make plans together. At most, they would just mind their own business from now on and never come into contact with each other. Ling Yan did not care about one more enemy, and he naturally did not care about one less ally. If he let go of the people from Deity Sword Villa, even if they wanted to cause trouble for Ling Yan in the future, he would take it all on. There was no need for him to kill someone from Qin Dongxue's sect in front of her. But Guo Xiaotian didn't know what was good for him. They had lost, and everyone's lives were in Ling Yan's hands. Yet, they still wanted to act tough. It's fine if you want to act tough, but you're just a small deity Sword Mountain Villa. If you want to kick my aunt out of the sect, fine. Anyway, there was no benefit for Qin Dongxue to stay in such a trashy sect. Ling Yan could not wait for Qin Dongxue to take the opportunity to lead Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Ling Yan could tolerate all of this, but the people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa should not have used Qin Dongxue as bait to lure Ling Yan into the trap. Then, they would let those sects lay in ambush and kill Ling Yan in one fell swoop. Guo Xiaotian had successfully opened Ling Yan's reverse scale. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched it would be killed. Therefore, after Ling Yan heard that there was indeed an ambush, he immediately smashed Guo Xiaotian's head with his palm without hesitation. Guo Xiaotian's white brain matter splattered all over the ground. Let's go. After Ji Xiaoqing sent out the signal flare, her figure flashed to the side of the dazed Wu Qifeng and dragged him down the mountain. Zhong Chenyan had never seen a person's head being smashed like a watermelon. After a moment of shock, she immediately fled for her life. Needless to say, Lu Suifeng escaped the fastest. When Guo Xiaotian sent out the signal, he immediately used his qinggong to the extreme and disappeared into the dark forest. The 4 people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa were like frightened birds. They scattered in all directions. They didn't know that their escape was unnecessary because Ling Yan didn't move at all. Qin Dongxue flew over with tears in her beautiful eyes. She stared blankly at Guo Xiaotian's headless body that was still sitting cross-legged. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Ling Yan, didn't you say that you wouldn't kill them? Why did you kill my big senior brother? Qin Dongxue couldn't stop her tears from flowing after being stunned for a long time. She wiped her tears abruptly and questioned Ling Yan. Ling Yan looked up at the bright signal flare that hadn't disappeared in time. After a long silence, he said faintly, he deserved to die. He claimed to exterminate evil and protect justice, but he was heartless. Qin Dongxue yelled at Ling Yan, he was heartless, but we can't be disloyal. Have you forgotten? Our Qin family is indebted to Deity Sword Mountain Villa, and big senior brother taught me his skills. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue was angry, but he wasn't anxious. He only smiled faintly. Auntie, you know my character. If Deity Sword Mountain Villa didn't join forces with the Orthodox sects to ambush me tonight, I wouldn't care how they made things difficult for you. As long as they didn't hurt you, I would let them do whatever they wanted. But you've seen it for yourself. I've been tolerating them. What did Guo Xiaotian do? Auntie, think about it. Since they ambushed you in advance, what are you in the eyes of Deity Sword Mountain Villa? Ling Yan turned slowly and looked at Qin Dongxue. To them, you're just a bait to lure me into this trap. I did come tonight. If I didn't, I have 100 reasons to believe that Guo Xiaotian would cripple your martial arts, expel you from the sect, and use you as a hostage to force me to appear. Then, he would join forces with the Orthodox sects to kill me in one fell swoop. Auntie, you've been thinking about Deity Sword Mountain Villa the entire day, but in the eyes of Deity Sword Mountain Villa, you're already a sacrifice. With a sect like this, why do you still care about the camaraderie between you and your master? Since you came here, has Guo Xiaotian ever listened to you at all? Is there anyone like him who acts like a big senior brother? Qin Dongxue was rendered speechless by Ling Yan's continuous questioning. Seeing that Qin Dongxue wasn't speaking, Ling Yan's expression softened. Moreover, I only slapped Guo Xiaotian to vent my anger. Guo Xiaotian forcefully activated his secret technique and used the heavenly sword technique. His thoughts were already scattered by my hundreds of punches. He was already at the end of his rope. If he didn't force himself to say those words, he could still be an ordinary person after he left. However, he didn't choose to do so. Instead, he used all his strength to expel you from the sect and let your senior sister send a signal. I pressed my hand on his head. It looked like I was threatening Deity Sword Mountain Villa, but I was actually trying to save his life. After he said those 2 sentences, he was definitely going to die. I admit that I had the intention to kill him with that last slap. However, since he was already dead, why didn't I send him on his way and let him suffer less pain? Ling Yan was speaking the truth. Ling Yan could have saved or killed Guo Xiaotian in his current state. However, why didn't he kill Guo since he wanted to die? But, with your medical skills, you can definitely save him. Qin Dongxue said blankly. Why should I save him? Ling Yan asked coldly. Since Guo is willing to die for a righteous cause and wants to leave a good name in history, why don't I fulfill his wish? I'd like to see, after he dies, just how many people from the righteous sects in the world will remember him? Finally, Qin Dongxue was speechless and kept quiet. Ling Yan didn't say anything else. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at the silhouettes rushing up from all directions. He listened to the sounds of qinggong breaking through the air. He suddenly raised his hand, and the devil's underworld essence blade that he had thrown to the ground instantly flew into his hands. Ling Yan held the devil's blade in his left hand and pointed at the foot of the mountain. Auntie, I know you don't feel good now, but this isn't the time to discuss these issues. Next, take a look at how your sect and your big senior brother Guo plan to deal with me. Qin Dongshua's body tensed up as she regained her senses. Only then did she remember that she and Ling Yun were surrounded by all the sects in the world. Ling Yun, what should we do now? Qin Dongxue asked Ling Yun subconsciously. Ling Yun smirked and said, what else can I do? Since they've dug a pit for me to jump into, and I've really jumped into it, let's fight. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Ling Yan turned to look at Qin Dongxue with true qi circulating throughout his body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, more than 10 figures rushed to the top of the dragon gate and surrounded them from all directions. Ba. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Ling Yan pulled Qin Dongxue behind him with a smile on his face and looked around at the crowd. The first to rush to the top of the mountain were 6 monks, 6 Taoist priests, and a middle-aged man in layman's clothes. Among the 6 monks, the leader was a monk wearing a kasaya and holding a Buddhist staff. He was in his 30s, had a tall stature, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His voice was like a great bell, and it was him who had chanted the name of Buddha. To be continued. The people from Deity Sword Mountain Villa are in trouble. Let's go up the mountain quickly. The moment the signal flare was heard, the people from the righteous sects who had been lying in ambush at various hidden spots on Dragon Gate Mountain rushed out from the dense forest. They used their lightness skills and rushed to the top of the mountain. At the south of Dragon Gate Mountain, there were 4 Taoist priests from Dragon Gate Mountain. They were Xianxia, Qixia, Suizhu, and Qingfeng. Each of them held a horsetail whisk and carried a long sword as they rushed to the top of the mountain. At the north of Dragon Gate Mountain was the young master of the Divine Fist sect, Tai Ming. He led the 4 great protectors and the 3 iron spears of the Lei clan in the northwest, Lei Zhen, Lei Jinggang, and Lei Wenxiu. On the west side of Dragon Gate Mountain, 4 people from Kunlun Sword sect were ascending the mountain. Among them were the 3 swords of Kunlun, Ziyang, Ziyi, and Ziguang. The leader was a swordsman in white. His name was Li Kunwu. He was young, but his expression was arrogant and cold. He held his sword in front of his chest, his shoulders did not move, and his legs did not bend. At the east of Dragon Gate Mountain, 9 black-robed men rushed out from the dense forest. They were Gong Sunli, the vice-sect master of the Nether sect. He led the 8 experts and ran along the mountain ridge. Why are all of you rushing up the mountain so quickly? Are you rushing to reincarnate? At the south of Dragon Gate Mountain, in a dense forest at the foot of the mountain, a young man in a Taoist robe sat casually on the ground. He leaned against a big tree and had a blade of grass in his mouth. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the dense forest in the distance. That dense forest was where the 4 Taoist priests from Dragon Gate Mountain were hiding. Although this young Taoist priest's appearance could be considered delicate and pretty, his expression and movements were extremely wretched. His pair of eyes shone brightly in the dim light of the night, blossoming with the slippery light of a commoner. Other than being wretched and cunning, this young Taoist priest's biggest impression was that he was dirty. His green Taoist robe had not been washed for a long time. It had long turned black and greasy. It glowed in the dark night. His hair was very long, but it was messy. He casually tied it on top of his head and randomly inserted a wooden chopstick into it to make a Taoist bun. On his right was a bulging black bag on the ground. It was unknown what was stuffed inside. On top of the bag was an unremarkable peachwood sword. This was all his belongings. At this moment, this fellow who represented the dirty and messy image of the Taoist world was staring at the small forest in the distance. His face was full of disdain as he angrily expressed his dissatisfaction. Humph. We are all Taoist priests. The void-pierced stage-old Taoist of the Wudong Mountain is very powerful. It's fine if he doesn't want to bring me along. But how dare the four old Taoists of Longhu Mountain despise me? Is the Xianxia sect of Mao Mountain so easy to bully? Stinky Taoists of Mount Longhu, just you wait. Sooner or later, I, Mo Wu Dao, will slaughter my way up to Mount Longhu and destroy your entire sect. This person was the only junior disciple of Mao Mountain's Xianxia sect, Mo Wu Dao. I might not be strong enough alone. I have to find a way to get some helpers. After venting his anger, Mo Wu Dao spat out the grass in his mouth and raised his right hand to his eyes. His thumb moved rapidly on the other four fingers as he muttered something. Only when he was calculating with his fingers did a serious look appear in Mo Wu Dao's wretched eyes. That big senior from Deity Sword Villa who loves to show off is really dead. Then, he sighed and suddenly said, "What does it have to do with me whether they die or not?" After that, Mo Wu Dao curled his lips and grabbed his bag and the unremarkable peachwood sword. He stood up slowly and looked up at the top of the mountain. Ling Yun, although I am indeed here to seek an explanation for my Uncle Master Lu Deming and Uncle Master Wu Chen, I am just a fortune teller. You must not kill me. I really just want an explanation. Let's discuss this properly, right? Mo Wu Dao repeatedly encouraged himself as he looked at the top of the mountain, but his feet were like two nails that refused to budge. Mo Wu Dao stood in the same place and discussed with the non-existent Ling Yun for a long time. There were several times when he wanted to turn around and leave, but in the end, he braced himself and began to walk step by step towards the top of the mountain. At this time, besides Mo Wu Dao from Mao Mountain, all the masters from the other sects had already rushed to the top of the mountain. Together with the two sects, Shaolin and Wudong, they forced Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue to the edge of the cliff and surrounded them in a fan-shaped formation. Among the 8 sects, there were 6 from Shaolin, 7 from Wudong, 4 from Kunlun Sword Sect, 4 from Dragon Tiger Mountain, 5 from Divine Fist Sect, 3 from Northwest Iron Spear Lay Family, 9 from Hades Sect, and 4 from Deity Sword Villa. In addition to Mo Wu Dao, who was slowly climbing the mountain from the foot of the mountain, there were a total of 43 masters from the 9 sects besieging Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue was already standing side by side with Ling Yun. She watched as the masters from the righteous sects shot out from the darkness and watched as the encirclement became denser and denser. Her beautiful face had already turned pale, especially when she saw the 4 great disciples of the Divine Sword Villa return. Their faces were filled with malice, and their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at her. Her heart instantly turned as cold as ice. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but turn her head. When she saw Guo Xiaotian's headless corpse on the ground, there was no longer a trace of self-blame or guilt in her heart. Instead, it was burning with rage. Ling Yun was right. In the eyes of Deity Sword Villa and Big Senior Brother, she was already the bait for the righteous sects to ambush Ling Yun. She was a dispensable sacrifice. What was the point of staying in such a heartless sect? What was the point of considering their life and death? The guilt disappeared, and Qin Dongshua's fighting spirit rose because of the anger in her heart. She looked at the 4 disciples of Deity Sword Villa with a trace of disdain and mockery. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was unusually calm tonight. Seeing that more and more people were coming, he didn't make the first move, nor did he take the initiative to fight. He didn't choose to escape either. He held the devil's blade in his hand and stood there quietly with a smile on his face. He was waiting for all the enemies to arrive, waiting for the earth-shattering battle. That's him. He's Ling Yun. The black blade in his hand is the devil's blade. Master Zhu Yuan, Taoist Master Chong Su, it's this little devil who killed my big senior brother with one palm. What are you waiting for? Let's just attack together and slaughter him. Lu Suifeng from Deity Sword Mountain Villa was the fastest to escape and was also the last to return. When he returned to the top of the mountain, he did not stand together with his fellow brothers and sisters. Instead, he hid behind Shaolin and Wudong sects and hid far away from Ling Yun. He pointed at Ling Yun like a mad dog and shouted crazily. The other 3 from Deity Sword Villa took the initiative to stand with the 4 from Kunlun Sword Sect. Even though they despised Lu Suifeng's actions, they were from the same sect after all. It wasn't appropriate for them to expose his shameless behavior, so they pretended not to hear anything. However, their faces showed varying degrees of disgust. Ji Xiaoqing lowered her voice and kept talking to the arrogant swordsman in white, Li Kunwu, from Kunlun sword sect. Li Kunwu crossed his arms in front of his chest and hugged his long sword like a treasure. He nodded occasionally and suddenly felt that Lu Suifeng was too arrogant. He frowned slightly and berated, "Lu Suifeng, shut up. It's not your turn to speak here." Lu Shufeng was in the middle of making a ruckus, but when he heard Li Kunwu scolding, he stared in shock. He wanted to retort, but when he thought about Li Kunwu's cultivation realm and the powerful background behind him, he obediently shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything more. He even gave Li Kunwu a flattering smile. Li Kunwu didn't even look at Lu Suifeng. After listening to Ji Xiaoqing, he couldn't help but look at Ling Yun with interest. Ling Yun nodded at him and smiled. Li Kunwu, on the other hand, frowned with an impatient expression. At this moment, a loud and clear Buddha's name was heard. Ba. The monk who rushed to the top of the mountain first was wearing a kasaya and holding a monk's staff. He walked out of the crowd and chanted the name of Buddha. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it was incomparably loud. It instantly suppressed the noisy chatter around him and was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. It was enough to show the depth of his dharma and his profound skills. Seeing that someone finally spoke, Ling Yun smiled faintly and turned to Qin Dongxue. "Auntie, just stand here and don't move. Whoever dares to sneak an attack on you will die." Ling Yan's voice wasn't loud, but he secretly used the mystical dragon hell. His voice was transmitted into the ears of every martial arts expert around him. Everyone from the orthodox sects was shocked. Ling Yan was surrounded by more than 40 experts while there were only 2 of them. How could he be so confident? Qin Dongxue smiled gently and helped Ling Yan tidy up his night clothes. She said softly, "Rascal, be careful. Auntie will fight alongside you tonight." Hearing that, Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue had completely thought it through. He smiled brightly and grabbed Qin Dongshue's snow-white hand lightly. Qin Dongxue blushed and instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand, but she couldn't. She could only give up and feel her heart beating faster. Ling Yan let go and flew into the field. He slammed the Devil's Underworld Essence blade into the ground. Clang! The Devil's Underworld Essence blade entered the ground with its scabbard more than a foot deep. Ling Yan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the tall and mighty monk in front of him. He raised his chin and said sternly, "Name yourself." The monk placed one palm in front of his chest and bowed slightly to Ling Yun. "I'm the guardian monk of the Dharma Hall of the Shaolin Temple, Zhu Yuan." Ling Yan already knew that Lu Suifeng was Zen Master Zhu Yuan. Hence, he smiled faintly. "Master Zhu Yuan, looking at the situation tonight, I won't be able to leave without a fight." Master Zhu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He laughed involuntarily. Young benefactor Ling Yun is indeed straightforward. However, it's better not to fight if possible. Ling Yun chuckled. "My principles are different from yours, master. As long as there's a problem that can be solved by fighting, then just fight." Master Zhu Yuan stared at Ling Yun for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "Young benefactor, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha." Ling Yun lowered his head and looked up again. He said seriously, "Master, I've already put down the knife. But I know that young benefactor will definitely pull it out." Master Zhu Yuan said. Ling Yun laughed. "I'm not going to argue with you, master. It's too tiring. Yes, I will pull it out. When the devil's knife is unsheathed, people will die." It was close to midnight. The night was still dark, but it was no longer pitch black like ink. This was because the sky was clear and boundless, and the Milky Way hung high in the night sky. The stars were bright, and a crescent moon appeared in the night sky, sprinkling down faint moonlight. It was the height of summer. Although Dragon Gate Mountain was lush with trees, there were no sounds of insects or beasts. It was not that there were no birds or beasts resting in the dense forest of Dragon Gate Mountain. It was just that when the experts of the righteous path climbed the mountain with great fanfare, the birds had long been startled away. The insects and beasts in the forest had long been frightened into crawling on the ground or fleeing. The wild beasts in the forest had already sensed the powerful aura of these human experts and had long since fled without a trace. The summit of Dragon Gate was silent, and Ling Yan's voice was loud and clear. He talked cheerfully and wittily in front of dozens of elites from the orthodox sections. No matter what, the calmness and composure he displayed made everyone secretly admire him. Qing Dongxue, who had been standing behind him, gradually calmed down after witnessing Ling Yan's performance. Unflinching in the face of danger, fearless in the face of danger. Even if there are millions of people, I will go forward. Qing Dongxue looked at Ling Yan's back view, which was as still as a mountain as he conversed with Master Zhu Yuanyuan from the Shaolin Temple. She sighed in her heart. She looked at the proud and lonely figure in the field, thinking about how that guy had to face all the difficulties alone. Her beautiful eyes were gradually shrouded by a thin layer of mist. Her gaze was slightly blurred, but her expression was even more determined. From tonight onwards, Auntie won't have any worries in this life. I will accompany you to kill all over the world. Unknowingly, Qing Dongxue tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. But Ling Yan, who was in the field, was having a headache at this time. It was not because he saw that the masters of the righteous sects who came tonight were unusually strong and exceeded his expectations, but because Ling Yan knew in his heart that he could not kill the big monk of the Shaolin Temple in front of him. Zen Master Zhu Yuanyuan's dharma was too profound, and the Bodhi seed wouldn't allow him to kill monks with profound dharma. Ling Yan had already verified this point when he fought with Master Xingqi in Zhuang Tianda's Qingshui Wharf Villa. At that time, Ling Yan had exerted all his skills but was still unable to stab Master Xingqi to death. This made him depressed and angry, and he had even wanted to throw away the Bodhi seed. However, the Bodhi seed was the most powerful treasure he had obtained from the Buddhist monk at the bottom of the crater. The Bodhi seed had performed miracles on par with the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book during the tribulation on Turtle Island. How could he bear to throw it away? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment maintained his posture with one palm in front of his chest. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the black saber inserted into the ground beside Ling Yun. His expression gradually turned serious. It's indeed the devil's underworld essence blade. Such a strong killing intent. What a cruel demonic nature. Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile. That's right, it is indeed the devil's underworld essence blade. Zen Master Distant Mind retracted his gaze and fixed his gaze on Ling Yun. This time, he stared at him for a longer period of time. A hint of confusion gradually appeared in his eyes as he said in surprise, but the Buddha nature in you is stronger. As soon as he said that, the experts of the orthodox sects who had been watching quietly were in an uproar. What? Buddha nature? The person who wields the devil's underworld essence blade will have Buddha nature? How is that possible? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment, are you sure you're not mistaken? This little devil has killed countless people. How could he have Buddha nature? After hearing Master Distant Enlightenment's judgment, the experts of the orthodox sect's first reaction was disbelief. Many of them directly refuted his words. However, Ling Yun was secretly shocked. He knew that he had the Bodhi seed, the magical gourd, the green lamp, and a string of Buddha beads in his spatial ring. These were all Buddhist treasures left behind by the almighty ancient Buddhist sections. Obviously, Master Distant Enlightenment had sensed something. A monk does not lie. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment chanted the name of Buddha loudly. His voice was like the ringing of a bell, instantly drowning out the clamor of the crowd. His expression was incomparably solemn as he stared at Ling Yun. Young benefactor, you are fated with Buddha. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment used the supreme technique of Buddhism, the lion roar. This sentence was deafening. There was a moment of silence on the peak of Dragon Gate. The experts of the orthodox sects couldn't help but look at each other, dumbfounded. For a moment, they couldn't figure out Zen Master Distant Enlightenment's intentions. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Suddenly, a Taoist name was heard, and a Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain floated out from the crowd. He looked at Zen Master Jiuyuan with a slightly angry expression and said sarcastically, Master Jiuyuan, this is your fault. For thousands of years, Shaolin and Wudong have dominated the martial arts world. Especially in this golden age, your Buddhism is flourishing, and you have countless believers. That's why we tacitly agreed to let you be the representative to negotiate with this little devil. The old celestial master of Mount Long who first flattered Zen master distant enlightenment. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Xiaotian's headless corpse in the distance. His tone suddenly changed. But Zen master distant enlightenment, Mr. Guo's corpse from the deity Sword Mountain is still warm. Everyone has confirmed that the devil's underworld essence blade has recognized this little devil as its master. Now, you're saying that this little devil is fated with Buddhism? What kind of logic is this? Could it be that Shaolin has abandoned the principles of Buddhism for the sake of some unspoken benefits? Zen master distant enlightenment's expression turned sluggish. Taoist master Xianxia, where did this come from? Taoist master Xianxia from Dragon Tiger Mountain smiled coldly. He looked at Ling Yun as if he was looking at a dead person, but also as if he was looking at a rare treasure. His eyes were filled with greed. Then, he snorted at Zen master distant enlightenment. Humph. Where did this come from? Stop pretending to be ignorant. All the experts from the various sects have rushed to Xianxia and are now gathered at Dragon Gate Mountain. We all know what everyone's motive is. You haven't even spoken 2 sentences with this little devil, and you're already trying to rope him in by saying that he is fated with Buddhism. Do you think the other sects are transparent? Whoosh. The white-robed swordsman, Li Kunwu, suddenly leaped out of the crowd and appeared in front of Master Distant Enlightenment. He had an arrogant expression on his face. Taoist Master Distant Enlightenment is right. Master Distant Enlightenment, in order to obtain the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book, you can say that this guy is fated with Buddhism. My Kunlun Sword sect will be the first to object. There was an uproar in the crowd. The Kunlun Sword sect naturally came from Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain had a very special status in the martial arts world. Li Kunwu's status was also very high. He had never cared about anyone since he was young. His words were rather direct and made Taoist Master Xianxia's intentions clear. That's right. Taoist Master Xianxia and young Master Li are right. Shaolin can't use unscrupulous means to rope this little devil in just for the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Naturally, there were others who followed suit. The one who spoke was the deputy head of the Hades sect, Gong Sunli. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Yun. This little devil has killed many disciples of the Hades sect. We haven't even avenged our disciples, and your Shaolin wants to protect him. The Hades sect won't allow it. After Gong Sunli finished speaking, the 8 experts behind him immediately shouted, the Hades Society won't allow it. The momentum was shocking. The Wu-Tang sect, the Divine Fist sect, and the Northwest Iron Spear Thunder family chose to remain silent and observe the situation. As for the 4 disciples of the deity Sword Villa, they had no right to speak because their big senior Guo Xiaotian was already dead. Of course, since Li Kunwu from the Kunlun Sword sect had jumped out, they didn't need to say anything. Shaolin Temple's Master Zhu Yuan didn't expect things to turn out this way. He said awkwardly and helplessly, you have really misunderstood. What I said about Ling Yun being fated with Buddhism isn't what you think it is. However, the crowd was already blinded by the benefits. Why would they listen to Zen Master Zhu Yuan's explanation? Ling Yan's expression changed slightly. At this moment, his vigilance had reached its limit. Only he knew that what Zen Master Zhu Yuan said had nothing to do with the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. He was only talking about Buddhism and the fact that Ling Yun had a Buddhist nature. However, Ling Yun naturally wouldn't explain for Zen Master Zhu Yuan. He couldn't wait for the enemy to fight amongst themselves. That would save him a lot of trouble tonight. Zen Master Zhu Yuan was at a loss for words after being misunderstood. He suddenly looked at Ling Yun and laughed bitterly. Young benefactor, you have both Buddhist and demonic natures in you. Both paths of Buddhism and the demonic are in your hands. Young benefactor, please be careful, he said meaningfully. With that, Zen Master Zhu Yuan chanted Buddha's name again. Without waiting for Ling Yan's reply, he slowly turned around and walked back to his camp. Seeing that Zen Master Zhu Yuan didn't care anymore, the heroes from the orthodox sects were dumbfounded. They didn't know what the Shaolin Temple was planning. All the experts from the orthodox sects knew that the Shaolin Temple was here to punish Ling Yun. Their excuse was that Master Compassionless and Master Xianxia had died in Ling Yan's hands. Could it be that the Shaolin Temple wouldn't seek revenge just because Ling Yun was fated with Buddhism? Everyone waited for a long time. Seeing that the Shaolin Temple had no intention of finding trouble with Ling Yun, they turned their attention to another person. The leader of the Wu-Tang sect, Taoist Master Chong Su. Taoist Master Chong Su was the first to reach the top of the mountain with the Shaolin Temple. He was the one who chanted Taoist names. He was dressed in a black Taoist robe and carried a long sword on his back. He had a simple face and a long beard. He looked like a sage. Taoist Master Chong Su arrived at the top of the mountain. Other than shouting the name, he didn't say anything else. He seemed unusually low-key. Now, he finally came out. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Taoist Master Chong Su chanted Taoist names. He had a smile on his face as he walked slowly towards Ling Yun. Every step he took was smooth and graceful. Ling Yun raised his eyelids slightly and asked, "Wu-Tang?" "I am Wu-Tang Mountain's Taoist Master Chong Su." Ling Yun nodded and asked seriously, "If I remember correctly, I have no enmity with Wu-Tang Mountain. May I know why you came to Xianxia City to get involved?" Taoist Master Chong Su stopped and replied with a smile, "Since you said that this is a muddy water, why can't Wu-Tang Mountain get involved?" Ling Yun smiled, "Alright, there's no regret in life or death." Since Wu-Tang Mountain was looking for trouble, and Taoist Master Chong Su didn't show any goodwill like he did with Shaolin, then they would start fighting. To be continued. Ling Yun reached down with his right hand and was about to draw his sword. Following this action, the faces of the experts from the righteous sects turned cold. Everyone took a big step back in unison. There was no need to explain why. The corpse of Gua Xiaotian from the deity Sword Mountain Villa was still there. That represented Ling Yun's strength. Other than Shaolin and Wudong, the experts from the other sects chose to give up after arriving at the top of the mountain. They didn't dare to criticize or attack Ling Yun. It wasn't without reason. Even though the experts from the other sects didn't know Gua Xiaotian's exact realm, even a fool could guess that he was at least at Xiantian realm level 8, Ling Yun was able to kill Gua Xiaotian on the spot despite facing the 5 disciples of the deity Sword Mountain Villa. What kind of cultivation and skills did he have? There were 42 experts from the righteous sects at the top of the mountain, but how many of them were above Xiantian realm level 8? Did he really think that Xiantian realm level 8 experts were cabbages on the roadside? Martial arts cultivation was extremely difficult. None of the experts from the righteous sects were below Xiantian realm level 3. However, their lives were also lives, and they cherished their lives more than ordinary people. Of course, they didn't want to be killed by Ling Yun. Even though there were many experts from the righteous sects, and Ling Yun only had 2 people on his side, no one dared to take the initiative to attack. Thus, up until now, only Zen Master Zhu Yuan from the Shaolin Temple, Taoist Master Chongshu from the Wudong Mountain, and Li Kunwu from the Kunlun Sword sect dared to come within 10 feet of Ling Yun. Everyone else was staring at each other, hoping that someone else would make the first move. This was the human heart. Seeing Ling Yun draw his sword, everyone from the righteous sects felt threatened. In a panic, many of them took out their weapons, and the sound of clashing rang out incessantly. "Wait!" Taoist Master Chongshu waved his hand to stop Ling Yun. He couldn't get used to Ling Yun's attitude. Ling Yun frowned slightly, looking rather impatient. However, he still stopped drawing his sword. This made all the good faction experts who were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy heaved a sigh of relief. Many people secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, only then did they realize that they were covered in cold sweat. When the mountain wind blew, their backs were cold. "Young benefactor, you are indeed an interesting person," Taoist Master Chong Su looked at Ling Yun curiously. It was as if he was looking at an alien. "My Wu-Tang Mountain studies the Tao of Tai Chi, and we pay particular attention to nature. Very few cultivators from our sect participate in worldly affairs," he said with a smile. The 4 celestial masters snorted in unison when Taoist Master Chong Su said that. Their faces were filled with disdain. However, Taoist Master Chong Su pretended not to hear him. He continued speaking to Ling Yun, "Don't you want to know why we came to Xianxia City to get involved in this mess?" Ling Yun smiled and asked, "Oh? Aren't you here for the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book?" Taoist Master Chong Su was slightly taken aback by Ling Yun's straightforwardness. He replied awkwardly, "This. You can say yes, but you can also say no." Ling Yun smiled and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Taoist Chong Su laughed meaningfully and said, "May I ask if you have obtained the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book?" Ling Yin replied without hesitation, "Nope. I've never heard of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book before you guys appeared." What a joke. Ling Yin would never admit to such a thing even if he was beaten to death. Ling Yin originally thought that Taoist Master Chong Su would pester him endlessly about the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Unexpectedly, Taoist Master Chong Su nodded his head to express his belief. Then, he asked, "Now that the entire pugilistic world knows that you have a bronze cauldron, can you show it to me?" Ling Yin was enlightened. At this point, he finally understood that Wutang Mountain was here for the Shinong cauldron in his hands. However, this was something that Ling Yin couldn't deny. After all, Ling Yin had once used the bronze cauldron to demolish 2 mansions in front of everyone in Qingshui City. At that time, there were many media figures present. Even if this matter didn't spread like wildfire, it was close to the point. Even if Wu-Tang's sect didn't enter the secular world, Ling Yin knew that they definitely had their own influence in the secular world. It wouldn't be difficult for them to investigate this matter. Therefore, Ling Yin didn't deny it. He didn't have to. Ling Yin chuckled and said, "I do have a bronze cauldron, but..." Ling Yin looked down at himself and spread his hands. "Do you think I would bring such a big and heavy thing with me every day?" Taoist Master Chong Su didn't say anything. He just stared at Ling Yin and smiled. Ling Yin frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Taoist Master Chong Su smiled cunningly. "You just want to take a look? What if I say no?" Ling Yin frowned. Taoist Master Chong Su stroked his beard and smiled. "There's nothing wrong with taking a look," Ling Yin thought for a while and suddenly smiled. "Then, let's talk about it later. Tonight isn't the right time." "All right." Taoist Master Chong Su agreed readily. Then, without another word, he turned around and walked back to his own camp. Wu-Tang sect also gave up. This made all the righteous people on the peak of Dragon Gate dumbfounded. If Shaolin and Wu-Tang didn't fight, then why did so many martial arts experts come here? Were they here for a meal? Old Taoist Master Chong Su, you're shameless. Your Wu-Tang sect is also shameless. An angry shout came from the crowd. The voice shook the sky. Obviously, the person was furious. Everyone looked toward the voice and realized that it was the heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Taoist Master Tsong Song. Wu-Tang sect had no enmity with Ling Yun. Dragon Tiger Mountain naturally had no enmity with Ling Yun, at least for now. Taoist Master Chong Su came out. Not only did he not uphold justice for the martial arts world, but he also happily discussed the matter of the bronze cauldron with Ling Yun. How could Dragon Tiger Mountain not be angry? Wu-Tang sect came for the bronze cauldron. Wasn't Dragon Tiger Mountain also here for the bronze cauldron? It was just that Dragon Tiger Mountain was after a greater benefit. The disciples of Mount Wudong snorted coldly and drew their swords. They faced off against the 4 celestial masters of Mount Longhu, who were burning with anger. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and it looked like a disaster was about to break out. Taoist Master Chong Su came in front of the Wu-Tang sect disciples. He coughed lightly and waved his hand, indicating for them to put away their weapons. Then, he calmly turned around and looked at the 4 heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Interesting, Ling Yun was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "This is great, I'm going to become a spectator." It seemed that the Taoist sects were not united. At least, the 2 important places, Wu-Tang sect and Dragon Tiger Mountain, had irreconcilable internal conflicts. Ling Yun's guess was right. Although they both cultivated the Tao, Mount Wudong cultivated the Tao of seclusion, paying particular attention to the Tao of nature, peace and inaction. On the other hand, Mount Longhu focused more on the Tao of entering the world, focusing on walking in the human world, subduing demons and devils. Therefore, the 2 Taoist sects had been competing in the dark for countless years to see who was the true orthodox Taoist sect. One was strong while the other was weak. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. How good could their relationship be? Although the 4 heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain were angry at Chong Su's actions, there were only 4 of them. Wu-Tang sect had 7 people. They were not strong enough and knew that they could not do anything to the other party. Taoist Master Tsong Song glared at Chong Su for a long time. In the end, he did not dare to fall out with the other party. In the end, he turned to Ling Yun and said angrily, "Humph, don't be too happy, little devil. Even if the Shaolin sect doesn't touch you, you won't be able to leave Dragon Gate Mountain alive tonight." Ling Yun almost burst out laughing on the spot. He had long recovered to his peak condition and had nowhere to use his energy. He might as well make the same expression as Taoist Master Chong Su. He looked at Taoist Master Song Song and said loudly, "I'm standing right here. Come and hit me if you're not convinced. Come and hit me if you don't agree." Ling Yun took the initiative to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain. "Humph, Ling Yun, you little bastard, don't be too happy. You have the devil's underworld essence blade, so you are the devil of the world. You killed my big senior brother, so you are the enemy of Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Zen Master Jiu Yuan, Taoist Master Chong Su, don't be fooled by this little devil. He not only has the devil's underworld essence blade, but he also knows the great absorption technique." Lu Suifeng was disappointed when he saw that Shaolin and Wudong had no intention of making a move. He began to shout crazily again. "What? This?" Besides the members of the Kunlun Sword Sect and Deity Sword Villa, the hearts of everyone else shook violently when they heard about the energy absorption technique. All of them gasped while their faces revealed astonishment and terror. Even Zen Master Jiu Yuan of Shaolin and Taoist Master Chong Su of Wudong were shocked. They looked at each other and could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. "You are so King noisy." Ling Yun was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to its maximum, leaving an afterimage on the spot he was standing on. Whoosh! Ah! Lu Suifeng was shocked and tried his best to dodge. However, under Ling Yun's full force, his Qinggong was no match for him. Everyone only saw a blur in front of him. Ling Yun had already leaped into the back of the encirclement and appeared in front of Lu Suifeng. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed Lu Suifeng's neck. Then, he leaped back at lightning speed. Before anyone could react, Ling Yun had already returned to his original position. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. However, there was one more person in his hand. Lu Suifeng's neck was being grabbed by Ling Yun. Lu Suifeng's body was suspended in midair, and his two legs were kicking desperately. Bang! Ling Yun didn't hold back. He punched Lu Suifeng's face with his right hand. Ah! With a shrill scream, Lu Suifeng's nose was directly smashed by Ling Yun. At the same time, his entire mouth was smashed in by Ling Yun. Ling Yun's punch broke Lu Suifeng's nose, mouth, and chin. His entire face became a mess of flesh and blood spurted out. Bang! Ling Yun punched again. This punch was aimed at Lu Suifeng's lower abdomen. With just one punch, Lu Suifeng was completely crippled. Lu Suifeng lost all his strength. Dong! Ling Yun threw Lu Suifeng to the ground like a dead dog. He looked coldly at Lu Suifeng, who couldn't even scream. He said lightly, "If you have the ability, say one more sentence for me to hear." Ling Yun asked Lu Suifeng to say one more sentence. However, how could a person speak after his mouth was smashed? Lu Suifeng's current situation was extremely tragic. His originally handsome and charming face was now more terrifying than the scene of a car accident. His face looked as if it had been smashed by a huge hammer that weighed more than 100 kilograms. It also looked as if it had been run over by a heavy truck. From the eyes down, his entire face had turned into a pile of broken bones and rotting flesh. Lu Suifeng fell to the ground. Because his dantian was destroyed by Ling Yun's punch, the pain made his entire body curl up like a cooked prawn. His limbs were twitching, but that was only a conditioned reflex. Lu Suifeng had already fainted due to the shock and pain. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Even a deity would not be able to save him. The strength of 1,000 caddies, the might of 2 punches. Ah! After Zhong Chenyan saw this horrifying scene, her eyes rolled back and she let out a shrill scream. Her body fell backward. She fainted because she had taken the initiative to kiss Lu Suifeng's face during the day. Junior sister. Ji Shaoqing hurriedly flew forward and supported Zhong Chenyan, who was about to fall. She frantically pinched her Renzhong acupoint. There were a few orthodox experts who had never killed before. After seeing Guo Xiaotian's headless corpse, they were extremely agitated. Now that they saw this horrifying scene, they could no longer hold it in. They began to bend over and vomit, vomiting out the food they had the previous night. Such a horrifying scene was too bloody and tragic for those who only knew how to cultivate since birth but had never experienced a life-and-death battle. Without a doubt, it naturally achieved an extraordinary deterrent effect. Ba. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment, Taoist Master Chong Su, and Taoist Master Vasp Kalo of Longhu Mountain were chanting the names of Buddha and Taoist. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were sad, some could not bear it, some were angry, and some were shocked. However, none of these could conceal the fear on their faces. From their point of view, there would naturally be winners and losers in a fight. Sometimes even life and death could be disregarded. However, Ling Yan's attack was a little too ruthless. Not only did he directly aim for the opponent's face, but he also smashed the opponent's face into pieces. This was really beyond the imagination of some righteous experts. However, what they did not know was that Ling Yan had already shown mercy. With the strength of his fist, if he had used just 10% more strength, he would have been able to smash Lu Suifeng's head into a rotten persimmon. There was no need for a second punch. Ba. Zen Master Distant Mind stepped out from the crowd once again. He suppressed his anger and said to Ling Yan, "Young benefactor, you've gone too far." Looking at the dying Lu Suifeng on the ground, Zen Master Distant Mind felt a tinge of guilt. When Ling Yan suddenly attacked, Lu Suifeng was standing behind the people from Shaolin and Wudong. With Zen Master Distant Mind's strength, he could definitely stop Ling Yan and fight for a chance for Lu Suifeng if he used his full strength. However, Ling Yan's attack was too sudden and his movements were too fast. When Zen Master Distant Mind hesitated, Ling Yan had already succeeded. Monks were compassionate. How could Zen Master Distant Mind not blame himself for causing Lu Suifeng to end up like this? Ling Yan sneered. He did not even look at Lu Suifeng, who was like a dead dog. His expression was as cold as ice. He raised his hand and pointed behind Zen Master Distant Mind. He said sarcastically, "You said I've gone too far? Master Distant Mind, are you joking? I'm just a high school graduate from Xianxia City. I'm living a good life. I didn't provoke or offend any of you. In fact, I haven't even seen any of you before tonight. Of course." Ling Yan pointed casually at Lu Suifeng on the ground. "Except for this person. But what about you? So many sects, so many experts, all lying in ambush at Dragon Gate Mountain. You let Deity Sword Villa use the name of the sect to force my aunt to come and meet me. Now, you want to kill me together. You have to be clear about one thing. It's not that I'm cruel and merciless. It's that you gave up your good life and came all the way to Xianxia City to kill me. Why should I be polite to you?" Ling Yan suddenly pointed at Zen Master Distant Mind. "Master Distant Mind, did I go to Shaolin Temple to steal your scriptures?" He then pointed at Taoist Master Chong Su. "Taoist Master Chong Su, or should I go to Wudong Mountain and destroy your sect? I have the Devil's Blade. What does that have to do with you? I know the absorption technique. What does that have to do with you? Whether I'm a good person or a bad person, that's my own business. I don't need you to tell me what to do." Ling Yan was aggressive, but what he said was the truth. This made Distant Mind and Chong Su speechless for a moment. "More than 40 of you surrounded me and my aunt. You even said that you wouldn't let me leave Dragon Gate Mountain alive. Now that I've crippled one of you, you're saying that I'm too much? Don't you think that's ridiculous?" After Ling Yan finished speaking, the entire Dragon Gate Mountain was silent. No one dared to respond to him. Seeing that no one was talking, Ling Yan finally turned his gaze to Zen Master Distant Mind. "Actually, I hate talking before a fight," he said with a proud smile. "I beat up Lu Suifeng like this because he's too despicable. Secondly, I wanted to give you a warning out of goodwill. If you know what's good for you and are willing to leave, I, Ling Yan, will not stop you. I'll let you leave the mountain. If anyone still wants to get rid of demons or gain some benefits from me, you'll end up like Lu Suifeng. That's all I have to say. Whether you want to leave or stay, fight or kill, please do as you please. I, Ling Yan, will accompany you to the end." These words were Ling Yan's own reasons. It was also the last chance for these righteous sects to make a choice. If the other party still didn't know what was good for them, then he would say one word. Kill. Zen Master Distant Mind listened quietly to Ling Yun's words. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and a complicated and bitter expression appeared on his face. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Taoist Master Chong Su. Taoist Master Chong Su's expression was similar to his. There was a saying in the pugilistic world that went, "You can't control your heart." Of course, the Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect didn't come just for the Devil's Blade. If it was only for the Devil's Blade, the matter of the Devil's Blade, or rather, Ling Yun being the current Devil Lord, would have been over after Zen Master Distant Mind and Taoist Master Chong Su's conversation with Ling Yun. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now to make a move. Towards a Devil Saber, some people would view it as their mortal enemy, such as Gua Xiaotian. However, in the eyes of some people, they were indifferent, thinking that it was nothing more than a weapon at the end of the day, such as Distant Enlightenment and Void Pierce Stage. The Shaolin Temple sent people to Qingshui City to find out the cause of Master Compassionless's death and Master Xianxia's whereabouts. Their ultimate goal was naturally the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Taoist Master Chong Su from Wudong Mountain was mainly here for Ling Yun's bronze cauldron. This was because the Shinnon cauldron was too important to Huaxia, especially because of its deep relationship with Wudong Taoism. Compared to the Emperor Brush, Earth Emperor's book, and the Shinnon cauldron, the Devil's Blade was nothing in the eyes of Distant Mind and Taoist Master Chong Su. However, that was just a moment ago. Now, they already knew that Ling Yun could absorb energy. In their eyes, this was an unparalleled demonic technique. This meant a catastrophe in the pugilistic world. Such a demonic technique shouldn't exist in this world. In other words, Ling Yun had to die. Zen Master Distant Mind and Taoist Master Chong Su didn't want to fight Ling Yun at first, but they had no choice now. Hence, they smiled bitterly at each other. At this moment, there were still two people who looked at each other after listening to Ling Yun's reasoning. They were the young master of the Divine Fist sect, Tai Ming, who had been silent since the start of the mountain, and the head of the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family, Lei Zhen, who stood beside him. In terms of realms, the two of them were comparable. They were both experts in the middle of Xiantian realm level 7. However, they chose to remain silent at the same time after seeing Gua Xiaotian's headless corpse. The Divine Fist sect was naturally here for Tai Jingping, while the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family was here for Lei Wenxing. Tai Jingping and Lei Wenxing had both died under the killing array in the crater. Just like the Shangguan family, the Nangong family, and the Shiman family, they were here to seek an explanation from Ling Yun. However, in the pugilistic world, one still had to rely on one's strength and fists to speak. Ling Yun was very strong, and his fists were very hard. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Similarly, regardless of whether Ling Yun was related to the Huaxia legend, or whether he was the devil master of the devil sect, they couldn't afford to be involved in this mess anymore. Tai Ming and Lei Zhen looked at each other and communicated telepathically. Finally, they nodded at each other and jumped out of the crowd together. Zen Master Distant Mind. Young Master of the Divine Fist sect, Tai Ming. Head of the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family, Lei Zhen. We have something to ask Ling Yun. Zen Master Distant Mind could immediately tell that the Divine Fist sect and the Iron Spear Lei family wanted to retreat. He didn't stop them and nodded slightly. Ling Yun naturally knew that there were people from the Divine Fist sect and the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family among these people. He had also noticed Tai Ming's fists and the 3 iron spears of the Lei family. Now that they finally jumped out, he didn't mind at all. He only smiled and waved at them. Please feel free to ask anything. Tai Ming turned his head to look at Lei Zhen, then said, Ling Yun, the Divine Fist sect and the Lei family didn't come here to become enemies with you, but there's something we have to ask you. Ling Yun laughed. I know what you want to ask me. I can tell you now. I did see Tai Jingping and Lei Wenxing under the crater, and we even fought side by side. Unfortunately, Shangguan Ju, Nangong Jian and Shiman Gang accidentally triggered the killing array, causing all 5 of them to die under the array. Ling Yun explained the matter clearly in a few words, then said seriously, if you don't believe me, you can ask Dugu Mo of the Dugu family and Dongfang Ting of the Dongfang family. They were all present at the time and can testify for me. Of course, if you still don't believe me, you can make a move now and avenge them. Back in the crater, Ling Yan had a good impression of Tai Jingping from the Divine Fist sect and Lei Wenqing from the Lei family. He regretted not being able to save the two of them because he wasn't strong enough. It was also because of this that he was willing to patiently explain this situation to the two of them after Tai Ming of the Divine Fist sect and Lei Zhen of the Lei family revealed their identities. It wasn't that Ling Yan didn't dare to make enemies, but he didn't think it was necessary. There was no enmity between the two parties. Why would they fight to the death? Ling Yan didn't deliberately avoid anything or exaggerate anything. He only stated a fact and left the choice to the other party. Ling Yan's attitude now was, if you believe me, leave. If you don't, fight. It was up to you to believe it or not. Tai Ming and Lei Zhen quietly listened to Ling Yan's words. The two of them turned their heads and exchanged a few glances. Ling Yan smiled at more than 40 experts from the orthodox sections. He wasn't afraid. Ling Yan confessed that the blade in his hand was the devil's blade in front of so many people from the orthodox sections. Ling Yan smashed Guo Xiaotian's head into a pulp. He didn't run. Under the watchful eyes of the enemies, Ling Yan beat the face of the deity sword manners Lu Suifeng into mush, refusing to budge. If such a character really killed Tai Jingping and Lei Wenqing, but now did not dare to admit it in front of them, they would not believe it. Therefore, they believed him. The young master of the Divine Fist sect, Tai Ming, and the master of the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family, Lei Zhen, both looked serious at the same time. They cupped their fists and said to Ling Yan, we believe what you said. Ling Yan smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. He didn't even say a word of thanks and just nodded. Tai Ming and Lei Zhen's choice was correct and wise. If they still didn't believe Ling Yan's explanation and wanted to avenge Tai Jingping and Lei Wenqing, Ling Yan guaranteed that they would die the fastest. Tai Ming's expression was complicated. He was silent for a long time before he said to Ling Yan, what about their corpses? I'm sure you've already explored the crater. Now that the crater has been filled with water from Qingshui Lake, ordinary people can't even go down. Moreover, there are strange fish in the crater that can eat humans, very big fish. Ling Yan said directly. Ling Yan kindly reminded them. At the same time, he was also warning the other righteous people present not to think about going down to the sky pit to pick up the leftovers. That would be courting death. Ling Yan was clear that even though the heaven and earth teleportation formation had changed beyond recognition, he still had a secret in the heaven and earth crater. He didn't want anyone to discover the green dragon out at Sea Boulder. The head of the Lei family, Lei Zhen, once again cupped his fists towards Ling Yan and said in a clear voice, Ling Yan, this time, our Lei family has come together with the other sects to besiege you. But now that we know my son wasn't killed by you, we have no enmity between us. We don't need to stay here anymore. Tai Ming, the young master of the Divine Fist sect, also said, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. If there is a chance in the future, let's meet again in the martial world. Ling Yan finally followed the rules of the martial world and cupped his fists towards them. He smiled and said, let's meet again in the martial world. Tai Ming and Lei Zhen looked at each other for the last time, stomped their feet at the same time, and jumped back to their own camp. Let's go. With a command, Tai Ming led the four guardians, Lei Zhen led Lei Jinggang and Lei Wenxiu directly into the dense forest, leaving the peak of the Dragon Gate Mountain. They didn't even say goodbye to the other sections. They just left like that. With the 8 of them leaving, there was a big gap in the circle of the righteous experts. There are still 33 left. Ling Yan sneered in his heart, actually, they are just a motley crew. Ling Yan, of course, knew that rather than saying that the Divine Fist sect and the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family left because they believed his explanation, it was more because of his intimidation. Guo Xiaotian's headless corpse and Ling Yan's terrifying punch on Lu Suifeng's face made many righteous experts re-evaluate the strength of the two sides and consider whether this trip was worth it. Everyone wanted to fight for the evil vanquishing Dao, the Bronze Cauldron, the Emperor Brush, and the Earth Emperor's Book, but the prerequisite was that one had to be strong enough to stay alive. Humph, what a disgrace to the righteous sects. Taoist Master Tsong Song of the Dragon Tiger Mountain stared coldly in the direction where the Divine Fist sect and the Lei family left. On the side of the Kunlun Sword sect, the Kunlun Three Swords also snorted coldly, obviously expressing their dissatisfaction. Only the white-robed swordsman, Li Kunwu, still hugged his sword with both hands, his face full of indifference. Ha 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 ha, Gong Sunli, the deputy sect master of the Nether sect, suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. I thought that the Divine Fist sect and the Iron Spear Thunder clan in the northwest would definitely attack first to avenge their disciples and children. I didn't expect that they would be scared away by this little devil. Gong Sunli suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. He laughed sinisterly. This little devil has been killing people since he first appeared. He treats human lives like grass. How can his words be trusted? In my eyes, what he said is not even worth a fart. Gong Sunli understood his mission tonight. He had to think of a way to trap Ling Yun at Dragon Gate Mountain at all costs. Now that Ling Yun had crippled Lu Suifeng with 2 punches and easily persuaded the Divine Fist sect and the Northwest Iron Spear Lei family to leave, it could be said that he was retreating with a smile. Shaolin and Wudong sects had yet to make a move. At this time, of course, he had to come out and disrupt the situation. However, what Gong Sunli did not know was that the unlucky person that Ling Yun was waiting for was him. Actually, Ling Yun originally wanted to use Taoist master Song Song of the Dragon Tiger Mountain as an example. However, since Gong Sunli had taken the initiative to court death, he naturally would not be polite. Very good. Ling Yun said these 2 words indifferently. Then, he directly stretched out his hand and unsheathed his blade. Clang! The devil's blade was unsheathed. Ling Yun dragged the blade forward. His footsteps were not fast. The tip of the devil's blade made a grinding sound on the rocks on the mountain peak. Gong Sunli originally wanted to continue scolding Ling Yun, but he suddenly realized that he could no longer laugh. This was because he was shrouded in an invisible aura. That was Ling Yun's gradually increasing murderous intent as he walked forward. The place where Gong Sunli stood was only 4 feet away from Ling Yun. Now, it had shortened to 3 feet. However, Ling Yun was still dragging the blade forward slowly. Ling Yun's calmness were as if he was going to the chicken cage in front of him, casually grab a chicken, and then chop off its head. Gong Sunli's expression changed. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his pupils shot out needle-like rays of light. He roared, "Members of the Hades sect, listen up. Everyone, let's kill him together. Avenge the disciples of the Hades sect." Ling Yun laughed. So, they were from the Hades sect. He knew how the enmity between him and the Hades sect started. It was on the night when he killed the hedonistic son of the Sun family, Sun Xing. He had killed and crippled many experts of Hotian realm level 3 and 4. Most of them were from the Hades sect. Since it was related to the Sun family and his own woman, Ling Yun would not be courteous. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Gong Sunli waved his hand, and the 8 men in black who had been standing behind him all leaped forward. They formed a dense fan shape and blocked in front of Gong Sunli. "Brothers," the sect leader said, "that as long as we kill Ling Yun tonight, the sect leader will reward us generously. Attack!" Gong Sunli saw that Ling Yun was getting closer and closer. He roared again and suddenly raised his hand. He pulled out a long black whip from his waist. It was actually 20 feet long. He swung it in the air, and there was a loud crack. Once the 8 disciples of the Hades sect heard that the sect leader would reward them generously, their eyes instantly burned with passion and madness. All of them waved their blades and rushed towards Ling Yun without a care for their lives. Ling Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "I've said so much tonight, but I still haven't killed a single person. This really isn't my style." Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yun raised his hand and struck. His strike was like a bolt of lightning. The Dark Devil's underworld essence blade drew a pitch-black brilliance in the night sky. It slashed towards the head of the person who was rushing over first. That fanatical follower raised his shining steel blade. Before he could slash down, he was split into 2 halves by Ling Yun's blade. There were no screams or cries of agony. Only 2 halves of the corpse fell to the left and right. There wasn't much blood on the ground. Most of it had already been absorbed by the devil's underworld essence blade. Ling Yun passed through the 2 halves of the person's corpse. Once again, he held his blade horizontally and pushed forward lightly. Another 3 people were cut in half by Ling Yun at the waist. Their internal organs splashed onto the ground. The scene was indescribably bloody. The 4 people who rushed up at the back were scared out of their wits when they saw Ling Yun's power. Their first reaction was to fly away. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't leave. Now, it's too late. Ling Yan said faintly. At the same time, he swung his blade forward for the third time, 4 heads flew into the sky, and the 4 headless corpses swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. With 3 strikes, the 8 experts from the Hades sect were all decapitated. Ling Yan finally stopped in front of Gong Sunli. Gong Sunli's expression changed drastically. His teeth chattered intensely because of extreme fear. He asked Ling Yan with a trembling voice, Are you still human? It wasn't that Gong Sunli hadn't seen people killed before. In fact, he had killed many people with his own hands. However, it was his first time seeing someone kill people as if they were chopping vegetables. Ling Yan said faintly, Didn't you say just now that I'm a little devil? I kill people like scything flax and treat human lives like grass. Have you forgotten? Since you've already said that, how can I not do something to prove that you're right? Gong Sunli waved his whip frantically. The long whip curled towards the devil's blade in Ling Yan's hand. At the same time, he roared and retreated. Zen Master Zhu Yuan, Taoist Master Chong Su, save me. At this moment, Gong Sunli finally knew how terrifying Ling Yun was. He was already scared out of his wits. Accept your fate. Even the gods can't save you now. Ling Yun stood still. He raised his hand and swung his blade for the 4th time. A pitch-black blade flashed past and hit Gong Sunli, who was in midair. Gong Sunli's body was split into 2 in midair. With 4 strikes, the 9 people from the Hades sect, including the deputy sect leader, were all killed by Ling Yun. To be continued. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. And it was even an instant kill. Ling Yun only used 4 strikes, only 4 strikes, but he instantly killed a total of 9 people from the underworld sect. Ling Yun hadn't used the devil's underworld essence blade ever since he landed on the peak of the Dragon Gate. Now that he had used it, it was as powerful as a thunderbolt. His moves were swift and decisive, and all the people from the orthodox sects were dumbfounded. Zen Master Zhu Yuan from the Shaolin Temple was stunned. Taoist Master Chong Su from the Wudong sect was stunned. The 3 swordsmen from the Kunlun sect were dumbfounded. Even Li Kunwu, the swordsman in white, who was hugging his sword and couldn't be bothered to look at anyone, opened his mouth and blinked his eyes in shock. Li Kunwu wasn't trying to signal anyone with his eyes. He was completely dumbfounded. The 4 heavenly masters from Mount Longhu, Song Song, Xianxia, Jadeite Bamboo, and Qing Feng were trembling with anger. They couldn't even speak for a moment. Zhong Chunyan from the Deity Sword Mountain had just recovered from Lu Suifeng's shock. She fainted again when she saw the bloody scene in front of her. Because the scene at that moment was too bloody. Of the 9 people, 1 was cut in half, 3 were cut in half at the waist, and 4 were decapitated. Vice sect leader Gong Sunli was even split in half by Ling Yun's saber in midair, and his internal organs were scattered all over the ground. They had seen people kill, but they had never seen someone kill like that. How was this killing? It was like cutting vegetables. The most shocking thing was Ling Yun's strength. The 8 masters from the Hades sect were at Xiantian realm level 3 and above. Gong Sunli was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7, but they were all killed by Ling Yun in 1 strike. It was especially so for Gong Sunli. Everyone saw clearly that he was killed by Ling Yun's slash. That wasn't a blade, it was a blade that killed people from a distance. The masters from the orthodox sects had already guessed that Ling Yun was very strong when they saw Guo Xiaoyan's headless corpse. However, that was just a guess. They didn't have a direct impression of it. Now, everyone saw it with their own eyes. 2 punches and 4 blades were more effective than Ling Yun's explanation. The matters of the pugilistic world were settled in the pugilistic world. In the end, it still depended on one's strength. Wow. After a moment of silence where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, the sound of someone vomiting could be heard again. The encirclement of the experts from the righteous sects expanded in an instant. Many people involuntarily retreated, unable to control their own legs. In the face of a person's life and death, the word morality was basically a fart. In everyone's eyes, Ling Yun was a homicidal maniac who had just walked out of hell. The devil's underworld essence blade was really full of human blood this time. Ling Yun could even clearly feel that the blade had become much heavier. The jet black blade was faintly suffused with a scarlet brilliance. Every single black dragon scale on the blade seemed to be moving. This caused the lifelike black dragon on the Devil's Underworld Essence blade to seem alive. It coiled around the blade, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it was about to devour someone. Especially the two jet black gems that were embedded on both sides of the Devil's Underworld Essence blade, close to the hilt, actually showed signs of turning dark red. Ling Yan noticed the changes in the Devil's Underworld Essence blade after he finished killing. He only glanced at it briefly before returning to where the 4 people from Mount Longhu were standing. "It's your turn. I suggest that all 4 of you attack together." Ling Yan dragged his blade as he spoke to the 4 heavenly masters from Mount Longhu. At the same time, Ling Yan thought to himself, there are still 24 people left. Ling Yan hadn't used his blade tonight, but it didn't mean that he had changed his temperament or that he had suddenly become stupid. He was accumulating his blade intent. Unlike using a sword, the most important thing when using a blade was the momentum of the blade. Whether it was a horizontal or vertical slash, it had to be done in one go. The longer this momentum was maintained, the stronger the blade intent would be. Naturally, the more domineering and sharp the momentum would be. After killing 9 people in a row, Ling Yan's blade intent had risen steadily. Now that it was at its peak, he naturally wouldn't stop. This was because Ling Yan knew that the Hades sect was merely a trash sect. The enemies that he would be facing next would only get stronger and stronger. Immeasurable heavenly venerate. Taoist Master Xianxia's eyes flashed with unconcealable fear as he looked at the approaching Ling Yan. He suddenly chanted a Taoist name and turned to look in the direction of the Wu-Tang sect. Chongsu, Ling Yan has become an out-and-out homicidal maniac. Is the Wu-Tang sect really going to stand by and watch? Taoist Master Chongsu's expression was solemn as he watched Ling Yan walk towards the 4 people from Mount Longhu. The corners of his mouth twitched. Suddenly, he took a step forward. Ling Yan's figure paused slightly, but he immediately walked forward without any hindrance. Taoist Master Chongsu could only laugh bitterly as he said to Xianxia, "You're being too serious. The Wu-Tang sect naturally won't stand by and watch. However, since we call ourselves a righteous sect, we can't rely on our numbers to defeat the enemy. If word gets out, we'll become a laughing stock." Prestigious sects naturally had their own rules. This was also a restriction. Even though the major sects were besieging Ling Yan tonight, they couldn't afford to lose face. Therefore, they all swarmed forward together. Moreover, Ling Yan was only an 18-year-old youth. So many experts from the pugilistic world had to deal with a youth who had just made his debut. If more than 10 people were to attack at the same time, even if they could really kill Ling Yan, where would their dignity be? How would the Shaolin Temple and the Wudong sect establish themselves in the pugilistic world in the future? Zen Master Jiu Yuan of the Shaolin Temple naturally considered this point as well. That was why he endured and didn't make a move. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile as he listened to Chongsu's words. He thought to himself, "You won't fight with numbers? That's only because you think it's not a matter of life and death yet, right?" No matter how slow Ling Yan walked, he quickly arrived in front of the 4 people from Mount Longhu. He raised the devil's blade and pointed it at Xianxia. "Xianxia, right? I can tell you clearly that Shaolin and Wudong can leave now, but neither Mount Longhu nor the Kunlun sword sect can leave." Ling Yan remembered clearly that Xianxia was attacked by the drought demon. She escaped from Mount Longhu with injuries. Since he couldn't go to Mount Longhu to settle the score with the drought demon, he would first collect some interest from the Taoists of Mount Longhu. As for the Kunlun sword sect, his mother, Qin Qiuyue, had gone to the Sky Mountain Heaven sword sect for more than 3 months. There had been no news of her until now. Since Sky Mountain wasn't far from Kunlun, Ling Yan wanted to ask the Kunlun sword sect for some news about his mother. Even if it was just some news about the Sky Mountain Heaven sword sect, it would be better than nothing. Therefore, the Kunlun sword sect couldn't leave either. Li Kunwu, the white-robed swordsman, frowned slightly after hearing Ling Yan's words. He was puzzled as to why Ling Yan wanted to keep the Kunlun sword sect. At the same time, he felt a little annoyed. Damn it, this brat is too arrogant. He's even more arrogant than me. Damn it. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly said, "Therefore, your Mount Longhu can also join forces with the Kunlun sword sect and attack together." Taoist Master Xianxia was furious. With a flick of the horsetail whisk in his hand, he flew out from the crowd and landed in front of Ling Yun. Arrogant brat. Don't think that just because you killed a few trash from the Hades sect, you can look down on my Mount Longhu. We didn't stop you from killing the disciples of the Hades sect because the Hades sect has always been on the fence between good and evil. Even though they have always considered themselves to be on the right path, everyone knows that they have done many evil deeds over the years. We are just using your hands to get rid of them. Ling Yun understood, but he sneered and asked casually, why do you need to use my hands? Taoist Master Xianxia didn't expect Ling Yun to ask such a question. He was immediately dumbfounded and couldn't answer. That was because this question made no sense at all. It was too nonsensical. However, while Xianxia was stunned, Ling Yun suddenly swung his blade. Of course, Ling Yun knew that the reason Mount Longhu could be on par with Wu-Tang Mountain was because of their strength. He couldn't see through the strength of these 4 people from Mount Longhu, so he would kill their leader first. The question was a lie, but the sneak attack was real. The pitch-black blade transformed into a blade screen in the night sky, layer upon layer, and slashed towards Xianxia. Shameless brat. Taoist Master Xianxia was shrouded by the blade screen in the blink of an eye. In his shock, he shouted and shook the horsetail whisk in his hand. The thousands of strands at the end of the horsetail whisk wrapped around Ling Yun's blade at lightning speed. Clang! It was unknown what the horsetail whisk in Xianxia's hand was made of, but it didn't break much after coming into contact with the devil's blade. It successfully blocked Ling Yun's blade attack. You've been tricked. Ling Yun laughed coldly as he grabbed the handle of the blade and pulled it back. The strength of this strike was more than 3 times stronger than Ling Yun's previous strike. Xianxia gripped the horsetail whisk tightly, and the strands wrapped around Ling Yun's blade. Ling Yun was now pulling the blade back rapidly. Taoist Master Xianxia was almost pulled off the ground by Ling Yun's immense strength. He didn't even dream that Ling Yun would have such terrifying strength. Instinctively, he wanted to resist. Taoist Master Xianxia kicked the ground with all his might. His face was flushed red, and his right hand gripped the handle of the horsetail whisk tightly. However, how could his strength compare to Ling Yun's, who had cultivated the stellar condensation technique? His body still involuntarily rushed towards Ling Yun. At this moment, Ling Yun suddenly chuckled. Since you don't want to come over, I'll go over. Taoist Master Xianxia suddenly felt the strength in his hand lighten. He knew that something was wrong and was shocked. Ling Yun gave up on pulling the blade and rushed forward like a dragon. In an instant, he was in front of Taoist Master Xianxia. The Tiangang demon fist punched out. The wind from the punch pierced through the air. Taoist Master Xianxia was shocked. At such a close distance, with such a fast movement technique, there was no way he could avoid it. He could only hurriedly throw out a punch to block Ling Yun's fist. Bam! The 2 fists collided violently, and the wind from the punch rose in all directions. Then, there was a cracking sound, and Taoist Master Xianxia cried out in pain. His 5 fingers were broken, his wrist bones were crushed, and his arm was broken. Dragon Tiger Mountain specialized in Dao techniques, talismans, and swordsmanship. Their weakest point was their body. And Ling Yun's strongest point was his body. Using his strongest point to attack the enemy's weakest point, Ling Yun's attack succeeded. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Taoist Master Xianxia was seriously injured. Taoist Master Xianxia spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body staggered backward. He only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 7 to 8 steps. Ling Yun didn't follow up with another attack. He raised the devil's blade and rotated his wrist continuously, wrapping the horsetail whisk that Taoist Master Xianxia had thrown away onto the blade. With an infuriating smirk, he said, "You don't even know how to fight, and yet you keep saying that you're exterminating demons?" Counter question, sneak attack, swing, draw, release, rush, punch. Then, he succeeded. The battle between Ling Yun and Taoist Master Xianxia had nothing to do with strength. It was all about strategy. Ling Yun really knew how to fight. He was miles ahead of Taoist Master Xianxia in terms of combat experience and technique. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Taoist priest Emerald Bamboo and Taoist priest Qing Feng immediately flew out and stood shoulder to shoulder in front of Xianxia to protect him. Taoist Master Xianxia came to Xianxia's side and fed him a pill without hesitation. Then, he fumbled through his 100 treasures pouch for medicine. Immeasurable heavenly venerable. Ling Yun, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack? What kind of man are you? Taoist Master Green Bamboo pulled out the long sword on his back and held it in front of his chest in case Ling Yun attacked again. He looked at Cui Zhu as if he was looking at an idiot. With a casual fling of his wrist, he threw the horsetail whisk that was wrapped around the blade far into the dense forest. Only then did he say in a calm and unruffled manner, "Idiot, don't tell me that before a fight. I have to seriously remind you to be prepared, tell you to be careful, and only start fighting when I'm about to start? Please use your brain and think clearly. This isn't a spar between fellow disciples. This is a battle of life and death, alright?" A connoisseur would know whether or not he was a connoisseur. Ling Yun had tested out the true strength of the four from Mount Longhu with one move, so he was naturally no longer worried. Taoist Master Tsong Song was the leader of the four. He was at most at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. At most, all four of them would be at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. Ling Yun wasn't afraid of fighting in numbers. Moreover, Dragon Tiger Mountain's martial arts, physique, and movement techniques were all their weaknesses. Since he had found the enemy's weakness, what was there for Ling Yun to worry about? Daoist Cui Zhu trembled in anger. He instinctively wanted to retort, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a reason to do so. Yes, Song Song said that he would leave Ling Yun's life at Dragon Gate Mountain. Why would he be polite when he made his move? Shaolin Temple's Zen Master Zhu Yuan and Wudong Mountain's Daoist priest Chong Su saw this scene and couldn't help but look at each other again. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. Zen Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su were undoubtedly the strongest in terms of realm. Both of them were at Xiantian Realm Level 9. Of course, only the two of them had reached Xiantian Realm Level 9. Originally, they thought that with their realm and strength, no matter how heaven-defying Ling Yun was, they could completely control all unexpected situations. But now, they realized that they were wrong, and very wrong. At that, they had underestimated Ling Yun's strength. Ling Yun's strength was far beyond their imagination. No wonder Ling Yun could face the heroes of the world with a smile and still act so casually and arrogantly. This brat really had the right to be arrogant. Any ancient martial arts practitioner, no matter how good their cultivation aptitude was, if they could cultivate a martial art to the extreme in their entire life, they would be a very nature-defying existence. However, no matter who it was, they would be limited by their own aptitude and energy. In the process of cultivation, they would always focus on something. For example, some people were good at sword and knife techniques, some were good at martial arts, some were good at qigong, and some were good at hidden weapons. But then again, as long as you focused on something, there would also be something that you weren't good at. But what about Ling Yun, his fist technique? Alright, forget about his fist technique. Lu Suifeng was beaten to such a state. His knife technique. Everyone saw the knife energy that killed 9 people in a row, including Gong Sunli. His strength, speed, battle awareness, and battle techniques, as long as it was necessary for a battle, how could Ling Yun be so heaven-defying in every aspect? Ling Yun had no weaknesses. Zen Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su hadn't found any of Ling Yun's weaknesses yet. That was the most terrifying and despairing part of the story. Zen Master Zhu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su couldn't figure it out. Ling Yun was only 18 years old. How did he do it? Zen Master Zhu Yuan looked at Guo Xiaotian's headless corpse again. His eyes were filled with worry. Taoist Master Chong Su, what do you think? Taoist Master Chong Su said bitterly, to tell you the truth, I really didn't expect Ling Yun to be so strong. We really underestimated him. Zen Master Zhu Yuan nodded slightly and said hesitantly, but we can't just watch him kill more people. Otherwise, Zen Master Zhu Yuan seemed to be thinking about how to phrase his words. After a while, he said, why don't we, Shaolin? Zen Master Zhu Yuan wanted to make a move first. However, Taoist Master Chong Su shook his head and stopped him. Absolutely not. We came here with so many people tonight. We have already aroused Ling Yun's killing intent. If we make a move now, not only will we not be able to stop him from killing, but we will also be the only ones left on the peak of Dragon Gate. Zen Master Zhu Yuan was slightly shocked. He immediately asked, even you can't stop his movement technique? Taoist Master Chong Su smiled bitterly again and answered honestly, I can't. Ling Yan's battle style was completely unpredictable. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was targeting the weak. If they couldn't stop him in terms of speed, the fate of everyone except for Zen Master Distant Enlightenment and Taoist Master Chong Su could be imagined. Zen Master Ju Yuan frowned. Then what should we do? Taoist Master Chong Su said lightly, let him be. Let's watch first. The two top experts finished their discussion in an instant. However, they couldn't come up with a good solution. They could only continue to watch Ling Yan's performance. Taoist Master Song Song sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was pale. Because of the pain, beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. However, he endured it without making a sound. He allowed Taoist Master Xianxia to apply medicine and bandage his wounds. The bones in his left arm, from the 5 fingers of his fist to his wrist, were all shattered. His forearm was fractured, and even his left elbow was shaken to the point of dislocation. Taoist Master Song Song finally knew how strong Ling Yan was and how hard his fists were. After the Taoist Masters finished bandaging him, Taoist Master Song Song finally said slowly, everyone, be careful. This devil's strength is extraordinary. His movement technique is also extraordinarily fast. After Song Song warned everyone, he endured the pain in his left arm and slowly stood up. He raised his right arm and slowly pulled out the long sword on his back. Formed the taming dragon and tiger formation. With that, Taoist Master Song Song held his long sword and floated into the formation. He came directly to Ling Yan's left side. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the same time, Taoist Master Xianxia also pulled out his sword and flew over. Taoist Master Cui Zhu and Taoist Master Qing Feng also quickly changed their positions. The 4 Taoist Masters from Dragon Tiger Mountain stood in front, back, left, and right of Ling Yan, surrounding him. Taming Dragon and Tiger Formation? That's interesting. But, I'm very worried. Old Taoist Song Song, can your body take it? Ling Yan smiled coldly. He twisted his body and used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to rush towards Taoist Master Song Song on his left. As he charged forward, he brandished his saber again. To be continued. Ling Yan, with the momentum of a mad dash, slashed at Taoist Master Song Song with the force of lightning. Taoist Master Song Song's face was solemn as he retreated without hesitation. He didn't forget to wave his sword as he retreated, successfully blocking the blade with a ray of sword energy. Boom! The collision of the blade energy and the sword energy produced a loud bang. Taoist Master Song Song was forced to retreat rapidly. His face was as pale as a sheet, and the wound on his left arm that had just been bandaged opened up again. Ling Yan's forward momentum was slowed down. At this moment, the sword energy behind Ling Yan broke through the air, and 3 sharp swords pierced towards Ling Yan's back at the same time. 3 rays of sword energy came for his body. So fast? Ling Yan wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only choose to take it head-on. Ling Yan turned around abruptly, and at the same time, the devil's blade in his hand swept upwards, narrowly blocking the 3 sharp swords. Dang dang dang. 3 crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Xianxia, Cui Zhu, and Qing Feng, the tips of the 3 long swords were all sent flying into the sky. Ling Yan turned around to save himself in the midst of a crisis, and he was fighting 3 enemies at the same time. He didn't have it easy either as he felt the true qi in his body churning up and down. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The tips of the swords shot up into the sky, and the horsetail whisk smashed down. The 3 horsetail whisks were aimed at Ling Yan's head at the same time. So coordinated? Ling Yan didn't choose to take it head-on this time. He decisively retreated and avoided the 3 horsetail whisks. Humph. A ray of sword energy pierced through the air. It was the retreating Taoist Master Song Song. His body was in the air, and he was rushing towards the direction of Ling Yan's retreat. There were 3 swords and 3 horsetail whisks in front of him, and Taoist Master Song Song's full-force sneak attack from behind. Ling Yan was retreating, and it looked as though Ling Yan was colliding with the tip of Taoist Master Song Song's sword. Ling Yan, be careful. Qin Dongshui couldn't help but turn pale at this thrilling scene. Hey! At this critical moment, Ling Yan exhaled loudly. His body was suspended in midair, and he actually pulled himself up from the ground once again. His body rose another 30 feet. Taoist Master Vasp Kalo's sword pierced the air, but he was not in a hurry. His body was parallel to the ground, and he rushed straight towards the 3 junior brothers in front of him. Daoist Xiao's footsteps shifted slightly, giving Daoist Master Vasp Kalo a space, then shielded Daoist Master Vasp Kalo behind him. At the same time, the 3 of them thrust their swords towards the sky. At this moment, Ling Yan was still 40 feet in the air. The 3 swords from Mount Longhu naturally couldn't reach him, but the sword chi could. It seemed like this time, Ling Yan really had nowhere to hide. He was about to be pierced by the 3 sharp sword chis. Humph! Don't dream too much. The devil's blade in Ling Yan's hand slashed down 3 times, causing the 3 streaks of sword chi to sway. At the same time, he borrowed the recoil force to soar up again. Taoist Master Chong Su stroked his long beard and praised, "The dragon-taming tiger formation of Mount Longhu is indeed extraordinary." He was praising Mount Longhu, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Yan, who was being forced to fly higher and higher. The praise in his eyes was even more intense, but there was also a hint of worry. When experts fought, no one would choose to hide in the air unless they had no other choice. That was a taboo. As the saying went, strength came from the ground. You couldn't borrow strength from the air, and the enemies on the ground were eyeing you covetously. Ling Yan had already taken 2 breaths. How could he take a third, unless he had truly reached Xiantian realm level 9, the true chi in his body could circulate at will. Ling Yan might be strong, but both Taoist Master Chong Su and Zen Master Zhu Yuan could see that he was far from Xiantian realm level 9. Of course, Ling Yan hadn't reached Xiantian realm level 9. In fact, he was still a step away from the Xiantian realm. Indeed, he couldn't take another breath. However, he was high up in the air, looking down at the 4 gleaming swords. He could still speak. "This formation is not bad. I have no other choice." When Ling Yan said that he had no other choice, the 4 people from Mount Longhu rejoiced in their hearts. The 4 brothers from Mount Longhu set up the dragon and tiger taming formation. Even though it wouldn't be nice if news got out, what was losing some face if they could take Ling Yan's life, but before the joy and excitement in the hearts of these 4 senior and junior brothers could spread, they all became dumbfounded at the same time. Everyone's eyes widened, and they didn't blink. They saw Ling Yan put his hands together, and the devil's blade in his hands disappeared. In its place was a golden bow. Yes, Big Brother Yun had no other choice but to use a blade. He wasn't lying, but he still had the golden bow and arrows in his spatial ring. Ling Yan looked down from above, holding the golden bow in his hand. He was as mighty as a god. He pulled the bow with his left hand, and the bow was like a full moon. Pulling the bow didn't require a breath. Ling Yan could pull the bow even when his body was falling. It was just that Ling Yan's left hand was empty. There were no arrows. However, since Ling Yan could make a dazzling bow out of thin air, he could naturally make 4 sharp arrows out of thin air. 4 silver-white arrows that reflected the cold light under the moonlight appeared out of thin air and were knocked on the bowstrings in an instant. Ling Yan suddenly let go. There was no sound. There was no sound of the bowstring vibrating, no sound of the arrows piercing through the air, not even the trajectory of the arrows. It was too fast. Faster than a bullet fired from a gun, Ling Yan was only 5 to 6 feet away from the 4 disciples from Mount Longhu. "Get out of the way." Taoist Master Song Song's expression changed drastically. His eyes flashed with fear and anxiety as he roared crazily. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Whether it was Taoist Master Chong Su's praise, Ling Yan's helplessness, or Taoist Master Song Song's roar, their voices hadn't dissipated yet. Taoist Master Song Song used his qinggong to its maximum in an instant, desperately trying to escape from where he was standing. At the same time, he waved the long sword in front of him crazily. If he couldn't dodge, he would use the long sword to block the arrows. The 3 heavenly masters from Verdant Peak of Perching Dusk Bamboo Forest naturally did the same as Taoist Master Song Song. However, they had an extra horsetail whisk in their hands and waved it with both hands. Unfortunately, no matter how fast their reactions were, they were not as fast as the arrows shot by Ling Yun. Clang 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 clang. This was not the sound of the long sword or the horsetail whisk hitting the arrows. This was the sound of 4 sharp arrows piercing through the bodies of the 4 heavenly masters from Mount Longhu and nailing into the rocks on the ground. The four heavenly masters from Mount Longhu had 2 more holes on their bodies at the same time. Fresh blood flowed out from the wounds on their bodies, then, for groans of varying degrees sounded almost at the same time. The 4 heavenly masters from Mount Longhu couldn't care less about the defensive formation anymore. Everyone was desperately dodging just now. It was already a mess. Of course, what was worth rejoicing was that these 4 unlucky fellows avoided being hit in their vitals. Most of the arrows were on their legs, which were pierced by Ling Yan's arrows. Ling Yan shot the arrows from above, aiming at their chests. They dodged with all their might. Even if they moved 1 step, it would only be their legs that were injured. Ling Yan had already landed on the ground. His hands were empty again. He looked at the 4 heavenly masters from Mount Longhu and chuckled. Do you really think I'm afraid of your bullshit T formation? I'm just too lazy to waste time on you guys. All the spectators were dumbfounded when they saw how Ling Yan managed to break the dragon and tiger taming formation with just 1 arrow despite being trapped in a situation where he was sure to die. He managed to turn defeat into victory. They had all forgotten that Big Brother Yun was now the most powerful magician in the world. Now that Mount Longhu's formation was broken, Ling Yan was not going to let them off easily. After mocking his opponents, he dashed towards Taoist Master Vasp Kalo like lightning. Taoist Master Vasp Kalo's left arm was crippled and his thigh was injured. His movements were already stagnant. How could he dodge Ling Yan's domineering attack? There were many injuries on his body. He knew he could not dodge. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stabbed at Ling Yan's figure with all his might. This was the essence of Vasp Kalo's swordsmanship. He wanted to fight Ling Yan with his life. Ling Yan dashed towards the tip of the sword. Just as he was about to collide with the tip of the sword, he tilted his body slightly and dodged the tip. His body slid along the sword's body. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Taoist Master Vasp Kalo's right wrist like a pincer. He exerted strength in his hand and his veins popped. Let go. Ah. Taoist Master Vasp Kalo felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Then, he lost all feeling in his hand. He let go and the sword fell to the ground. Ling Yan smiled. He bent his knees and bent his elbow. Following the momentum, he used his elbow to hit Taoist Master Vasp Kalo's chest. Pfft. Taoist Master Vasp Kalo spat out a mouthful of blood. His tall and sturdy body fell backward. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Second senior brother. Xianxia, Green Bamboo and Qing Feng did not care about the injuries on their legs. They rushed over to save him. That's more like it. Saves me the trouble. Ling Yan's first target was Green Bamboo Taoist priest, who had the weakest physique. With a mad dash, he used his body to knock Green Bamboo Taoist priest away. Then, like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he stuck close to Green Bamboo Taoist priest and landed 5 consecutive punches on his chest. The first 3 punches shattered Taoist Master Green Bamboo's protective true chi. The last 2 punches landed solidly on Green Bamboo's body. Green Bamboo spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. After crippling Vasp Kalo and Green Bamboo, Ling Yan did not hesitate to chase after Xianxia. Ling Yan, I'll kill you. Xianxia saw that his senior and junior brothers were severely injured by Ling Yan. His eyes turned red and he actually took the lead to rush towards Ling Yan. Shua. A white figure flashed. Kunlun Sword Sect's white-clothed swordsman, Li Kunwu, flew and landed between Ling Yan and Xianxia. Brat, you're too arrogant. Let me, Li Kunwu, teach you a lesson today. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Yan was already in high spirits. His figure did not even stop as he rushed straight towards Li Kunwu. Li Kunwu's figure did not waver. He directly stabbed out with his sword. What a fast sword! Li Kunwu's sword was faster than any of the 4 heavenly masters from Longhu Mountain. Ling Yan's figure didn't stop. Twisting his body, he repeated the same move and punched the sword. Li Kunwu's figure followed closely. While avoiding Ling Yan's charge, he lowered his wrist and easily dodged Ling Yan's fist. Then, it changed from a stab to a slice, slashing towards Ling Yan's ribs. Ling Yan suddenly increased his speed and rushed past where Li Kunwu was just standing. He also happened to dodge Li Kunwu's slash. He suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. He looked at Li Kunwu and exclaimed in admiration, "Your movement technique and swordsmanship are both pretty good." Ling Yan's praise for Li Kunwa was from the bottom of his heart. Because Li Kunwa twisted his body, lowered his wrist, changed from a stab to a slice, even though it looked like a few simple movements, but in Ling Yan's eyes, it was already very close to the true meaning of martial arts. What was the true meaning of martial arts? Deciding victory or defeat in a small space, that was the true meaning of martial arts. When Ling Yan faced his enemies, no matter if it was crushing them with force, or winning as the weak, no matter how many tricks he used, he always firmly adhered to this principle. All battles were nothing more than attack and defense, the goal was to use the smallest price to achieve the greatest victory. Strength, movement technique, moves. Everything was in service of a single goal. For example, Ling Yan, tonight he directly rushed towards the tip of the enemy's sword more than once, then when the opponent's sword was about to pierce his body, like a swimming fish, he turned his body at lightning speed, and then slid past the sword blade. Taoist Song Song's lifetime of martial arts essence in this sword, almost pierced Ling Yan, but in the end, it did not. Not piercing meant not piercing, as long as it did not pierce, a difference of a millimeter or 2 or 3 meters, to Ling Yan, there was no difference, because Ling Yan was not injured. But to Taoist Song Song, everything was different, his long sword stabbed out, the move was already used, there was no time to change it, that was why Ling Yan, who was closing in on him, managed to land a hit. This was the fundamental reason why in a fight between experts, a difference of a millimeter could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. And Li Kunwa similarly stabbed out with his sword, Ling Yan similarly rushed towards the tip of the sword, he once again slid to the side, successfully avoiding the tip of the sword, and then punched the sword blade. Ling Yan's body collided with Li Kunwa's body, his fist collided with Li Kunwa's long sword, Ling Yan narrowly dodged, in a small space, in an instant, from being passive to being active. Li Kunwa completely went from being active to being passive, he did not have many choices left, he could either fight head-on with Ling Yan, or fly far away, but Li Kunwa's 2 options were useless, he only twisted his body, took one step, and dodged Ling Yan's body collision, then lowered his wrist, allowing the sword blade to avoid Ling Yan's fist, and then counterattacked Ling Yan. Dodging never required one to be 3 to 5 zhang away. As long as the opponent's attack couldn't reach him, that was enough. The position of the host and the guest, the switch of attack and defense, all within the space of an inch. This was the killing of an inch, this was originally Ling Yan's only way to win a battle. Now that he saw Li Kunwa casually use it, he was naturally not stingy with his praise. What Ling Yan praised was not Li Kunwa's movement technique or sword technique, but Li Kunwa's understanding of martial arts. Li Kunwa took the initiative to retreat to a place 10 feet away from Ling Yan. He stood there with his sword in hand. He raised his chin slightly and looked at Ling Yan. Your movement technique isn't bad either. I'm very surprised that an expert like you can appear in the secular world. Li Kunwa put on the appearance of an otherworldly expert, and then said with a frown, but I really hate you, and I'm disgusted by your actions, because not only are you arrogant, you're also shameless. Ling Yan didn't refute. He silently raised his hand and used the absorption technique, sucking the long sword that Cui Zhu had thrown on the ground into his hand. Li Kunwa then said, what kind of hero are you if you sneak attack in a fight? You actually used a bow and arrow in a battle between the ancient martial arts world? Can you be any more shameless? Ling Yan using such a powerful golden bow within a distance of 20 feet had indeed exceeded the bottom line of Li Kunwa's understanding. That was why he intervened and saved Xianxia and Qing Feng from Mount Longhu. Listening to Li Kunwa's incessant chatter, Ling Yan almost laughed out loud. He couldn't be bothered to refute him, so he said, are you here to fight, or are you here for a martial arts moral lesson? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. Don't babble like a sissy, it's annoying. Li Kunwa instantly flew into a rage. He pointed his long sword at Ling Yan. Who are you calling a sissy? Ling Yan chuckled. Of course I'm talking about you. Ever since he was young, Li Kunwa had never received such treatment. He was so angry that his face turned red. He said sternly, all right, I guarantee that you'll regret saying that very soon. Use your blade. Ling Yan laughed and waved the long sword in his hand. I don't need the devil's blade to deal with you. This long sword is enough. Li Kunwa felt Ling Yan's contempt. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth and rushed over with his sword. Ling Yan's smile disappeared as he moved his body to meet him. The two long swords clashed in the air, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. In an instant, the two of them fought back and forth. The Kunlun sword sect came from Mount Kunlun. The mental cultivation technique that they cultivated was called the Qianyuan technique. Their martial arts techniques were the strongest with sword techniques and palm techniques. Among them, the Kunlun sword technique and the Tiangang palm were the two ultimate techniques of the Kunlun sword sect. Li Kunwu's first move was the Kunlun sword technique. It was majestic and imposing, just like the majestic Kunlun. His moves were bold and vigorous and relaxed. Ling Yan used the small formless sword technique in combination with the dragon fish phantom ability. He moved swiftly and deftly, not giving Li Kunwu a single chance. Li Kunwu was continuously ignored and even humiliated by Ling Yun. His chest was burning with anger, and he attacked with every move, hoping to kill Ling Yun with his sword. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was neither fast nor slow. While he was defending, he observed Li Kunwu's sword techniques coldly and memorized them in his heart. That's right, Ling Yun was secretly learning. The sword aura crisscrossed, and the sound of the two swords clashing continued until Li Kunwu had used all 72 styles of the Kunlun sword technique. Li Kunwu stabbed with his sword again, and Ling Yun casually waved his sword to block it. Then, he smiled slightly. You've already used this move just now. Li Kunwu was stunned. Ling Yun chuckled. There's a total of 72 styles of the Kunlun sword technique. I've already experienced them all. This time, I didn't use a sneak attack, nor did I use a bow and arrow, Ling Yun emphasized, and then he suddenly slashed out. Li Kunwu did not hesitate to block with his sword, and the two swords clashed again. Clang! A loud, crisp sound rang out. Li Kunwu's perlicue was numb from the impact, and his body involuntarily took 3 steps back. He finally stabilized his body, but he realized that the sword aura was coming at him. Ling Yan's second sword had arrived. It was still heavy and powerful. Feeling that Ling Yan's second sword was even more domineering than the previous one, Li Kunwu did not hesitate to hold the sword hilt with both hands, and blocked with all his might. Clang! Another loud sound rang out, and sparks flew from the point where the two swords clashed. Li Kunwu was forced back again, and this time, he took 5 steps back. Li Kunwu's expression finally changed. He suddenly understood something. Longhu Mountain's Taoist master Song Song did not lose because of Ling Yan's sneak attack. It was also not because Longhu Mountain's sword techniques were not exquisite enough. Longhu Mountain lost because of Ling Yan's strength. However, how was that possible? Li Kunwu was the only one who had heard Ji Xiaoqing's recount. He had asked Ling Yun in detail about the battle with Gui Xiaotian, and he knew that Ling Yun had once been in a deep and bitter battle, throwing hundreds of punches at Gui Xiaotian's heavenly sword. Then, Ling Yun beat up Lu Suifeng, annihilated the Hades sect, and defeated Longhu Mountain. Even if Ling Yun was strong and had abundant true qi in his body, after killing so many people and fighting for so long, it should have been almost depleted. However, after Li Kunwu blocked Ling Yan's two swords, he realized that not only did Ling Yan's physical strength not deplete, but it was also very vigorous. Li Kunwu's judgment was not wrong. Although Ling Yun defeated his enemies consecutively, killing Gui Xiaotian, beating up Lu Suifeng, instantly annihilating the Hades sect, and defeating Longhu Mountain, making it look awe-inspiring. However, the depletion of Ling Yan's physical strength and true qi was similarly astonishing. If Li Kunwu hadn't saved him just now, Ling Yun would have had to rest or drink the dragon's saliva to replenish his spiritual energy after crippling Xia and Qing Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, Li Kunwu jumped out at this moment and chatted with Ling Yun for a long time, giving Ling Yun a chance to catch his breath. Then, the two of them fought until now, and Ling Yan's true qi had long recovered by half. If not for recovering his physical strength, why would Ling Yun change his style and play with the innocent Li Kunwu for so long? Now that Ling Yan's true qi had recovered by 50%, and he was almost done learning the Kunlun sword techniques, how could he have the time to continue wasting time with Li Kunwu? Let me teach you what a real sword technique is. Ling Yun looked at Li Kunwu, who was constantly retreating, and no longer held back. Using his sword as a knife, he slashed at Li Kunwu once again. Ling Yun circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme, and the strength in his arms surged as he slashed at Li Kunwu with all his might. Yes, this sword wasn't slashing, but smashing. It was the most barbaric, the most ferocious, the most direct, and without any fancy moves. However, it was also the fastest, indescribably fast. Li Kunwo's expression changed again, and in an instant, he raised the Kunlun Qianyuan skill to the extreme. Holding his sword with both hands, he slashed at Ling Yan's sword horizontally. Boom! First, the two condensed sword chi collided, and then the two swords formed a cross. Clang! With a crisp sound, the two swords broke at the same time. Li Kunwo let go of his sword, spitting out blood as he flew backward. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with shock and horror. This was because Li Kunwo could clearly feel that the force from Ling Yan's sword was at least 4 times stronger than his. Young master, be careful. Not good. Quick, save the young master. The Kunlun three swords could no longer hold back. Now that they saw Li Kunwo's sword being smashed into pieces by Ling Yan, they immediately rushed out. One of them caught Li Kunwo, and the other two blocked Ling Yan with their swords. This time, Ling Yan didn't follow up with another attack. Now, Dragon Tiger Mountain was destroyed, Li Kunwo was injured, and Shaolin and Wudong were watching from the sidelines. As for the Deity Sword Mountain, Ling Yan had long given up on it. If the Kunlun Sword Sect knows what's good for you, I'll allow you to leave the mountain as long as you answer a few questions of mine. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Ling Yan stood with his hands behind his back as he spoke to the two people in front of him. Uncle Masters, don't listen to him. He's already at the end of his rope. Hurry up and kill him. Then, capture Qin Dongxue and bring her back to the Deity Sword Mountain Villa for interrogation. Li Kunwo said as he was supported by the Purple Leaf Spiritual Master. His body swayed as he stood up, and he coughed up blood. At the end of his rope? Capture my aunt, Ling Yan laughed, and the devil's blade appeared in his left hand. Without a word, he flew up, raging Heaven Slayer. To be continued. Ling Yan held the blade with both hands and leaped into the air. He raised both hands high above his head and slashed down with all his might. This slash was powerful, domineering, and sharp to the extreme. Whoosh, the blade cut through the air, and a pitch-black blade aura shot out from the tip of the blade, sweeping towards the 4 people from the Kunlun Sword Sect in front of Ling Yan, Spiritual Master Zi Yang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang, who bore the brunt of the attack, had a drastic change in their expressions. They raised their skills to the extreme at the same time and swung their swords to meet the sharp blade aura. Boom, the sword aura and the blade aura collided violently. A strong gust of wind swept up sand and pebbles, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. Spiritual Master Ziyi saw the power of Ling Yan's slash and didn't hesitate to grab Li Kunwo and leap to the side, dodging Ling Yan's slash. After Li Kunwo landed on the ground, he looked at the place where he was just standing. There was an additional gully that was more than a foot deep and more than 30 feet long. He was flabbergasted. Wasn't Ling Yan supposed to be at the end of his rope? How could he still make such a powerful slash? Spiritual Master Zi Yang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang groaned at the same time after receiving Ling Yan's slash. They couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Kacha! 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 With every step they took, the hard rocks beneath their feet were crushed. That showed how domineering Ling Yan's slash was. Kunlun Sword Sect, try taking another slash from me. Ling Yan yelled as he landed on the ground. He followed up with another slash, the blade severing heaven and earth. Not giving the opponent a chance to breathe was Ling Yan's true fighting style. Spiritual Master Zi Yang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang hadn't completely stabilized themselves when they saw Ling Yan's second slash coming. Shocked, they quickly raised their swords to block it again. Boom boom. Another 2 loud sounds rang out. Spiritual Master Zi Yang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang finally managed to block Ling Yan's second slash. However, this time, both of them were forced to take 9 steps back. After taking 9 steps back, Spiritual Master Zi Yang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang finally stabilized themselves. They couldn't help but look at each other and see the shock in each other's eyes. Both of them were at Xiantian Realm Level 8, but they couldn't even block Ling Yan's blade. How could they not be shocked? Martial Uncle Ziyi, I only suffered some internal injuries just now. I can still hold on. You don't have to worry about me. Go help them. Li Kunwo swallowed a pill and forcefully suppressed the surging blood and qi in his dantian. Seeing that the two martial uncles were in a precarious situation, he hurriedly asked Taoist Master Purple Leaf to go up and help. All right. Spiritual Master Zi nodded and landed beside Spiritual Master Zi Yang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang. The three swords of Kunlun stood shoulder to shoulder. 3 Xiantian Realm Level 8 Masters, the three of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then, like three huge birds, they raised their swords and slashed at Ling Yun. In the dark night, the three longswords shone with a dazzling brilliance and swept through the clouds like a waterfall. Ling Yun's eyes hardened as he began to run forward. His body suddenly accelerated as he gripped the knife with both hands and swung it upwards. Dang dang dang. 3 sounds of metal clashing rang out. The three swords of Kunlun didn't retreat even half a step, but Ling Yun was forced back 3 steps by the 3 long swords. Seeing this situation, Li Kunwu, Deity Sword Villa, Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the others from the righteous faction of the Wulin, were delighted at the same time. This was the first time Ling Yun was successfully suppressed in battle after being surrounded by them. Ling Yun steadied his body, and his heart trembled slightly. His handsome eyes finally began to have a touch of seriousness. When these 3 people from Kunlun Sword Sect launched a joint attack, whether it was their strength, vital energy, or even their speed, they were all a single entity. The 3 of them standing together actually formed a kind of force. If Ling Yun couldn't break this force, then it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponents. Because once this force was formed, Ling Yun seemed to be fighting a giant formed by 3 Xiantian Realm Level 8 Masters. Uncle Masters, Ling Yun is now an arrow at the end of its flight. Delay him for a while. Once I capture Qin Dongxue, I'll definitely make him surrender. Li Kunwu had been defeated by Ling Yun, and even his most beloved sword had been broken by Ling Yun. His jealousy and hatred towards Ling Yun had already reached its peak. Now that he had seen signs of victory, he had actually forgotten about the rules of the pugilistic world. He was a genius and very smart. He had long seen that Qin Dongxue was Ling Yun's weakness. As long as he captured Qin Dongxue, he could use her to threaten Ling Yun. Ling Yun was prepared to fight with the 3 swords of Kunlun. His eyes narrowed upon hearing Li Kunwu's words, and a strange black and white color flashed in his pupils. Yi, Li Kunwu's words finally succeeded in angering Ling Yun. However, it was useless for Ling Yun to say anything now. He was a little far from Qin Dongxue, and he was also locked on by the 3 swords of Kunlun. If he revealed an opening, he might be seriously injured. Of course, Li Kunwu couldn't defeat Ling Yun. However, if he focused on Qin Dongxue, he could kill her in an instant. Before Li Kunwu could finish his sentence, the 3 swords of Kunlun locked on to Ling Yun. Their footwork was swift, and they quickly changed their direction to block Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue. If Ling Yun wanted to save Qin Dongxue now, he had to break through the 3 swords of Kunlun first. At this moment, Li Kunwu moved. He smiled faintly and rushed directly towards Qin Dongxue. However, Ling Yun was even faster than Li Kunwu. In that instant, Ling Yun used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to the extreme. He held his blade horizontally in front of his chest and directly collided with the 3 swords of Kunlun. The 3 swords of Kunlun knew that this was the most crucial moment. They didn't dare to be careless. They instantly raised their strength to the peak and shouted at the same time. Dang, dang, dang. Ling Yun's devil's blade collided with the 3 long swords at the same time. The sword chi from the 3 long swords cut into his face. The devil's blade was hit by the combined force of the 3 long swords, and the back of the devil's blade landed heavily on Ling Yun's chest. Pfft! Ling Yun was shaken by the huge recoil, causing his blood to boil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was the first time Ling Yun was injured. However, he didn't take a step back. He ignored his injuries and continued to rush forward. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and punched the Tiangang Demon Fist at Spiritual Master Zi Yang. This was a method of exchanging a life for a life. Bam! Spiritual Master Zi Yang's body was already unstable from the collision with Ling Yun. He was struggling to hold on. Now that he was hit by Ling Yun's earth-shattering punch, his whole body was sent flying. The wall formed by the 3 swords of Kunlun instantly broke through. Ling Yun couldn't care less about killing them. He flashed through the gap and went straight for Qin Dongxue. Even so, he was still one step too late. Li Kunwu was already in front of Qin Dongxue. He stretched out one arm, and he was just a step away from grabbing Qin Dongxue. "Auntie!" Ling Yan roared angrily. A God Strider talisman appeared in his hand, and he slapped it on himself. His movement speed doubled instantly. Seeing that they were about to capture Qin Dongxue alive, Li Kunwa smiled smugly. "How would we be able to face others if we were to lose to you?" However, what surprised Li Kunwa was that Qin Dongxue didn't show any signs of fear or panic. She was still calm and even smiled at him. "That brat fought so hard for me. If I were to be captured by you now, how would I have the face to be his auntie?" As she spoke, Qin Dongxue raised her hand, and 3 fire talismans flew out. They landed directly on the unguarded Li Kunwa's hands, arms, and body. "Confrontation!" Qin Dongxue shouted softly and used the dragonfish phantom ability. Her delicate body left a shadow on the spot as she rushed towards Ling Yan. Qin Dongshue's movement speed wasn't much slower than Ling Yan's. She knew better than anyone else that she was Ling Yan's weakness. In order not to drag him down, Qin Dongxue had already secretly taken out a God Strider talisman and 3 fire talismans. Boom, boom, boom. 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded. Even with the protection of Xiantian True Qi, Li Kunwa was charred black and bloodied. Li Kunwa's body was instantly engulfed in flames. Ah! Li Kunwa became a man on fire. His skin was sizzling, and he was waving his arms and legs to extinguish the flames on his body. Seeing that Qin Dongxue was safe and sound, Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He only remembered that he had prepared a lot of defensive talismans for Auntie today. He didn't expect her to use them at this moment. Concern leads to chaos. That was indeed the case. Go to hell. Ling Yan's figure was as fast as lightning. Amidst the mad dash, he suddenly waved his blade and directly slashed at Li Kunwa. His murderous intent was too strong. He used 120% of his strength without mercy. "Young master, be careful." Z. Guang and Ziyi panicked when they saw that Li Kunwa's life was in danger. They flew over desperately to stop Ling Yan's sure-kill strike. Because the Purple Leaf Spiritual Master didn't block Ling Yan's attack twice, his speed was faster. He blocked in front of Li Kunwa at the last moment. Chi! The black blade slashed at the Purple Leaf Spiritual Master's back. A long gash appeared on his back. Blood spurted out, and white bones could be seen. The Purple Leaf Spiritual Master threw Li Kunwa to the ground. The 2 of them rolled around in the fire and blood. That kind of tragedy couldn't be described with words. This scene was witnessed by Spiritual Master Zi Guang and Spiritual Master Zi Yang, who had been sent flying by Ling Yan. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they rushed towards Ling Yan recklessly. Taoist priest Xianxia and Taoist priest Qing Feng of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who had been saved by Li Kunwa just now, flew out without hesitation to block him. Ling Yan stopped and protected Qin Dongxue behind him. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and looked at the 4 people in front of him. "I've said it before. Anyone who dares to sneak an attack on my auntie will have to pay with their lives." After saying that, he took out a healing talisman and used it on his chest. His chest had suffered a huge backlash because of his desperate struggle just now. It was equivalent to taking on the combined attack of the 3 swords of Kunlun. It was a serious injury. Furthermore, the current Ling Yan was truly at the end of his rope. Just as Ling Yan was healing his injuries and preparing to kill the 4 people in front of him, the communication device on him started flashing. Ling Yan's expression changed as he picked up the call. "Brother, Villa number 1 is under siege. Come back as fast as you can." To be continued. Ling Yan's heart sank when he heard that Mansion number 1 was under siege. Ling Yan had a premonition that something would happen to Mansion number 1 tonight. He didn't expect it to happen. How many people do they have? What's their cultivation level? Can you hold on now? Ling Yan didn't waste any time and asked the 3 most crucial questions. Ning Lingyu said anxiously. More than 30 of them came at once. They came prepared. The main circuit of Mansion number 1 has been cut off. It's pitch black now. As for their cultivation level, they seem to be of all kinds. Xian Er killed more than 10 of them in one go. She told us that there are more powerful enemies hiding around the mansion. Ling Yan immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and asked, "Can you tell who the enemies are?" Ning Lingyu said anxiously, they are all masked and dressed in black. They have all kinds of weapons and are trying to break into the mansion. A murderous intent flashed across Ling Yan's mind as he casually asked, what about Wang Feihu and the other two? Did they help you fight the enemy? Ning Lingyu paused and looked around before saying, Wang Feihu and the other two are fighting to the death. 2 of them are injured. Ling Yan relaxed a little and said immediately, very good. Lingyu, don't be afraid. As long as Xianxia is here, as long as the real masters don't appear, you will be able to hold on. Now, I'll ask Auntie to rush back to help you. Give me half an hour, no, give me 20 minutes, I'll definitely rush back. The communication device was very good. Ling Yan could hear the battle cries coming from the other side. He was very anxious and hurriedly gave some instructions to Lingyu before turning off the communication device. Ling Yan quickly put away the communication device and took out the mysterious gourd without hesitation. He raised his head and gulped down the dragon's saliva. As the dragon's saliva entered his stomach, a huge amount of dragon spiritual energy exploded in his energy center. Under the frenzied activation of the yin-yang harmony balance, it quickly flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Wherever it passed, all the acupoints were cleared, and the yin-yang true qi in his body recovered rapidly. Ling Yan gulped down the dragon's saliva in one go and restored the true qi in his body to its peak. Only then did he put away the mysterious gourd. His gaze swept across all the righteous people in front of him, and a strange black and white color appeared in his handsome eyes. He no longer concealed the murderous intent in his heart, allowing the cold and violent murderous intent to wreak havoc. You are all very good. Tonight, Ling Yan had been talking and fighting with the experts from the orthodox sections. In fact, he had been maintaining a balance in his heart. That was to kill as few people as possible and use the shortest amount of time to resolve the siege of Dragon Gate Mountain. Those who could be persuaded to leave, and those who could be intimidated would be intimidated. Only those who were determined to fight to the death with him would be completely crippled by him. Ling Yan had never provoked Shaolin and Wudong, and he had successfully prevented Shaolin and Wudong from attacking him. This was the perfect embodiment of this balance. Ling Yan did this because he was worried. He only wanted to rush back to Mansion No. 1 as soon as possible. However, now that Mansion No. 1 was under siege, the balance that Ling Yan had been maintaining was broken. I really didn't expect that there would be an ancient martial arts expert who would dare to attack a villa in the bustling city of Huaxia at night. Now, I'm rushing back to Mansion No. 1. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Ling Yan's cold voice reverberated throughout the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain like the announcement of the Grim Reaper. Even though Ling Yan's voice wasn't loud when he spoke to Ning Lingyu, everyone around them was an expert and naturally heard it clearly. Qin Dongxue was beside Ling Yan and naturally heard it the clearest. She knew that Mansion No. 1 was in trouble and couldn't help but want to say something. Ling Yan raised his hand to stop Qin Dongxue from speaking. He changed to telepathy and said to Qin Dongxue, Auntie, Mansion No. 1 is very dangerous. If I'm not mistaken, the biggest enemy tonight should be the Devil Sect. You have to rush back immediately. Remember to remind Xianxia to be careful of the Devil Sect's Tianxingzi. Qin Dongxue knew that she would only be a burden to Ling Yan. She nodded heavily but couldn't help but look around and frown. But, how will Auntie break out? Ling Yan's lips curled up slightly. There's no need to, I have my ways. The golden bow appeared in Ling Yan's hands before he finished his sentence. He shouted, Auntie, draw the bowstring. Qin Dongxue understood. She twisted her body and stepped onto the bowstring of the golden bow. The bowstring only trembled slightly. Ling Yan squatted down slightly and looked up at the moon. At the same time, he extended his right arm and hooked 4 fingers on the bowstring between Qin Dongshue's feet. He pulled the bowstring to a full crescent. Qin Dongshue's slender body was like a willow as she pointed to the night sky. Ling Yan didn't even look at the night sky above his head as he suddenly let go. Whoosh! Qin Dongxue only felt a huge force from the bowstring. She stomped on both her feet at the same time and shot straight into the night sky like a bolt of lightning. Ling Yan actually used Qin Dongxue as a sharp arrow and shot directly into the night sky above the Dragon Gate Peak. Zen Master Zhu Yuan was stunned. Taoist Master Chong Su was dumbfounded. Ziyang and Spiritual Master Zi Guang forgot to attack Ling Yan. Xianxia and Taoist Master Qing Feng were dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded after witnessing Ling Yun's incredible arrow. They stood rooted to the ground like wooden stakes, looking up at Qin Dongshui, who shot into the night sky. Ling Yun stood up and shouted at the night sky, using the mystical dragon hell. "Chester, if you dare to let my auntie fall from the sky again, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Chester and Paul had already descended to a height of 400 meters from the peak of the Dragon Gate Peak. Both of them witnessed Ling Yun's shocking feat from the night sky. Even as members of the Blood Clan, they were scared witless. They couldn't care less if they were discovered as they flapped their wings frantically and dove down. Qin Dongshui flew 300 meters into the night sky before her speed slowed down slightly. At this time, Chester and Paul, one high and one low, arrived at Qin Dongshui's feet at the same time. This was the auntie that their master wanted to protect with his life. They didn't dare to be careless. They immediately added double insurance. If one of them couldn't handle it, there was still another below. Chester had been carrying Ling Yun for a few days and was naturally experienced. He arrived at Qin Dongshui's feet and confirmed that Qin Dongshui's feet were on his back before flapping his wings and flying until Qin Dongshui was completely stable. "Wow. Beautiful Miss Qin, what happened? Why did Master do such a shocking thing?" Chester couldn't help but ask in shock, even though he had completed the mission safely. Frankly speaking, this was the first time in Qin Dongshui's life that she had experienced such a thing, even though she was extremely skilled and courageous. She was still scared out of her wits and her heart was pounding wildly. "Phew. Oh my God, I almost suffocated just now. This brat." "Chester, Paul, Mansion number 1 is under siege. We have to rush back to help as soon as possible." Qin Dongshui took a long time to speak. She scolded Ling Yun with lingering fear before regaining her composure as a Xiantian realm master. "Chester, Paul, Mansion number 1 is under siege. We have to rush back as soon as possible. We'll talk about the rest on the way." Chester and Paul flew into a rage when they heard that. They flapped their wings at the same time and flew towards Qingshui City like arrows. At the peak of the Dragon Gate Peak, Ji Shaoqing, Wu Qifeng, and Zhong Chenyan, who had just woken up, looked at the dark sky thoughtfully. Only they vaguely remembered that Ling Yun descended from the night sky to the peak of the Dragon Gate Peak. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief after sending Qin Dongshui off. With Ling Yun's help, he had one less burden on his side, and Mansion number 1 had an additional powerful force. Ling Yun was confident that by Xian'er, Qin Dongshui, Chester, and Paul would be able to hold on until he returned. 20 people left. As of now, only 6 people from Shaolin Temple, 7 from Wudong Sect, 3 from Deity Sword Mountain, 2 from Dragon Tiger Mountain, and 2 from Deity Sword Mountain were still standing. 20 people, 20 minutes, only 18 minutes left. Ling Yun pulled out the Devil's Blade once again. "I'll give you one last chance. I won't stop anyone who wants to leave, but don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't." At this moment, Taoist Master Song Song, who was knocked out by Ling Yun's elbow and gradually regained some energy, opened his mouth to speak. "Junior brothers, our big senior brother is subduing demons tonight. We should stop this little devil with all our might and not let him escape from the Dragon Gate Peak." Green Bamboo was still unconscious. Xianxia and Qing Feng, who were only injured by the arrow, looked at Ling Yun with vigilance. "We will follow second senior brother's teachings." At this moment, Li Kunwu, who had just extinguished the raging fire on his body and was charred black by the explosion of the fire talisman, also roared crazily, "Uncle Master Zi Yang, Uncle Master Zi Guang, this little devil is already at the end of his rope. We must seize the opportunity to kill him and avenge Uncle Master Zi." Ji Shaoqing remained silent. She turned to look at Zhong Chenyan and said, "Junior sister, even though big senior brother is dead, our Deity Sword Mountain can't rely on others. I've decided to fight to the death. Now, I order you to bring third senior brother away from the Dragon Gate Peak and return to the sect as soon as possible to report everything that happened here." Zhong Chenyan hesitated. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Ji Shaoqing frowned and said, "This kid has completely turned into a demon. After today's battle, he will definitely become the public enemy. If we can't deal with him, someone else will. Do you want all 5 of us to die on this Dragon Gate Peak?" Zhong Chenyan understood what Ji Shaoqing meant. She knew that she would be sending herself to death if she stayed. She said with tears streaming down her face, "Senior sister, take care." Then, she dragged the muddle-headed Wu Qifeng and disappeared into the forest in a flash. Ling Yun didn't give chase. No matter how strong his killing intent was, it wasn't worth it to chase after a woman and a person who was only left with a shell. Song Song, Xianxia, Qing Feng, Zi Yang, Zi Guang, and Ji Shaoqing, 6 orthodox experts, leaped forward at the same time and surrounded Ling Yun. Ling Yun stared into Song Song's eyes and asked, "Song Song, what demon did you say your big senior brother subdued tonight?" Song Song stared into Ling Yun's eyes and said righteously, "Fox demon." Very good. At this moment, Ling Yun's killing intent finally rose to the peak. To be continued. Taoist Master Song Song said that his big senior brother was going to subdue a fox demon tonight, and he wasn't at Dragon Gate Mountain. Without a doubt, his big senior brother was attacking Mansion No. 1 right now. Dragon Tiger Mountain split into 2 groups. Taoist Master Song Song and the other 3 stayed at Dragon Gate Mountain to kill Ling Yun. The other group was led by their big senior brother to kill Xianxia. Ling Yun didn't know how Dragon Tiger Mountain knew Xianxia's whereabouts, but they had to have their own methods since they dared to claim to subdue demons. If Taoist Master Song Song and the other 3 were at Xiantian Realm Level 8, then what about their big senior brother? What kind of realm would he be at? The fact that Dragon Tiger Mountain dared to go against Xianxia had touched Ling Yun's bottom line. He didn't say anything else but gripped his sword tightly. Ling Yun had no other choice but to kill his way back to Mansion No. 1 as soon as possible. Taoist Master Song Song obviously felt Ling Yun's murderous intent. He didn't waste any time and opened his palm, revealing 3 round pills. These are Dragon Tiger pills. Dragon Tiger Mountain is really going all out this time. Taoist Master Chong Su said in disbelief. Dragon Tiger Mountain's secret pill, the Dragon Tiger pill. The Dragon Tiger pill wasn't just a miraculous healing medicine. It could also be used to increase one's skills and break through the bottleneck of cultivation. An ordinary Hotian Realm Level 9 expert could easily break through to the Xiantian realm with just 1 pill. A rich and refreshing medicinal fragrance immediately spread in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of all the experts in the surroundings. Many people could not help but take a deep sniff with their noses. Taoist Master Xianxia and Taoist Master Qing Feng each took a Dragon Tiger pill from Taoist Master Song Song's hand and swallowed it. Taoist Master Vasp Kalo also swallowed one. The moment the pill entered his mouth, the huge medicinal power spread out in his abdomen. The internal injuries that he had just suffered were almost completely healed. His face was glowing, as if he had recovered to his peak condition. Taoist Xianxia and Taoist Qing Feng were in the same situation as Vasp Kalo. The 3 of them took the pill, and Taoist Kalo suddenly took a step forward. His voice was like thunder. Dragon Tiger Mountain is duty-bound to subdue demons. Fight to the death. Taoist Master Vasp Kalo took the lead, Xianxia and Qing Feng followed closely behind. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation, heading straight for the clouds. Ling Yun's pupils shrank, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he held the saber horizontally in front of his chest and began to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Since Dragon Tiger Mountain's target was clear, they were here for him and by Xianxia. They were Ling Yun's mortal enemies. No matter the price, he had to make sure they didn't return. Ling Yun and his saber collided with the 3 heavenly masters from Mount Longhu at lightning speed. Boom boom boom. When the saber and the sword collided, what they produced was not the crisp sound of metal clashing, but the loud sound of true qi colliding. Ling Yun's figure retreated 20 feet, Song Song, Xianxia, and Qing Feng were also pushed back by 1 zhang from the impact. That pill is indeed powerful. These 3 people's power has increased in a short period of time. According to Ling Yun's estimation, the 3 heavenly masters of Mount Longhu were probably at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. This guy is actually fighting with 3 masters at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. Taoist Master Chong Su was a discerning person and understood the effects of the Dragon Tiger pill. He couldn't help but be shocked. In the first round, the 3 from Mount Longhu had the upper hand. Taoist Master Song Song couldn't help but be shocked. He looked around and said loudly, "Everyone, since Shaolin and Wudong refused to make a move, Mount Longhu is willing to take the lead and fight to the death with this little devil." With the devil's blade, everyone has the right to kill him. There's no need to talk about morality with this little devil anymore. Let's just attack together and kill him. Kunlun Sword Sect Spiritual Master Ziyang and Spiritual Master Ziguang looked at each other and nodded deeply. Both of them moved and joined the battle. Ji Xiaoqing turned to look at Li Kunwu on the ground. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward, Ling Yan against 6. That's even better. Saves me the trouble. Ling Yan wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed. His figure flashed as he used fulgurating shadows. Instantly, 6 figures of Ling Yan appeared on the battlefield and slashed at Song Song and the others. Ling Yan's dragonfish phantom ability had almost reached the pinnacle of perfection. Now that he was using the Divine Strider talisman, every figure wasn't an illusion. Every slash he made was a real move, ding ding dang dang dang. Ji Xiaoqing was the weakest. Her long sword was broken by Ling Yan's slash. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Both Spiritual Master Ziyang and Spiritual Master Ziguang blocked Ling Yan's shocking slash, but they each retreated more than 20 feet. Only the 3 from Mount Longhu who took the pill only retreated 7 steps. Pooh! Ling Yan spat out another mouthful of blood from the huge recoil. However, he didn't retreat this time. Instead, he followed the 3 from Mount Longhu like a shadow, unwilling to let them go. Since the 3 of you want to advance and retreat together, I'll break you all up in one go. Blade severing heaven and earth. Ling Yan's blade aura was peerless. The pitch-black blade aura engulfed the 3 from Mount Longhu at the same time. Boom boom boom. Song Song and the other 2 resisted Ling Yan's terrifying attack once again. This time, all 3 of them retreated 9 steps. Ling Yan's figure was naturally sent flying as well. He took advantage of the momentum to soar into the sky, twisting his body in the night sky. He took 3 strides and slashed at Ziyang and Spiritual Master Ziguang, who had just regained their balance. Zen Master Jiuyuan of the Shaolin Temple was dumbfounded when he saw Ling Yan's 3 slashes. He thought to himself that the flow of qi in Ling Yan's body had reached such a terrifying speed. Ziyang and Spiritual Master Ziguang were locked on by Ling Yan's blade aura. Other than blocking Ling Yan's slash, there was no way for them to escape. They gritted their teeth and raised their swords to block without hesitation. Dang dang. After 2 crisp sounds, the swords in Ziyang and Spiritual Master Ziguang's hands were broken by Ling Yan at the same time. Their perlicue split open, and fresh blood flowed out. They looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Up until now, these 2 hadn't recovered from the previous battle. Their true qi had long been depleted. How could they defeat Ling Yan at his peak? Gotcha. Spiritual Master Ziyang was in a worse state. He had already suffered a full force punch from Ling Yan. Now that his true qi was depleted, his internal injuries worsened by Ling Yan's slash. He knelt on one knee. I knew you couldn't hold on any longer. Ling Yan yelled as he landed on the ground. He raised his hand and threw out a large handful of iron nails with the shower of flowers technique. The iron nails surrounded the kneeling Spiritual Master Ziyang. Li Kunwu exclaimed, "Uncle Master Ziyang, be careful." Spiritual Master Ziguang was right beside Spiritual Master Ziyang. When he saw Ling Yan throw out the hidden weapons, he immediately used his remaining true qi and the broken sword in his hand to deflect all the iron nails that were aimed at Spiritual Master Ziyang. Ling Yan was about to twist his body and attack again to kill the exhausted Spiritual Master Ziyang and Spiritual Master Ziguang first. However, at this moment, the 3 sharp swords from Dragon Tiger Mountain arrived. Reverse triple wave. Ling Yan didn't even turn his head. His arm swept backward, and the demonic blade directly blocked the 3 long swords that were aimed at his back. Pfft! Ling Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. His body staggered forward from the pressure of the 3 long swords. No matter how fast Ling Yan's improvement was, he would have to pay a huge price to block the combined attack of 3 masters at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. The 3 heavenly masters from Dragon Tiger Mountain saw Ling Yan spit out blood again and flew up at the same time. 3 sharp swords pierced towards Ling Yan's back. Ling Yan had displayed too many combat techniques just now. It was impossible to defend against. They didn't dare to give Ling Yan a chance to catch his breath. After rushing out 30 feet, Ling Yan's body suddenly accelerated, and he used his speed to shake off the 3 long swords behind him. Then, he used fulgurating shadows and disappeared on the spot. Song Song and the other two were rushing towards Ling Yun with their swords raised, but they suddenly realized that there was only an afterimage left in front of them. Song Song knew that something was wrong and immediately turned around. "Be careful behind you." Taoist Master Song Song felt a strong gust of wind behind him and immediately warned his two juniors. As he turned around, he didn't forget to stab with his sword. Taoist Master Xianxia and Taoist Master Qing Feng didn't have time to turn around. They heard the warning and directly stabbed their swords behind them. However, when he turned around, his eyes instantly lost color, and he retracted his sword without hesitation. That was because what Taoist Master Song Song saw wasn't Ling Yun's figure, but the figure of his junior, Cui Zhu, who had been severely injured and unconscious by Ling Yun. TSK. Two terrifying and beautiful swords pierced through Cui Zhu's body at the same time. The two swords directly lifted him into the air. In a real life and death battle, Ling Yun's range of movement was within 100 meters. He had long targeted the position where Cui Zhu was lying on the ground. Just now, he used fulgurating shadows to grab Cui Zhu. That speed was so fast that no one had time to react. Ling Yun grabbed the bamboo and tossed it behind the three disciples from Mount Longhu. How could the three of them not fall for it? Cui Zhu was assassinated by two of their own brothers on the spot. Ah! Taoist Master Song Song saw Cui Zhu die, and his eyes instantly turned red. With a roar, he directly leaped forward and rushed towards Ling Yun, who was rushing over. Ling Yun used Cui Zhu to seize the initiative for the first time. Seeing Taoist Master Song Song rushing over, Ling Yun did not hesitate to meet him head-on. The two of them, one sword and one knife, crossed each other. Tisk! Swoosh! Ling Yun's shoulder was pierced by Taoist Master Song Song's sword, and Taoist Master Song Song's head was chopped off by Ling Yun's sword. Ling Yun didn't really dodge, but Taoist Master Song Song's eyes were red with anger. In his heart, he only wanted to exchange his life for Ling Yun's. In the end, he died. Ling Yun lifted his leg and kicked Taoist Master Song Song away. Then, without hesitation, he rushed towards Xianxia and Qing Feng, who were still stunned. At this moment, Xianxia and Qing Feng's swords were still carrying Cui Zhu's corpse. Kill! Xianxia and Qing Feng first mistakenly killed Cui Zhu, and then, they saw Taoist Master Song Song being killed by Ling Yun. The two of them were like mad tigers. The two of them simultaneously threw away the swords in their hands and rushed towards Ling Yun with their bare hands. "You two brothers can die together." Ling Yun's eyes were cold as he said this plainly. His figure rushed forward, and the devil's underworld essence blade slashed at their waists. Xianxia and Qing Feng were simultaneously cut into two by Ling Yun. The four heavenly masters from Dragon Tiger Mountain were all killed by Ling Yun in one battle. To be continued. The four heavenly masters of Mount Longhu, Song Song, Xianxia, Cui Zhu, and Qing Feng, came together, and now they were leaving together. However, this time they were going to the netherworld, and they would never return. Ling Yun stopped in his tracks, turned around, and scanned their corpses. Subduing demons. One killed my Xian'er, and the other killed me. Who's going to die if not you? Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to look at the four corpses that wouldn't get up to attack him anymore. He lowered his head to check his body. Taoist Master Song Song and the other two reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm level 8 in a short time after consuming the Dragon Tiger pill. Ling Yun paid a heavy price even though he managed to kill them. Ling Yun's left shoulder was pierced by Taoist Master Song Song's sword. That was the most powerful sword Taoist Master Song Song had ever used in his life, and it was a desperate attack. He was originally aiming for Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun was in a hurry. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, and he had long seen that in order to end the battle as soon as possible, he had to first kill the strongest Taoist priest Song Song. With Ling Yun's current strength, it would be impossible for him to kill an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm level 8 in an instant. Ling Yun had no choice but to take the risk and fight with his life. He purposely left an opening, allowing Song Song's sword to stab into his shoulder. That was the only way Ling Yun could slice off half of Song Song's head. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that Song Song's sword could break through his stellar condensation technique and golden black devilish silkworm armor. It really injured Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't even suffer such a serious injury when he fought Qin Jianhao and Tokugawa Muto at the Heavenly Spear Peak last night. That sword should be at Xiantian Realm level 9. At the same time, he took out 2 healing talismans and slapped them on his left shoulder. Then, he shouted, "Activate!" The healing talismans worked immediately, and Ling Yun's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if his shoulder had never been injured. Zen Master Zhu Yuanyu and Taoist Master Chong Su were shocked once again, and their jaws dropped. What a waste of these clothes! The external injury on Ling Yun's shoulder was quickly healed, but the 2 holes in his clothes were still there. External injuries were easy to treat, but it was his internal injuries that were difficult to treat in a short period of time. The first time was to save Qin Dongxue. The last 2 times were caused by the huge recoil when he fought against the trio from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Every time he spat blood, his internal injuries worsened. Originally, Ling Yun didn't need to put his life on the line. He could have relied on his superior speed to deal with the enemy, splitting them up and defeating them one by one. However, Ling Yun was in a hurry. He could only fight until the enemy couldn't take it anymore. Just now, when it was 1 against 6, he had used the method of dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to himself. Ling Yun's meridians were a little sluggish, but he continued to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance. On one hand, he wanted to heal his internal injuries, and on the other hand, he wanted to kill the enemy. 15 left, Ling Yun slowly walked toward Perfected Ziyang and Perfected Ziguang. Perfected Ziyang was injured repeatedly. Not only was his internal injury severe, but his true qi was also depleted. He was no longer able to fight. Perfected Ziguang silently guarded beside Perfected Ziyang, looking at Ling Yun with a face full of vigilance. Perfected Ziguang was already in despair looking at Ling Yun, whose eyes were colder than the edge of a blade. The 6 of them couldn't beat Ling Yun just now, let alone the 2 of them now. The 3 swords of Kunlun thought that they were just protecting the son of their sect master on a sightseeing tour and to appreciate the prosperity of the world. They didn't expect to meet an 18-year-old Ling Yun who could utterly defeat them. Ling Yun walked forward silently while Perfected Ziguang supported the weak Ziyang and retreated in Li Kunwu's direction, until they had nowhere to retreat. Ling Yun, we are inferior and know that we will die tonight. However, we can die, but please spare the life of our sect master's son. There were 4 people from Kunlun Sword Sect, Li Kunwu, Ziyang, Ziguang, and Ziyi. Except for Ziguang, the other 3 had already lost their ability to fight. Ling Yun was the knife, and they were meat on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Now you know how to be polite? Don't you think it's too late? Ling Yun sneered at Perfected Ziguang. I gave you a few chances to leave just now, but you refused to leave. Who can you blame for that? Also, I remember saying that whoever dares to sneak an attack on my aunt must die. If Li Kunwu hadn't acted smart and captured Qin Dongxue, Ling Yun wouldn't have had the intention to kill him. He wouldn't have had to risk his life and wouldn't have been injured. I have no enmity with your Kunlun Sword Sect. I didn't provoke you at all. Even if you came to get involved in this mess, I didn't really think of doing anything to you. But why did you guys want to capture my aunt? What's going on? Ling Yun raised his blade and pointed it at Li Kunwu, who was behind Ziguang. He said coldly, my time is limited, so cut the crap. If the 3 of you want to leave now, I won't stop you, but he must die. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Ziguang and Ziyang's faces were filled with despair. Even Ziyi, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, began to tremble violently. Suddenly, Perfected Ziyang and Ziguang reacted at the same time and rushed towards Ling Yun with all their might. At the same time, Perfected Ziguang had the most true qi left and was the fastest. Ling Yun sighed in his heart and waved his saber casually, sending the 3 Kunlun swords flying. He leaped up and chased after Li Kunwu with his fulgurating shadows. Perfected Ziyang and Ziguang reacted at the same time and rushed towards Ling Yun with all their might. Among them, Perfected Ziguang had the most true qi and was the fastest. Ling Yun sighed in his heart and waved his saber casually, sending the 3 Kunlun swords flying. He leaped up and chased after Li Kunwu with his fulgurating shadows. I really didn't want to kill you, but you're asking for it. I can't do anything about it. Ling Yun waved his saber. Ba. Young benefactor Ling Yun, please show mercy. Zen Master Zhu Yuan chanted the name of Buddha and appeared in front of Ling Yun in a flash. He raised the huge staff in his hand and blocked Ling Yun's saber. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Zen Master Jiuyuan from Shaolin Temple had finally made his move. Swoosh! Another sage-like Taoist priest appeared in front of Ling Yun. It was Taoist Master Chong Su. He looked anxious and said, "Ling Yun, you can't kill Li Kunwu." Ling Yun frowned again and felt slightly displeased. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun was surprised that Shaolin and Wudong hadn't made a move since the start of the fight. His opinion of these two sects had changed a lot. Be it Shaolin or Wudong, ever since they arrived at the peak of Dragon Gate, their behavior was a little unclear. Shaolin's reason seemed to be because of Zen Master Jiuyuan's words that Ling Yun and Buddhism were fated. Taoist Master Chong Su of Wudong Mountain was more straightforward. He discussed a business deal with Ling Yun and then began to watch the fight from the sidelines. However, they were famous sects after all. Moreover, they ambushed Ling Yun at the peak of Dragon Gate with experts from other sections. Naturally, their behavior surprised Ling Yun. However, Big Brother Yun had never been the type to look for trouble. If Shaolin and Wudong didn't make a move, he would have no powerful opponent. Naturally, he would enjoy the fruits of his labor. He would first clean up those who jumped the highest and shouted the loudest. Lu Suifeng destroyed the Hades cult and killed the 4 heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Shaolin and Wudong had been watching from the sidelines. Why did Zen Master Jiuyuan and Taoist Master Chong Su jump out to stop him when he wanted to kill Li Kunwu of Kunlun Sword Sect? Ling Yun already knew that the two most threatening people on the peak of Dragon Gate were Zen Master Jiuyuan and Taoist Master Chong Su. Even if he was at his peak, he could at most fight to a draw with one of them. Now that the two of them were blocking him together, it would be impossible for him to kill Li Kunwu. Therefore, he put down his devil's saber and asked faintly, "Why can't I kill him?" Ling Yun, Li Kunwu's sneak attack on your aunt was a little overboard, but he didn't succeed, right? Moreover, you have already severely injured the 3 swords of Kunlun. Now, you have a deep hatred with Kunlun Mountain. If you want to kill Li Kunwu. Cough, cough, as Taoist Master Chong Su spoke, he kept winking at Ling Yun. Ling Yun pondered for a while and suddenly understood something. Taoist Master Chong Su wasn't talking about Kunlun Sword Sect. He was talking about Kunlun Mountain. What about Kunlun Mountain? Looking at Taoist Master Chong Su's expression, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little funny. He used secret telepathy and said, "Taoist Master Chong Su, what do you mean?" Taoist Master Chong Su also used secret telepathy and said, "What do I mean? I'll tell you the truth. Tonight is more or less enough. In short, I watched you kill all night and didn't do anything. I definitely won't harm you now." Ling Yun could see that Taoist Master Chong Su was trying hard to hide something. Of course, he had to take the opportunity to find out. Therefore, he said stubbornly, "No way. I've already killed so many people tonight. It doesn't matter if Li Kunwu is killed. Why can't I kill him? Is his head more precious than others?" Ling Yun was starting to be unreasonable in order to find out the secret. Taoist Master Chong Su's face was full of bitterness. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then, he exchanged a look with Zen Master Jiuyuan and said solemnly to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, if you kill Li Kunwu, you will really be in big trouble." Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained calm and listened attentively. Li Kunwu's life is indeed precious. He is the youngest son of the Kunlun Sword Sect's leader, Li Jiantang. If you kill him, won't the Kunlun Sword Sect turn out in full force to seek revenge? When that time comes, you will completely break off all relations with the world's orthodox sections. There will be no room for negotiation. Ling Yun said disdainfully, "TSK, if they want to seek revenge, then go ahead. The Kunlun Sword Sect is just SOSO. Do you think I'm afraid?" Taoist Master Chong Su had no choice but to stomp his foot and tell Ling Yun an earth-shattering secret. "What do you know? The Kunlun Sword Sect is the sect that guards Kunlun Mountain. If you offend them, you will be challenging the dignity of the entire Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Sword Sect, Kunlun Mountain, Kunlun." Taoist Master Chong Su mentioned Kunlun 3 times in one sentence. This sentence was a little convoluted, but Ling Yun thought about it for a while and found something special about it. Kunlun Sword Sect guarded Kunlun Mountain. No matter how beautiful Kunlun Mountain was, what was the point of a sect guarding it? Did they have to knock to enter Kunlun Mountain? Offending the Kunlun Sword Sect was equivalent to challenging the dignity of Kunlun. How could a mountain have dignity? Unless Kunlun Mountain really had a god. Ling Yan quickly figured out the key point. He pretended to be confused and asked, "What is Kunlun?" The Kunlun sword sect wasn't the key, and Kunlun Mountain wasn't the key either. Kunlun was the key, because Taoist Master Chong Su said that Ling Yan was challenging the dignity of Kunlun. Only a certain person, or a force formed by certain people, would have dignity. This time, it was Taoist Master Chong Su's turn to scratch his head. He looked at Ling Yan with doubt and surprise in his eyes, which gradually turned serious and curious. His eyebrows gradually relaxed. Taoist Master Chong Su's face flashed with an extremely playful expression. He couldn't help but exchange glances with Zen Master Distant Mind again. Zen Master Distant Mind's expression was solemn, but he also had a puzzled expression. He frowned as if there was something he couldn't figure out. Then, Ling Yan noticed that both Taoist Master Distant Mind and Chong Su's gazes landed on his left hand almost at the same time. Naturally, Ling Yan's left hand didn't grow flowers. Other than some blood from killing too many people, it was no different from usual. However, Ling Yan knew that he was wearing a spatial ring on his left hand. Taoist Master Chong Su suddenly raised his head and smiled at Ling Yan. "You actually don't know Kunlun? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Ling Yan smiled bitterly. "Of course I don't know." Then, Ling Yan looked at Taoist Master Chong Su and Zen Master Distant Mind, waiting for the answer in his heart. However, Taoist Master Chong Su coughed lightly and squinted his eyes. "Then we don't know either." Ling Yan almost vomited blood when he heard that. F***CK, please, can you please be more professional when lying? Isn't this wasting my time? Looking at Taoist Master Chong Su and Zen Master Jiuyuan's expressions, Ling Yan knew that he wouldn't be able to pry any secrets from them. "You don't have to scare me. I've never known fear, and I don't care about challenging the dignity of Kunlun. Since Li Kunwu dares to capture my aunt, I must kill him." Ling Yan wasn't joking when he said he wanted to kill Li Kunwu. He really wanted to kill Li Kunwu. That was because Li Kunwu was indeed a martial arts genius. Furthermore, he was extremely difficult to deal with. If Ling Yan had met him before tonight, it would have been hard to say who would have won. Of course, the victory and defeat mentioned here was only based on martial arts, not their respective trump cards. Any one of Ling Yan's trump cards would be enough to defeat Li Kunwu. What Ling Yan was worried about was Li Kunwu's speed of growth, as well as the danger he posed to the people around Ling Yan. One could tell just by looking at Li Kunwu's appearance. Li Kunwu's white robes fluttered in the wind, and he thought highly of himself. He had always acted like he was the #1 expert in the world. But what about him now? His white robes had long been burned by the raging fire, and his beloved sword had been broken by Ling Yan. His body was charred black, and there were many parts of his body that had been blasted by the fire talismans. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A proud person like Li Kunwu would definitely hold a grudge against Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue now that he had fallen into such a situation and suffered such humiliation. Both parties were already mortal enemies, according to Big Brother Yan's style. How could he let such a person leave Dragon Gate Mountain alive? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble for himself? Zen Master Jiuyuan stood in front of Li Kunwu, his body as steady as a mountain. He put his palms together and said to Ling Yan, "Ba, since I'm standing here, I won't allow you to kill young noble Li. Please give up this thought, young benefactor." Zen Master Jiuyuan's words weren't harsh, and there was a hint of pleading in his tone. However, Ling Yan could clearly feel the strong will of Zen Master Jiuyuan. "Zen Master Jiuyuan, do you really think you can stop me if I want to kill someone?" Ling Yan asked in a deep voice. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment smiled bitterly and said, "This poor monk has just witnessed young benefactor's movement technique and has long since acknowledged his inferiority. However, this poor monk still believes that within 20 feet, this poor monk is confident that he can protect benefactor Li." Ling Yan was still confident that Zen Master Jiuyuan wouldn't be faster than him with the God Strider talisman he used on himself. However, the difference in speed could only be seen through a certain distance. If everyone's speed was about the same, the difference in speed within a certain distance wouldn't be seen at all. Zen Master Jiuyuan said that he could protect Li Kunwu within 2 feet, and he was only 2 meters away from Li Kunwu now. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Taoist Master Chong Su. "Ling Yan, I'm not boasting, but with Zen Master Jiu Yuan and I around, you definitely won't be able to kill young noble Li tonight. Taoist Master Chong Su also smiled bitterly. Ling Yun was a little annoyed. Suddenly, he raised his blade and took a step forward. Ling Yun, you have to understand that Zen Master Jiu Yuan and I aren't trying to harm you. We're trying to help you. Taoist Master Chong Su said bitterly. But I still want to try. Ling Yun used the divine dragon roar. It was as if thunder had exploded on the peak of the dragon gate. At the same time, he used the shadow shift technique. 12 real shadows appeared around Li Kunwu at almost the same time, forming a perfect circle. Every Ling Yun was wielding a blade, and the blade energy swept towards Li Kunwu in the center of the circle. Shadow shift technique, 1 turned into 12. This was the limit of the shadow shift technique after Ling Yun used the God Strider talisman. Dang 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 dang, weapons clashed, and the sound of metal clashing rang out almost simultaneously. Zen Master Jiu Yuan's robe fluttered in the wind, and his figure shuttled back and forth like lightning. He actually used the huge staff in his hand to block every strike of Ling Yun's. Whoosh! Ling Yun returned to his original position as if he hadn't moved at all. He only felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was numb. He struck 12 times in one breath from 12 different directions, and every strike landed on the body of Zen Master Jiu Yuan's staff. Without exception, the demonic blade was repelled by the staff. This old monk from the Shaolin Temple is actually so powerful. Ling Yun was a little shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. Bah, this poor monk has been rude. I hope young benefactor is magnanimous enough to forgive me. Zen Master Jiu Yuan also returned to his original position. A tinge of blood appeared on his face, but it quickly returned to normal. Ling Yun was shocked, but Zen Master Jiu Yuan was already shocked beyond belief. After exchanging blows with Ling Yun, he finally understood why the masters from Mount Longhu and the Kunlun sword sect were defeated so quickly and so miserably. Not only did Ling Yun have terrifying speed, but he also had heaven-defying strength. That kind of strength had already reached the point where he could defeat 10 people with brute force. If a mountain collapsed in front of you, would you still want to use your hands to support it? It was either escape or die. It was that simple and brutal. Zen Master Jiu Yuan suddenly felt a little sorry for the people from Mount Longhu and the Kunlun sword sect. Those people actually thought that they could rely on their numbers to overwhelm Ling Yun. How laughable was that? Those people died too unjustly. Zen Master Jiu Yuan had long passed the threshold of Xiantian Realm Level 9. Even though he was still in the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 9, Xiantian Realm Level 9 was still Xiantian Realm Level 9 after all. Even so, Zen Master Jiu Yuan knew that he had expended 30% of his true qi after taking Ling Yun's 12 blades head-on. His arms, wrists, and the web between his thumb and forefinger were all sore and numb. Moreover, Zen Master Jiu Yuan used a heavy staff, which gave him a slight advantage over Ling Yun. I'm impressed. Ling Yun forcefully suppressed the churning blood in his energy center and praised Zen Master Jiu Yuan sincerely. Zen Master Jiu Yuan had a look of shame on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Young benefactor, you're too kind. I'm ashamed. If you hadn't gone through a series of battles and were in peak condition, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you." Zen Master Jiu Yuan's attitude made Ling Yun give up on the idea of fighting. Zen Master Jiu Yuan had always been polite and sincere when speaking to him. He couldn't possibly shout and kill him endlessly, could he? That would be too much of a coward. Ling Yun had never been someone who didn't know what was good for him. Ling Yun kept the devil's blade and looked straight at Zen Master Jiu Yuan and Chong Su. It seems like the two of you really intend to save him? Zen Master Jiu Yuan's face lit up when he saw Ling Yun keeping his blade. Good, good. Helping others is helping yourself. Young benefactor is indeed fated with Buddha. It was true that flattery didn't work. Elder brother Yun didn't have any temper left after being praised by Zen Master Jiu Yuan. He said helplessly, "All right, I can spare his life, but I have a few questions to ask him." This time, Zen Master Jiu Yuan's reply was very straightforward. "Young benefactor, feel free to ask." "Li Kunwu, let me ask you. Why does the Kunlun sword sect want to stand up for the deity sword villa? Speak." Li Kunwu knew that his life was finally saved. At this time, even if he wanted to be arrogant, he could not be arrogant anymore. In his heart, he was very aware that the loser was the bandit. He honestly replied, "The Master of Deity Sword Villa originally came from our Kunlun sword sect. Why do you think I should stand up for them?" So that was why. Ling Yun nodded his head in realization. Even though Li Kunwa's answer was very honest, his tone was still so arrogant. This made Ling Yun a little unhappy. "Li Kunwu, I don't care what kind of background you have. Don't think that I can't kill you just because they are in the way. If I really want to kill you, even the gods won't be able to save you." Ling Yun said coldly before asking the question that he wanted to ask the most. "Let me ask you again. What is the relationship between the Kunlun sword sect and the Heavenly Sword sect? Are there any interactions?" Of course, Ling Yun had to ask Li Kunwa this question because it was related to the whereabouts of his mother, Qin Chouyue. Li Kunwa was a little confused by the question. He thought for a long time and mumbled, "The Heavenly Sword sect of the Heavenly Mountain? The Kunlun Mountain and the Heavenly Mountain are thousands of miles apart. In between is the Darim Basin. What relationship can we have with them?" Ling Yun frowned and realized that he had asked the wrong person. To be continued. Ling Yun knew that Li Kunwa wasn't lying just by looking at his confused face. Moreover, Ling Yun knew that a proud person like Li Kunwa wouldn't bother to lie or hide anything. Ling Yun rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. "I know that the Kunlun sword sect guards the mountain gate for Kunlun. I would like to ask if anyone has come out of Kunlun or entered it all these years?" Zen Master Jiu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su looked at each other in shock. Ling Yun is really bad, he's really bad. He knew that Li Kunwa wouldn't lie, or rather, he wouldn't bother to lie. Therefore, he pretended to know everything and didn't ask what Kunlun was. Instead, he asked about who went in and out. He wanted to find some clues. As long as Li Kunwa said that people went in and out of Kunlun, everything would be clear. Kunlun was definitely a place or a stronghold of a powerful force. However, it was very mysterious and not known by ordinary people. Even those pugilistic world experts didn't know about it. However, Li Kunwa's reaction was beyond Ling Yun's expectations. Li Kunwa's expression changed drastically when he heard Ling Yun mention Kunlun. His eyes were full of shock, but he kept his mouth shut and refused to say a word. Ling Yun understood Li Kunwa's expression. It was a look of shock. How did Ling Yun know about this? It was an expression of "I won't say anything even if you beat me to death." Although the plan failed, Ling Yun wasn't too disappointed. That was because he could already guess a lot of useful information from Li Kunwa's expression. What kind of mysterious place or terrifying force was it that made Zen Master Distant Enlightenment, Taoist Master Chong Su, and Li Kunwa keep their mouths shut and not dare to say anything? Ling Yun sighed in his heart and said, "All right, pretend that I didn't ask anything. For the sake of Zen Master Jiu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su, I won't kill you today. Scram. But you had better remember this. If your Kunlun sword sect wants to take revenge, you can come and find me. But if you want to use some despicable means to deal with the people around me, don't blame me for being merciless." Li Kunwa's body trembled slightly. His face was full of humiliation and anger. However, he knew that he couldn't beat Ling Yun, so he could only swallow his anger. Li Kunwa endured the pain in his body and forced himself to walk to the side of the three uncle masters who had been sent flying by Ling Yun's saber. Only then did he realize that Spiritual Master Zai and Spiritual Master Xiang had been dead for a long time. Only Spiritual Master Ziguang, who had been seriously injured by Ling Yun's terrifying saber, had survived. Li Kunwa knelt in front of Zai and Xiang's corpses and cried, "Uncle Masters." In order to save his life, Zi Yi and Zi Yang had used their heavily injured bodies to block Ling Yun's saber energy. Although Li Kunwa was arrogant and cold, he was not a heartless person. "Martial uncles, both of you risked your lives to save me. I, Li Kunwu, swear that when I return, I will practice martial arts diligently, and in the future, I will." Ling Yun smiled brightly. "Li Kunwu, you dare to say to my face that you will find me for revenge. You are a man. Don't worry, I will live well and wait for the day you come for revenge. Li Kunwu, you dare to say in front of me that you'll seek revenge. You're a real man. Don't worry, I'll live well and wait for the day you come for revenge. Ling Yan smiled brightly and said, Li Kunwu, you dare to say in front of me that you'll seek revenge, regardless of right or wrong, life or death, victory or defeat. Li Kunwu dared to say that he would find Ling Yan for revenge. Just this point alone showed that he was much stronger than Wu Qifeng from Deity Sword Mountain Villa. Ling Yan was never afraid of making enemies, let alone strong ones. He spared Li Kunwu, so he wouldn't go back on his words. Li Kunwu finally tied Zai and Xiang's corpses to his back. Then, he helped Ziguang, who was almost unable to walk, up and bowed to the ground in front of Zen Master Jue Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su. Li Kunwu thanks Zen Master Jue Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su for saving my life. I will personally pay you a visit in the future. Zen Master Jue Yuan placed one palm in front of his chest and bowed back. Ba, almsgiver Li and Ziguang, please take care. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Taoist Master Chong Su just stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Li Kunwu turned and left. After a few steps, Ziguang suddenly stopped and turned around. He said to Ling Yan in a weak voice, Ling Yan, my senior brother Xiang and junior brother Zai lost their lives in your hands. My Kunlun sword sect will definitely seek revenge from you in the future. Ling Yan waved his hand indifferently. Anytime. Li Kunwu and Ziguang's figures quickly disappeared into the deep night. At this moment, another person came over. Ji Shaoqing had participated in the siege against Ling Yan, but her sword was broken by Ling Yan's saber. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, but she only suffered a very serious internal injury. It was not fatal, nor did it affect her movements. She was actually very embarrassed. Being completely forgotten by her opponent was a very powerless feeling of humiliation. She went down the mountain with her eldest senior brother and the others, saying that she was exterminating evil and defending justice. But she couldn't beat them, nor could she run away. She was also completely ignored. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Ji Shaoqing came in front of Ling Yan and said coldly, you can kill me. Ling Yan smiled and spread out his hands. Unless it's under extremely special circumstances, I don't kill women. Brother Yun was very frank. He had killed Sun Tianbiao's wife, Niao Fenjiao. Ji Shaoqing took the initiative to seek death. She stared at Ling Yan and asked, why not? Ling Yan shook his head and said, if I don't kill, I won't kill. Why do you have so many reasons? Ba, Zen Master Distant Enlightenment chanted the Buddhist name again. Taoist Master Chong Su also persuaded with a smile, Miss Ji, even an ant wants to live. Why seek death? Everyone has their own fate. The heavenly Tao has its own cycle. You should go down the mountain. Ji Shaoqing swept a cold glance at Zen Master Distant Enlightenment and Taoist Master Chong Su. She said in a disdainful tone, Shaolin and Wudong are known to rule the martial world. I've finally experienced it today. Of course, Ji Shaoqing was mocking Shaolin and Wudong, the two most powerful orthodox sects, for refusing to deal with Ling Yan tonight. Women were women. Female martial arts experts were also women. Women were narrow-minded. No matter how she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out why the two major sects watched Ling Yan slaughter the experts of the orthodox sects and didn't do anything. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment smiled bitterly. Taoist Master Chong Su continued smiling but didn't make any excuses. Humph. Ji Shaoqing knew that there was no longer any meaning for her to stay here. She snorted coldly and flew in front of Guo Xiaotian. She reached out and picked up Guo Xiaotian's headless corpse. She shot straight into the dense forest and disappeared. As for Lu Suifeng, he might be dead, or he might not be dead. However, he had nothing to do with Ji Shaoqing. On the way down the mountain, Ji Shaoqing couldn't get rid of a question in her mind. Was Ling Yan really possessed? On the peak of Dragon Gate, there were only 6 people from Shaolin, 7 from Wudong, and of course, Ling Yan. Ling Yan silently calculated the time in his heart and felt that there was still enough time. He also thought that his aunt must have returned to Villa No. 1. Since there was no news, it meant that Villa No. 1 could still hold on. He looked at Zen Master Distant Enlightenment and Taoist Master Chong Su with a smile. Then, he glanced into the distance at the 11 Shaolin and Wudong disciples who were like wooden stakes. Then, he said to the two of them, are we still fighting? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment shook his head. We just fought. Taoist Master Chong Su smiled. Why should we fight? Ling Yan was very puzzled. He thought to himself, aren't you here to eliminate demons and defend the Tao with such fanfare? Why aren't you taking action? What the hell is going on? Therefore, Ling Yan asked, then why did you bring so many people here? Taoist Master Chong Su smiled and said, actually, we're just here to take a look. Ling Yan was puzzled. What are you looking at? Are you looking at me killing people with a demonic saber? You are the main force of the orthodox sections. Why don't you want to eliminate demons and defend the Tao? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment smiled. Young benefactor, it is our duty to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. However, how can we eliminate demons without demons? Ling Yan's thoughts moved, and the devil's blade appeared in his hand. He shook it slightly. I have the devil's blade, and I am the current devil lord, Ling Yan emphasized repeatedly, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was the current devil lord. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment replied, it's true that you possess the devil's underworld essence blade, and the demonic nature of this blade is very strong. However, you're just following your heart's desires. I can't see any demonic nature in you. The devil's blade is ultimately a weapon created by humans. It is just a blade, and humans are the ones who kill people. The blade won't kill people by itself. Ling Yan felt that it was difficult to meet a bosom friend after hearing Zen Master Distant Enlightenment's words. He really wished that he hadn't killed Guo Tian, so that blockhead would listen to what Zen Master Distant Enlightenment had to say. He heard Zen Master Distant Enlightenment say solemnly, however, this poor monk still hopes that you can put down the blade, lest you cause more trouble. Ling Yan smiled. There's no need to put it down. Since I have to kill people, it will be more convenient to use it to kill people. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment chanted Ba again and smiled. This poor monk is too stubborn, Taoist Master Chong Su followed closely with a smile. Since the blade has to be born, it's better for it to be in your hands than in someone else's hands. Ling Yan really liked to hear this. He chuckled and returned the favor. No matter what, Ling Yan has to thank the two of you for not attacking me tonight. If the two of you had really attacked, I would only have been able to escape. Ling Yan was flattering them, but it was also the truth. Ling Yan was actually testing Zen Master Distant Enlightenment's strength with those 12 blades. He already knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat these two. Both Distant Enlightenment and Void Pierce were definitely at Xianxia realm level 9. Taoist Master Chong Su smiled. If that's the case, why don't you take out the bronze cauldron for us to see? Since I promised Taoist Master Distant Enlightenment, I will definitely let you see it. However, I really don't have it with me right now. Ling Yan cursed inwardly at the old fox. And as you heard just now, there's some trouble at home, so I'm in a hurry to get back. If Taoist Master Chong Su wanted to see the Shenong cauldron, Ling Yan would definitely let him see it. Firstly, the Wu-Tang sect hadn't made a move on him tonight. Secondly, the Wu-Tang sect was founded by Zhang Sanfeng. Ling Yan admired Zhang Sanfeng from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yan would let Taoist Master Chong Su see the Shenong cauldron just for the sake of Zhang Zhenren. It didn't matter if Zhang Zhenren was dead or alive. The time spent talking was more than the time spent fighting. Ling Yan was worried about mansion number 1, so he said his goodbyes. Master Zhu Yuan, Taoist Priest Chong Su, I'll be staying in Qingshui City for a while after tonight. I welcome both of you to visit my house anytime. I have some urgent matters to attend to at home, so I'll be taking my leave now. Ling Yan's figure disappeared in a flash. Taoist Master Chong Su stared at the spot where Ling Yan disappeared for a long time. His expression gradually became incomparably solemn. Suddenly, he asked, Big Monk, tell me the truth. Is he the one who is destined to face the tribulation? Before Ling Yan left, he had asked them why they had brought so many people to Dragon Gate Mountain. Taoist Master Chong Su's answer was that they were actually here to take a look. To see what? To see if Ling Yan was the legendary person destined to face the calamity. Other sects might have come for revenge, profit, or to vanquish evil. However, Shaolin and Wudong only had one goal in mind. Shaolin and Wudong had a very high status in the martial arts world. The higher their status, the more secrets they knew. Of course, they viewed things from a different perspective. In the eyes of people like distant enlightenment and Chong Su, enmity, interests, slaying evils, and protecting the Tao were not worth mentioning compared to the ancient legend. Now that Ling Yan had left, Taoist Master Chong Su immediately asked this question to hear Zen Master Jiuyuan's opinion. Zen Master Jiuyuan pondered for a long time before replying, Ba, I only know that young benefactor Ling Yan is someone who has a deep affinity with Buddhism. Tonight, Ling Yan smiled at the heroes of the world. Everything that he displayed shocked Zen Master Jiuyuan. However, what shocked Zen Master Jiuyuan the most wasn't Ling Yan's demonic blade, talismans, or the various items that appeared and disappeared in Ling Yan's left hand. It was Ling Yan's Buddha nature. Zen Master Jiuyuan was inexplicably shocked that a person who didn't practice Buddhism would have Buddha nature. Moreover, that Buddha nature was very powerful even though it was very ethereal. It had a very strong influence. The more profound one's dharma was, the easier it was to be influenced by it. Zen Master Jiuyuan only wanted to worship in front of that powerful Buddha power. How could he possibly attack Ling Yan? This feeling reached its peak when Ling Yan took out that old gourd and poured it into his mouth. At that time, Zen Master Jiuyuan clearly felt the surging Buddha power from that old gourd. It only took a short while for his dharma to advance by leaps and bounds. There were 9 levels in Xianxia realm level 9. After receiving the surging Buddha power, Zen Master Jiuyuan almost broke through to the 2nd level of Xiantian realm. Zen Master Jiuyuan concluded that the old gourd was a Buddhist treasure, and the owner of that gourd was Ling Yan. That was why he said that Ling Yan had a deep affinity with Buddha. Zen Master Jiuyuan did not answer the question, but Taoist Master Chong Su only smiled. After a while, Taoist Master Chong Su said, Before I saw Ling Yan, I thought he was from Kunlun. I didn't expect him to be. At that moment, the two of them were naturally communicating with each other using an extremely profound secret voice transmission technique. Only the other Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect disciples could hear what they were saying, not even the other Shaolin Temple and Wudong sect disciples could hear them. That was because the things that the two of them were talking about were too shocking. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment did not think this time. He sighed and said, Someone from Kunlun? To tell you the truth, I had the same thought before because little benefactor Ling Yan is indeed very similar. Young benefactor Ling Yan has a demonic saber and is proficient in talisman techniques. What's even more amazing is that he has a space on his body. His body is strong, his strength is strong, his movement technique is strange, and his sword technique is exquisite. All of them far surpass cultivators of the same age. In my opinion, other than his realm being low, he has no weaknesses. If such a person isn't from Kunlun, where else could he be from? However, even if the people of Kunlun view human lives as insignificant, they would not casually kill the people of the Kunlun sword sect. The Kunlun sword sect would not dare to attack them. Therefore, little benefactor Ling Yan is definitely not from Kunlun. Taoist Master Chong Su could not help but nod when he heard this. He guessed, perhaps he's from Shushan? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment laughed and shook his head. Unless there's an unparalleled demon running amok in the world, or if Huaxia is in a great calamity, the people of Shushan would not participate in the affairs of the human world. Taoist Master Chong Su was amused by his own thoughts. Yes, the symbol of the people of Shushan is the sword. They would definitely not use the devil's blade. Taoist Master Chong Su fully unleashed his imagination. Then, isn't he the disciple of one of the secluded cultivators on Mount Shongnan? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment shook his head. Taoist Master Chong Su slapped his forehead and pretended to be shocked. Could he be from Punlai? Isn't that a little too ridiculous? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment's expression froze when he heard the words Punlai. He frowned slightly and reminded Taoist Master Chong Su, Ba, Chong Su, even though you and I have different cultivations and are more carefree because of your cultivation, we should know that we have to respect certain things since we've reached this realm. Taoist Master Chong Su hurriedly waved his hands and chuckled. Stop, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Just pretend that I said something wrong. Taoist Master Distant Enlightenment stopped him from continuing. Taoist Master Chong Su frowned again. Not Kunlun, not Shushan, not Zhongnan, and definitely not that place. Then where did Ling Yan come from? Master Distant Enlightenment laughed bitterly. You're asking me, but who am I to ask? Of course, Taoist Master Chong Su knew that he would not be able to get an answer from Zen Master Ji Yuan. So, he muttered to himself, anyway, I don't believe that an ordinary high school student could achieve such a high level in just a few months of cultivation. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment laughed. Anyway, the information that we've gathered after this trip down the mountain is the same as what we've seen tonight. I can't figure out the things that you've asked. However, there's one thing that we're certain of. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment and Taoist Master Chong Su looked at each other and said in unison, Ling Yun is a cultivator. Taoist Master Chong Su guessed that Ling Yun came from Kunlun, Shushan, Zhongnan, or even Punlai because they had already confirmed that Ling Yun was a cultivator. Taoist Chong Su laughed bitterly. However, we can't assume that Ling Yun is the one who is destined to face the calamity just because he's a cultivator. After all, the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book have appeared one after another. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment smiled and said, that's why you asked to see the cauldron. Taoist Master Chong Su laughed awkwardly and added, yes, we'll talk about it after we see the Shenong cauldron. However, even if it's really the Shenong cauldron, it doesn't mean that Ling Yun has obtained the Earth Emperor's book. Even though the Shenong cauldron and the Earth Emperor's book are related, they aren't the same thing. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment teased, however, if it's really the Shenong cauldron, wouldn't Wudong have gotten a great deal? Taoist Master Chong Su didn't want to be outdone. He immediately retorted, hee hee, big monk, don't forget that you were the one who said that Ling Yun has a Buddha nature. Shaolin has gotten a great deal too. Taoist Master Chong Su felt that it wasn't enough. He continued to tease, unfortunately, as far as I know, Ling Yun has many beauties around him. Each of them is so beautiful that even the birds and beasts will be captivated. It's impossible for him to become a monk. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment saw that his words had provoked Taoist Master Chong Su so much. He couldn't help but chant, Ba, Buddha is born from the heart. Taoist Master Chong Su said disdainfully, the devil is also born from the heart. Hearing this, Zen Master Distant Enlightenment sighed in his heart and said no more. Taoist Master Chong Su was also silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed faintly and said, it's been many years since someone who cultivates Buddhism, Taoism, and the devil appeared. Now there's another one. Is it a blessing for Huaxia or a disaster for Huaxia? Zen Master Chong Su looked up at the battlefield after the battle. His eyes swept over the corpses of the martial arts masters. He looked sad and solemn. He said mercifully, it's the destiny to face the calamity. It's the destiny to face the calamity. Taoist Master Chong Su was moved when he heard this. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment's lips moved, and his chanting went from low to high. Gradually, it resounded throughout the top of Longmen Mountain like a huge bell. A faint Buddha's light began to appear on Zen Master Distant Enlightenment's Xianxia. Then, it became stronger and stronger. It was even brighter than the moonlight. The top of Longmen Mountain was instantly illuminated by the Buddha's light. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment was chanting the Lotus Reincarnation scripture. The voice that came out of his mouth seemed to turn into a substance. It turned into pale golden lotuses that landed on the bodies of the martial arts masters. Those martial arts masters, whose faces and eyes were filled with fear, ferocity, unwillingness, or resentment because they were facing death, gradually calmed down and their faces became serene. It was as if they had really gone to the Elysium. After he finished chanting the last word of the scripture, the Buddha's light on Zen Master Distant Enlightenment intensified. He stepped into the second firmament of Xiantian Realm Level 9. Taoist Master Chong Su was dumbfounded. His face was filled with shock and envy. Finally, he bowed to Zen Master Jiu Yuan and said with a serious expression, Great Master Jiu Yuan is a merciful man. Chong Su can only sigh at his inferiority. It's a joyous occasion to break through the realm tonight. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment remained calm even though he had broken through the first firmament. He returned the bow and said, so, after reaching the Xiantian Realm Level 9, it's not about practice but comprehension. Taoist Master Chong Su was stunned. Then, he said happily, thank you for the reminder, Zen Master. Zen Master Distant Enlightenment smiled and said, I have to thank young benefactor Ling Yun for being able to break through the first firmament. Of course, Zen Master Distant Enlightenment wasn't thanking Ling Yun for killing so many people. He was thanking Ling Yun for taking out the worn-out gourd. Taoist Master Chong Su asked, What shall we do next? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment said, Shaolin will definitely bury the bodies of those on the peak of Longmen Mountain. After tonight, I will personally pay a visit to Ling Yan's residence. Taoist Master Chong Su asked, Master, is there anything else you need from Ling Yan? Is it about Mieching and Master Xingqi? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment said, that matter needs an explanation. It can be considered as closure. Taoist Master Chong Su smiled. Why didn't you ask just now? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment answered, it's not the right time or place. Taoist Master Chong Su suggested, I'm going to look for Ling Yan to see the bronze cauldron. Shall we go together? Zen Master Distant Enlightenment nodded. That's what I was thinking. Hence, Ling Yan killed people while Shaolin and Wudong helped him clean up the battlefield and bury the bodies. P.S. Chapter 1001. This chapter is very important, so it's very difficult to write. From now on, Ling Yan's legendary journey of cultivation will officially begin. Please look forward to it. To be continued. In the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, the 9 great sects of the Orthodox sects came with great momentum. However, they suffered heavy casualties and ended up in a miserable state. A total of 44 masters surrounded Ling Yan. 17 of them were killed by Ling Yan, 3 were seriously injured, and 2 from Deity Sword Mountain escaped. As for the other half of the masters, the 13 from Shaolin and Wudong sects did not attack Ling Yan for some reason. The 8 from the Divine Fist sect and the Northwest Iron Spear Lay family retreated after being intimidated by Ling Yan. There was one more person who was even more ridiculous. He did not show up at the top of the Dragon Gate Mountain. The person who didn't appear was of course the young Taoist from Mao Mountain's Shangqing sect, Mo Wudao. Ling Yan's performance in this battle was impressive. It was his first real battle with the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. Ling Yan had a complete victory. After tonight, Ling Yan's name would shake the entire ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. It seems like the path of cultivation in this life isn't lonely, at least for now. Ling Yan used his qigong to the extreme and raced down the mountain. He kept thinking about the gains and losses of this battle. Dragon Gate Mountain was located in the north of Dragon Mountain. The straight-line distance between the two mountains was about 15 kilometers. With Ling Yan's current speed, he would be able to reach Mansion Number 1 in less than 10 minutes. However, in between the two mountains were low ridges that were connected to each other. If Ling Yan were to traverse the ridges all the way back, he would have to travel at least twice the distance. That would be a waste of effort and not worth the effort. After all, Ling Yan wasn't Chester. He couldn't fly in the sky without any hindrance. At least not now. No matter how good his qigong was, he still had to rely on his legs to run. Moreover, Ling Yan's stamina was severely depleted after the consecutive battles. He had also suffered some internal injuries. If he were to go straight back, he would probably collapse from exhaustion before he reached home, not to mention killing enemies. Ling Yan wouldn't do such a stupid, self-harming business. He obediently followed the mountain path down the mountain. He planned to find the mountain road first and run along it. Even though it was a longer detour, the road was flat and easy to run. He could also recover his internal energy and heal his internal injuries while running. Ling Yan had a vague premonition that the enemies in Mansion Number 1 were much more ferocious than those at the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain. The real battle was waiting for him there. That was the main battlefield tonight. He wanted to head south, so he naturally took the mountain path south of Dragon Gate Mountain. Fortunately, he had already killed those who needed to be killed, and those who needed to be left had also left. Ling Yan descended the mountain unimpeded, and he rushed faster and faster. Eh? Why are there still people climbing the mountain at this time? Just as he was about halfway up the mountain, a black shadow appeared in his line of sight. As he got closer, the black shadow became clearer and clearer. He's a Taoist? F***ck, coming to this wilderness in the middle of the night, don't tell me you're here to sightsee? Something's wrong. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he immediately saw clearly that it was a young Taoist wearing a black, oh no, a green Taoist robe. He carried a bag on his shoulder and held a wooden sword in his hand. He was climbing up the mountain step by step. What amused Ling Yan was that this young Taoist was actually climbing the mountain. His speed wasn't much faster than a 70-year-old man. Moreover, he would stop to rest for a while every so often, turning his head to look at the dense forest on both sides. It was as if he was afraid that someone would jump out of the dense forest and rob him. Could this be an expert from an orthodox sect? But if he's an expert from an orthodox sect, why would he climb the mountain like this? Ling Yan was puzzled and amused at the same time. Because of his curiosity, he gradually slowed down. His figure flashed lightly, and he stopped in front of the young Taoist. The one who was slowly climbing the mountain was, of course, Mo Wu Dao. Although he gritted his teeth and decided to go up the mountain, he really didn't want to face Ling Yan so early. He was unwilling to climb up, and he almost stopped every 3 steps and rested every 5 steps. He had been dragging his feet until now, and he had only reached the middle of the mountain. As Mo Wu Dao walked, he was about to stop again to rest for a while. Suddenly, a cold wind blew against his face. He couldn't help but look up, and saw a black figure landing in front of him. Oh my God! A ghost! Mo Wu Dao almost wet his pants on the spot. He suddenly staggered, and without hesitation, he turned around and ran, completely forgetting that he was a Taoist from the Mao Mountain sect, and his profession was to catch ghosts. Ling Yan tried hard not to laugh out loud. His handsome face turned red, and his figure lightly leaped again, landing directly below Mo Wu Dao, just in time to block his way. Hey, little Taoist, look carefully, I'm a human, not a ghost. Mo Wu Dao was so flustered that he almost bumped into Ling Yan's arms. Hearing this, he immediately stopped and looked up, his eyes wide open, carefully looking at Ling Yan's face. I'm sorry, just now, just scared me to death. You, who are you, which sect are you from, why did you come down from above? Not everyone had Ling Yan's heaven-defying eyesight, and Mo Wu Dao was naturally even worse. With the help of the moonlight, it took him a long time to confirm that Ling Yan was a human, but he still couldn't speak fluently. Obviously, he was too frightened just now, and had not recovered yet. Hearing this, Ling Yan immediately understood that this must be a righteous expert who came up the mountain to find trouble with him. It was just that this little Taoist's courage and skills really made Ling Yan feel that it was funny and fun, and he couldn't be bothered to bully him. So Ling Yan smiled and asked, "Who are you? Which sect are you from, and why did you come up the mountain?" Hearing this, Mo Wu Dao thought that it turned out to be someone from a righteous sect, and immediately felt that his performance just now was a little embarrassing. He gathered his courage, coughed dryly, and began to introduce himself. I am the eldest disciple of this generation of Mao Mountain's Xianxia sect, Mo Wu Dao. This time, I naturally came up the mountain to find that Ling Yan for an explanation, but I came a little late. Mo Wu Dao noticed that Ling Yan's face and body were covered with blood, and even the clothes on his shoulders were torn. He asked again, "Friend, what's the situation at the top of the mountain now? Was the battle intense? Looking at your body full of blood, are you injured? Do you need my help?" So it was Mao Mountain's Xianxia sect. Ling Yan instantly remembered Lu Deming and Taoist Wuchen who were killed by him, and couldn't help but smile. The battle at the top of the mountain has already ended, and it was quite intense. Many people died, and I also suffered some internal injuries. Hearing that the battle was over, Mo Wu Dao was a little stunned, but there was a sense of relief in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "Who died?" That Ling Yan now? Friend, can you tell me the truth?" Ling Yan's heart was filled with joy, but he was also a little puzzled. This time, the righteous sects besieged him with the intention of killing him, and their strength was also not bad, but after knowing that the battle was over, this little Taoist actually didn't directly ask if he was dead or not. It was really surprising. Therefore, he smiled and asked, "Why? With so many top experts from the righteous sects besieging Ling Yan, do you think he still has a chance to leave the mountain alive?" Mo Wu Dao was born to be familiar with people, and after chatting with Ling Yan for a long time, he had long thrown away his initial vigilance and fear. He simply came up to Ling Yan and whispered mysteriously, "Brother, we're all on the same side. To tell you the truth, according to the divination, Ling Yan won't die tonight, and no matter how many people from the righteous sects go, it's useless. My divination is very accurate, really." Ling Yan suddenly felt a burst of surprise, and couldn't help but look at Mo Wu Dao seriously. Mo Wu Dao stole a glance at Ling Yan's eyes, and knew that he had guessed correctly. He couldn't help but smile slyly, and his eyes were full of pride. It was obvious that he had guessed correctly. Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, your divination is indeed very accurate. I'm Ling Yun. Pooh. Whoosh. Mo Wu Dao's face instantly turned pale, and his legs turned to jelly. With a thud, he squatted down on the cold mountain road. Fighting with others was really fun, and Ling Yun was overjoyed. He squatted down with a smile, looked at Mo Wu Dao's frightened eyes, and lightly reached out to pat his shoulder. You're really something, you're really talented. You actually know how to read fortunes. Tell me, what do you want from me? Mo Wu Dao was scared out of his wits. He swallowed his saliva violently, and his body stiffened. Rolling his eyes, he reached out with difficulty and waved at Ling Yun. Wait. Let me catch my breath first. Let's talk. Mo Wu Dao was filled with regret at this moment. *CK, I dilly-dallied and didn't want to go up the mountain because I didn't want to meet this devil. Now, I actually met him here. What should I do now? If I had known this would happen, I would have gone up earlier. At least, I would have been with those dozens of people, and someone would have helped me. Ling Yun thought to himself that this guy was really a weirdo. Even at this stage, he still wanted to chat with him. Hurry up, my time is limited. Mo Wu Dao was even more frightened when he heard this. He completely misunderstood Ling Yun's meaning and hurriedly said, Big brother, don't be like this. I never wanted to kill you, nor did I want to fight you. I just wanted to go up the mountain to ask for an explanation from you. You don't have to kill me, do you? Ling Yun was so angry that he almost laughed. He slapped Mo Wu Dao's shoulder and said loudly, Who said I wanted to kill you? I said I have urgent matters to attend to. If you have anything to say, spit it out. Ling Yun also wanted to settle the matter with the Maoshan sect, no matter what method he used. Now that they had met, he naturally had to put an end to it. Mo Wu Dao shuddered when he was patted by Ling Yun. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. Only when he heard that Ling Yun wouldn't kill him did he relax. I'm Lu. However, he was still afraid of death. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he actually stuttered and didn't dare to say them. Ling Yun said helplessly, Let me say it for you. I killed Lu Deming and that Taoist priest Wuchen from the Maoshan sect. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want to fight with me to avenge them? Ling Yun said it very directly, then looked at Mo Wu Dao quietly to see what he would say. Mo Wu Dao shook his head like a rattledrum. After thinking for a while, he said, I can't beat you now, but you have to tell me why you killed them. Ling Yun thought for a while, then stood up and lifted Mo Wu Dao up from the ground. Come with me. You'll understand why I killed them when you see it. Ling Yun's good friend, Mo Wu Dao, finally made his grand entrance. Yes, there is no doubt that Mo Wu Dao will be a very outstanding character in the future, and he will be very useful. Please look forward to it. Every twist in the plot is very complicated, so it is written very slowly. Please understand. To be continued. Mansion number 1, half an hour ago. After Ling Yun left with Qin Dongxue, the mansion became silent. Everyone was busy with their own things, and no one had any thoughts of slacking off. Obviously, Ling Yun's words during the day had deeply stimulated everyone here. Ling Yun's judgment was right. The dangerous atmosphere that enveloped the entire Qingshui city didn't overwhelm anyone. Everyone turned the pressure into motivation, and everyone was cultivating with all their might. Even Shui Mining, who was usually the most impatient and didn't like to meditate, didn't complain about going back to her room to rest after 2 hours of serious cultivation. Instead, she sat calmly on the futon, closed her eyes, and cultivated the spirit-gathering technique. To Shui Mining, this was a rare opportunity. Even though she was bold and unafraid of anything, she was afraid of becoming a burden to Ling Yun and seeing his disappointed gaze. If Shui Mining was like this, then the others were like that. Ning Lingyu, Miao Xiaomiao, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou were all sitting quietly on their own futons, quietly cultivating their own techniques. Needless to say, Tai Xiaohu's Raging Wave's internal skill had already reached the great success stage. Every time he cultivated, the Raging Wave's true qi in his body would surge like waves, and from time to time, there would be a thunderous roar coming from his body. Other than the 6 people in the courtyard, there were 3 other people in the room in the mansion. Of course, Tang Meng didn't go home, but he wouldn't rest without Ling Yun. At this moment, he was sitting in Ling Yun's study, leaning on a comfortable chair and staring blankly at the computer on the luxurious desk. Tang Meng had a lot of things to do. He had to get the 1,000 acres of land in Linjiang new city as soon as possible. He had to reorganize the huge assets that he had just taken over from Go Lianqing, and the most important thing in his mind, which was to establish the Heaven and Earth Group. If one were to think about it in detail, Tang Meng probably couldn't even count the number of important things that he had to deal with his fingers and toes. Tang Meng was now in a terrible mess, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness. To be honest, Tang Meng's time, energy, knowledge, and ability were far too lacking. He was completely unable to manage such a huge asset like Ling Yun. However, as the head of Ling Yun's logistics department and Ling Yun's sworn brother, Tang Meng had to protect the foundation that Ling Yun had laid down. Furthermore, he had to manage it well. This was his responsibility and obligation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yun. He wouldn't have the face to call Ling Yun Big Brother Yun. To the 18-year-old Tang Meng, this was a huge problem. However, he had to think of a way to overcome it because he did not want to face the disappointment of Ling Yun. On the 2nd floor of the villa, Xianxia was in no mood to sleep. She quietly went to Ling Yun's room and stood in front of the window. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling window, she looked at the people who were training hard in the courtyard. Her watery eyes were filled with undisguised envy. 3 months. In just 3 months, those ordinary classmates of hers, Ning Lingyu had reached the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, Tai Xiaohu was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 6, and even Ning Er, who disliked training the most, was about to reach Hotian Realm Level 5. As for herself, she was still at the same spot after experiencing a life-and-death crisis. She was left far behind by these people. Chao Shanshan had an unyielding personality and was extremely competitive. She did not want to fall behind others in anything she did. Now that she saw others surpassing her by so much, even though she looked fine on the surface, how could she feel good in her heart? Moreover, Chao Shanshan's closest relative was suffering inhumane torture. She was the one who needed to train and improve the most. Every time she thought of this, Chao Shanshan wanted nothing more than to take a kitchen knife and go to the small warehouse in the backyard to cut that inhuman Chen Jianwei into 1,000 pieces. However, Chao Shanshan knew that Ling Yun hadn't concocted the medicine that could heal her relatives. Therefore, Chen Jianwei couldn't die. She could only suppress the hatred in her heart for now. Chao Shanshan turned her head slowly and looked in the direction of Dragon Gate Mountain. She thought of the abnormally strong boy who made her fall in love with him. Her eyes were sincere and passionate, looking forward to his safe return. You said that as long as I start training, you will have a way to make me far surpass them. I'll wait for that day, Chao Shanshan thought silently in her heart. She smiled, and there was an indescribable look in her eyes. Bai Xianer was also on the 2nd floor. She was in the bedroom next to Ling Yun's. She changed into the golden-black devilish silk robe and sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating her celestial fox flying technique. Bai Xianer had been the most idle person ever since she returned from Turtle Island. That was because she was a 9-tailed celestial fox. She couldn't be bothered to care about or participate in any worldly affairs as long as it wasn't related to Ling Yun. Every day, she was cultivating and improving rapidly. However, Bai Xianer didn't know what realm she had reached because she didn't have anyone to guide her or compare herself to. Suddenly, Bai Xianer opened her eyes. There seemed to be 2 balls of real flames dancing in her eyes. She stretched out her snow-white palm, and with a thought, a large ball of real flames appeared on her palm. It was the size of a basketball. The temperature in the bedroom rose sharply with the appearance of this ball of flame. Bai Xianer stared at the ball of flame and grasped it with her hand. A small part of the ball of flame was instantly formed into the shape of a knife. The remaining flame grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It quickly turned into a fire dragon about 3 feet long, then thinned and widened into the shape of a long flaming knife. The hilt, the body, the edge, and the tip of the saber were all made of that ball of flame. Raging flames were everywhere, flowing with light and vibrant colors, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, but not a single spark fell. This was a real flaming knife, the supreme flaming dragon knife. Hee, it turns out that it's so easy to cultivate the supreme flaming dragon knife after learning the flaming red palm. Xianxia looked at the knife in her hand, and the flames in her beautiful eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only a pair of big, black eyes. She smiled happily, and her beauty was indescribable. Xianxia was admiring the flaming knife she had condensed, turning it over and over again. She suddenly felt something, and her beautiful eyes turned cold. She snorted softly. "You're courting death." Xianxia used her divine sense to sense carefully, and after confirming that she was right, she immediately shouted. The flaming knife in her hand disappeared, and she directly jumped out of the window. Everyone stop cultivating and prepare to face the enemy. After Xianxia passed through the window, she didn't land on the ground. Instead, she flipped in the air and landed on the roof of the villa cleverly. At the same time, she issued a warning. She used telepathy, but her voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in the villa yard. Hearing Xianxia's warning, everyone who was cultivating immediately woke up from their meditation. Everyone opened their eyes one after another and stood up. Because they were already mentally prepared, no one was afraid, and no one panicked. There was only a common enemy. Ninglingyou opened her eyes and leaped onto the roof. She stood side by side with Xianxia and looked around at the same time. However, Ninglingyou was only at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. Her skills were far inferior to Xianxia's, so she couldn't see or feel anything unusual at all. "Sister Xian'er, where are the enemies?" At this time, Xianxia's pretty face was full of anger as she looked up at the back of the mountain north of the villa. Her gaze swept from the foot of the mountain to the top, all the way up. "There are many enemies, and they will be here soon. Moreover, there are many really strong enemies lying in ambush at the waist of the mountain." Villa number 1 was located in the north, facing the south. It was built against the mountain, and the north side was next to an unknown low green mountain. It was about 200 meters tall. The mountain was densely forested, and there were many mountain roads leading to the top of the mountain. The people in this villa area could go to the top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery. The 18 villas in District 4 were all built along this low green mountain. Therefore, this green mountain naturally became the back mountain of the villa district's residents. At the same time, this mountain became the blind spot of the villa district's security. It was the weakest link in the security. Of course, if someone wanted to attack villa number 1, they wouldn't be able to kill all the way from the entrance of the villa district. They could only ambush at the top of the mountain and attack in the night. With Xianxia's eyesight, she could see the swaying of the trees on the mountain. Obviously, there were people moving quickly and fearlessly. She could even see a few figures standing at the top of the mountain, looking down at villa number 1. There are masters at the top of the mountain commanding remotely. There will definitely be a fierce battle tonight. Xianxia's beautiful eyes gradually turned serious, but she started to issue orders methodically. "Now, everyone use the God Movement Talisman, Gold Talisman, and Defense Talisman. Everyone prepare enough fire talismans and healing talismans. You don't need to participate in the battle, just protect yourselves. Leave the killing to me." Ninglingyou thought about it and knew that there was no problem with Xianxia's orders. Without further ado, she flew down the stairs and prepared for the battle with everyone else. Of course, Xianxia didn't need to prepare. She retracted her gaze and landed on a patch of grass in the backyard. Then, she flew down without hesitation. In this small area, there were 3 spiritual herbs that Ling Yun regarded as treasures. Xianxia knew the importance of these 3 spiritual herbs. After she rushed over, she used her fastest speed to set up a concealment spell to protect the 3 spiritual herbs. Wang Feihu and the other 2 were already standing at the entrance of the small warehouse. Wang Feihu bowed respectfully to Xianxia and said solemnly, "What instructions do you have, Miss Bai?" Xianxia said without hesitation, "The 3 of you just need to look after those 2. Don't let them escape in the chaos." Before she finished speaking, all the lights in villa number 1 went out instantly. To the north of villa number 1, dozens of men in black with swords and knives rushed out of the dense forest and came out of the courtyard. The shadows of the swords and knives flashed. To be continued. F***CK, why is there a power outage at this hour? Tang Mei roared from inside the villa. This was the most luxurious villa district in Xianxia City. Unless there was a large-scale repair of the circuit, there would be no power outages. Tang Meng, who had never cultivated before, felt his vision go black in the middle of the night. He couldn't see anything. Of course, he was furious. Idiot, do you even need to ask? The enemy must have cut off the main circuit here. We can't stay in this room anymore. Come with me. Tai Xiaohu dashed into the house, grabbed Tang Meng's arm and rushed out. Tai Xiaohu, slow down. I haven't taken enough fire talismans yet. Tang Meng mumbled. Tai Xiaohu frowned. That's useless to you. He then dragged Tang Meng into the courtyard. At this moment, Ning Lingyu had already escorted Xianxia into the courtyard. Everyone quickly prepared for battle. In the dark, the 8 of them huddled together and quickly exchanged strategies to deal with the enemy. Tai Xiaohu said in a low voice, the enemy came prepared. Looking at their methods, there must be people from the Assassins organization. I want to join the battle tonight. Miao Xiao Miao turned her head slightly and glanced in the direction of the backyard. She immediately said, I want to join the battle too. But, who will be responsible for protecting Ning Er? Among the 8 of them, Miao Xiao Miao was proficient in poison, venom, and illusions. Furthermore, she had the golden silkworm Gu Xiao Miao. Without a doubt, Miao Xiao Miao was the strongest. Yao Rou silently held Ning Er's hand and smiled. I will protect little sister Ning Er. As long as I'm alive, I promise that no one will be able to hurt her. Ning Lingyu held Chao Shanshan's hand and smiled. Sister Shanshan, let's stay together. Ning Lingyu was very meticulous. Even in such a situation, she did not say that she would be responsible for protecting Chao Shanshan. It was obvious that she considered Chao Shanshan's feelings. Chao Shanshan was very touched. She smiled at Ning Lingyu and said, Lingyu, thank you. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu, I usually bring you food and drinks and take good care of you. Who knew that when you were in danger, you wouldn't care about me at all? I'm really heartbroken. Tai Xiaohu sighed. Looking at Tang Meng's pitiful look, Lin Menghan could not help but giggle. Alright, Tang Meng, you can stay with me. Tang Meng's face lit up as he chuckled, hee hee, I knew that Sister Menghan treats me the best. Now that everyone had heard the commotion coming from the backyard, there was no time for nonsense. Ning Lingyu made the final decision, now that auntie and brother aren't here, we can only rely on Xianxia alone. Everyone, please do everything you can to protect yourselves. Try not to be separated and hold on until my brother returns. Let's go. Since there's nothing in the front yard, let's go to the backyard. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. With Miao Xiao Miao and Tai Xiaohu in the lead, the 8 of them rushed towards the backyard. At the peak of the mountain behind mansion number 1 stood a few tall figures. At this moment, they were all looking down at mansion number 1 with a smug grin on their faces. The leader of the group was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was tall and muscular, and his eyes were filled with extreme lust and greed as he stared at the 7 stunning beauties that appeared in mansion number 1. Very good. Very good. This trip was really worth it. Who would have thought that all the beauties in Qingshui City would be captured by Ling Yun? Hee hee, it's a pity that they will all become my dual cultivation cauldrons tonight. This person was, of course, the devil sex Xianxia, Sikong Wuji. As soon as he finished speaking, all the lights in villa number 1 went out. Sikong Wuji turned his head slowly and looked at a masked man in black. Cult leader Leng, I've cut off the main circuit of mansion number 1. Their cell phone signals have also been disrupted by the Assassins organization. Now, mansion number 1 has become a dead zone. Since the Hades sect is working for the Sun family and wants a share of the loot with the Devil sect, how about you take the lead? Even though Sikong Wuji was asking, his tone was unquestionable. The masked man in black was the cult leader of the Hades sect, Leng Yangshu. Leng Yangshu replied respectfully, since I've chosen to work with Xianxia, I'm naturally willing to take the lead. Sikong Wuji smiled faintly. Alright, cult leader Leng is straightforward. Now, give the order for them to attack. Then, Sikong Wuji turned his head to the other side and looked at a man in a blood-red cloak. Sect leader Shui, the second wave of attack will depend on the blood demon sect, right? The sect leader of the blood demon sect, Shui Yingkong, cupped his fists. The Blood Demon sect will follow Xianxia's arrangements. Sikong Wuji clapped his hands and laughed. This time, he didn't turn his head. Instead, he gave an order to someone behind him. Mr. Jin, lead the 8 kings of the Assassins organization and the 24 heavenly kings to complete the last attack. Remember, as long as there are no special circumstances, don't hurt any of the 7 beauties in the mansion. Capture all of them. Do you understand? Mr. Jin nodded silently and said coldly, "Your subordinate understands." His figure immediately disappeared into the jungle without a sound. After everything was arranged, Sikong Wuji curled his lips and sneered disdainfully. Those righteous sects are always so stupid. They don't know the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is too easy to take advantage of. Boring. The sect master of the Netherworld sect, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He said carefully, "Xianxia, I heard that Ling Yun is very powerful. Even the Chen family couldn't do anything to him even after sending out so many experts." If he managed to escape, Sikong Wuji laughed coldly and glared at Xianxia. "What do you know? I'm just worried that Ling Yun won't come back. Don't forget that the main reason I raided his house tonight was for the Devil's Blade. That's the strongest holy artifact of our devil sect." Sikong Wuji laughed coldly. Xianxia was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He said dryly, "Tianxingzi is right. I was thinking too much." Sikong Wuji looked down and saw that the 30 men in black had already arrived outside the walls of mansion number 1. He couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Sect leader Leng, what are you waiting for?" His words were filled with a deep threat. Xianxia immediately took out an exquisite communication device and shouted, "Attack." At the foot of the mountain, outside the walls of mansion number 1, a man in black received the order and immediately responded. Then, he raised his hand and waved. 36 masked men from the Hades Society waved their swords and sabers as they flew towards mansion number 1. However, it was at this moment that a tragedy happened. A few days ago, Ling Yun had used a few hundred kilograms of steel balls and shot balls to set up 1,000 opportunities 9-layer killing formation outside mansion number 1. At this moment, it finally came in handy. As the masked men leaped, the 1,000 opportunities 9-layer killing formation was activated. More than 10 steel balls with a diameter of more than half a meter left the ground at the same time. They shuttled back and forth in the air like soccer balls that were kicked away. In an instant, they weaved into a huge net. However, strangely, they didn't collide with each other. These big iron balls or big shot balls all smashed into the bodies of those black-cloaked men. The heavy force, the huge speed, directly smashed them into the air. They vomited blood, their tendons were broken, and their bones were broken. For a time, screams sounded one after another. It was a spectacular scene. It was a tragic sight. After some of them were sent flying by the steel balls, they were smashed by other balls that landed on their bodies. Their bodies were smashed flat and turned into a pile of meat paste. There were also people who were smashed by several steel balls in the air. Before their bodies even landed on the ground, they had already turned into a pile of torn cotton. Their flesh was a bloody mess. F***ck, what's going on? Aren't these steel balls supposed to be decorative? Why are they suddenly flying? So many brothers were smashed to death. There were a total of 36 Hades Society disciples. In just an instant, more than 20 of them were smashed to death. More than half of them fell to their deaths outside the walls of the mansion. Only 10 or so with slightly higher cultivation broke through the formation and successfully rushed into the courtyard. However, even among these 10 or so people, 3 to 5 of them had broken tendons and bones. They were seriously injured the moment they entered the courtyard. They had fallen into the courtyard from mid-air. As for the fish that had escaped the net, there were about 10 people who had gone in whole. But before they could stand firm, they saw a black shadow flash in front of them. These 10 people, each of them, had a bloody hole on their foreheads. Then, they fell to the ground in disorder. Until they died, their eyes were wide open, and they didn't even know how they died. In that instant, Bai Xianer used the 9-star Luo flash and her spirit fox ghost finger to poke each of their foreheads. All of them were killed in an instant. Before Ling Yun left, he ordered that anyone who dared to attack mansion number 1 should be killed without further ado. Xianxia was very obedient to Ling Yun. Therefore, once these people entered, they were all killed by her before they even landed on the ground. F***ck, there are so many enemies. Tang Meng and the rest had just arrived at the backyard when they happened to see those people leaping into the air. He immediately exclaimed in shock, but the next moment, he was dumbfounded. They're all dead? So fast? Xianxia snorted coldly. This is considered slow. None of you need to fight. Leave the killing to me. You just need to protect yourselves. Ning Lingyu, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest looked at each other in shock. No wonder Ling Yun repeatedly emphasized that Xianxia should stay at home to protect them. Xianxia was too powerful. Not only were the people in Mansion No. 1 shocked, but even Xikong Wuji and the rest at the top of the mountain couldn't help but be astonished. Xikong Wuji's jaw dropped subconsciously. He couldn't believe that other than Ling Yun, there was such a powerful master hidden in Mansion No. 1. Moreover, it was a stunning beauty. A Xiantian 9 master. But, how is this possible? With Xikong Wuji's foresight, he knew that Xianxia's strength was definitely above the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. To be continued. Xikong Wuji was just shocked and couldn't believe what he had just seen, but Netherworld Hierarch Ling Yangshu, who was standing beside him and watching the fight, was different. Ling Yangshu's mouth twitched violently after a brief moment of shock. His pupils constricted, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart ached to the extreme. That was because the first wave of attack was the entire main force of the Hades sect. Ling Yangshu had worked hard for many years to accumulate such a small force. Now that it was destroyed in one battle, it was no wonder that Ling Yangshu was heartbroken. Of course, in addition to the 36 people he led, Gong Sunli, the vice-sect master of the Nether sect, was also leading the 8 absolute main forces of the Nether sect. Thinking of this, Ling Yangshu could only pray in his heart that Gong Sunli could bring back the 8 people in one piece. Unfortunately, poor Ling Yangshu didn't know that Gong Sunli and the other 8 people had already become ghosts under Ling Yun's blade. They didn't even have the chance to send a message before they were all killed by Ling Yun. At this moment, Netherworld Hierarch had become a complete loner. So those big metal balls are actually an extremely powerful array formation. Xikong Wuji recovered from his shock quickly. Xikong Wuji quickly recovered from his shock and regained his composure. He was cold-blooded by nature, and since the one who died wasn't his man, he naturally wouldn't care. Xikong Wuji muttered to himself as he looked around. Seems like that beautiful girl is pretty strong. I like her. Since that's the case, don't just stand here. Hurry up and think of a way to break that array formation. Otherwise, your blood demon sect will suffer heavy losses. Xianxia was an expert at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 8. His main mission was to rescue Qin Jianwei from the Qin family. Even if he couldn't rescue him, he had to take back the blood element bead from Qin Jianwei. That was because the blood element bead was a sacred relic of the blood demon sect. Xianxia was also a little fearful after seeing the power of the array formation and Xianxia's terrifying strength. However, he had to take action when the blood demon sect carried out the second wave of attack. That was because the blood demon sect was one of the sects of the devil sect. They had to obey the orders of Xikong Wuji. He didn't dare to go against Xikong Wuji. This subordinate obeys. Xianxia answered honestly and rushed down the mountain. However, Ling Yangshu, the master of Netherworld Hierarch, was still hesitating. The Nether sect was neither righteous nor evil. It did not belong to the demonic sect. Tonight, he only chose to bet on both sides because he wanted to reap benefits. He asked the vice-sect master to bring people to Dragon Gate Mountain while he worked with Xikong Wuji to raid Ling Yun's backyard. But now, there was still no news from Dragon Gate Mountain, and his people were all dead, leaving him alone. Ling Yangshu naturally had to calculate the gains and losses first. How could Xikong Wuji not know what Ling Yangshu was planning? He sneered and said, "Cult Master Lung, do you know how big the business tonight is? It's worth at least 5 billion USD. As for what the Sun family offered you, I don't know. But as long as I occupy Mansion No. 1 tonight, I'll give you at least 1 billion USD. 1 billion USD. You've worked so hard to establish the Nether sect and become the Sun clan's foreign dignitary. I'm afraid you won't be able to get 1 billion USD even if you work hard for 8 to 10 years, right? With 1 billion USD, what kind of experts can't you buy? Do you still need to feel the pain for the 30 or so trash who died down there? The corner of Ling Yangshu's mouth twitched. He was completely moved by 1 billion USD. He looked at Sikong Wuji and said, Holy Sun Tian, are you serious? Sikong Wuji sneered and said, you should know very well how powerful our devil faction is. Why would I break my promise just for 1 billion USD? Ling Yangshu thought about it carefully. In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of 1 billion USD. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll listen to Holy Sun Tian. But I hope you'll keep your word. After saying that, Hades' hierarch Ling Yangshu flew up and followed Shui Yingkong down the mountain. Sikong Wuji stared at Ling Yangshu's figure coldly and couldn't help but sneer, how stupid. For 1 billion USD, you're even willing to sacrifice your life. Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu soon arrived at the courtyard of Mansion No. 1. At this moment, the 33 experts from the Blood Demon sect were all standing outside the walls of the mansion. They were all looking at the huge metal balls, but they were at their wits' end. They didn't dare to force their way through the array. The Hades sect members had died so tragically that everyone was still traumatized. Who would dare to force their way through the array? Shui Yingkong stared at the huge metal balls for a long time, but he didn't know anything about arrays. Finally, he looked at Ling Yangshu helplessly and said, Hierarch Ling, why don't we work together to break the array? Ling Yangshu was also at the beginning of Xiantian Realm Level 8. He nodded immediately and said in a low voice, although we don't know anything about arrays, I think that as long as we use our own strength to forcefully move these huge metal balls away, this array will be useless. Shui Yingkong nodded. The two of them looked at each other and rushed forward at the same time to force their way through the 1000 Opportunities 9 Slaughter Array. This array was known as the 1000 Opportunities 9 Slaughter Array. Naturally, it wouldn't be useless after just one use. If that was the case, they could just sacrifice one person to cause the huge metal balls to leave their original positions. However, this was obviously impossible. Therefore, the two of them chose the stupidest method, force their way through. The two of them didn't jump. Instead, they rushed towards the courtyard wall. As expected, 7 or 8 huge metal balls flew into the air and smashed towards their bodies. Blood Demon Skill. Nether Ghost Claw. Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu used their special skills at the same time. Both of them used their hands to block the incoming metal balls so that they wouldn't fall to the ground. However, the strength of the huge metal balls that were a few hundred kilograms flying was absolutely shocking. They were also smashed by the huge inertia, but they could only grit their teeth and endure it. However, at this time, the other huge metal balls also came crashing towards them. Moreover, they landed heavily on their bodies without any fancy moves. Coincidentally, each of them hugged a metal ball, and each of them was smashed by another 2 flying metal balls. Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu let out a muffled groan at the same time. Their bodies were once again smashed into another direction. Even though they had the protection of Xiantian True Qi, they were still smashed into a mess and suffered internal injuries. However, because they had forcefully resisted this attack, the 4 iron balls that had hit them did not fall back to where they should have fallen. At the same time, the two of them exhaled and shouted. They used all their strength to throw the iron balls in their hands far away from the courtyard wall. Bang bang, with 2 sounds, the 2 huge metal balls were thrown into the dense forest more than 10 meters away. Even so, the array was still there. However, because 2 of the metal balls were missing, and because 4 of the metal balls didn't return to their original positions, the power of the array was greatly reduced. Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu saw that this method was feasible. The two of them risked being smashed by the metal balls again and again to quickly break through the array. In this cycle, they moved a total of 8 huge metal balls away. At this point, Big Brother Yen's 1000 Opportunities 9-layer killing array was finally broken. It couldn't be helped. This 1000 Opportunities 9-layer killing array was custom-made for mid-stage Xiantian Realm Masters. However, these two were at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 8. How could this array stop them? Even though Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu expended a lot of effort to break the array, they also suffered significant internal injuries. Moreover, they were panting heavily. It was obvious that they were exhausted from the battle. Just when the two of them thought that they had successfully broken the array and were about to rest for a while before leading the group over the wall, a streak of gold suddenly swooped down from the night sky and pecked both of their arms at lightning speed. It was Little Gold. Meow Xiaomiao's supreme-grade golden silkworm, Little Gold flapped its wings and flew back to the courtyard. Landing on Meow Xiaomiao's shoulder, it chirped happily, clearly very pleased with itself. Good job, Little Gold. I'll reward you with dragon saliva later. What a joke. The enemies outside the courtyard were forcefully breaking the formation, and the people inside the courtyard were not fools. How could they let them break the formation so easily? Meow Xiaomiao had already asked Little Gold to wait in the sky for the moment when the two laborers succeeded in breaking the array. When they relaxed, Little Gold would deliver the fatal blow. These days, Little Gold didn't drink the dragon saliva for nothing. It grew very quickly, and its flying speed was more than twice as fast as before. Even two Xiantian realm level 8 masters fell for it. Xuanying and Ling Yangshu felt their arms go numb at the same time. They looked down subconsciously and were shocked. Not good. This was a supreme-grade golden silkworm goo. Its toxicity was definitely the best in the world. When the two masters saw their arms turn pale gold, they didn't hesitate to press on the acupoints on their bodies and seal the key acupoints. After stopping the spread of the poison, the two masters were furious. Xuanying roared, "Everyone, listen up. Charge in and kill." Seeing that the array was broken, the disciples of the blood demon sect leaped over the wall and raised their swords to kill anyone they saw. Bai Xianer was already impatient. When she saw the enemies rushing in, she used the 9-star Luo flash again and rushed into the enemy's formation. She used the spirit fox ghost finger with both hands. Muffled screams and the sound of corpses falling to the ground could be heard continuously. Even though the blood demon sect had successfully rushed in, they weren't much better off than the Hades sect. Xian'er killed more than 10 people in one go. But at this time, Xuanying and Ling Yangshu leaped over the wall at the same time and attacked Bai Xianer from the front and the back. The rest of the blood demon sect disciples felt a lot less pressure. More than 10 of them turned around and rushed toward Ning Lingyu's group of 8. Little Gold, go. Meow Xiaomiao was very calm. She called out to Little Gold and rushed forward. At the same time, her figure flashed and rushed out of her own camp. She raised her hand and sprayed a cloud of white smoke at the people in front of her. Tai Xiaohu roared as he activated the stellar condensation technique to its maximum potential. He took a step forward and charged towards one of his enemies. The two of them collided violently in the blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures rushed out from behind Ning Lingyu's group and stood in front of the 6 of them. It was Wang Feihu and the other 2. A fierce battle finally unfolded in Mansion Number 1. Even though it was a little late, the 3 chapters were completed as promised. There will be 2 chapters tomorrow. What a great plot. To be continued. I can't see. The white smoke that Meow Xiaomiao scattered was, of course, a highly toxic powder. 3 people were enveloped by it, and one of them screamed in agony. Oh no, it's highly toxic. Get out of the way. The other 2 masked men shut their eyes tightly and waved their palms wildly at the same time, sending out gusts of wind in an attempt to get rid of the poison that surrounded them. But how could Meow Xiaomiao's poison be so easily neutralized? The moment the white powder landed on their hands immediately turned red, and terrifying ulcers appeared on their hands. Following that, the ulcers began to fester. Little Gold waited for an opportunity and rushed into the white smoke. It pecked at the 3 injured men with lightning speed. 1 bite was enough. The 3 masked men let out miserable and shrill cries at practically the same time. They let go of the weapons in their hands, covered their eyes, and grabbed their hands. In the end, all of them fell to the ground and rolled all over the ground, accompanied by miserable and shrill cries. The scene was simply too horrible to look at. She knows how to use poison. Kill her first. Only then did the people from the blood demon sect understand that this small villain number 1 was not as weak as they had imagined. In the face of life and death, they had long forgotten about the devil sect's holy son Tion's orders. 2 of the blood demon sect's experts immediately held their breaths. Relying on the protection of their innate qi, they raised their weapons and charged at Meow Xiaomiao. Miao Xiao escaped without hesitation. She had already used the teleportation talisman, which doubled her speed. Coupled with Little Gold's covetous gaze from the sky, the two experts couldn't catch up to her. At the same time, Tai Xiaohu had already exchanged blows with one of the Blood Demon sect disciples. Their bodies collided violently, and they both took 3 steps back. This left the Blood Demon sect disciple stunned. This brat's realm is so low, but his body is so strong. Tai Xiaohu was only at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 6, while the Blood Demon sect disciple was at Xiantian realm level 2. He had been mocking Tai Xiaohu for his arrogance, but he didn't gain any advantage when the two of them collided. Frankly speaking, under Ling Yan's careful guidance, Tai Xiaohu cultivated the Raging Wave's internal skill and the stellar condensation technique. Even though he wasn't at the same level as Ling Yan, he was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 6. The reason why the stellar condensation technique was so heaven-defying and why Ling Yan had chosen it was because it could greatly increase the strength and toughness of the practitioner's body. In a head-on fight, one would be able to go toe-to-toe with an opponent 3 small realms above them without being at a disadvantage. However, an expert at Xiantian realm level 2 was 5 small realms higher than an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 6. Furthermore, there was an entire Xiantian realm between them. Tai Xiaohu shouldn't have been able to withstand it, but he did. There wasn't much to be confused about. Not only did Tai Xiaohu use the stellar condensation technique, but he also used the gold and defense talismans. This increased the toughness and defense of his body to Xiantian realm level 2. Big Brother Yun wasn't in mansion number 1, but his spells and talismans were here. His ferocious fighting style was here. It could be said that everyone in mansion number 1 had Ling Yan's shadow on them. Tai Xiaohu took 3 steps back and suppressed the churning blood in his energy center. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Tai Xiaohu's current realm was his weakness. It would be impossible for him to not feel nervous when facing an opponent of unknown realm. However, he was determined to fight with his opponent head-on. His confidence was instantly boosted. Tai Xiaohu was a martial arts fanatic. He had even reached the stage of a martial arts fanatic. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was willing to risk his life to exchange blows with his enemies. Again. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were as round as saucers as he stared at the enemy in front of him. With a low growl, he took the initiative to charge forward. His hands formed into claws as he used the Shaolin Temple's world-renowned Shaolin Dragon Claw. Humph. You overestimate yourself. The Blood Demon sect disciple snorted angrily and rushed forward again. He used the Blood Demon Claw to fight with Tai Xiaohu. An intense battle unfolded in an instant. Miao Xiao relied on her poison skills and the golden silkworm goo, Little Gold, to fight with the enemy. Tai Xiaohu relied on his strength and defense to fight with the enemy. However, Wang Feihu and the other 2 who had rushed out to protect the other 6 were far inferior in comparison. Almost as soon as they came face to face with the enemy, they were all wounded and wounded. The people from the Blood Demon sect were not stupid. As soon as they jumped into the courtyard, they immediately saw the weakest group of people in the courtyard. It was Ning Lingyu and the other 5 who stood closely together. The dozen or so Blood Demon sect disciples did not hesitate to raise their swords and sabers and rush over. They all wanted to take advantage of the situation. Although Wang Feihu and the other 2 were Khanate realm experts, wouldn't it be like throwing an egg against a rock if the 3 of them blocked a dozen fierce experts? However, what was unexpected was that even though Wang Feihu and the other 2 were injured, they did not retreat at all. They stood in front of Ning Lingyu and the other 5 to protect them. Bam! A Xiantian realm level 5 expert from the Blood Demon sect forced Wang Feihu 3 steps back with a punch. He laughed sinisterly. Wang Feihu, aren't the 3 of you guests from the Sun family? Why did you betray them so quickly? Wang Feihu spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said disdainfully, "Betray? I'm only a guest of the Sun family. I've never said that I'm a slave of the Sun family. I can follow whoever I want. It's not up to the Blood Demon sect to tell me what to do." When the Blood Demon sect expert heard this, he chuckled and said, "I can follow whoever I want. Heh, it's up to you. But there's no harm in telling you that no one in this villa will be able to leave alive tonight. If you dare to obstruct us, don't blame my Blood Demon sect for being impolite. Wang Feihu was not afraid at all. He retorted, then I don't mind telling you that my 3 lives were picked up here. It's not a waste to lose them here. However, you're right about one thing. No one in this villa will be able to leave alive tonight. Tang Meng looked at Wang Feihu in a new light when he heard this. He roared, Old Wang, well said. When my big brother Yin comes back, I'll definitely tell him what you said, word for word. That expert from the blood demon sect's expression changed. He laughed coldly and said, let's try it then. With that, he waved his hand and roared, kill them. Wang Feihu glanced at the 2 people beside him and said in a low voice, brothers, it seems like we're going to die here tonight. However, even if we die, we must die in front of these 6 people. The other 2 people nodded at the same time without saying a word. Their faces were determined. As the leader of the blood demon sect waved his hand, another 6 people came forward. Wang Feihu and the other 2 were about to fight to the death. You're courting death. A delicate voice rang out, and a graceful figure flashed past. She suddenly waved a palm at the 6 people who were charging at her, and a 3-meter-long flame suddenly shot out from her palm. Boom! By Xian'er's burning red flame palm, this wasn't an ordinary flame. This was a palm imbued with by Xian'er's supreme cultivation. The flame shot out and attacked the 6 people who rushed forward. The 6 people were instantly engulfed by the flame, and they cried out in pain as they retreated. 4 of them were directly burned, and they fell to the ground and rolled non-stop. By Xian'er returned in a flash. When she returned, she pointed a finger at the leader who gave the order, directly poking a bloody hole in the middle of the leader's forehead. It was unknown whether Wang Feihu and the other 2 people would die, but this leader's words had angered by Xian'er, so he died first. Tang Meng stood with Ning Lingyu and the others, watching the fierce battle. His expression gradually turned serious. He muttered to himself, there are too many of them. Xian'er is having a hard time fending them off by herself. Looks like I have to call for help. Tang Meng held a handful of healing talismans in his left hand and a handful of fire talismans in his right hand. He stuffed the fire talismans in his right hand into his left and took out his phone to call Abing. Of course, Tang Meng didn't call for help, but for guns. He had asked Li Yi and Jiao Fei to take away more than 30 Desert Eagle pistols. Now was the time to put them to use. Ling Yun wasn't the type to suffer losses, and neither was Tang Meng. However, when he called the phone, Tang Meng was dumbfounded. There was no signal on his phone, and he couldn't make any calls. F*CK, this is the busiest area of Xianxia City. How can you not have a signal? Tang Meng was so angry that he almost threw his phone to the ground. Ning Lingyu frowned slightly and said, this must be the work of the assassins. Since the main circuit is cut, the phone signal must be disrupted as well. Let me try to see if Auntie's communicator works. Of course, the communicator worked. At this time, Ning Lingyu called Ling Yun's communicator and told him about the situation in mansion number 1. After explaining the situation to Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu immediately turned off the communicator and shouted to Bai Xian'er, Sister Xian'er, hold on a little longer. My brother said that he has already asked Auntie to rush back. Before Ning Lingyu could finish her sentence, 3 loud bangs were heard. Wang Feihu and the other 2 were sent flying by the enemies that rushed up. This time, the 3 of them fell to the ground at the same time, spitting out blood. All of them had serious internal and external injuries. Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou looked at each other at the same time and nodded slightly. At the same time, they raised their hands and threw a few fire talismans at the enemies that rushed over. Confrontation. Boom 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 boom, the backyard of mansion number 1 was ablaze. More than 10 fire talismans blasted the enemies away, and 4 of them were seriously injured. The people from the blood demon sect were terrified. They were shocked by the endless methods of the people in mansion number 1. Save them first. Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou protected Tang Meng and Ning Er as they retreated. They quickly came to the side of Wang Feihu and the other 2 and used healing talismans on them. Thank you. Wang Feihu's face was sallow as he said to Ning Lingyu with difficulty. Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly and said with concern, you guys got injured because you were protecting us. We should be the ones thanking you. TSK 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 TSK. Bai Xianer used the 9-star Luo flash to escape Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu's pincer attack once again. She killed the 5 blood demon sect disciples who were rushing towards Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng. The 5 of them died the same way as the ones before them. Their foreheads were punctured with a bloody hole by Bai Xianer. This was Bai Xianer's spirit fox ghost finger. From the beginning until now, she had killed everyone with a single finger strike. She didn't waste any time at all. Not long after the battle started, 16 of the 33 Blood Kings were killed by Bai Xianer, 6 were burned, 3 were poisoned by Miao Xiao Miao, and 4 were seriously injured by Ning Lingyu and the rest's fire talismans. On the Blood Demon sect's side, there were only 4 people left. 2 of them were chasing Miao Xiao Miao relentlessly, 1 was in a fierce battle with Tai Xiaohu, and the last one seemed to be a little slow. After rushing into mansion number 1, he was immediately dumbfounded. He held a steel knife and stood by the wall, at a loss as to what to do, unable to advance or retreat. Shui Yingkong, the leader of the Blood Devil sect, was enraged when he saw all of his people being killed. He was so angry that he even cursed at Ling Yangshu, the leader of Netherworld Hierarch. "Ling, can't you keep a close eye on this evil girl? How could she find time to run away again?" When Ling Yangshu saw that almost all the disciples of Blood Demon sect were dead, he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. After hearing Shui Yingkong's scolding, he couldn't help but retort, "Shui Yingkong, do you think I don't want to stop her? Can't you see how fast she is? Do you think I can stop her? Don't talk about me. You can't stop her either." However, even though both of them were mocking each other, their attacks on Bai Xianer became more ferocious. The 9-star Luo flash was comparable to Ling Yun's fulgurating shadows. Moreover, Bai Xianer's realm was higher than Ling Yun's. Once she used it, her speed was unimaginable. As for the spirit-traversing talisman, Bai Xianer had no intention of using it yet. Bai Xianer was dressed in black as she faced off against the 2 experts. Her movements were like a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. As long as she noticed that her people were in danger, she would immediately leave the battle and fly to rescue them. Then, she would instantly return. In an instant, Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu didn't even have the time to react. The Blood Demon sect's second wave of attack on mansion number 1 was about to be easily resolved, but Bai Xianer's expression didn't relax at all. There was even a hint of anxiety in her beautiful eyes. Because she was a 9-tailed celestial fox, her spiritual senses were very sharp. She felt a strong sense of danger. There was a very strong enemy hiding around mansion number 1 and could appear at any time. At this time, Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou were still treating Wang Feihu and the other 2. The slow-witted person from the Blood Demon sect glanced at Bai Xianer first. He seemed to feel that she was very far away and couldn't attack him. Thus, he raised his long knife and rushed towards Ning Lingyu. He ran very carefully, constantly paying attention to Bai Xianer's movements. He was afraid that she would suddenly fly in front of him and point a finger at him. Then, step by step, he closed in on Ning Lingyu and the others. Bang, bang. 2 rapid gunshots rang out. This time, there were 2 more holes in the Blood Demon sect disciple's body. He directly fell to the ground. Tang Meng raised his gun and blew at the still smoking muzzle. Looking at the unlucky guy who had been shot, he scolded, "Damn it, you think I can't kill you just because I don't know any martial arts?" Tang Meng, of course, didn't hesitate to keep 2 Desert Eagle pistols for himself. His magazines were full, and he put them to use now. After Wang Feihu and the other 2 were treated with the healing talismans, their external injuries healed quickly. However, their internal injuries were only temporarily alleviated. They couldn't be completely healed, so they quickly forced themselves to stand up. Wang Feihu was an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4. Other than Bai Xianer, he was the strongest person in mansion number 1. As soon as he got up, he didn't even have time to thank them. He immediately said to Ning Lingyu and the others with a serious expression, "Everyone, be careful. There are more enemies coming. This time, they are very strong." "What? There are more?" Tang Meng's expression changed drastically. Tisk, tisk. Bai Xianer, who had been fighting with Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu, suddenly raised both of her hands. One on the left and one on the right, she pointed a finger at the two experts, forcing them to retreat instantly. 9-star Luo flashes. Bai Xian'er's figure swayed, and she appeared beside Miao Xiao Miao. She let Miao Xiao Miao pass by her, and then she pointed two fingers at the two blood kings from the blood demon sect, killing them instantly. Tai Xiaohu, retreat. Bai Xian'er let out a delicate shout, and her delicate body flashed again. She appeared beside Tai Xiaohu and quickly pointed a finger at the blood demon sect disciple's forehead. That person directly fell to the ground, dead as a doornail. The real strong enemy is here. All of you, retreat. After killing the 3 blood demon sect disciples, Bai Xian'er immediately sent a telepathic message to Tai Xiaohu and Miao Xiao Miao to gather with Ning Lingyu and the others so that she could protect them. Swoosh, 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 33 men in black carried all kinds of weapons as they passed through the forest outside the wall and landed in the backyard of mansion number 1. Mr. Jean from the Assassins organization had finally appeared, leading 8 kings of assassins and 24 heavenly kings. Mr. Jean, you're finally here. The sect leader of the blood demon sect, Shui Kong, immediately rushed over when he saw the people from the Assassins organization. He was on the verge of tears. How could he not cry? In just 5 to 6 minutes, his men from the blood demon sect were either dead or seriously injured. All of them had been wiped out. Mr. Jean didn't wear a mask, and he looked like an ordinary old man. His face was sallow, and he looked haggard. His body was as thin as a matchstick, and it seemed like a gust of wind could blow him over. But Mr. Jin's eyes were shining, and the murderous intent radiating from his body was enough to freeze people. He only stared coldly at Bai Xian'er, and he couldn't be bothered with Shui Kong's complaints. Bai Xian'er faced the top assassins from the Assassins organization, but there was no expression on her beautiful face. She just stood quietly in front of Ning Lingyu and the others, staring coldly at her opponents. With so many top-notch assassins standing together, the murderous aura emanating from their bodies almost caused the air in mansion number 1 to freeze. Even Tang Meng felt a sense of danger. He couldn't help but shrink his body and grind his teeth until they hissed. There are so many of them again. Can Xian'er hold them off this time? This is going to be really troublesome. Just as he thought of this, Mr. Jean waved his hand and spat out a word, kill. Chi chi chi, swoosh swoosh swoosh, under Mr. Jin's command, more than 30 men in black waved their hands at Bai Xian'er at the same time, shooting all kinds of strange hidden weapons at her, flying knives, flying needles, darts, sleet darts, plum blossom darts, butterfly darts, they all shot towards Bai Xian'er. Xian'er, be careful. Tang Meng, Ning Lingyu, and the others exclaimed. Humph. Insignificant tricks. Bai Xian'er shouted and didn't dodge. She raised her hands and sent out 2 gusts of palm wind, knocking away all the hidden weapons that were shot at her. The 8 heavenly kings are in charge of capturing her. The rest of you, charge. Surround this demon girl. As expected of the Assassins organization, they were well organized and had a clear goal. Under Mr. Jin's command, even though there were many of them, they were orderly. Wielding his sword, Mr. Jin led the way, leading the 8 kings of assassins and 16 heavenly king assassins towards Bai Xian'er. A distance of 7 to 8 feet was just a step for these top assassins. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xian'er used the 9-star Gauss flash again and teleported 18 times. At the same time, Bai Xian'er's beautiful eyes flashed with a demonic light. She used the celestial fox illusion that she had never used before. In an instant, the illusory array was formed. Ning Lingyu and the other 8 people, including Wang Feihu and the other 2, disappeared in front of everyone. The 8 heavenly kings who were in charge of capturing them suddenly lost their targets. Bai Xian'er knew that she had no choice but to use the illusion. Against these cold-blooded killers, Ning Lingyu and the rest would be killed in seconds. With the illusion set up, Bai Xian'er had no more worries. She opened her arms, and 2 huge fireballs with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in her hands. Firefox Flame Art. Bai Xian'er dragged a huge fireball with each hand and rushed into the crowd of killers without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. What followed was the sound of a huge explosion. Bai Xian'er shuttled back and forth like lightning, fireballs appearing in her hands one after another. No matter who she touched, the huge fireball would smash down and explode. Just this move alone had caught all the assassins at the middle stage of the Xiantian realm and above by surprise. Even though they had taken sufficient precautions and had the protection of Xianxia, they were still badly mutilated by the explosion and were severely injured on the spot. Screams could be heard everywhere. Mr. Jean dodged desperately, and his expression changed. He had observed for a long time in the forest and thought that Xianxia was only good at movement and finger techniques. Occasionally, she could use some demonic arts and fire to burn people. He thought that he would be able to deal with her, so he rushed out. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by Xianxia. A huge fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. That was too powerful. When Xianxia vented her anger, she could casually use a fireball to blow up a tree that was as thick as an adult's arm. How could anyone withstand it? Anyone below Xiantian realm level 7 would be blown up even if they didn't die from the terrifying fireball. Their bodies would be smashed to a pulp. They would be half dead even if they didn't die. Xianxia used the 9-star Luo flash to the extreme. In just a few rounds, she killed more than half of the 24 heavenly kings on the Assassins organization's side. Another half was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to fight for a while. Even the 8 heavenly king stage assassins in charge of capturing them were no exception. On the side of the Assassins organization, there were only 9 people left, including Mr. Jean. 9 kings of assassins. Celestial Fox mesmerizing illusion, Star Luo 9 flashes, and Fire Fox conjuring flame. The heaven-defying Ling Yun wasn't here, but there was someone even more heaven-defying guarding mansion number 1. Xianxia flew back to her original position and stretched out her hand. A fireball the size of a basketball appeared in her hand. She clenched her slender palm, and the fireball quickly turned into a flaming long knife. The best part of the plot is here. There are about 10 more chapters, and they are all about Xianxia and Big Brother Yun's performance. It will start tomorrow. To be continued. Clatter. Clatter. The 2 Desert Eagle pistols in Tang Meng's hands fell to the ground at the same time, but he didn't notice it at all. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his whole body was frozen in shock. Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and the rest who were also in the illusion formation had similar expressions. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Wang Feihu and the other 2 were even more shocked. The 3 of them looked at Xianxia in disbelief, as though they had seen an alien. The illusory array that Xianxia had set up could completely block the vision of those outside the illusory array. It could even prevent those outside from hearing anything inside the illusory array. However, this illusory array would not obstruct the vision and hearing of those inside the illusory array. Everything was normal for them. Where there was fire, there would naturally be light. The fireball with a diameter of 1 meter was enough to illuminate the entire mansion number 1. Therefore, everyone in mansion number 1 saw the heaven-defying scene that Xianxia had created in an instant. Holy sh*T. I was wondering why Big Brother Yun was so assured to let Xianxia stay at home alone to protect us. Xianxia. She's actually so powerful. Tang Meng muttered after a long time to express his shock. He couldn't be bothered to pick up the 2 Desert Eagle pistols that had fallen to the ground. It was a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. With such powerful firepower, why would he need the 2 Desert Eagles? Oh my god. Xianxia actually. Shui Mining covered her mouth and exclaimed. She had long known that Xianxia was definitely powerful. How could a 9-tailed celestial fox not be powerful when she transformed into a human? However, she had never imagined that Xianxia would be so powerful. Frankly speaking, the 8 people in the illusion formation had long been tempered by Ling Yun's innumerable heaven-defying methods. However, they were all shocked after seeing Xianxia's performance just now. Wang Feihu and the rest were even more shocked than the 8 of them. Moreover, they weren't just shocked. After the initial shock, they also felt a sense of fear as if they had just survived a disaster, if a strong enemy attacked and they took advantage of Ling Yun's absence to escape or counterattack. Even if they had the slightest inclination, how tragic would that be for them? Wang Feihu and the other 2 couldn't help but look at each other, as if they had all sensed the true thoughts in each other's hearts. They all saw a trace of strange joy and excitement in each other's eyes. They were glad that they had made the wisest choice and were excited that they had survived the calamity. This was not the tribulation of the enemy, but the tribulation of Wang Feihu and the others. It was also because of this scene that Wang Feihu and the other two were even more determined to follow Ling Yun, even if they had to go through fire and water. The sect master of the Nether sect, Lin Yangshu, and the sect master of the Blood Demon sect, Shui Yingkong, retreated again and again until they reached the foot of the wall. Only when their backs touched the wall did they stop retreating. Subconsciously, they looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Oh my god, they actually brought a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to attack this kind of villain number one. They even overestimated themselves and broke through the array, taking the lead to rush in and fight with that beautiful girl for a long time. How stupid were they to do that? If they had known that someone like Bai Xian'er was in mansion number 1, they wouldn't have come for the Devil's Blade, the Blood Element Bead, or the $1 billion or the Order of the Devil Sex Tian Holy Sun. Even if someone gave them a mountain of gold and a knife to their necks, they wouldn't have come to their deaths. Now that they thought about it, Bai Xian'er wasn't fighting them at all. She was clearly using them to practice. Or rather, she was just toying with them like a cat with a mouse. Ling Yangshu and Shui Yingkong broke out in a cold sweat when they realized this. They felt a chill run down their spines, and they didn't want to stay there for another second. All they wanted was to find a chance to escape. The powerful strength that Bai Xian'er displayed made these two Xiantian Realm Level 8 experts feel completely hopeless. Their spirits collapsed in an instant. This is divine power. The King of Assassins, Mr. Jin, sensed the danger of death just now. He raised his Khanate True Qi to the peak and his Qinggong to the limit in an instant. Only then was he able to dodge Bai Xian'er's big fireball and barely escaped death. Even so, Mr. Jin was slightly injured by Bai Xian'er's fireball. His back was a bloody mess, and he was lucky that he had dodged fast enough. Otherwise, he would have been half dead by now. Mr. Jin's heart was still pounding with fear. He was now 8 feet away from Bai Xian'er. His gray, lifeless eyes were fixed on the fiery long blade in Bai Xian'er's hand. He was cautious and ready to escape at any time. An expert with a divine power above Xiantian Realm Level 9 wasn't someone a Xiantian Realm Level 8 assassin like him could afford to offend. The other 8 kings of assassins were also injured. Just now, under great fear, they had desperately used their movement skills to escape and save their lives. They were scattered in the courtyard of Villa Number 1, and the expression in everyone's eyes was the same, fear and despair. They had long lost their will to fight. As for the 24 Heavenly King assassins that Mr. Jin brought with him, they were either dead or severely injured by Bai Xian'er's explosion. It was impossible to take them away, so Mr. Jin couldn't care less. At the top of the low mountain, the Devil Sex Holy Sun, Sikong Wuji, wore a white robe and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered as he stared at the battlefield below. After seeing this scene, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. She's actually so powerful. How is this possible? As the Devil Sex Holy Sun Tian, Sikong Wuji's strength was unparalleled, but he was always cautious in everything he did. He never fought a battle he had no confidence in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many experts to attack a small villa. 36 from the Hades sect, 33 from the Blood Demon sect, 32 from the Assassins Organization, and 3 from Ling Yangshu, Shui Yingkong, and his right-hand man, Mr. Jin, 3 Xiantian Realm Level 8 experts. They launched 3 waves of attacks, but they were all blocked by a beautiful girl. Sikong Wuji had always been meticulous in his calculations. He knew that Ling Yun was his ultimate enemy, and he had already guessed that Ling Yun wouldn't be at home. He had already overestimated the defensive capabilities of Mansion Number 1 as much as he could. What he didn't expect was that he had underestimated Ling Yun, and even more so, he had underestimated Ling Yun's family. Bai Xian'er's sudden appearance and heaven-defying methods caught Sikong Wuji off guard. What a bunch of trash. Those 8 people are just standing there. Can't you just rush forward and capture one of them? Sikong Wuji had already investigated the people in Mansion Number 1. Any one of them was important to Ling Yun. As long as he could capture one of them, he could guarantee that they would give up resisting and surrender. That way, he would have a bargaining chip with Ling Yun. As long as he could capture one, the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade would be within his reach. Even if Ling Yun had other requests, Ling Yun would have no choice but to agree. This was the reason why Sikong Wuji dared to risk universal condemnation and attack Mansion Number 1. Sikong Wuji was furious at the stupidity of his subordinates. Of course, he wouldn't have imagined that Xianxia had already used her powerful spiritual power to create an illusion array. Anyone in Mansion Number 1 wouldn't know where the 8 people were. But no matter how strong Xianxia's spiritual power was, it had a certain range. Her camouflage technique was only effective on the people in Mansion Number 1. She wouldn't be able to affect anyone further away. That was why the Devil Sex Xianxia was puzzled. That was because his subordinates didn't act according to his plan, nor did they match the style of an assassin. Flame Saber, Divine Ability. Looks like I have to make a move. Sikong Wuji was furious, but he also knew that Xianxia was a true Xiantian 9th realm master. She had the ability to make a move. She wasn't someone his subordinates could deal with. It seemed like he had to make a move personally. Otherwise, Xianxia would be able to kill all his subordinates. Sikong Wuji didn't doubt this because he could do it himself. The Hades sect, Blood Demon sect, and Heavenly King stage assassins dying one by one didn't make Sikong Wuji's heart ache. However, if the 9 kings of assassins were to be killed by Xianxia as easily as chopping vegetables, he would really feel the pain. After all 9 of them were above Xiantian realm level 7. Before Sikong Wuji went down the mountain, he looked at a dark forest in the distance and sneered. Damn it, you actually didn't make a move until now. Do you really want to be the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and the clam fight? Sikong Wuji retracted his smile and kept his hands behind his back. His shoulders didn't move, and his body didn't sway. He only lifted his leg lightly and took a step forward. His foot didn't touch the ground, and he crossed 100 meters in one step. Sikong Wuji only took 3 steps before his tall figure landed in the backyard of Mansion Number 1, blocking Mr. Jin's path. Eh? Sikong Wuji was surprised as soon as he landed, and he couldn't help but exclaim. That was because the 8 people he saw at the top of the mountain had disappeared into thin air. It's another array formation. What a powerful illusion array. Sikong Wuji instantly understood that it wasn't his subordinates that were stupid, but the opponent's methods were too brilliant. Saint Tian, we didn't do our job well. Please punish us, Saint Tian. Seeing Sikong Wuji's arrival, Mr. Jin and the other 8 kings of assassins knelt on one knee without any hesitation. Mr. Jin, I saw it all. It's not your fault. Get up. Sikong Wuji waved his hand and looked at Xianxia with a pair of greedy and evil eyes. TSK, so beautiful. Do you want to be my woman or my pet? It's up to you. Sikong Wuji stared at Xianxia's chest and laughed sinisterly. To be continued. Sikong Wuji wanted Xianxia to be his pet right off the bat, which meant 2 things. In fact, he already knew very well that the beautiful girl in front of him was not an ordinary person. In addition, he had strong confidence in his own strength. Even if Xianxia displayed some shocking means, he was confident that he could take her down. That was why Sikong Wuji dared to be so arrogant and presumptuous. F***CKU. Before anyone could react to Sikong Wuji's words, Tang Meng, who was in the illusory array, scolded angrily. Bam, 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 bam. Sikong Wuji's entrance was very flashy. He descended from the sky. Everyone in the illusion formation could see this very clearly. Tang Meng naturally saw it too. Tang Meng's heart sank when he saw Sikong Wuji land. Tang Meng had been with Ling Yan for too long. Even though he didn't know Ling Yan's actual abilities and didn't know any martial arts, it didn't mean that he hadn't seen a pig run. Tang Meng had seen Ling Yan's skills before. Judging from Sikong Wuji's skills, he could guess that Sikong Wuji was very strong, at least not weaker than Ling Yan. With that in mind, Tang Meng immediately picked up the 2 desert eagles that he had dropped on the ground. With one in each hand, he loaded both of them. Coincidentally, at this moment, Sikong Wuji said a sentence that was enough to infuriate everyone in Mansion Number 1 to the max. What was the relationship between Tang Meng and Ling Yan? Wasn't Sikong Wuji insulting Ling Yan the same as insulting Ling Yan? There wasn't much difference between insulting Ling Yan and Tang Meng. At this moment, no matter how smart Tang Meng was, he couldn't care less about his own life and death. He completely forgot, or rather, didn't care about, the strength of his opponent. The muzzles of the two desert eagles were aimed at the guy in white who was spewing shit, and he pulled the trigger. Tang Meng was so angry that he emptied the bullets from both guns in one go. At such a close distance, the bullets whizzed towards Sikong Wuji without giving him any time to react. However, Sikong Wuji only smiled as he faced the incoming bullets. He seemed to have extended his hand and casually waved it in front of him. Then, his arm stopped in midair as he slowly opened his palm. All of the bullets that Tang Meng had shot out were caught in his palm. Sikong Wuji raised his head and smiled as he looked at the direction where the bullet came from. Looking at Tang Meng's furious face, he said calmly, "Your marksmanship is very good, and the speed of the bullet is also very fast. It's a pity that this toy is useless against me." After saying that, Sikong Wuji's wrist trembled slightly. With just a shake, the bullets in his hands seemed to have come alive as they shot out at the same time towards Tang Meng and the others. The speed of the bullets was even faster than the speed of the bullets leaving the barrel of the gun. The illusion array was just a smokescreen. The moment Tang Meng opened fire from within the illusion array would automatically break. The 11 people in the illusion array were instantly exposed. The difference in cultivation level between the two sides was too great. A casual wave of Sikong Wuji's hand was enough to kill Tang Meng and the rest. It was the same logic as how Bai Xianer killed Sikong Wuji's minions. Humph. Bai Xianer used the 9-star Luo flash. Her graceful body moved horizontally like lightning as she waved her left palm wildly to send the bullets flying. After protecting everyone, Bai Xianer stopped and turned to face Sikong Wuji. She said coldly, "You will die tonight." Be it Bai Xianer or the people in the illusion array, no one blamed Tang Meng for his recklessness. As Ling Yun's woman and brother, it would be strange if they didn't retaliate immediately after hearing such insults. This had nothing to do with strength. It had to do with one's temper and backbone. Ha 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 ha, Sikong Wuji laughed maniacally with his hands behind his back. He looked at the enraged Bai Xianer with interest and asked disdainfully, "I will die?" Without waiting for Bai Xianer's reply, Sikong Wuji reached out and pointed at Bai Xianer with his index finger. Then, it was Ning Lingyu, Miao Xiaomiao, Chao Shanshan, Xue Mining, Lin Minghan, and Yao Rou. "If I die, won't all of you become widows?" Sikong Wuji was simply too arrogant. He had already determined that these 7 beauties before him were already his women. Damn it. Tai Xiaohu's face was darker than the bottom of a wok. His eyes were burning with rage. He stomped his feet on the ground and charged straight at Sikong Wuji. Yes, Tai Xiaohu knew that his realm wasn't high enough. He also knew that he would be killed in an instant against an opponent like Sikong Wuji, but he still attacked. Big brother Yun wasn't home, and Tai Xiaohu wasn't strong enough, but he was a man. Even Tang Meng didn't hesitate to kill Sikong Wuji with his gun. What else did Tai Xiaohu have to hesitate? Bai Xianer's slender body flashed lightly as she sent out a palm wind to stop Tai Xiaohu from charging forward. She shook her head and said, "Let me deal with this person." Bai Xianer knew that Tai Xiaohu wasn't afraid of death, but he couldn't die for nothing. Now, no one in Mansion Number 1 could deal with Sikong Wuji other than Bai Xianer. It could even be said that no one could deal with any of Sikong Wuji's group. Sikong Wuji, the 9 kings of assassins, Shui Yingkong, and Ling Yangshu made a total of 12 people, all of whom were above Xiantian realm level 7. On Mansion Number 1's side, there were 12 people including Wang Feihu's group. However, without Bai Xianer, all of them combined wouldn't be enough to deal with Sikong Wuji alone. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. "Mr. Jean." Sikong Wuji suddenly spoke. "Yes, sir. Leave this woman to me. You know what to do with the rest, right?" "Yes, sir." Mr. Jean smiled. "Very good. Do it." Sikong Wuji roared. His tall and burly figure flashed and appeared beside Bai Xianer in an instant. He opened his arms and attacked Bai Xianer. At the same time, the 9 kings of assassins, led by Mr. Jean, all moved. They wielded their weapons and used their qinggong to attack Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng. At that moment, Bai Xianer's expression turned extremely grave. She raised her hand at lightning speed and slashed at Sikong Wuji. The flaming saber in her hand turned into a scarlet flame and slashed at Sikong Wuji, blade severing heaven and earth. It was formless because it was a blade made of flames. Sikong Wuji seemed to feel the power of this blade. He didn't want to take it head-on with his bare hands. He moved to the side and dodged the blade. "Get lost, all of you." Bai Xian'er didn't have time to chase after Sikong Wuji. She used the 9-star Luo flash to the extreme and appeared beside Ming Lingyu and the rest. She slashed at the 9 kings of assassins again. Bai Xian'er knew that as long as one of them was caught, they would lose everything. She wouldn't be able to answer to Ling Yun. The 9 kings of assassins knew how powerful Bai Xian'er was. They also knew that they were no different from ordinary people in front of Bai Xian'er. Hence, they retreated to save their lives. "Hee, you're powerful. But how long can you protect them?" Sikong Wuji didn't mind what his subordinates did. He flashed and followed Bai Xian'er like a shadow. He used the demonic blood palm again. Bai Xian'er forced the 9 kings of assassins back. She didn't have time to catch her breath and could only use her blade to save herself. Sikong Wuji had the upper hand this time. He used both his palms to block Bai Xian'er's flaming blade. The flame didn't dissipate. It maintained the shape of a long blade and collided with Sikong Wuji's palms. Bam bam. Sikong Wuji took 3 steps back. Bai Xian'er was also hit by the huge force from Sikong Wuji's palms. And at this time, the 9 king of assassins once again collectively rushed over from all directions. Bai Xian'er gritted her teeth and used the 9-star Luo flash again. She dodged 9 times and blocked 1 attack from each of the 9 kings of assassins. The 9 kings of assassins were forced to retreat again. However, they weren't injured this time. They fought bravely. Bai Xian'er had to deal with the powerful Sikong Wuji and protect Ming Lingyu and the rest. It was too disadvantageous for her to deal with 10 of them. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to last long. "Take 2 more of my palms." With a smirk, Sikong Wuji used the phantom demon steps again and charged at Bai Xian'er without any fear. "Xian'er, be careful." Of course, Ming Lingyu and the rest could see that Bai Xian'er was in danger, but they really couldn't do anything to help. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't tell who was who in such a fast battle. They could only worry helplessly. Bai Xian'er was at a disadvantage because she couldn't dodge. If she dodged, Ming Lingyu and the rest would be killed. Her 9-star Luo flash couldn't get rid of Sikong Wuji completely. Even a deity wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks from both sides. "Kill!" Bai Xian'er shouted. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a demonic light. She raised her hand and a huge fireball with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in her hand. She didn't even turn her head as she swung her hand behind her. The huge fireball flew towards the charging Sikong Wuji. Boom! The huge fireball exploded with a deafening sound. Sikong Wuji could only retreat with a bitter smile. Bai Xian'er took advantage of the opportunity and took a deep breath. At the same time, another fireball appeared in her left hand and she threw it at Sikong Wuji. Using this opportunity, Bai Xian'er finally took out a spirit-traversing talisman and slapped it on her body. She shouted, "Appear!" 9-star Luo flash. Bai Xian'er flew up and waved her flaming long blade at the 9 kings of assassins. Do you want to know more exciting news and hedonistic celestial doctor? Open up WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right. Select the Add Friends public account and search for Kidian's Hanjanang. Follow the public account and never miss an update again. To be continued. At that moment, the crimson blade pierced through the night sky. 5 shrill cries rang out at the same time. Of the 5 kings of assassins, 3 had been sliced in half by Bai Xian'er's flaming saber. 2 were seriously injured. One's right arm, which was holding the sword, had been chopped off, while the other had a huge gash from the flaming saber, from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, splitting open his abdomen. What a terrifying blade. What a domineering blade. Bai Xian'er was completely infuriated. This was the wrath of the 9-tailed celestial fox. The 2 heavily injured men were sent flying by Bai Xian'er's blade as they rushed forward. Their bodies smashed heavily into the wall of Mansion No. 1's courtyard. The one who had his entire right shoulder chopped off looked at the right side of his body in horror. He let out a few screams of despair before collapsing to the ground and fainting. As for the other person, he stared at the huge wound in front of his body in horror. He screamed in horror and used both hands to press on the charred wound so that his organs wouldn't fall out. This was a real massacre. It was incomparably bloody. It definitely wasn't like what was shown on TV, where the neck, chest, or arm would be sliced off, and a little blood would flow out. The backyard of mansion number 1 became hell on earth in an instant. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and there were countless heavily injured people. Screams and groans could be heard everywhere. Mr. Jean used all his strength to dodge Xianxia's fatal strike. He steadied himself and looked around. Of the 9 kings of assassins, there were only 4 of them left, including himself. 2 were at Xiantian realm level 8 and 2 were at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. Mr. Jin's eyes twitched, and his mouth twitched. He raised his hand in silence, gesturing for the 3 kings of assassins to take a break. Even though each of these king of assassins was a veteran of hundreds of battles and had killed countless people, after personally experiencing such a terrifying scene, they were finally truly terrified and did not dare to immediately attack again. However, Xianxia couldn't care less. After she swung her blade, she teleported and faced Xikong Wuji again. Xikong Wuji dodged 2 of Xianxia's fireballs. He took advantage of Xianxia's slash to use the phantom demonic steps to its maximum and pounced towards Ninglingyu and the rest. In just a few rounds, his side had already lost 5 king of assassins, causing Xikong Wuji to be infuriated. 5 kings of assassins. Any one of them would be able to complete quite a number of shady missions for him. Now that he had lost 5 of them, no matter how wealthy Xikong Wuji was, he felt so heartache that he wanted to vomit blood. Hence, he wanted to imitate Xianxia. If you kill 5 of my men, I'll capture 5 of your men. Let's see what you can do then. Xikong Wuji's footwork was the phantom demonic step. He was at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 9, and his movements were similar to teleportation. However, he didn't expect Xianxia to block this step. The 9-star Luo flash was about the same speed as Xikong Wuji's phantom demonic step. However, Xianxia had used the divine speed talisman just now. The speed of his movement technique instantly doubled, reaching the level of true teleportation. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound as Xianxia's slender body collided with Xikong Wuji's burly figure. Xianxia's body shook violently, and she swayed back and forth a dozen times at the moment of impact. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to stabilize herself, refusing to retreat even half a step. It wasn't that she couldn't retreat, but that she couldn't. Behind her were Ninglingyu and the rest. If she retreated, Ninglingyu and the rest would definitely suffer from the impact of the true qi. In a battle between experts of this level, Ninglingyu and the rest wouldn't be able to withstand the impact even if it was just the true qi. Xikong Wuji, on the other hand, was sent flying as soon as he came into contact with the impact. His tall figure flipped in the air and flew back more than 30 feet. Xikong Wuji steadied himself and his face was filled with astonishment. He was speechless in his heart. How could that piece of yellow paper be so useful? Xikong Wuji's eyesight was so strong that he naturally saw Xianxia use the talisman. However, he didn't expect Xianxia's speed to increase so much in an instant. Just one step, and he would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. What a pity! Just one step away. Could it be that these are all Ling Yun's trump cards? Xikong Wuji had to re-evaluate Ling Yun's true strength at this thought. Even though Xikong Wuji failed, he didn't look defeated at all. He still had a smile on his face as he looked at Xianxia. Baby, did you suffer some internal injuries just now? After the collision, Xianxia didn't move an inch. Her face was strangely pale, and her delicate body was trembling violently. After such a violent collision, there was no way she wouldn't use the force to fly back. Xianxia couldn't retreat, so she finally suffered internal injuries after fighting for her life. After all, Xianxia cultivated the celestial fox flying technique. She didn't cultivate the stellar condensation technique. That was a cultivation technique for humans, not demons. Xianxia. Xikong Wuji wasn't the only one who saw it. Even Ninglingyu and Miao Xiaomiao could tell that Xianxia had suffered serious internal injuries. I'm fine. Xianxia said faintly as she comforted the people behind her. Her beautiful eyes had turned into a demonic scarlet color as she stared coldly at Xikong Wuji. She circulated the celestial fox flying art to suppress her injuries. Appear. Appear. Ninglingyu and Miao Xiaomiao each took a gold amulet and a defense amulet. They stuck them on Xianxia's back at the same time and let her use them. The safety of everyone in Mansion Number 1, as well as their combat power, depended on Xianxia. Nothing could happen to Bai Xianer. This was a principle that everyone understood. Xikong Wuji didn't attack immediately. He watched silently as Ning Lingyu and Miao Xiao Miao used the amulets on Bai Xianer. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu. He said in a threatening tone, "You two should be done resting, right?" Xikong Wuji was cold-blooded and ruthless. If the two of them dared to run away, he wouldn't mind killing them. Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu looked at each other and nodded at Xikong Wuji. Although they were unwilling, they still moved towards him quickly. Xikong Wuji smiled. "Mr. Jin, come over too." The king of assassins, Mr. Jin, flew over immediately. Then, he pointed at Bai Xianer. "She's indeed very powerful. She also used some Taoist techniques. It's not easy for me to suppress her." Xikong Wuji paused for a moment and changed the topic. "But she has already suffered internal injuries. As long as the four of us work together, it won't be a problem to suppress her. I'll be the main attacker. The three of you will surround her from 3 directions. As long as we delay her for a while, the 3 assassins will have a chance." The 3 assassins were naturally the other 3 king of assassins. The so-called opportunity was obviously to capture Ning Lingyu and the other 8 assassins. Xikong Wuji obviously realized that he couldn't suppress Bai Xianer by himself. She could still kill the other assassins when she was free. Since the previous battle plan had failed, he immediately came up with a new one. Xikong Wuji was powerful, ruthless, and perfect at provoking others. However, it didn't mean that he was as arrogant as he appeared to be. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything, pay the smallest price, and obtain the greatest results. This was Xikong Wuji. Xikong Wuji didn't use telepathy. He was still looking down on everyone, not caring if his plan was heard by the people in Villa Number 1. He then turned his head and looked at the 3 king of assassins, who were standing stiffly, and asked indifferently, "Do you understand?" The other 3 king of assassins replied in unison, "We understand." F***CK. Tang Meng thought to himself. It's over. They might really be dead this time. 4 of them dealing with Bai Xianer at the same time, and the other 3 masters dealing with them. This bastard is ruthless. However, that was all Tang Meng could think of. Xikong Wuji had already made his move. His target was Bai Xianer. "Let's go together." Mr. Jin, Ling Yangshu, and blood filling the sky followed closely behind Xikong Wuji and flew towards Bai Xianer. The other 3 king of assassins spread out in a triangular formation and stood in 3 different directions. They were waiting for Bai Xianer to fall into a difficult battle. In an instant, everyone in Mansion Number 1 was in danger. "Everyone, stand together and don't move. Throw out fire talismans." Bai Xianer's eyes glowed brightly. She let out a roar and executed the Fire Fox Flame Art. Huge fireballs appeared in her hands and flew toward Mr. Jin, Lin Yangshu, and Shui Yingkong. The 3 of them were forced to dodge the fireballs and slowed down for a moment. Bai Xianer immediately flew up and faced the incoming Xikong Wuji, brandishing her saber head-on. At this moment, Bai Xianer had no other choice but to rush out. Based on Xikong Wuji's strength, she wouldn't be able to protect all 8 of them if he got close to Ning Lingyu and the others, no matter how strong she was. "You're finally out." "Very good." Xikong Wuji laughed coldly. He didn't take Bai Xianer's blade head-on. Instead, he moved behind Bai Xianer. Of course, Bai Xianer wouldn't give Xikong Wuji any chance. She used her speed to stick close to Xikong Wuji, not giving him a chance to get close to the 8 of them. But at this time, after 3 earth-shattering explosions, Shui agglomeration, Lin Yangshu, and Mr. Jin instantly surrounded the 2 people who were fiercely chasing each other. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Xikong Wuji suddenly stopped in his tracks and opened his palms. The smell of blood in the backyard of Mansion Number 1 soared. He had used the real demonic blood palm. Bai Xianer couldn't dodge and could only use her palms to block. At the same time, Shui Yingkong and the other 2 masters shrank the encirclement without hesitation, not allowing Bai Xianer to escape. "We must stop her this time. Attack." There were 2 more updates today, both in the afternoon. There was no point in keeping the monthly votes for the last day. "Everyone, vote enthusiastically." Brother Yun soon appeared. "Want to know more exciting news about hedonistic celestial doctor? Open WeChat now, Click on the plus sign at the top right, select the Add Friends public account, search for Kitty Antonjanang, and follow the public account. You won't miss any updates. To be continued. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and Sikong Wuji had clashed. Boom! A violent gust of wind exploded, blowing Xianxia's long hair into the air. The grass on the lawn was all bent over, and the corpses rolled on the ground. Even the leaves on the trees rustled. The thick smell of blood, mixed with a burning sensation, instantly filled the entire backyard of Mansion No. 1. This was the shocking effect of Xianxia's burning red flame palm clashing with Sikong Wuji's demonic blood palm. Both of them took 5 steps back. Xianxia had retreated to Mr. Jin's side. Mr. Jin saw the opportunity and did not hesitate to stab Xianxia's back. Chi! Xianxia's slender body retreated, and she could only dodge with all her might to avoid being hit in the back. However, she was still stabbed in the left shoulder. Pale gold and pale yellow light flashed on Xianxia's left shoulder. The gold talisman and defense talisman were activated at the same time. In addition to Xianxia's protective demonic energy and the defense of the golden crow devilish silkworm garment, the 4 layers of defense combined to block this fatal attack. Xianxia was stabbed, but her left shoulder did not bleed. Boom! Xianxia took the attack head-on and felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder. She gritted her teeth and threw a level 5 fire talisman behind her without looking back. Mr. Jin had no way to dodge and was hit by the fire talisman. The fire talisman exploded in front of his chest, turning Mr. Jin into a bloody mess. He staggered backward. Xianxia smashed an opening, but she did not choose to rush out from Mr. Jin's side because Mr. Jin's side was far away from Ning Lingyu's group. Xianxia's feet touched the ground, and her slender body shot into the night sky. She was 20 meters tall. Shui Yingkong and Ling Yangshu looked up in shock. Xianxia held the flaming long sword with both hands and slashed at the 3 kings of assassins who were charging at Ning Lingyu's group. A 15-meter-long, 8-meter-wide flaming blade cut through the night sky like lightning, enveloping the 3 kings of assassins who were about to succeed. Furious execution. In that instant, it was as if a curtain of fire fell from the night sky, and the sky above Mansion No. 1 was as bright as day. Still thinking of saving them? It's too late. Sikong Wuji sneered as he rose into the sky. He raised his hands and the stench of blood filled the air. He managed to block Xianxia's attack. The 3 kings of assassins were unharmed and did not stop moving. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they charged towards Ning Lingyu and the rest. How could he not be excited? Since the beginning of the attack on Villa No. 1, they had lost nearly 100 Xiantian experts and suffered countless casualties. However, they had not managed to hurt or capture any of the 9 people. For these peerless experts, this was extremely frustrating. Boom 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions finally began to ring out in Mansion No. 1. Ning Lingyu and the other 7 people, on the brink of death, threw out the fire talismans that they had prepared beforehand as if they were free. Villa No. 1 was ablaze. The flat lawn had long since been blown up into a deep pit. It looked like a large pond. Gravel and large clumps of soil with green grass flew and tumbled in the dazzling light of the fire. Then, they fell everywhere. However, these were of little use to the 3 kings of assassins. Since they dared to call themselves the kings of assassins, their methods were naturally more brilliant than those of ordinary Xiantian stage 7 and 8 experts. The 3 kings of assassins had already thought of a countermeasure through telepathy. They first rushed forward and pretended to capture the people so that Ning Lingyu and the rest would throw out the fire talismans. Then, they would move horizontally to avoid the explosive power of the fire talismans. When the fire talismans had a slight pause, they would immediately rush towards the 8 people. Which assassin was not proficient in Qinggong and hidden weapons? To the 3 kings of assassins, these actions were completed in an instant. First, they crisscrossed and then rushed forward when the opportunity presented itself. It was all done in the blink of an eye. Mother *****. Martial arts experts? How can you bully people like this? Fight. I'll smash you to death. Tang Meng had no more bullets in his hands. He even threw out 2 desert eagles and smashed them towards one of the kings of assassins. Ning Lingyu stood in front of Xianxia and activated the stellar condensation technique to its maximum. The temperature around Lin Menghan plummeted as she activated the Arctic ice technique. She was ready to fight to the death. Yao Rou's eyes were filled with determination. There was no trace of fear in her beautiful eyes. As she continued to throw out fire talismans, she also worked hard to activate the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique and communicate with the power of the earth. The waves in Tai Xiaohu's body rumbled as he activated the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. In a flash, he appeared in front of everyone. Tai Xiaohu was a man. Without Big Brother Yin around, he had to be at the front. Even if he had to die, he had to be the first to die. Miao Xiaomiao's expression was solemn as her lips moved rapidly. She seemed to be communicating with little gold. She no longer held the talismans in her hands. Instead, she prepared the most domineering poison powder. Once the enemies came, she would fight them to the death. Wang Feihu and the other two endured their injuries and spread out in a triangular formation. They took the initiative to block the first wave of attacks from the three kings of assassins. At this critical moment, everyone in Mansion No. 1 was prepared to fight to the death. Not a single one of them retreated. The three kings of assassins endured the high temperature of the flames and arrived in front of the 11 of them in an instant. Wang Feihu and the other two roared at the same time as they charged at the three kings of assassins with their bare hands. There was no need for them to use any techniques. They were just using their bodies to fight. TSK. Bam. Kacha. Seeing that they had succeeded, the three kings of assassins' eyes flashed with cruelty like a cat toying with a mouse. They attacked Wang Feihu and the other two without any hesitation. One of the kings of assassins used the momentum of his charge to pierce through the chest of one of Wang Feihu's companions. With a twist of his wrist, he slashed horizontally. After that person's internal organs were smashed into a pulp, half of his body was cut open. His corpse was sent flying. Another of Wang Feihu's companions was punched in the chest, and there was a terrifying hole in his heart. His heart exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Wang Feihu was sent flying by the king of assassins who was at Xiantian realm level 8. With a violent impact, he smashed into the wall of the small warehouse. God knew how many bones in his body were broken, and he fainted on the spot. It was hard to tell if he was dead or alive. Fight it out with them. Ning Lingyu and the rest teared up when they saw this tragic scene. After each of them threw out 2 more fire talismans, they were ready to fight to the death. This was really a fight to the death. The difference in strength was too great. As long as they fought, they would die. Everyone knew this, but their blood was boiling with anger, and they didn't care anymore. Tai Xiaohu was furious, and he took a step forward. Whoosh! A dazzling long sword cut through the night sky as if it had descended from the 9 heavens. With an indescribable speed, it stabbed towards the Xiantian realm level 8 assassin in front of Tai Xiaohu. Bang bang! Then, 2 huge black figures shot down from the night sky like lightning, using their huge bodies to knock into the other 2 king of assassins. The Blood Clan's Viscount Paul and Chester were like 2 demons from the heavens. They shot down from 200 meters in the sky and used their bodies to knock the 2 assassins at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 into the deep pit. The 2 king of assassins at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 didn't even dream that they would be smashed to death by an unknown object falling from the sky just as success was right in front of them. This was really extreme joy begets sorrow. What's going on? That Xiantian realm level 8 king of assassins was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the sharp sword in front of him. He was indescribably shocked. Ning Lingyu and the rest quickly recovered from their shock. They were pleasantly surprised as they looked up at the night sky. Qin Dongxue, dressed in black and holding the dragon vein sword, descended from the sky. She quickly stood in front of Ning Lingyu and used her sword to block the king of assassins at Xiantian realm level 8. Qin Dongxue was furious. Her beautiful eyes were spewing cold flames, and her entire body was shrouded in endless murderous intent. From the moment she received Ning Lingyu's call, Qin Dongxue knew that the situation at Mansion No. 1 was critical. She rushed back at top speed, but she didn't expect that something bad would happen in the 6 minutes that Ning Lingyu sent out the call. Actually, it only took Qin Dongxue 6 to 7 minutes to get back. That was already Chester's maximum speed. She didn't expect that Mansion No. 1 would suffer such a terrifying attack in the 6 to 7 minutes since Ning Lingyu sent out the call. It was only 6 to 7 minutes, corpses were strewn all over the ground, blood was flowing, and painful moans could be heard throughout the backyard. How much power did the enemy use? What kind of pressure did Bai Xian'er and Ning Lingyu have to endure before she arrived? If anything happened to Ning Lingyu, or if mansion number 1 fell into the enemy's hands, how would Qin Dongxue explain it to Qin Shuyue and Ling Yun? Ling Yun is right, Guo Tian, you deserve to die. Qin Dongxue said coldly after sweeping a glance at the mess in the backyard of mansion number 1. At this point, Qin Dongxue and the deity Sword Villa had completely severed ties. This was from the bottom of her heart. At this time, Chester and Paul had already stood up from the ground. Each of them was holding a king of assassins at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. Their eyes were dull, and they were foaming at the mouth. There were 2 human-shaped pits on the ground, and the 2 of them had been lifted out from the pits. Since they were smashed, they naturally couldn't use their Xiantian true qi to protect themselves. Paul and Chester looked at each other and grinned at the same time. They raised their thick palms and smashed the heads of the 2 kings of assassins. Bang, 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 the heads of the 2 assassins at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 were smashed into a pulp. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. Good job. Damn it. Tang Meng cursed. He wasn't afraid of the horrifying state of the corpses anymore. Qin Dongxue turned her head to look at Bai Xian'er, who was still fighting with Xikong Wuji. Xian'er is back. Do you want to know more exciting developments in Dandy Celestial Doctor? Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right, select the Add Friends public account, search for Kidian's Hanjanang, and follow the public account so that you won't miss any updates. To be continued. Bai Xian'er was still fighting 1 against 4. Surrounded by 4 experts, her graceful figure shuttled back and forth like a bolt of lightning. Her long and narrow eyes were crimson as she panted. Fine beads of sweat had appeared on her smooth, mirror-like forehead. Bai Xian'er's stamina had long been exhausted, and her 9-star Luo flashes was starting to slow down. Bai Xian'er was definitely strong. Under the combined effect of the Divine Movement Talisman, the Gold Talisman, and the Defense Talisman, even the 4 masters, including Xikong Wuji, couldn't gain the upper hand. However, Bai Xian'er was very strong, and Xikong Wuji wasn't weak either. With the help of the other 3 Xiantian realm level 8 masters, they had the upper hand. Bai Xian'er didn't even have a chance to breathe. What's more, Bai Xian'er had been protecting Ning Lingyu and the rest. Her mind was in a state of high tension, causing her physical and mental strength to be depleted at an alarming rate. Seeing that Qin Dongxue had rushed back with Paul and Chester, Bai Xian'er finally didn't have to worry about everyone anymore. Hearing Qin Dongshue's call, Bai Xian'er sped up. She teleported with lightning speed and charged towards Xikong Wuji. Aiming at Xikong Wuji's face, she shot out 3 fire spirit talismans consecutively. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fireballs exploded one after another, illuminating Xikong Wuji's face red. He could only retreat to avoid the explosive power of the fire talismans. Bai Xian'er didn't chase after Xikong Wuji. She used the 9-star Luo flashes to the maximum and appeared directly in front of the Hades hierarch, Ling Yangshu, creating a diversion. Ling Yangshu's body stiffened, and his first reaction was to escape. He subconsciously tapped the ground with both feet, and he didn't even have time to turn around. His body flew into the air. Escape? How could Bai Xian'er let him escape? Bai Xian'er snorted and flew into the air. Her speed was more than twice as fast as Ling Yangshu's, and she caught up to him in the blink of an eye. In the air, Bai Xian'er pointed at Ling Yangshu's chest with a dazzling array of fingers. Then, she slammed her palm onto Ling Yangshu's chest. Bang! Ling Yangshu's body was sent flying backward by this palm strike. His ribs were all broken, and he let out a miserable scream. His heavily injured body fell on the ground with a loud bang, then he lay on the ground while spitting out large amounts of blood. Originally, when Ling Yangshu was breaking through the formation, his innate qi had already been consumed a lot by the formation. Then, he was bitten by Xiao Jin and was poisoned. He used his netherworld qi to seal his acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading. In the end, he was targeted by Bai Xian'er as soon as he entered mansion number 1. She played a trick on him. Bai Xian'er was at ease, but he used all his strength. At that time, his meridian sealing true qi was on the verge of collapsing. It was not easy for him to endure until Mr. Jin and Xikong Wuji arrived, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Just now, when Sikong Wuji asked him to help attack Bai Xianer, Ling Yangshu struggled in his heart. However, he had already suffered heavy losses tonight and a great opportunity was right in front of him. In the end, he chose to stake it all on one throw. Ling Yangshu knew that with his strength, it would be extremely difficult to hurt Bai Xianer. However, under the joint attack of 4 people, it would not be a problem to protect his life. Moreover, their mission was to block Bai Xianer for a moment. Who knew that in an instant, the situation in the field suddenly changed. Although they successfully blocked Bai Xianer, the other side had strong reinforcements. Ling Yangshu did not expect that after the strong reinforcements arrived, Bai Xianer, who was obviously exhausted, did not immediately break out of the encirclement. Instead, she continued to fight with them. However, Ling Yangshu did not expect that after the pressure was greatly reduced, Bai Xianer would actually attack him first. How unlucky, if only he had escaped just now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Ling Yangshu lay on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to sit up and looked up at Bai Xianer, who was floating in front of him. He asked unwillingly, why, me? Bai Xianer's fingers had already broken through his protective true qi, and her palm had shattered his internal organs. Little Gold's poison had spread rapidly throughout his body. Ling Yangshu was as pale as a sheet of paper. He knew that he was definitely not going to live, but he did not know why Bai Xianer wanted to kill him first. He wanted to know why. Bai Xianer frowned slightly, seemingly thinking for a moment. Randomly. Oh, maybe because you were closer to me, she said faintly. When Bai Xianer wanted to kill, Ling Yangshu happened to be the closest to her, so he died. Ling Yangshu's expression froze after hearing Bai Xianer's explanation. Then, his upper body fell limply to the ground, and he died. Mr. Jin and Shui Yingkong were already far enough away, but after hearing Bai Xianer's words, they were so frightened that they quietly took a dozen steps back, further away from Bai Xianer. They were well aware that if Bai Xianer's last attack had targeted them instead of Ling Yangshu, they would have ended up like Ling Yangshu. Aunt Qin, how is Big Brother Yun now? Bai Xianer asked telepathically as she leaped to Qin Dongshua's side. Qin Dongxue sighed in her heart. Bai Xianer was still concerned about Ling Yun even after going through such a crisis. Qin Dongxue smiled and gave Bai Xianer a reassuring look. Ling Yun is fine, he will be back in 20 minutes. We just need to hold on for a while longer. That being said, Qin Dongshue's heart was filled with worry. There were so many powerful enemies on the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain. Could Ling Yun really make it back in 20 minutes? Moreover, even if Ling Yun could break out of the encirclement and make it back in time, would he still have the strength to protect everyone in Mansion No. 1 after going through so many battles? That was Qin Dongshue's concern, but she naturally wouldn't say it out loud at this time to avoid damaging everyone's morale. Mansion No. 1 was Ling Yun's home. Qin Dongxue was the backbone of the family now that she was back. She had the responsibility to lead everyone through this crisis, regardless of whether Ling Yun could make it back in time. Qin Dongxue scanned the battlefield again and realized that there were only 4 enemies left, 2 in black and 1 in red. The 3 of them were standing behind the powerful man in white. Needless to say, the attack on Mansion No. 1 tonight must have been planned by this man in white. Qin Dongshue's expression was cold. She took a step forward and stared at Sikong Wuji with her beautiful eyes. People from the Devil Sect? Sikong Wuji was also sizing Qin Dongxue up. He didn't seem the least bit annoyed that Qin Dongxue had ruined his plans again. You're the second young mistress of the Qin family, Qin Dongxue, right? Good taste. I'm the Tian holy son of the Devil Sect, Sikong Wuji. Sikong Wuji had been in Qingshui City for so many days, but he hadn't made a move on Ling Yun. He had been secretly investigating Ling Yun and the people around him. He had already grasped all the information about the people living in Mansion No. 1. No one asked for your name. I only need to know that you're from the Devil Sect. Qin Dongxue snorted. Ling Yun had already mentioned that Tian holy son of the Devil Sect was in Qingshui and was Ling Yun's biggest threat. When Qin Dongxue returned from the Dragon Gate Peak, Ling Yun also reminded her that Sikong Wuji was the most likely person to attack Mansion No. 1. Qin Dongxue had already guessed who the other party was, but she just wanted to confirm it. Qin Dongshue's heart sank when she heard the other party admit it. Xianxia, I'll try my best to stall for time. Make the best use of your time to recover. She sent a telepathic message to Bai Xian'er. She had no choice. The other party was Tian, holy son of the devil sect. He was definitely at Xiantian realm level 9. In the entire mansion number 1, only Bai Xian'er could go up against him. 4 versus 4. Once they started fighting, the following battles would definitely be very intense. Bai Xian'er was already trying her best to recover her true qi without Qin Dongshua's reminder. She didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. Sikong Wuji, I'd like to ask you. Why did you attack our mansion in the middle of the night when Ling Yun wasn't around? Sikong Wuji smiled evilly. He was fearless and looked at Qin Dongxue with interest. He directly exposed Qin Dongshua's intention. Trying to stall for time? Waiting for Ling Yun to rush back from the Dragon Gate Peak? Alright, I'll give you enough time. Let's see if Ling Yun can come back in time to save you. After saying that, Sikong Wuji turned around and waved his hand, signaling the sect master of Blood Demon Sect, Shuayingkong, to come over. When Shuayingkong came to his side, Sikong Wuji abruptly raised his hand and pressed his palm against Shuayingkong's chest with lightning speed. Shuayingkong was shocked, but in an instant, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Tian Holy Son, he said. It turned out that Sikong Wuji was using his powerful true qi to force the poison out of Shuayingkong's body. Sikong Wuji wanted to end the battle in one fell swoop. That was why he couldn't be bothered to force the poison out of Shuayingkong and Ling Yangshu's injuries. He wanted to wait until he took down mansion number 1. However, because of Qin Dongshua's arrival, Sikong Wuji's plan failed again. He even lost one of his generals, which forced Sikong Wuji to change his plan again. Sikong Wuji was intelligent and instantly saw through Qin Dongshua's intention to stall for time. He also knew that there was going to be an intense battle. That was why he helped Shuayingkong to force the poison out of Shuayingkong's body to increase his own combat power. Qin Dongshua frowned slightly. She didn't expect Sikong Wuji to see through her intentions with just a casual question. Furthermore, Sikong Wuji was still so fearless even after guessing that Ling Yun could return at any time. What did Sikong Wuji rely on? Bai Xian'er's sudden telepathic message revealed the secret. Aunt Qin, it's not just the devil sect. There are other strong enemies hiding nearby. I have a feeling that they are coming for me. Qin Dongshua's expression changed instantly. What? The next chapter was updated at 10 p.m. Ling Yun appeared. To be continued. It's been about 10 minutes since I sent Auntie off. Auntie must have rushed back to mansion number 1, right? Ling Yun had already left Dragon Gate Mountain and was sprinting towards Jingshui City on the mountain road. He tapped lightly on the ground and soared into the sky like a huge bird, covering a distance of 100 meters. In the night, the road and the trees on both sides of the road receded rapidly. It might be difficult for Auntie to fight a Xiantian realm level 8 master alone, but Paul and Chester shouldn't be a problem. Qin Dongxue was at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5. She had learned the stellar condensation technique, the dragonfish phantom ability, and the 9th killing technique from Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue had reached a certain level of proficiency in these 3 techniques and was close to reaching the next level. Ling Yun relied on the strength and defense of the stellar condensation technique, as well as the dragonfish phantom ability. Qin Dongxue was at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to kill someone 3 levels above her. However, everyone below Xiantian realm level 7 was like an ant. Based on Ling Yun's experience, Qin Dongxue could fight anyone below Xiantian realm level 8 without losing. However, it wouldn't be easy for her to fight a Xiantian realm level 8 master. Apart from these 3 techniques, Qin Dongxue also had the Dragon Vein Sword, various talismans, and the golden black devilish silkworm robe. Even if Qin Dongxue couldn't defeat an expert at Xiantian realm level 8, she could at least protect herself. Coupled with my Xian'er, Chester, and Paul, these 2 non-humans, I wouldn't lose even if I were to fight against the masters at the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain. The enemies that attacked mansion number 1 couldn't be stronger than those at the peak of Dragon Gate Mountain, right? Ling Yun pondered as he ran. He had already drunk some dragon saliva when he left the mountain and used the yin-yang harmony balance to heal his internal injuries. However, he didn't drink too much this time. It wasn't because his body couldn't take it, but because the fragrance of the dragon's saliva was too sweet. Sesame oil was very fragrant, but who could drink a whole bottle of sesame oil in one go? Wouldn't they be bored to death? Of course, even though the fragrance of the dragon's saliva was rich, it didn't make people feel as greasy as when they drank sesame oil. The reason why Ling Yan felt greasy was because he had drunk too much dragon saliva in the past few days. There were two other reasons why Ling Yan did not rely on the dragon saliva to recover his true qi. One of the reasons was that he had great confidence in his fundamental cultivation technique, the yin-yang harmony balance. With Ling Yan's speed, it would take him less than 15 minutes to reach mansion number 1. 15 minutes was enough for him to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance 3 times in his body. The yin-yang harmony balance could allow one's energy center to generate yin-yang true qi. It could also absorb and assimilate any true qi and could even be used to treat any internal injuries. By circulating the yin-yang harmony balance 3 times, not only would he be able to return to his peak condition, but he would also be able to recover 90% of his internal injuries. Another reason was that Ling Yan was holding a thick, round log in his left hand. It was green and crystal clear. A faint green glow enveloped the entire log, making it look full of life. The Ling family's divine willow wood. The divine willow wood emitted a strong wood spiritual energy, which was absorbed into Ling Yan's body. The boundless vitality nourished every inch of his skin, every cell, every limb, every bone, and every organ in his body. Nothing was left unobstructed. While he was absorbing the wood spiritual energy, he was also multitasking. He was silently cultivating the supreme green the arch art. His supreme green emperor art was still at the 9th minor realm of the 4th stage. He was still unable to mature herbs on a large scale. However, with the divine willow wood in hand, Ling Yan could absorb the wood spiritual energy on both sides of the road. There were many trees in Jiangnan to begin with. It was midsummer, the time when plants and trees were flourishing and growing vigorously. Although the plant spiritual qi emitted by each blade of grass and tree was so thin that it could be ignored, there was still so much of it: the divine willow wood, the supreme green emperor technique, and Ling Yan's terrifying physique that could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Under his deliberate control, wherever he passed by, the thin spiritual energy from the plants would automatically gather and form a green essence that flowed into Ling Yan's body like a waterfall. Speed, thinking, yin-yang harmony balance, supreme green emperor art. Ling Yan was able to multitask. This was why Ling Yan's cultivation speed was so much faster than others and why he could kill enemies so many realms higher than him, with the combination of the yin-yang harmony balance and the wood spiritual energy of the divine willow wood. Ling Yan was confident that his internal injuries would be healed before he even reached mansion number 1. Mo Wudao was carried in Ling Yan's right hand. His body was parallel to the ground, and his hands were waving wildly. From afar, it looked like he was riding the clouds. Mo Wudao felt like he was flying right now. His ears were filled with wind, and he couldn't even open his eyes due to the strong wind brought by Ling Yan's speed. He had long lost his sense of direction. Occasionally, when he opened his eyes, the low mountain in front of him was like a ferocious beast charging towards him. Then, Ling Yan would turn around and see another mountain in front of him. In the darkness, at such a fast speed, Mo Wudao felt as though Ling Yan was bringing him crashing into mountain after mountain. However, he didn't crash into any of them. Mo Wudao was scared out of his wits. From this, one could see the importance of training one's body. If one's body wasn't strong enough and his reaction speed wasn't fast enough, no matter how good his qigong was, if he couldn't even open his eyes when the wind blew, and his ears couldn't hear anything other than the wind, how could he fight? Therefore, those who didn't go through physical training and didn't have a strong enough body were pure nonsense. It was impossible. Just going against the wind was enough to kill someone. "Don't move!" Ling Yan shouted as he felt Mo Wudao struggling harder and harder. Big brother. Can we discuss something?" Once Mo Wudao opened his mouth was filled with wind. It was difficult for him to breathe, let alone speak. Ling Yan frowned slightly. "Speak." Mo Wudao lowered his head and covered his mouth and nose with his hands. Only then did he feel much better. He hurriedly said, "Can we fly slower?" "No." Ling Yan rejected him directly. Mo Wudao's face turned bitter as he said with a sob, "Then can we change positions?" Not only am I feeling dizzy, but I also can't breathe. If this goes on, I'm going to vomit. Change positions? Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He felt that he had neglected this weird little Taoist because he was busy healing himself. He shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but ask, then what position do you want? Emma Wudao begged pitifully, why don't I get on your back? Ling Yan thought for a moment and didn't reply. He directly swung his hand and made Emma Wudao do a 360-degree turn in the air, lying on his back. Don't hug my neck, grab my shoulders with both hands and stabilize me. Okay. Emma Wudao agreed quite well. However, the next moment, he suddenly screamed, oh my god. Both his legs were wrapped tightly around Ling Yan's waist. His legs hooked tightly, locking him in place. Ling Yan immediately frowned. This position between two grown men was really unsightly. You better King let go of me. Emma Wudao's legs were tightly wrapped around Ling Yan's waist. Oh my god, you're too fast, I'm afraid I'll fall. What kind of concept was 100 meters in one go? If Ling Yan needed 3 seconds for each rise and fall, that would be 120 kilometers per hour. At such a speed, Ling Yan had asked Emma Wudao to only use 2 hands to hold on to his shoulders. It was indeed difficult for the little Taoist. How troublesome. Ling Yan thought to himself. If he wasn't worried about suffocating you, he would have thrown you into his spatial ring. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Yan. With a thought, he took out a golden black devilish silkworm rope from his spatial ring. With a flick of his hand, he coiled the rope around his back a few times and tied Emma Wudao tightly to his back. It's all right now, let go. Emma Wudao tried to struggle and realized that it was indeed safe. Instantly, he was overjoyed and quickly removed his legs from Ling Yan's waist. Now that Ling Yan had his hands free, he took out both pieces of divine willow wood and started to absorb the wood's spiritual energy crazily. His healing speed instantly doubled. Wow, you can actually run even faster. Emma Wudao exclaimed in shock as he looked at the mountains and trees on both sides of Ling Yan's back. After turning another mountain ridge, the terrain in front of them suddenly opened up. There were no more green mountains in the way, and Ling Yan could already see the lights of Xianxia city. There's still something faster. Ling Yan suddenly sped up. What a monster. Emma Wudao was shocked and excited. Whether Ling Yan was a good or bad person didn't matter. At least his qigong was definitely shocking. Hey, why are you holding 2 pieces of wood in your hands? Ling Yan was so angry that he said in a low voice, can you shut up or not? Do you believe that I won't stuff your mouth? Emma Wudao was really too talkative. When Emma Wudao heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. But after a long while, he asked in confusion, what are you going to use to block it? Ling Yan, hey, didn't you say that your fortune-telling is very accurate? Let me ask you, what's the situation at mansion number 1 now? Why don't you tell me? Emma Wudao's expression froze. That counts? Ling Yan frowned. Why? You can't tell? Emma Wudao pouted. He thought that he could, but why should he do it if Ling Yan didn't pay him? Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this out loud. He could only say bitterly, then tell me the exact location of mansion number 1 in Xianxia city. Ling Yan said directly, it's southwest of Xianxia city, east of Xianxia lake, very close to the lake. At the same time, he raised his hand and pointed in a general direction. It's there, about 6 kilometers away. Emma Wudao looked up at the starry sky, then at the direction that Ling Yan was pointing at. He started counting with his fingers. After a while, Emma Wudao frowned and said in a low voice, great omen. Sorry, I'm 1 hour late. 3 o'clock tomorrow. Please get a guaranteed monthly ticket. To be continued. Mansion number 1. Sikong Wuji's palm on Shuangkong's chest had turned into a strange blood-red color, emitting rays of red light in the night sky. He was using his unparalleled demonic technique to force the poison out of Shuangkong's body. Shuangkong's left arm, which was bitten by Little Gold, was no longer numb. It gradually regained feeling, but his left hand was swollen to the size of a bear's paw. His fingers were swollen like carrots, and his entire left hand had a faint golden hue. That pale gold color was rapidly disappearing from his wrist to his fingertips at a speed visible to the naked eye. The poison in Shui Yingkong's body had been forced to his left hand, and the process was reaching its final stage. The king of assassins, Mr. Jean, who was injured by Xianxia's fire talisman, took advantage of this time to quickly treat the wound on his chest with the help of another king of assassins. He was ready for the final battle. At mansion number 1, Xianxia sat cross-legged and focused on recovering her strength. Qin Dongxue led the way with her sword. Behind her were the transformed blood clan members, Paul and Chester. The three of them stood in front of everyone. Qin Dongxue didn't ask Xikong Wuji any more meaningless questions. Since there was no point in delaying, there was no point in wasting her breath. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Lingyu, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest immediately started to save Wang Feihu. Wang Feihu was severely injured, and he was on the brink of death. However, Big Brother Yun's healing talismans were heaven-defying, and he was pulled back from the brink of death. In the silent confrontation, one side was forcing the poison out, while the other side was saving people. Everyone knew that the moment Xikong Wuji forced the remaining poison out of Shui Yingkong would be the moment the final battle began. Thank you, Holy Sun Tian. I didn't expect this golden silkworm's poison to be so overbearing. If I had to rely on myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to force it out in a month. Shui Yingkong looked at his left hand. Other than a golden index finger, the rest of his body had recovered to its original state. Xikong Wuji sneered. What do you think? That golden silkworm is a top-grade golden silkworm goo that the Holy Lady of Miaojiang, Miao Fenghuang, spent 10 years to cultivate. Naturally, its poison is potent. Xikong Wuji glanced at Goldie, who was flying in the distance, and said to Shui Yingkong, actually, you should be glad that it didn't enter your body. Otherwise, let alone me, even the gods wouldn't be able to save you. Little Gold, who was circling above Miao Xiao Miao's head, paused for a moment and chirped at Xikong Wuji and Miao Xiao Miao. It seemed to be pleased and unhappy at the same time. Xiao Jin was intelligent and could understand human language. It was proud of Xikong Wuji's praise, but it was unhappy that its poison was actually forced out by the other party. Chi. Finally, a drop of golden liquid that was even smaller than a grain of rice shot out from the tip of Shui Yingkong's index finger and disappeared into the ground. Xikong Wuji withdrew his palm and turned his head to glance at a dense forest halfway up the mountain before turning his head back. Xikong Wuji's gaze landed on the two transformed blood clan members, Paul and Chester. However, he only observed them calmly. He wasn't shocked or surprised, and he didn't ask anything. As the Tian Xingzi, who had been carefully nurtured by the devil sect since young, he had been to many places in the world and understood many secrets of this world. He had even interacted with the princes of the blood clan in the West. Of course, he wouldn't be shocked by the two blood clan members in front of him. Xikong Wuji's lips moved as he sent a telepathic message to Shui Yingkong and the two kings of assassins. Change of plan. Just fight with them. There's no need to risk your life. Then, he spat out a word coldly. Kill. Following Xikong Wuji's command, the two sides finally began their most intense battle. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, flew up and faced Tian Xingzi, Xikong Wuji. Qin Dongxue wielded her sword and took the initiative to fight Shui Yingkong, the sect master of the Blood Demon sect. Paul and Chester, the two future masters of the Blood clan, went up against the two kings of assassins from the Assassins organization. 8 people, 4 against 4. As soon as the battle started, the sky darkened, the moon and stars lost their light. In the backyard of Villa Number 1. There were shouts, the sound of metal clashing, the sound of fists and palms clashing, the sound of trees breaking, and the whistling sound of trees falling. All of them mixed together and formed an intense symphony. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that there would be such an intense and terrifying battle in a bustling city. Boom, 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 boom. Xianxia used the scarlet flame sky-burning palm to clash head-on with Xikong Wuji. Xikong Wuji used the blood transformation demonic palm. Every time his palm moved, there would be a strong stench of blood that would make people nauseous. Paul and Chester relied on their strong bodies and lightning-fast speed to fight against the two kings of assassins who were at Xiantian realm level 8. Just as Ling Yin expected, Qin Dongxue was the weakest among the 4 people in mansion number 1. However, she used the Divine Movement Talisman and the Defense Talisman on herself. She relied on the strength and defense of the Stellar Condensation technique and the agility of the Dragonfish Phantom ability to attack her enemies with the 9th killing technique. Shui Yingkong was originally very excited. As an expert at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 8, he could naturally tell that Qin Dongxue was at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 5. At first, he thought that Qin Dongxue had taken the initiative to attack him. But when he met Qin Dongxue, he was shocked to realize that he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Not only was Qin Dongxue much faster than Shui Yingkong, but her strength was also shocking. Pure strength. Qin Dongxue was a woman, and her realm was so much lower than his. How could her strength be greater than an expert at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 8? Of course, Qin Dongxue wouldn't tell Shui Yingkong that this was the strength of the Stellar Condensation technique. Moreover, even if she was strong and fast, Shui Yingkong couldn't even block one move from Qin Dongshue's sword technique. That was the ultimate killing technique that Ling Yun knew. It would be strange if Shui Yingkong could block it. It wasn't that Shui Yingkong didn't want to grab the soft sword in Qin Dongshue's hand, but the sword aura and murderous aura emanating from it were too shocking. Shui Yingkong didn't dare to use his bare hands to block it. The combination of the Stellar Condensation technique, the Dragonfish Phantom ability, the 9th killing technique, the Dragon Vein sword, the Divine Movement Talisman, and the Defense Talisman. Qin Dongxue was able to force an expert at Xiantian Realm Level 8 to retreat miserably. Qin Dongxue, on the other hand, became braver as the battle progressed. Her eyes were clear and determined, and her will to fight grew stronger. That rascal! At this moment, Qin Dongxue finally understood what Ling Yun had given her. Even though he didn't give her much, every single one of them was something that others couldn't even dream of. The sword aura and murderous aura filled the air in Mansion No. 1. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Oh my god! This is so much more exciting than watching a movie, Tang Meng couldn't help but mutter to himself as he stared at the silhouettes on the battlefield. His eyes and mouth were wide open as he stared at them. Brother, you've been training day and night. When are you going to be like them? You're too weak. You can't even protect me after training so much. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were wide open as he clenched his fists. He couldn't be bothered with Tang Meng at all. Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou were paying attention to the situation on the battlefield while keeping their guard up. They were afraid that the enemy would sneak up on them. Miao Xiao Miao had already commanded Little Gold to hover over Qin Dongshue's head, protecting her at all times. Bai Xianer had no problem fighting 1 against 4. She definitely didn't need to worry about Xikong Wuji. As for the 2 Blood Clan members, they had thick skin and strong regenerative abilities. Miao Xiao Miao knew that Qin Dongxue was the backbone of Mansion No. 1 before Ling Yun returned. Of course, she would do her best to protect Qin Dongxue. After confirming that Qin Dongxue had the upper hand, Miao Xiao Miao instructed Little Gold to continue protecting her in the air. She took out a short bone flute. Miao Xiao Miao brought the bone flute to her lips and started playing. However, it wasn't a beautiful melody, but a short sound that fluctuated between high and low. At this time, no one noticed that the blood of the masters who died in Mansion No. 1 didn't coagulate. Instead, it flowed out slowly. The blood that flowed out didn't dry up, nor did it seep into the ground. Instead, it turned into a steaming blood mist. There were more than 100 corpses inside and outside Mansion No. 1. The stench of blood was thick and pungent. The thickest and most pungent blood mist wasn't around the corpses, nor was it on the battlefield. It was in that small warehouse. The rising blood mist gathered towards that small warehouse, and it was getting faster and faster. The entrance of the warehouse was already scarlet. In the small warehouse, Qin Jianwei was struggling excitedly on the ground. He was trying his best to activate the blood element pearl hidden in his dantian. Instantly, the scarlet blood mist rushed into the small warehouse and turned into a scarlet stream, drilling into Qin Jianwei's energy center. Qin Jianwei finally sat up. He closed his eyes and activated the blood demon skill with the help of the blood element bead. Qin Jianwei was actually trying to break through his acupoints. As the acupoints were broken one by one, his true qi flowed faster and faster until the last acupoint was broken. Qi. Qin Jianwei reached out and tore off the golden black devilish silkworm that was tied to his body. He was finally free. Qin Jianwei grinned, but he didn't escape immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and focused on absorbing the thick blood mist. At the same time, on the mountain behind mansion number 1, a burly, expressionless, hook-nosed Taoist walked out of the hidden forest with a small drum in his hand and started to descend the mountain. Behind him was a short figure wearing a bamboo hat. To be continued. That thing was no more than 3 feet long and wore a wide bamboo hat on its head. Its face couldn't be seen at all. Its body was tightly wrapped, and only its limbs were exposed. It was called a thing because of the way it walked. Sometimes, it would walk on all fours like a dog, and sometimes, it would stand on its hind legs. It felt as if it didn't know how to walk, or didn't care how to walk. But looking at its limbs, it would definitely make a normal person jump in fright, because although the shape of its hands and feet were similar to that of a human, its 10 fingernails were frighteningly long, sharp, and glowing with a strange green color in the dark night. Its palms and soles didn't feel the slightest bit fleshy, much like the bark of an old tree that had withered for many years, dry and cracked. That thing walked silently. What was even more terrifying was that wherever that thing passed, the surrounding flowers and trees seemed to be instantly sucked dry of water. The blooming flowers withered and withered, the leaves and green grass turned yellow, and even the damp ground that had just rained became dry and hard. Late at night, a tall and burly Taoist priest wearing a bright yellow Taoist robe was carrying a long sword and holding a horsetail whisk. He was expressionless as he traversed through the dark and dense forest with such an item. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill run down their spine and their hair stand on end. They were descending the mountain, and their target was naturally mansion number 1, which was in the midst of a fierce battle. The tall Taoist priest had a solemn expression on his face as he walked faster and faster. The thing behind him actually followed him closely, not falling behind at all. When he was about 50 meters away from mansion number 1, the Taoist priest slowed down and lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing down. He softly chanted his Taoist name, Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, then, he gently placed the horsetail whisk in his left hand on the crook of his right arm, raised his left hand, and lightly patted the tambourine in his right hand. Dong. The sound of the drum wasn't loud, and it didn't seem to travel more than 10 meters. But this gentle pat caused a drastic change in the originally evenly matched battlefield in mansion number 1. In mansion number 1, Bai Xian'er was fighting Sikong Wuji. Sikong Wuji was indeed very strong. Although he didn't have the help of the other 3 experts, he wasn't at a disadvantage facing Bai Xian'er alone. From the looks of it, if there were no external forces involved, even if the 2 of them fought until dawn, it would be difficult to determine the victor. This time, Sikong Wuji didn't go on a rampage. He had been defending steadily, and his moves were flawless. Only when he couldn't dodge would he have to face Bai Xian'er head-on. On the other hand, Bai Xian'er fought faster and faster. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety, and her eyes were filled with more and more worry. There was even a hint of fear. That was the instinctive fear of an animal when it sensed its natural enemy approaching, or when it sensed great danger. Of course, Bai Xian'er wasn't afraid of Sikong Wuji. Even before Qin Dongshui arrived, she wasn't afraid when she fought against the 4 experts. The reason why she was like this was because she had a strong feeling that her natural enemy had arrived. It had already appeared. Bai Xian'er, or rather, the 9-tailed celestial fox's natural enemy, was the drought demon. Bai Xian'er and the drought demon weren't just natural enemies, they were mortal enemies. However, after Bai Xian'er followed Ling Yun, she had transformed into 3 tails and passed the transformation heavenly tribulation. She also cultivated in mansion number 1 for a long time, and her cultivation improved rapidly. Even if she couldn't defeat the drought demon, she wouldn't be so afraid. However, Bai Xian'er still felt a strong sense of danger, not only from the drought demon, but also from something else. That was why Bai Xian'er ignored the exhaustion of her energy and attacked Sikong Wuji immediately. She wanted to kill Sikong Wuji in the shortest time possible so that she could deal with the upcoming danger calmly. However, Sikong Wuji seemed to have seen through Bai Xian'er's thoughts. He had no intention of fighting Bai Xian'er to the death. Instead, he used the illusory demonic steps to dodge and evade. Sikong Wuji was waiting for that person to appear, waiting for that person to make a move. He even knew the identity of that person. That person was the eldest senior brother of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Venerable Lai. He also knew why Venerable Lai was here. Venerable Lai was here to kill by Xian'er, the most heaven-defying existence in Mansion Number 1. That was until the sound of the drum suddenly sounded. The sound of the drum was extremely soft and inconspicuous. It had no effect on the others on the battlefield. At most, it was an announcement that someone had arrived. However, this sound of the drum was like a clap of thunder above Bai Xian'er's head. Bai Xian'er was chasing after Xikong Wuji. When she heard the sound of the drum, she felt a buzzing sound in her head. Her heart seemed to have been smashed by a heavy hammer, contracting rapidly and beating wildly. Bai Xian'er felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her lightning-fast movement technique stopped abruptly, and her pretty face turned pale. Her movements slowed down instantly. Dong, dong, dong. Another 3 consecutive sounds of the drum were like 3 claps of thunder exploding above Bai Xian'er's head and ears. Bai Xian'er's heart was beating even more violently. Her strength seemed to have been sucked out of her body, and her delicate body was already on the verge of collapse. Xian'er. Qin Dongxue naturally heard the sound of the drum as well. She instantly noticed Bai Xian'er's situation and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Without hesitation, she slashed at Shui Yingkong 3 times, forcing him to retreat. Then, she used the dragon fish phantom ability to rush towards Bai Xian'er, but no matter how fast Qin Dongxue was, she wasn't as fast as Xikong Wuji. Xikong Wuji seized the opportunity and used the phantom demonic steps to arrive in front of Bai Xian'er. He punched at Bai Xian'er's chest. Bai Xian'er covered her heart with her hand and forcefully took a deep breath to dodge the attack. Dong. Another sound of the drum could be heard, and Bai Xian'er's delicate body shook violently. She couldn't dodge Xikong Wuji's earth-shattering punch. Bam! Xikong Wuji's punch landed squarely on Bai Xian'er's right shoulder, and she was sent flying into the air. Xian'er! Qin Dongxue exclaimed as she rushed to Xikong Wuji's side. Due to her heartache and anger, her murderous aura had reached its peak. She used the strongest move of the 9th killing technique on Xikong Wuji, ultimate kill. Xian'er was suddenly injured. Qin Dongxue couldn't let her fall into Xikong Wuji's hands even if she had to risk her life. Ha 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 ha, Xikong Wuji didn't pursue after his successful attack. Instead, he flew back with a maniacal laughter and dodged Qin Dongshue's crazy attack. Sister Xian'er. Before Bai Xian'er fell to the ground, Ning Lingyu had already flown up and hugged her in the air. Then, they returned to the group in a flash. Swoosh! After Qin Dongxue forced Xikong Wuji back, she flew over and hugged Bai Xian'er. Xian'er, what's wrong? Why did this happen? Swoosh swoosh. Paul and Chester were in the midst of their battle. Seeing such a sudden change, they couldn't be bothered to fight anymore. Both of them flew back in a flash. The 2 Blood Clan members spread their huge wings at the same time to protect their people. Wah! Bai Xian'er spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were lifeless. She looked at Qin Dongxue and said, "It's the drum, the drum." Although Bai Xian'er suffered a full-force punch from Xikong Wuji, she was wearing the golden black devilish silkworm garment and had the protection of the gold talisman and defense talisman. The real culprit behind Bai Xian'er's current state was the drumbeat. What? Qin Dongxue stood up angrily with tears in her eyes. She saw a person, no, to be exact, 2 people landing in the yard. Dong. The drum sounded again, and this time even Tang Meng and the rest could hear it clearly. Bai Xian'er's body trembled, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Ha 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 ha, Xikong Wuji looked at the newcomers and laughed wildly. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "The demon suppression drum of Dragon Tiger Mountain is indeed extraordinary. However, Venerable Lai, you're a little too late. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord." Daoist Master Lai Sun recited his Daoist name and did not even look at Xikong Wuji. He said righteously, "My Orthodox Dao school has come here tonight to vanquish demons and devils. Naturally, we won't associate ourselves with your devil doctrine." Xikong Wuji didn't care about what Venerable Lai said. He looked at the people in the villa and smiled. "Whatever you say. We'll each take what we need tonight and mind our own business." Xikong Wuji had been waiting for this moment. With his strength, he wouldn't need to worry about anyone in Mansion Number 1 as long as Bai Xian'er fell. Then, Xikong Wuji shifted his gaze to the sky above the small warehouse and observed the blood mist. The blood mist had become extremely thin, and he couldn't see it with his eyesight. Chen Jianwei, the Devil Sect's holy son Tian is here to save you. You're almost done with your cultivation. Why don't you come out and have some fun? What? When Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the rest heard Si Kong Wuji's words, their faces changed and they raised their heads at the same time. Boom! A huge figure with wings directly broke through the roof of the small warehouse and soared into the sky. With a flap of his wings, he instantly flew to Si Kong Wuji's side. Thank you, Holy Son Tian, for saving Chen Jianwei. The Chen family will reward you handsomely. Si Kong Wuji waved his hand. It's a small matter. Then, Chen Jianwei bowed to the Blood Demon Sect's sect master, Shuang Kong. Greetings, sect master. Chen Jianwei's Blood Demon Sky technique was the most powerful technique in the Blood Demon sect. He was the vice-sect master of the Blood Demon sect. You don't have to be so polite, vice-sect master. Shuang Kong didn't feel good. He came for the blood element beat on Chen Jianwei, but he didn't expect Chen Jianwei to escape before he could take down Mansion No. 1. He was in a bad mood now that his wish was dashed. Chen Jianwei turned around and looked at Mansion No. 1 with a sinister smile after seeing the two of them. Ha 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 ha, Chen Jianwei pointed at Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan, so what if Ling Yan saved you? Tonight, I, Chen Jianwei, will not only drink your blood, but I will also make you my woman. Chao Shanshan couldn't figure out how Chen Jianwei escaped. She stared at Chen Jianwei's blood-red eyes and scolded him. Chen Jianwei, you're dreaming. Chen Jianwei's eyes were filled with greed and bloodlust. You'll know soon enough whether I'm dreaming or not. Si Kong Wuji glanced at the thing behind Venerable Lai and smiled. After a month of planning and sacrificing more than 100 masters, it's finally time to reap the rewards. It was 4 against 4 just now, and both sides were evenly matched. Now, Venerable Lai appeared with the drought demon, Chen Jianwei escaped, and Baisiano lost the ability to fight. It became 7 against 3. There seemed to be no need for this battle anymore. However, before Si Kong Wuji could finish his sentence, an extremely cold voice was heard coming from the backyard of Mansion No. 1. Si Kong Wuji, it's too early for you to be happy. The voice came from 1,000 meters away, but before the last word was finished, a tall figure tore through the night sky and rushed into the yard like a cannonball. Ling Yan had arrived, that's right. Even though I didn't finish the 3rd chapter, this chapter was written overnight. The later chapters are all climaxes, I promise. To be continued. P.S. I would like to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to support Hedonistic Celestial Doctor. Woo, bang. Ling Yun, who was charging forward, suddenly used 1,000 caddies drop. His feet broke through the ground and sank all the way to his knees. The huge inertia caused his body to slide forward for another 10 feet before coming to a complete stop. On the ground behind Ling Yun, there were 2 deep grooves that were more than 10 feet long. These were created by his 2 legs. Dong. Ouch. Emma Wudao didn't expect Ling Yun to stop at such a high speed. Due to the huge inertia, his chin knocked heavily on Ling Yan's shoulder. However, it was as if he had knocked on a hard rock, and his teeth almost flew out. Fortunately, even though Mo Wudao wasn't strong enough, he was still at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 9 and had internal energy to protect himself. If his realm was slightly lower, Ling Yan's sudden stop would have seriously injured him. Lunatic. Mo Wudao was dizzy from this knock, and he was seeing stars. He tried his best to shake his head and scolded Ling Yan for being a lunatic to express his strong protest. Actually, Mo Wudao couldn't be blamed for complaining because the last part of Ling Yan's journey could only be described as crazy. After Mo Wudao said great misfortune, Ling Yan didn't say another word. He immediately took out 2 Godspeed talismans and slapped them on his 2 legs. His speed, which was already as fast as lightning, increased by more than 2 times. Then, Ling Yan silently raised his head and looked at the landmark around Mansion No. 1, Dragon Mountain. With Dragon Mountain as his goal, he followed a straight line and rushed to the foot of Dragon Mountain at the fastest speed he could achieve in this lifetime. Ling Yan only used 5 steps to reach the top of Dragon Mountain. He used another step to reach Tiger Cliff. Using his crazy speed, he stepped on the railing at the edge of Tiger Cliff and leaped towards the other side of Qingshui Lake. With a single leap, Ling Yun was more than 300 meters above Qingshui Lake. He drew a perfect parabola across the 1,000-meter-wide Qingshui Lake and landed on the shore. With a loud bang, Ling Yun's tyrannical body smashed a terrifyingly deep pit on the shore. However, he didn't slow down at all. Using the terrifying recoil force, he once again soared into the air and rushed into Mansion No. 1 like a cannonball. Mo Wudao swore that the journey back to Mansion No. 1 with Ling Yun, especially the last part of the journey, was the craziest thing he had ever experienced in his life. Chi. After Ling Yun stopped, he panted heavily. His face was unprecedentedly gloomy. With a casual tug, he untied the rope around his waist. He didn't care about Mo Wudao who had fallen to the ground. He didn't even look at Sikong Wuji and the others. He directly turned around and walked towards his group. Big Brother Yun. Big Brother Yun. Boss. Seeing that Ling Yun was really back, Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, Xue Mining, Lin Menghan. Everyone was overjoyed and rushed forward to welcome him. Ling Yun was back alone. Oh, no, there was also a stranger that they didn't know. Moreover, the enemy was still as strong as ever. Who would win and who would lose tonight, and who would be the one to die, was still uncertain. However, to everyone in Mansion No. 1, Ling Yun's return was enough, because Ling Yun was Lin Menghan and Yao Ro's man, Ming Lingyu's brother, Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng's boss, Paul and Chester's boss. Ling Yun was everyone's pillar of support, the most solid pillar of Mansion No. 1, and even everyone's spiritual belief. In everyone's hearts, Ling Yun was invincible. This was because Ling Yun had never disappointed them. He was back. At the most critical moment, he rushed back. Ning you must have been scared tonight, right? Ling Yun hugged Xue Mining's shoulder but didn't stop. Instead, he continued to walk quickly towards Bai Xianer. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, and his voice was apologetic. Humph. I'm not afraid of them. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid, just afraid. Xue Mining raised her small fist and shook it in the air. She gritted her teeth and said in her heart, I'm afraid that I won't be able to see you again if I die. Ling Yun glanced at her and suddenly reached out. He grabbed Xue Mining's fist and used a little force to pry open her fingers. In Xue Mining's hand was a packet of red powder. Ling Yun didn't need to look to know that it was poison. It was a lethal poison that would kill the moment it touched blood. Obviously, Xue Mining was prepared to die at any time. Ling Yun's expression froze. He looked at Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, Yao Ro, and the rest. He realized that they were the same as Xue Mining, clenching their fists tightly. As Ling Yun's women, they would rather die than fall into the hands of the enemy. Ling Yun walked to Bai Xianer's side, but he didn't squat down immediately. Instead, he glared at Miao Xiaomiao, who was playing the flute. Needless to say, the poison in their hands was given to them by Miao Xiaomiao to commit suicide. Miao Xiaomiao was still playing the flute. Seeing Ling Yun's glare, she gave him a bitter smile. I'll deal with you later. Ling Yun said angrily. Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes contained a smile as she winked at Ling Yun. She made a face of disdain and continued playing her flute. There's no need for that. Give it all to me. Ling Yun reached out and took all the poison in the hands of Xue Mining, Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, and Yao Ro. With a thought, he threw them into his spatial ring. Auntie, what happened to Xian'er? Ling Yun squatted down and put one hand on Bai Xianer's shoulder and the other on her waist. Strong spiritual energy flowed into Bai Xianer's body. Never in his wildest dreams would Ling Yun have imagined that Xian'er would be the one with the most serious injuries when he returned to Mansion No. 1. In the backyard of Mansion No. 1, the hundreds of corpses on the ground told him that Xian'er had been through a tough battle before he rushed back. Ling Yun thought that Xian'er had overexerted her physical strength and was severely injured by the enemy. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to speak due to his heartache and anger. He didn't even show his anger. No matter the price, no matter how strong the enemy was, everyone who attacked Mansion No. 1 tonight had to die. There was no need to be angry. It's that drum. Dragon Tiger Mountain's demon suppression drum. Qin Dongxue said bitterly. Ling Yun used all his strength to heal Bai Xianer and replenish her spiritual energy. He listened silently and only circulated his energy. Big Brother Yun. You're back. With Ling Yan's help, Xianxia regained some of her consciousness, and her soul was finally able to focus. She smiled at Ling Yan and raised her hand with difficulty, wanting to touch Ling Yan's dusty face. Ling Yan smiled gently. Good Xianxia, don't speak. You did well, Big Brother Yun is very satisfied. Be good, open your mouth. Ling Yan took out the magical gourd from his spatial ring and brought it to Xianxia's mouth gently. Dong, dong, dong. 3 consecutive drum beats resounded in the backyard of mansion number 1. Xianxia's delicate body shook violently, almost bouncing up in Ling Yan's arms. She shook her head frantically and covered her ears with both hands. All the dragon's saliva spilled out and flowed on Xianxia's fair neck. Ling Yan's body tensed up, and his gentle expression became a little sinister. Demon suppression drum. Ling Yan had seen countless demon-suppressing magical artifacts in the cultivation world. Of course, he knew that this kind of drum was specially designed to restrain low-level demons like Xianxia. Moreover, this had nothing to do with one's strength. As long as the caster knew how to beat the drum, the sound would directly affect the demon's soul. It would penetrate through every pore. If there was no way to deal with it, Xianxia's soul would be severely injured if the old Taoist priest beat it a few more times. Not only would she be in excruciating pain, but her demon core would also be shattered. She would lose all her strength and return to her original form. If Ling Yan didn't return in time, Xianxia would definitely die tonight. She would be the first to die. However, that was just an if. Ling Yan naturally had a way to deal with this demon suppression drum. Ling Yan didn't have many ways to deal with this kind of instrument, but one was enough. Ling Yu, help me hold Xianxia. Ling Yan's mind moved again, and an object appeared in his left hand. It was a gray, irregular, and inconspicuous stone the size of a palm. Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. This stone was known as the Spirit Cleansing Stone in the ancient martial arts world on Earth. Xianxia, don't be afraid. Take this. Ling Yan placed the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone in Xianxia's hand and used telepathy. Xianxia, recite the Clear Heart technique that I taught you. The Clear Spirit Stone and the Clear Heart Sutra could directly destroy Venerable Blazing Sun's demon suppression drum. Ling Yan carefully wiped the dragon's saliva off Xianxia's neck and brought the mysterious gourd to Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia, drink a few more mouthfuls. Later, we'll use this stone to smash that damned old Taoist. Xianxia held the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and recited the Clear Heart technique in her heart. She immediately felt her soul become stronger and clearer. Her mind became extremely focused, and the pain in her mind disappeared without a trace. Her long and narrow beautiful eyes once again glowed with a breathtaking expression. Ling Yan let Xianxia drink her fill in one breath. He finally relaxed and put away the mysterious gourd when he felt that Xianxia had regained her powerful spiritual energy and aura. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong, another 7 drum beats rang out, but this time, Xianxia acted as if nothing had happened. She straightened her body and stood up. She held an inconspicuous stone in her hand. Reverend Burning Sun was utterly dumbfounded. Refusing to believe it, he slapped the demon suppression drum again, only to discover that Xianxia was unscathed and in good spirits. Ling Yan finally stood up and walked to the front of the crowd. His eyes were cold as he stared at Venerable Lai. Old fart, go ahead and knock. Knock as hard as you can. I'll knock you to death later. My hedonistic celestial doctor will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, add friends, search for the public account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. To be continued. P.S. I would like to hear more of your voices and suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to support Dandy Celestial Doctor. After Xianxia's transformation, Ling Yan deliberately didn't let her drink much dragon saliva. He only let her practice the various techniques in the Book of 9 Stars of the Heavenly Origin 9 Stars. After all, the dragon's saliva came from the dragon. Even though the dragon's spiritual energy was very strong, Xianxia was a 9-tailed celestial fox. Ling Yan was afraid that Xianxia would be affected if she drank too much and delay her cultivation. On Turtle Island, when Ling Yan broke through to Physique Tempering Realm Level 7, he used the faint golden immortal spiritual energy to temporarily gain a strong divine sense. At that time, he took advantage of the opportunity to look inside himself. It was also at that moment that Ling Yun realized that his energy center was a Tai Chi yin-yang fish separated by a golden dragon-shaped curve in the middle. Furthermore, his tailbone had been dyed gold. Ling Yun was shocked and confused at the same time. After all, even in the cultivation world, Ling Yun had never heard of such a magical energy center. He didn't know what was going on, nor did he know what was going on with the golden dragon-shaped curve. However, Ling Yun could vaguely tell that the dragon-shaped curve in his energy center had something to do with him drinking too much dragon saliva. Hence, Ling Yun became extremely cautious about using the dragon saliva to help Xianxia cultivate. Dragons were extremely powerful creatures, and so was the nine-tailed celestial fox. Ling Yun was afraid that something would go wrong. However, tonight was a battle of life and death. If Ling Yun attacked, someone would have to defend and protect everyone in Mansion No. 1. He couldn't take the risk, so he could only hand this task to Xianxia. Only by handing this task to Xianxia could Ling Yun focus on killing the enemy and be completely at ease. This was the only way. If Xianxia really drank the dragon saliva in the future and had a problem with her body or cultivation, Ling Yun could use other means to force the dragon saliva out of her body. At least for now, Xianxia's physical strength had recovered after drinking the dragon saliva. Even her physical condition had returned to its peak. She could definitely handle the upcoming battle. Ling Yun's worries were gone. Paul, Chester, spread your wings and protect everyone. Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to his opponents. At this point, Ling Yun didn't need to say any harsh words to the two members of the blood clan. He knew that they would definitely be loyal to his orders. Yes. Boss. Flutter. Flutter. Paul and Chester spread out, their bodies facing outwards. Their wingspans were close to 8 meters long, forming an irregular circle that surrounded Ming Lingyu and the rest, becoming their first solid barrier. In the darkness, Paul and Chester were tall and muscular. Their black bodies looked like they were made of steel. Their purple eyes were wide open, making them look like two demonic gods. Auntie, you don't have to participate in the battle. Just stand at the side and watch over me. If I can't win, you can lead everyone away. Xianxia and I will block the enemy for you. Ling Yun did not overestimate himself, nor did he dare to underestimate his enemy. He was prepared for both scenarios. Qin Dongxue knew that she would only bring trouble to Ling Yun if she joined the battle blindly. She would make him worry and unable to focus on killing the enemy. Hence, she nodded decisively and told Ling Yun to be careful. Protect Ling Yu. Ling Yun reminded her even though it wasn't necessary. In his eyes, Ming Lingyu was more important than anyone else. Of course. Qin Dongxue said coquettishly. Xianxia, stay with Auntie. I'll attack later, you defend. Big brother Yun, I want to fight side by side with you. Xianxia pouted her delicate lips in dissatisfaction. Xianxia was equivalent to a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Ling Yun didn't see her at all just now. Instead, Ling Yun saw her at her most miserable state. Xianxia was very depressed and angry. Ling Yun knew what Xianxia was thinking. Xianxia, I'm fighting so many of them alone. There will definitely be ambushes and escapes later. Ling Yun coaxed. Kill anyone who tries to sneak up on us. Kill anyone who tries to take the opportunity to escape. Big brother Yun was meticulous when it came to defending against ambushes and escapes. Not to mention, this was a battle of life and death. Xianxia understood Ling Yun's plan immediately. She only wanted a chance to perform, so she didn't argue further. On the other side, the dizzy Mo Wudao didn't expect Ling Yun to untie the rope so easily. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Plop. Mo Wudao was in a daze from the fall, and his tailbone was almost broken. The grievance he felt in his heart was simply indescribable. Ling Yun, I hate you. One day, Mo Wudao grabbed his precious bag with one hand, and that peachwood sword with the other. He sat on the ground and cursed angrily. Mo Wudao sat there muttering to himself. He looked up abruptly and widened his eyes. F***ck. This, so many dead people. Along the way, Mo Wudao was in a daze and did not pay attention to the situation in the courtyard at first. Now he could see clearly. Yes, there were a lot of dead people. The courtyard was filled with dead people. Some were lying on the ground, some were lying on the ground, some had their bodies torn apart, and some were decapitated. The corpses were all over the place, and some were so dense that it was impossible to set foot on them. Most of them died in a horrible way, and the whole courtyard was like hell on earth. The Taoist priests of Maoshan sect were famous for catching ghosts and souls. As the only true disciple of this generation of the Maoshan sect, Mo Wu Dao had naturally seen all kinds of corpses since he was young. He had even come into contact with some dirty things. But he had never seen so many dead people in his life. Mo Wu Dao was shocked. He sat on the ground in his usual position, his head moving along with his eyes. His neck twisted and turned until it was about to break. What the F***ck is this? Mo Wu Dao naturally saw Paul and Chester, the two huge vampires with green faces and sharp fangs and a pair of huge wings. Mo Wu Dao was about to go crazy. He would rather see ghosts than these terrifying things that he had never seen before, because he couldn't deal with them. Mo Wu Dao couldn't help but clench the bag and the peachwood sword in his hands. Damn it, what use is the peachwood sword? However, he twisted his neck again in fear. This time, it was really about to break. Mo Wu Dao saw Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and the rest, as well as Bai Xian'er, who was standing up. Alright, his fear of the blood race was thrown out the window. Beautiful women. So many beautiful women. Peerless beauties. F***ck, they're all in Ling Yan's house. So many. The courtyard was full of corpses, 2 Blood Clan members, and a bunch of beautiful women. This was what Mo Wu Dao saw after he calmed down. This bastard saw everything except the enemy standing over there. Mo Wu Dao's wretched eyes had never shone so brightly before. His saliva was about to drip out, and he couldn't help but walk over to Ling Yun. His eyes were fixed on Ling Yun and he didn't pay attention to the road at all. He accidentally stepped into the ditch that Ling Yun had created and almost fell flat on his face. Hey! Excuse me, can you let me in? Mo Wu Dao struggled to get out of the wing barrier. He used the peachwood sword in his hand to push Paul's and Chester's wings, trying to get inside. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Why did he bring such a B***tch back? He stretched out his hand and used a suction technique on Mo Wu Dao, sucking Mo Wu Dao into his hand. Then, he grabbed Mo Wu Dao by the neck and pulled him over. Hey! Hey! Ling Yun, what are you doing? Mo Wu Dao struggled with all his might. Don't go anywhere, just stay here and watch, Ling Yun said coldly. Ling Yun said coldly as he threw Mo Wu Dao to the side with a little force. He did not bother about him anymore. Mo Wu Dao was thrown to the ground again. He groaned as he struggled to get up. With a frown on his face, he asked unhappily, "What are you looking at?" Ling Yun replied impatiently, "You can look at anything, but there's one thing. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll be the first to kill you." Mo Wu Dao shut up immediately. Not far from where Ling Yun was standing was the yin yang grass and dragon saliva grass. The 3 herbs were safe and sound because of Bai Xian'er's illusory formation. Mansion number 1 had just gone through an intense battle. Sand and stones were flying everywhere, and many trees were broken and crooked. The spirit-gathering formation that Ling Yun had set up had long been completely destroyed due to the movement of some stones and the falling trees. However, the 3 herbs had survived the battle due to the protection of Bai Xian'er's illusory formation. It was a blessing amidst the misfortune. Ling Yun opened up his body and absorbed the pure yang and yin qi of the heaven yang grass and earth yin grass. The true qi that was depleted due to the frantic journey was finally replenished. Ling Yun took another step forward and pointed at Chen Jianwei. "Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to escape tonight." Chen Jianwei's eyes were red with hatred. "Little bastard Ling Yun, there are still many things you can't imagine," he said with a sinister smile. Ling Yun smiled. Chen Jianwei must have something to rely on, or rather, he must have a plan. Ling Yun thought to himself, "Since you finally escaped, I'll let you be cocky for a while." "You won't be able to be cocky for long anyway." Ling Yun's gaze shifted as he looked at the tall and sturdy man in white. "Sikong Wuji, what exactly do you want with such a grand gesture?" Ever since Ling Yun appeared, Sikong Wuji had been watching Ling Yun with interest. With his hands behind his back, he smiled at Ling Yun confidently. Your demonic blade, your ring, your Shenong cauldron, the ring on your left hand, your woman, your fortune, and your life. In short, I want everything you have. Are you satisfied with this answer? Ling Yun frowned slightly and smiled. Very satisfied. However, you have to pay a price for being so greedy. But I'm not as greedy as you. I don't want much. I just want your life. Sikong Wuji laughed wildly. You're indeed arrogant. I can give my life to you, but you have to have the ability to take it. I'll try my best. Ling Yun nodded as if nothing had happened. Ignoring Sikong Wuji, he turned around and stared at Reverend Lai Ri with eyes as sharp as lightning. Old bastard from Dragon Tiger Mountain, listen carefully. Song Song, Xianxia, Cui Zhu, Qing Feng, the four of them, your four junior brothers, have already been slaughtered by me at the top of Dragon Gate Mountain. They died miserably. Vile spawn. Venerable Lai of Dragon Tiger Mountain had a premonition that something had happened to his junior brothers when he saw Ling Yun. He didn't expect all four of them to die. Now that Ling Yun said it, he was furious. Old bastard, don't be angry. Trust me, anger isn't good for your health. Ling Yun's eyes were as cold as ice as he consoled Venerable Lai. I've been suppressing a belly full of anger tonight. You won't be able to bear it if I let it out. My hedonistic celestial doctor will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right and add friends, search for the official account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. To be continued. P.S. I would like to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to support Hedonistic Celestial Doctor. You won't be able to withstand my anger. Ling Yan's expression was calm, and his tone was calm. He spoke as if he was chatting with an old friend. However, those who knew Ling Yan knew that under his calm exterior, he was suppressing a volcano that was about to erupt. Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yan took a light step forward. When Ling Yan lifted his foot, everything was normal. However, when his foot landed, his aura suddenly increased, a strong gust of wind blew. Behind Ling Yan, a virtual shadow was left at the spot where he was previously standing. Sikong Wuji's pupils constricted, and he was extremely shocked. If it was Qin Gong, as long as one was fast enough, one could leave an afterimage on the spot. This wasn't a big deal. Most Xiantian realm experts who specialized in Qinggong would be able to do this. However, Ling Yan looked as if he was just taking a normal step forward, but he was able to leave behind a real shadow in the same place. What did this mean? This meant that Ling Yan had completed a teleportation within a single step. It was just that he had taken a step forward. This kind of movement technique was too shocking. However, Sikong Wuji's shock had only just begun. After Ling Yan took a step forward, he didn't stop. He didn't change his direction and took a second step. His aura increased once again. Ling Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the sand and stones around him started to roll in all directions. Naturally, a second virtual shadow appeared behind Ling Yan, and his first virtual shadow was still there. 2 steps, 2 virtual shadows, including Ling Yan himself. There were a total of 3 Ling Yans. Sikong Wuji was dumbfounded, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ling Yan was clearly walking forward, but he was only taking 1 step at a time. Ling Yan continued to take a 3rd step, a 4th step, a 5th step. Every step was accompanied by the appearance of a virtual shadow. The virtual shadow was like a statue that was fixed on the spot, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. As Ling Yan walked forward, his aura also increased. However, he didn't release the aura in all directions. Instead, he kept it in the form of a virtual shadow. Ling Yan was accumulating power by walking like this. Of course, Ling Yan wasn't walking normally. He was actually using the 2 God Strider talismans to display the fulgurating shadows shifting technique in a different form. The pinnacle of fulgurating shadows wasn't limited to splitting into 4, 9, or 12 people at the same time. What Ling Yan was displaying now was a different kind, one that was even more powerful and mysterious. It was almost within the realm of time. With every step he took, more and more shadows appeared. Behind him, Ling Yan maintained all sorts of postures, forming a long line. Ling Yan took a total of 12 steps. leaving 12 real shadows behind him. 12 shadows, 12 postures, and every pose was the power left behind by Ling Yun. This was the limit of Ling Yun's current strength. After the 12th step, his aura had reached its peak. Ling Yun's heaven-defying methods could no longer be described as shocking. At this moment, not only Sikong Wuji, but everyone else who could open their eyes were also dumbfounded. F***ck me. This was Tang Ming's most direct expression. Oh my god. This came from Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and the rest behind Ling Yun. Hubby. Lin Menghan and Yao Ro were inexplicably emotional. Their full chests rose and fell violently, showing their shock. This brat, he's always, Qing Dongxue felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest as she watched Ling Yun walk forward step by step. She couldn't believe that Ling Yun's growth was too fast. Oh, my master, my Satan. Paul and Chester were stunned. To them, what Ling Yun had just performed was a miracle. Big brother Ling Yun. Bai Xianer's beautiful eyes shone with excitement. She couldn't help but grip the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in her right hand tightly. Lunatic. What the hell? Mo Wu Dao sat on the ground. He really didn't know how to express his feelings, so he could only say this sentence. On the other hand, the expressions on Sikong Wuji's side were even more interesting. Oh my god, what kind of movement technique is this? What kind of martial arts is this? This is impossible. Qin Jianwei was shocked and furious. He couldn't believe that Ling Yun could do what he saw. Yes, Ling Yun's heaven-defying actions made Qin Jianwei unwilling to believe it. The first time they met was at the Chao family in Beijing. At that time, Qin Jianwei could barely fight with Ling Yun. Even though he suffered a huge loss in the end, Ling Yun wasn't as terrifying as he was now. The second time they met was at the Qin family. That night, Ling Yun barged into the Qin family alone to save Ling Yu. He single-handedly killed hundreds of experts from the Qin family, beheaded a Xiantian realm level 7 ninja, and killed many members of the blood clan with his golden bow and silver arrows. Qin Jianwei escaped with heavy injuries. The third time they met became Qin Jianwei's true nightmare. During the Battle of Yunming Mountain, Ling Yun killed countless viscounts and earls of the blood clan. He even killed Qin Jianwei's brother, Qin Xianxia, who was at Xiantian realm level 8. He even captured Qin Jianwei alive and successfully rescued Chao Shanshan. In fact, Qin Jianwei was the strongest genius in the Qin family. He first entered the Blood Demon sect and cultivated the Blood Demon Sky technique. After mastering the Blood Demon Sky technique, he went to America and used his family's treasure, the Blood Element Pearl. He took the initiative to be embraced by the Blood Clan and obtained the power of the Blood Clan. He became a member of the Blood Clan at the Xiantian realm and continued to have the energy center, meridians, and acupuncture points in his body. He could continue to cultivate the immortal body of Huaxia. As long as he had enough time, Qin Jianwei would definitely become the most dazzling existence in Beijing and even in Huaxia. He would lead the Qin family to trample over the Yi and Long families and become the #1 family in Huaxia. This was also the real reason why the Qin family started to stir up trouble in Beijing after Qin Jianwei returned. However, Ling Yun appeared at this time. Ling Yun became Qin Jianwei's nemesis. Not only did Qin Jianwei lose 3 battles, but he also became Ling Yun's prisoner. After being captured, Qin Jianwei sighed in his heart more than once. He felt that he was too unlucky to meet Ling Yun, his nemesis. Ling Yun's cultivation was advancing too quickly. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as 1,000 miles in a day. However, Qin Jianwei didn't despair because he knew that he was the true hope of the Qin family. He also knew that his father and grandfather would definitely save him at all costs. Therefore, Qin Jianwei endured all kinds of humiliation and torture even though he was begged, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Tonight, his chance had finally come. His savior had arrived. The person who had come to save him was Tian Xingzi of the Devil's Doctrine. His strength was absolutely powerful. Not only had he saved him, but he had also inadvertently helped him by giving him the fresh blood of more than 100 Xiantian masters. Whether it was the Blood Demon sect or the Blood Clan, cultivation couldn't be done without blood. Qin Jianwei smelled blood. Wasn't it like a bee smelling nectar? with the help of the Qin family's inheritance, the blood element pearl, Qin Jianwei absorbed the blood of more than 100 Xiantian realm masters. How pure and domineering was the blood essence of these masters, Qin Jianwei broke through one after another, from the peak of Xiantian realm level 6 to Xiantian realm level 8. His blood clan rank even reached the peak of Earl. Qin Jianwei finally succeeded in escaping, and his strength increased exponentially. He didn't know how much his family had sacrificed to save him, but he had to get back at Ling Yan 1,000 times over. That was why Qin Jianwei wasn't in a hurry to escape. Not only would Qin Jianwei not escape, but he was also looking forward to Ling Yan's return. He had endured for so long, waited for so long, and suffered so much humiliation. Only by defeating Ling Yan with his own hands could he make Ling Yan watch as he enjoyed Chao Shanshan's blood, toyed with Ling Yan's woman, and easily took everything from Ling Yan. Only then would he be able to wash away the humiliation in his heart and obtain satisfaction from his soul. Qin Jianwei wanted to slap Ling Yan in the face. He was going crazy. That was why Qin Jianwei said that there were many things that Ling Yan couldn't think of. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Jianwei's mood plummeted from the clouds to the bottom. Qin Jianwei had improved, and his strength had multiplied. He thought that he could crush Ling Yan, but he didn't expect Ling Yan to be even more heaven-defying than him. At the very least, Qin Jianwei wouldn't be able to leave behind 12 shadows while walking. Mr. Jin and the other king of assassins were horrified. They couldn't hide the fear in their hearts at all. They looked at Ling Yan with shock and vigilance. Based on their killer instincts, they already had the intention to retreat. However, Sikong Wuji was still there, and they couldn't retreat. They could only endure their fear and hold on. Mr. Jin swallowed his saliva and asked with a pale face, Holy Sun Tian, what is he doing? Sikong Wuji was experienced and knowledgeable. He couldn't admit it even though he didn't want to. He's condensing his force. Sikong Wuji's eyes were filled with envy. Even he couldn't do what Ling Yun did. Perhaps even his father, Sikong too, couldn't do it. Sikong Wuji had to admit that Ling Yun was an even more monstrous martial arts genius than he was. However, after Sikong Wuji glanced at Taoist Master Lai Ri on the other side, he suddenly bellowed an order, we can't let him build up his momentum. The three of you, go together and chop the shadow he left behind into pieces. Break his momentum. Ling Yan was condensing his force while he was walking. Of course, Sikong Wuji didn't want to watch Ling Yan condense his force. Sikong Wuji didn't attack Ling Yan directly due to his natural cautiousness. He wanted to observe Ling Yan's methods before making his move. Shui Yingkong, Mr. Jin, and the last king of assassins flew out at the same time and pounced behind Ling Yan. Ling Yan had just finished his last step. His eyes were like lightning, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile. It's too late. Hedonistic Celestial Doctor will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, and search for the official account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. To be continued. P.S. I would like to hear more of your voices and suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to support Hedonistic Celestial Doctor. Under everyone's watchful eyes, another change occurred. When Ling Yan started moving, the first shadow that he left behind actually moved. That shadow seemed to come to life and imprinted itself onto his second shadow at lightning speed. The first figure disappeared in an instant. Then, the two forces merged, and the second figure rushed into the figure in front of it. The second figure also disappeared at the same time. The third shadow, the fourth shadow, the fifth shadow. Finally, in an instant, the 12 figures stacked on top of each other, and Ling Yan in 12 different postures blasted into Ling Yan's body. Success, Ling Yan's aura, which had reached its peak, soared again. In an instant, Ling Yan's body emitted a powerful aura that could crush everything. Qi and aura were inseparable. Once Ling Yan's aura was formed, his yin-yang harmony balance was also activated to its peak state. The yin-yang fish-shaped energy center rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying yin-yang true qi whirlpool. Good timing. Ling Yan's energy center rotated, and the yin-yang true qi whirlpool formed. He didn't move from his spot and directly used the absorption technique. Mr. Jin and the other king of assassins wanted to jump over Ling Yan's head, but they were forcefully sucked down by a strong force. It was as if a giant bird had its wings snapped, and they fell from the sky. "Let me borrow your true chi." Ling Yan let out a long roar and used both of his hands to slap the energy center of the two of them. The huge suction force from his hands caused the two of them to be stuck firmly to his hands. Not good. Mr. Jin and the King of Assassins turned pale at the same time. They raised their swords and slashed at Ling Yan's head with all their might. "You're asking for death." Ling Yan sneered and stood still without dodging. He only activated his Xianxia and accelerated the absorption of their Xiantian true qi. Ah! Mr. Jin's meridians went against the flow, and he screamed in pain. The sharp sword in his hand slowed down, and it finally fell to the ground without hitting Ling Yan's head. The other King of Assassins naturally suffered the same fate. Within their energy centers, the pure Xiantian realm level 8 true qi that they had painstakingly cultivated flowed into Ling Yan's palm like a river. Ling Yan held the two Xiantian realm level 8 masters up in the air. He stood proudly. As the wind around him blew sand and rocks into a terrifying whirlpool, he seemed to have transformed into a black hole. Oh my God! The art of absorption. The sect master of the blood demon sect, Shui Kong, after seeing the terrifying scene in front of him, was so frightened that he made a turn in the air. His figure, which had just rushed out, flew back with twice the speed. What? This was the absorption technique? It really was the absorption technique. The peerless devil art that has been lost for a long time. Sikong Wuji was so shocked that he couldn't extricate himself. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the unparalleled demonic technique that everyone in the devil sect could only dream of would be executed by Ling Yan. Furthermore, it was done in such a shocking manner. That wasn't all that Sikong Wuji was shocked. He was even more shocked that Ling Yan was absorbing the energy of the two kings of assassins so brazenly, two Xiantian realm level 8 masters. Wasn't Ling Yan afraid that his energy center wouldn't be able to contain such a large amount of pure Xiantian true qi? Wasn't he afraid that his energy center wouldn't be able to contain it and that his body would explode? Also, Mr. Jin and the King of Assassins' cultivation techniques were completely different. In fact, they were even conflicting. Wasn't Ling Yan afraid that the two types of true qi wouldn't be able to fuse together and would clash with each other? Wasn't he afraid that he would die from going berserk? Sikong Wuji was once again greatly shocked. At the same time, his eyes were filled with incomparable greed. In a flash, he secretly decided that he would take Ling Yan down no matter what price he had to pay. Just the devil's blade alone was enough to make Sikong Wuji's heart itch. He couldn't wait to snatch it. Now that he saw that Ling Yan knew the art of absorption, he couldn't take another step forward. Even though the devil's blade was known as the devil's art of absorption, it was still just a weapon. It couldn't be compared to the art of absorption. However, Sikong Wuji didn't know that Ling Yan's art of absorption was completely different from the art of absorption in the legends of the Devil sect. Ling Yan's art of absorption was the result of his yin-yang harmony balance and the magical yin-yang fish energy center. Ling Yan absorbing other people's true qi was only one of the effects of the yin-yang true qi whirlpool. Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi whirlpool was more than 100 times better than the art of absorption. Even if Sikong Wuji could really defeat Ling Yan, he wouldn't be able to learn Ling Yan's art of absorption. In fact, even if Ling Yan told him everything, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. After all, not everyone had Ling Yan's heaven-defying physique, which allowed him to absorb all the spiritual energy in the world. The current Ling Yan had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. His energy center was strengthening step by step, and his meridians were also becoming stronger and thicker. After he achieved force, he deliberately exerted himself to absorb energy at a terrifying speed. At first, Mr. Jin and the King of Assassins were still struggling with all their might. They wanted to resist or escape from Ling Yan's palm. However, as their Xiantian true qi was rapidly drained, they couldn't even struggle anymore. They could only look at Ling Yan with twisted faces. Their eyes were filled with despair. Mr. Jin and the other King of Assassins could be said to have killed countless people in their lives. They had thought of all kinds of ways to die, but they had never thought that they would die in a villa in the city with all their power and meridians broken. This was the cycle of karma. This was a way to die even in one's dreams. In less than a minute, Ling Yan absorbed all the energy of the two Xiantian realm level 8 masters. With a shake of his arms, the two assassins flew into the air, and their corpses fell outside mansion number 1. There were only 5 enemies left. To be precise, there were 3 enemies left. One was the half-human half-ghost Xianxia, and the other was the drought demon. Ling Yan now felt that his dantian was full of true qi, swelling to the point that it was about to explode. A devilish look of pain flashed across his handsome face, but it disappeared in a flash. Ling Yan clapped his hands and exhaled slowly. He stared at Sikong Wuji and said, "I'm surprised that you didn't sneak up on me when I absorbed your subordinate's energy." Sikong Wuji had mixed feelings in his heart, but he smiled and said, "It's useless to sneak up on you with your skills. Moreover, I really wanted to see if you would explode and die after absorbing so much Xiantian true qi." Ling Yan laughed without restraint. "Unfortunately, it didn't go as you wished." Sikong Wuji didn't think much of it. He laughed coldly and said, "I'm afraid the feeling of 2 opposing types of true qi colliding in your body isn't pleasant, is it?" Of course, Sikong Wuji knew that using the absorption technique to absorb someone else's energy would have a huge side effect. Otherwise, the absorption technique wouldn't be called the unparalleled demonic technique. No matter who absorbed someone else's energy, they would need a long time to digest and absorb it. They would need to extract the essence and get rid of the impurities. Only then would they be able to make a part of it their own and improve themselves quickly. This time was determined by many factors, such as the level of power of the person absorbing and the person being absorbed, as well as the amount of true qi absorbed, whether the true qi was similar or conflicting, and so on. However, Sikong Wuji looked at Ling Yan. It was obvious that Ling Yan was like an ant swallowing 2 elephants in one go. It would be a wonder if Ling Yan's body could take it. Most importantly, he wouldn't give Ling Yan any time to digest and absorb. Ling Yan frowned. "You're right, it's not pleasant. I accidentally absorbed too much, and my energy center is a little swollen." Sikong Wuji was overjoyed to hear that. He thought to himself that Ling Yan would burst from absorbing the energy of 2 Xiantian realm level 8 masters in one go. However, the next moment, Ling Yan's words made Sikong Wuji's eyes widen, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Ling Yan said, "However, it's much better now. Why don't you sponsor me a little more?" "What? Much better already?" Ling Yan absorbed so much true qi. It was one thing that his body didn't explode instantly. Did the 2 opposing true qi not fight in his body? Even if they didn't fight, were they all digested and absorbed by him in such a short period of time? Sikong Wuji almost vomited blood on the spot, especially when Ling Yan asked him to sponsor him a little more. Sikong Wuji was going crazy. How was this possible? Nothing was impossible. Ling Yan cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance, and the yin and yang coexisted in his body. These were the 2 most basic types of true qi in the world. They could quickly assimilate any true qi he absorbed and turn it into a new yin-yang true qi. Moreover, Ling Yan's energy center was rotating rapidly, forming a yin-yang true qi whirlpool. The whirlpool itself could contain many times more true qi than an unmoving energy center. This way, not only was the problem of the conflicting true qi resolved, but Ling Yan also didn't face any danger of exploding. The only difference was that the whirlpool of true qi was spinning countless times faster. Ling Yan's strength increased exponentially again after he formed his force. Back at the peak of Dragon Gate, Ling Yan had restrained himself from using the absorption technique because the enemies he faced were all from the righteous sections. However, now that the enemies were at his home, what else did Ling Yan have to worry about? F***ck, how is this possible? Sikong Wuji observed Ling Yan again and realized that Ling Yan's complexion was getting better. He couldn't do anything about it even though he was unwilling. Spiritual Master Lai Lai, Ling Yan not only has the Devil's Blade, but he also knows the absorption technique. Even the Devil sect can't tolerate such a person. Why don't we join forces and kill him on the spot? Sikong Wuji had fought with Bai Xianer just now. Even though he held back and didn't use his full strength, he knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Bai Xianer in a one-on-one battle. Now that Bai Xianer was watching Ling Yan's battle, it could only mean one thing: Ling Yan was definitely stronger than Bai Xianer. Now that Ling Yan had absorbed the power of 2 Xiantian realm level 8 masters and was still acting as if nothing had happened, he was undoubtedly stronger. Sikong Wuji had no choice but to consider joining forces with spiritual master Lai Lai Lai. Spiritual Master Lai Lai's face was ashen, and he was obviously hesitating. Sikong Wuji sneered, "Stop hesitating. Ling Yan killed 4 of your junior brothers, don't you want to avenge them? Do you think you can defeat Ling Yan and that fox demon with your strength and that weak drought demon?" Sikong Wuji sneered. The hedonistic celestial doctor will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right to add friends, search for the official account Dread and follow it. Hurry up. To be continued. P.S. I would like to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to support hedonistic celestial doctor. Daoist Lai's face changed drastically after Sikong Wuji exposed his trump card. The other person who was shocked was Xianxia. She had long recognized the drought demon behind Daoist Lai. It was her archenemy, but she hadn't made a move because it wasn't the right time yet. The other reason why Xianxia was angry was because Sikong Wuji pointed out that she was a fox demon. This naturally made Xianxia furious. What? Drought demon? That's a drought demon? Tang Meng and the rest behind Ling Yun were horrified. After all, that was the legendary drought demon. It was something that ate humans. F*CK, this is going to be fun tonight. Tang Meng's fear only lasted for a moment. His eyes were filled with excitement. How could he not be excited? The Fox Demon, the Blood Clan, and the Drought Demon had all appeared. If Tang Meng had heard this before Ling Yun's return, he would have been scared to death no matter how courageous he was. But now that Ling Yun was here, Tang Meng didn't need to be afraid. Tang Meng trusted Ling Yun. Not to mention a drought demon, Ling Yun would be able to deal with even a deity. It wasn't just Tang Meng. Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and the rest reacted the same way. They felt relieved after a moment of shock. However, there was another person who didn't think the same way. What? Drought demon? Mo Wudao jumped 5 feet into the air as if his boat was on fire when he heard the words drought demon. Taoism was divided into 5 branches: mountain, medicine, fate, divination, and xiang. The Maoshan Taoist priests mainly cultivated the mountain sect, and their job was to capture ghosts and subdue demons. Mo Wudao had received this education since he was young, but he never liked to cultivate the Tao techniques of the mountain sect. Instead, he liked to study the 3 Tao techniques of fate, divination, and physiognomy. Logically speaking, as a member of the Tao sect, it was understandable for him to delve into these 3 types of Tao techniques. However, his master was not happy about it. The Tao sect was declining day by day. After much coaxing and deceiving, he had finally accepted a talented disciple. However, he did not practice the orthodox Xianmen Tao techniques of the Shan sect. Instead, he spent all his time learning about fortune-telling and physiognomy. In his master's eyes, this disciple of his was simply not doing proper work. As a matter of fact, after finding out that Lu Deming and Wu Chen had met with mishaps one after another, his master had kicked him down the mountain. He said that he wanted him to investigate the ins and outs of the matter, but in fact, he wanted him to experience the world of mortals. He wanted him to suffer a little so that he would naturally be well-behaved when he returned to the mountain. Mo Wudao first heard Hamba, then Fox Demon, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He jumped up reflexively. Holy sh*t, I was wondering why I kept feeling that something was off. Turns out there's a Hamba. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? No one paid him any attention. Mo Wudao suddenly remembered that Sikong Wuji was talking about Taoist Master Lai Ri. He pointed the peachwood sword in his hand at Taoist Master Lai Ri and shouted, "Lai Ri, how dare your Longhu Mountain keep such a ferocious creature like the Hamba and travel the world with it? The Maoshan sect is not done with you." Longhu Mountain and the Maoshan sect were both members of the Tao sect. Mo Wudao naturally knew what was going on. He immediately figured out what was going on. However, Taoist Master Lai Ri's eyelids were still drooping. It was as if he did not hear Mo Wudao's question, and he did not even bother to talk to him. Ling Yun, on the other hand, had a look of admiration in his eyes. He thought that Mo Wudao, that B*TCH, was not completely useless after all. Everyone reacted differently. Sikong Wuji continued to say, Taoist Master Lai Ri, while you orthodox sects have always believed that good and evil cannot coexist, since ancient times, there has always been good and evil in this world. If there's white, there's black. When has the orthodox sects ever completely wiped out the demon sect in the past millions of years? Although Reverend Lai Sun was still silent, he was a little tempted in his heart. Taoist Master, while we came here for different purposes tonight, you've seen it for yourself. If you want to slay the demon, you'll have to do it over Lingyun's dead body. In this regard, our goal is the same, and that is to kill Lingyun first. Sikong Wuji observed Taoist Master Lai Ri's reaction and continued to use his silver tongue. Since Taoist Master Lai Ri has agreed that Lingyun must be killed, do you think it's better for us to do it together now, or do you want to do it alone after he's done with my people? After that, Sikong Wuji added, also, Taoist Master, don't forget that your drum of suppressing demons is no longer effective against that fox demon. Sikong Wuji spoke with fervor and assurance. He drew a huge dragon and completed the finishing touch. The corner of Taoist Master Lai Ri's mouth twitched. He finally raised his eyelids slowly, glanced at Lingyun, and nodded slowly. Okay, I'll agree to do it together with you. But I have to say something first. Sikong Wuji sneered inwardly and cursed Taoist Master Lai Ri for being a sly old fox. However, he did not show it on his face and said politely, feel free to speak your mind, Taoist Master. Sikong Wuji was very cunning. Taoist Master Lai Ri was the last to appear, but he did not do anything. He must have been waiting for the sandpiper and clam to fight while he reaped the benefits. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and Taoist Master Lai Ri was persuaded, he would definitely raise his conditions next. Taoist Master Lai Ri pointed at Baixianer with the horsetail whisk in his hand and said, apart from this fox demon, Lingyun's bronze tripod and talismans are all mine. And the stone in the fox demon's hand. Lingyun and Sikong Wuji cursed inwardly at the same time before Taoist Master Lai Ri could finish. This old fox was really greedy, Sikong Wuji nodded without hesitation. No problem. As long as we work together to take down Lingyun, everything is negotiable. Sikong Wuji and Taoist Master Lai Ri were still very confident that they could defeat Lingyun even though Lingyun had displayed heaven-defying strength. Sikong Wuji smiled and said, since Taoist Master is going to take action, why don't you let the drought demon take action as well? I can tell that it is getting impatient. Taoist Master Lai Ri frowned slightly and said with some disgust, don't worry about it. Sikong Wuji didn't care about Taoist Master Lai Ri's thoughts since he had achieved his goal. He turned to look at Chen Jianwei. Young Master Chen, if I'm not wrong, you should be able to fight Lingyun with your current strength. Why don't we work together to take down Lingyun and wash away your humiliation? Chen Jianwei did not leave. He was waiting for this moment. He stared at Lingyun and said with gritted teeth, I will do my best. Very good. Sikong Wuji smiled. Lingyun looked at Sikong Wuji, who was unmoving from beginning to end. Sikong Wuji raised his head and looked straight into Lingyun's eyes. He smiled and said, Lingyun, I have to admit that I didn't expect you to be able to come back from Dragon Gate Mountain alive and well. I, Sikong Wuji, indeed can't do that. I also didn't expect you to know the absorption technique of the devil sect. I'm shocked and pleasantly surprised at the same time. Lingyun smiled brightly. Sikong Wuji, I have to admit that not only are you scheming and shameless, but you also have a silver tongue. You know how to adapt to the situation. Your bootlicking skills are top-notch. I'm very pleased to hear it. Sikong Wuji didn't care about Lingyun's sarcasm. He smiled sinisterly. But Lingyun, there's one thing you did wrong. I have to tell you. Oh? Lingyun smiled faintly. Your mistake was underestimating the strength of two Xiantian realm level 9 masters. Sikong Wuji suddenly shouted. Xiantian 9, both of them were Xiantian 9 masters, Lingyun sighed in his heart. Zen Master Jiu Yuan and Taoist Master Chong Su were both Xiantian 9 masters, but they didn't fight in the end. He didn't expect to see two Xiantian 9s waiting for him at home. Moreover, apart from the two Xiantian 9 ranks, there was also the non-human drought demon and Chen Jianwei, whose strength had skyrocketed. Let's fight to the death then, Sikong Wuji shouted and made the first move. He dashed in front of Lingyun with the phantom demonic steps. His speed was indescribable. He slammed his palm towards Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun, on the other hand, didn't dodge. Instead, he used the Tiangang demon fist and punched towards Xikong Wuji's bloody palm. Boom! Ling Yun's iron fist collided with Xikong Wuji's palm with a violent and domineering aura. The wind from the palm and the fist collided, creating a violent gust of wind. The stones and corpses around them were blown away. This was an attack without any fancy moves. Ling Yun wanted to see how strong a Xiantian Realm Level 9 master was. Xikong Wuji was sent flying through the air, while Ling Yun was pushed back 7 to 8 steps by the force of his palm before he could regain his balance. Moreover, that was not all. Ling Yun only felt that at the moment when the fist and palm collided, a violent wave of blood qi drilled into his body through his fist, causing the qi and blood in his body to churn and the flow of blood in his veins to stagnate. However, under the frenzied circulation of the yin-yang harmony balance, Ling Yun immediately suppressed the blood that rushed into his body. His blood quickly stabilized. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. Was this Xikong Wuji's blood demon palm that Yi Xingchen warned him about? He didn't expect it to really have the blood demon palm. Ling Yun was at the peak of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. If he felt this way even with his strong body, what would happen if it was an ordinary master? What would the blood flow in his body be like? Xikong Wuji, who was sent flying, was even more shocked than Ling Yun. He had taken the initiative to attack, but he was sent flying by Ling Yun's punch instead. Xikong Wuji was shocked by Ling Yun's strength. He wasn't injured, but half of his body was numb. His arm was sore, and his entire palm was about to spasm. Oh my god, no wonder this kid can come back alive from Dragon Gate Mountain. No one at the peak of Xiantian Realm Level 8 can beat him with his strength alone. Both of them were unharmed after one move, but they were both shocked. Venerable Lai didn't attack immediately. His lips moved rapidly as he chanted some kind of spell. After the spell, Venerable Lai flicked his horsetail whisk, and the huge bamboo hat on Hamba's head flew into the air. A yellow talisman was blown off Hamba's head, a green face with fangs, hideous, and disgusting face was finally revealed in the night. Hamba had appeared, Bai Xianer shouted and shot forward with the 9-star Luo flashes. Kill! Xikong Wuji, Venerable Lai, Qin Jianwei, and Shui Yingkong flew up at the same time and pounced on Ling Yun. An earth-shattering battle had finally begun. Hedonistic Celestial Doctor will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign on the top right, and search for the official account Dread. Hurry up. To be continued. P.S. I would like to hear more of your voices and suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to support Hedonistic Celestial Doctor, 2 experts at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 9, Qin Jianwei, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8, and Shui Yingkong, who was at Xiantian Realm Level 8, pounced on Ling Yun. Their goal was very clear, and that was to kill Ling Yun in a split second with the speed of lightning. Everyone, please be careful. Ling Yun's tricks are unpredictable and endless. It's impossible to defend against them. My second brother and I fell into his trap the last time. Qin Jianwei didn't forget to warn Xikong Wuji and the other 2 as he pounced on Ling Yun. This was a painful and bloody lesson for Qin Jianwei. In the battle between the Yunming Mountain and the Miyun Reservoir, Ling Yun killed countless members of the Blood Clan in order to save Chao Shanshan. In the end, he fought Xianxia, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. He used almost all his trump cards and used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force to increase his combat power by 7 times before killing Xianxia in one strike. Qin Jianwei witnessed that tragic battle from beginning to end. He still had a lingering fear of Ling Yun's heaven-defying methods. Thank you, young Master Chen, for the reminder. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape from us even if he's Sun Wukong. Xikong Wuji laughed heartily. The 4 experts rushed over, 2 in front and 2 behind. They surrounded Ling Yun with lightning speed. In the face of the 4 shameless attacks, Ling Yun didn't dodge at all. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and his eyes showed a terrifying calmness. Without a doubt, this was the strongest and most terrifying enemy Ling Yun had ever met in his life. This was a battle of life and death, and it was also his pinnacle battle. The enemy was unprecedentedly strong and extremely shameless. In order to kill Ling Yun, the people who were supposed to slay demons chose to join hands with Xianxia of the Devil sect. Was there anything more shameless than this? However, Ling Yun didn't feel resentful or aggrieved. He chose to face it calmly. This was his enemy, and this was his battle. Not only did he have to kill all the enemies, he also had to end the battle quickly. This was the strategy that Ling Yun had devised for himself. However, with Ling Yun's current strength, it was almost impossible for him to kill a true Xiantian 9th stage master. Ling Yun was well aware of this. On the peak of the Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yun had once used killing Li Kunwu as an excuse to test the strength of a true Xiantian realm expert, Zen Master Jue Yuan of the Shaolin Temple. Even though he had only used one move, he had used all his strength. In the end, he didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, at that time, Zen Master Jue Yuan was only defending and not attacking. But now, two masters at Xiantian Realm Level 9 wanted to kill him. There was also Chen Jianwei, who had an irreconcilable feud with Ling Yun. He hated Ling Yun to the core and understood Ling Yun's fighting style very well. He was no weaker than a Xiantian 9th Realm Master. Even though the combined attack of these three experts might not be able to kill Ling Yun in an instant, they would definitely be able to beat Ling Yun to the point where he could only defend and not fight back. As for the sect master of the Blood Demon sect, he was just a bystander to Ling Yun. Ling Yun completely ignored him. Ling Yun couldn't afford to fight a battle of attrition. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Ling Yun. That was because there was a drought demon over there. Ling Yun was very clear that the drought demon was the strongest in the entire battlefield. Xian Er alone wouldn't be able to defeat it. Ling Yun was under a lot of pressure, but he wasn't afraid. Not only was he fearless, but he was also full of confidence. That was because Ling Yun had a trump card. The real trump card was, of course, to be used at the most crucial moment. Now, without a doubt, it was the most crucial moment. Catch them off guard and attack them when they least expect it. Secret combat technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Force. Tenfold combat power. Ling Yun had absorbed all the true chi of two Xiantian Realm Level 8 masters just for this moment. Under the full activation of the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, Ling Yun's sea of chi and energy center sped up dozens of times. The speed of the yin-yang true chi in his body also increased by more than 10 times. If it could be described as a torrential river, then it could only be described as a waterfall. Ling Yun's chi flowed rapidly. Originally, it would take 5 minutes for the yin-yang true chi to complete a major circulation. Now, he only needed 1 minute to complete 3 major circulations. Such a terrifying flow of energy instantly gave Ling Yun 10 times the strength, attack, defense, speed, and divine sense of the past. At that moment, Ling Yun's eyes lit up like lanterns. His face turned red and purple, and the veins on both sides of his temples bulged violently. His muscles bulged like dragons, and his entire body became 3 times thicker in an instant. With the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, Ling Yun instantly obtained a heaven-defying power that he needed to vent. Under the 10 times stronger divine sense, Xikong Wuji's ferocious palm became incomparably slow in Ling Yun's eyes. Ling Yun's face was flushed. Suddenly, he grinned at Xikong Wuji. "Thank you." "What?" Xikong Wuji was stunned. "Thank me? What are you thanking me for?" Ling Yun couldn't have gone mad, could he? However, Xikong Wuji noticed the change in Ling Yun. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He roared and wanted to retreat. "You can't escape. I've already said that you won't be able to withstand my wrath." Ling Yun took a blow from Taoist Master Lai Ri's horsetail whisk head-on. He charged forward and punched Xikong Wuji with all his might. Ling Yun's punch was indescribably fast. It brought along a strong current of air and caused an explosion in the air. It was ferocious and ferocious. It hit Xikong Wuji's retreating palm directly. The pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique allowed one to have a strength of 4,000 kilograms in one arm. The pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9 allowed one to have a strength of 2,000 kilograms in one arm. Right now, Ling Yun had a strength of at least 6,000 kilograms in one arm. Then, what if 6,000 kilograms was multiplied by 10 times? 60,000 kilograms of strength, 120,000 kilograms. It was at least 60 tons. Ling Yun didn't even bother to use the Tiangang Demon Fist. He was 100% sure that Sikong Wuji wouldn't be able to withstand this punch. Blood demon's might. Sikong Wuji's eyes were filled with horror. He used his secret combat technique without hesitation when he saw Ling Yan's fist coming towards him. Under the threat of death, Sikong Wuji's face turned blood red. His eyes turned blood red as well. He slapped his retreating palm forward again. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion deafened everyone's ears. Ling Yan's fist and Sikong Wuji's palm collided once again. Ah! Sikong Wuji let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by Ling Yan's fist. His body flew backwards, breaking 3 huge trees in a row before finally crashing into the wall of mansion number 1, causing the wall to crumble. Finally, he fell into the dense forest outside the wall. Pft! Pft! Sikong Wuji's face turned pale as he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His white robe was stained red. With just one punch, Ling Yan had heavily injured Sikong Wuji, who was the first to reach the 9th position. Pa! At this moment, Venerable Lai Lai's horsetail whisk landed squarely on Ling Yan's shoulder. The powerful force tore the golden-black devilish silkworm's Nightwalker into shreds. However, Ling Yan wasn't hurt at all with only a few red marks on his left shoulder. Old fart, it's your turn. Ling Yan turned his fist into a claw and grabbed hold of Venerable Lai Lai's horsetail whisk. He teleported to Venerable Lai Lai's side. Venerable Lai Lai threw away his horsetail whisk in a panic and tried to retreat. However, how could Ling Yan let him escape? With 10 times the speed, Ling Yan could teleport with just a slight movement. He approached Venerable Lai Lai like a shadow. He reached out and grabbed hold of one of Venerable Lai Lai's arms. Ah! Now you know how to be afraid? Ling Yan chuckled. Grabbing Spiritual Master Lai Ri, he teleported again. The next moment, they appeared outside the courtyard, beside Sikong Wuji. It was impossible for Ling Yan to let Sikong Wuji escape, nor would he leave Taoist Lai Ri alone in the yard. Therefore, he simply captured him to hunt down Sikong Wuji. Sikong Wuji really wanted to escape. He had never lost so badly before. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Ling Yan to have such a terrifying trump card, but just as he flew up, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. His body was smashed to the ground by Taoist Master Lai Ri, and he fell flat on his face. It turned out that Ling Yan had simply flung Venerable Lai over like a brick. Using 60,000 kilograms of force to throw a person weighing more than 50 kilograms, the two of them collided and fell to the ground at the same time, rolling into a ball. Yes, with absolute strength and speed, Ling Yan was using the pure barbarian fighting style, Shua. With another teleportation, Ling Yan appeared beside the two of them. Ling Yan stepped down. With one foot on Taoist Master Lai Ri's back, the 2 Xiantian Realm Level 9 experts couldn't move at all. Xiantian Realm Level 9 experts, what's so great about that? Ling Yan smiled coldly. He bent over and grabbed both of Taoist Master Lai Ri's arms. Then, he pulled with force. Kacha! Kacha! After 2 terrifying cracking sounds, both of Taoist Master Lai Ri's arms were forcefully pulled off by Ling Yan. What a terrifying scene this was. Blood spurted from both of Taoist Master Lai Ri's shoulders. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted from the pain. Ling Yan casually threw both of Taoist Master Lai Ri's arms away. With a single thought, the devil's blade appeared in his hand. Shua, the black blade flashed. Taoist Master Lai Ri and Sikong Wuji's legs were chopped off by Ling Yan. 2 more slashes followed, and Ling Yan conveniently chopped off both of Sikong Wuji's arms at the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan had turned 2 Xiantian Realm Level 9 experts into limbless human swine. Even if the two of them had heaven-defying divine abilities, it was impossible for them to escape. Ling Yan took out 8 healing talismans at lightning speed and used them on their wounds. Then, he carried the 2 of them and teleported back to the courtyard. Pung, pung. Ling Yan didn't wait for them to land. He threw the 2 Xiantian Realm Level 9 human swine at Qin Dongshua's feet. Auntie, help me look after them. I'll need them later. Then, Ling Yan looked up at Qin Jianwei, who was flapping his wings with all his might. Qin Jianwei, do you think you can escape now? Ling Yan sneered. Hedonistic Celestial Doctor will have more new content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, Click on the plus sign on the top right, and search for the official account Dread. Hurry up. To be continued. End of chapter 10-12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.